you reckon every single country knows about it? Like, do you reckon they all like are in partnership trying to hide it, or do you reckon there's like one overarching like superpower that knows about it? Or like who's
Well,
trying to hide it?
I
I
will
mean,
say the government of Peru actually supports flat Earth,
oh,
and they even have universities where they teach that the world is flat.
that's sick.
Yeah, but they don't show to us, They don't. Our mainstream media, the Western media, doesn't want us to know. They
Mm,
say, "Oh, Peru, it's a third world country. They are undeveloped. They
yeah,
they have no knowledge. But those people actually are proven to be the most ancient people in this world. Like they existed thousands of years before the Roman Empire, you know?
yeah,
And they tell us that, oh, those people are savages, poor, undeveloped, they have no knowledge, no culture, no nothing.
yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, in Peru, chewing coca plant is something ordinary. They have
Yeah.
different laws than us.
Mm. I want to try that. I've seen the video. There's a guy watching YouTube. He travels everywhere, and he's like chewing coca leaves all the time and shit.
Yeah. Well, yeah, watch documentaries, videos, stuff, and come
Mm.
here and ask us about what you see, what they tell you, what these guys say, and we teach you how to fight them and where they are wrong. We tell you exactly
Mm.
because we know every argument and debate.
Yeah.
And actually, we use science, natural science. We tell you exactly what the uh, Nobel laureates, prize winners in science actually said. So when these guys make some statements in a documentary, they are in contradiction with the greatest scientists of the world.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even Mikio Kaku, for example, he's saying that in astrophysics, they are so far off from reality that mankind has never been wrong so badly about something than in astrophysics. Like everything they
Damn.
do is not scientific, it's just guesswork and
Yeah.
leaps of logic,
That's
you know?
wild. What the hell?
Yeah, yeah. And he's saying this with his own mouth,
Yeah.
officially, yeah.
Say again? What?
Say again what?
60, 60.
I think he's hot mic.
Oh,
Or not hot mic. I think he's
okay.
talking to somebody.
Oh, sorry, that might be me.
Yeah.
No, you're good, bro. Get that on the big jobs.
Riding on eggshells is always hunting for new subjects. Yeah, we make fun of the Globers. Actually ask them if they have any scientific proof, evidence for the globe, for the world being a globe shape. And
Yeah.
they don't even know that this is a loaded question, malformed. So,
Well,
because
I disagree on.
science is not a tool to establish the shape of an object. The
Well, it is. I
geometry.
disagree on that. I just
No,
capitulate
you
because
can
that's what they say.
disagree all you like, eggshells.
Sure.
But
Does shape cause
that doesn't
does shape
mean
cause things? So the argument against it, isn't it, get big get, is science is interested in cause and effect relationships, and geometry is not a cause. That's usually the reason for saying that's the reason the shape of the Earth is not a
establishing the shape of an object is not by scientific method, but
right. But that's
by
just something
geometry.
somebody's told you. I'm
Yeah,
encouraging
yeah.
you to really investigate. Is that
Now,
true?
now you're saying, yeah, this globe shape causes sunrise and sunset, yeah,
Exactly.
lunar
So there can
eclipses.
be, if you
Well,
have a
actually, that's false, because when you talk about daytime, nighttime, and eclipses, you are talking about observations, phenomena, yeah, physics of light, the
predictions.
way light propagates, and what kind of light sources are out there in the sky. And all those things you make are wild guesses. You're saying the
Sure,
sun
I
is a
think that's true.
ball of gas burning fire,
Sure. And if the sun was a
plasma.
different shape, that would be a
But
question that science could answer.
you never had a piece of the sun in your hand to actually determine what the fuck it is.
What I'm curious about this whole thing, get big at, is do you think
Yeah,
there's any scientific evidence to show the Earth is flat? So flip the question around. Is there any scientific evidence to show the opposite?
scientific evidence that the earth is flat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a
I
reasonable
don't need the
question, isn't it?
scientific evidence. I have uh,
I'm not asking if you
ultra
need it. I'm asking if
precision
it exists.
measurement.
Right, but I'm not asking if you need it. I get you might not need it, but I'm saying does it exist? Does any of the evidence for flat Earth meet that same standard? Is kind of what I'm getting
Well,
at.
I would say, yeah, um, these phenomena of quantum mechanics, yeah, they kind of scientifically prove that the Earth is flat.
They do.
Like
So how can you use science to prove
quantum
a shape?
locking,
How can you use science to prove a
but
shape? Didn't
it's
you
not
just
a
get done
shape.
saying it's not
Flat
possible?
eggshells. Don't put words in my mouth. Flat is not a shape.
Okay. So what are they using science to show then?
Well, I told you the phenomena of quantum locking.
Right, but that doesn't. If quantum locking does or doesn't exist, that doesn't change the shape of the Earth, does it? Or does it? Maybe it does.
Quantum locking shows that, yeah, we can have a plane, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's answered my question. I don't think anybody disagrees that you could have a plane. Planes exist. The question I'm asking is, do you think there's any scientific evidence that shows that the Earth's flat?
Well, you asked me, do you think? So I told you what I think, and now you still asking me if I think.
Yeah. But This is something I have found interesting since I've tried to explore it. Since like day one with Flat Earth, is it's very difficult to get, like, when this is a whole realm of discussing what we think, very difficult to get flat earthers to say what they think about the Earth.
Yeah, but look,
It's mostly about attacking what globes think about the Earth.
has nothing to do with
Yeah,
what
but
reality is.
but if it's not
I
a
don't make
sphere,
reality.
the possibilities
Yeah.
are endless. So there's no point
Exactly.
in saying what they think because it's endless. There's no point.
they think one
Eggshell. What's the
particular
point in
thing, right?
asking?
There's a point in asking.
Well, why
I think,
would they?
and,
They're open-minded. It could be anything.
well, it can't be something moving.
Well, I'm
For many
saying,
of them
look,
that take a biblical view of this,
eggshells.
it can't be moving.
I'm in
It's more
Germany
important that it's
now.
stationary than it is that it's
Eggshells.
flat.
I'm in Germany now.
Cool.
You're in Australia, right?
Yes.
Now, you have a down vector at your location,
Allegedly.
and in Germany, I have also a down vector, and I say our down vectors are perfectly parallel to each other, and you are saying they are opposite to each other.
Well, that would be necessary for what I'm saying to be true, but I'm not making that claim right now because I don't know how I would show it to you as true. But it's necessary from the things we think that you
Well,
think one parallel.
show me the place in the world where you have converging down vectors.
So this is what I'm saying. Flat Earth is interested in going, here's what's wrong with your epistemology. You can't show me X, you can't show me Y, you can't show me gravity in a jar painted purple.
Well, I can
But
show you
it seems like it
parallel
actively
down
avoids.
vectors anywhere in the world.
But eggshells,
Easy,
that
man.
doesn't prove that they're wrong either. You're proving something.
No.
Well, hang on.
No, I'm not
Proving something wrong, discrediting something with evidence, just because you do that does not mean you need to substantiate another theory. That doesn't make any sense.
Nobody said it did. That's not what I'm saying. That's
So what's
you
the
made
point of
that
this
up in your head.
conversation? No,
Well,
because
that's
the
a
way
good
you were
question to
saying it is
start
like
with.
no, because the way you're saying it is almost implying that they can't do this because you're just like every single one of them discredits it, but then they don't have any fucking answer. That's pretty much what you're saying. The way it sounds
I mean,
like.
I
Maybe
didn't-
I'm getting the wrong message, but it sounds like that, man.
I didn't sound quite so head up about it. I don't think.
This guy's got you
I know,
down to
man.
a T, eggshells, straight
Conclusion
away.
about it. Say again.
He's actually
He's got you
trying
down to
to
a T.
make me. He's
Got me down
trying
to a
to
T,
make
does he?
me make a model of the world, to give
No,
him
not
a
even make a model.
model.
I mean, maybe it is slightly
I'm not
asking
a
to make a
god.
model. Yes, I think so. Maybe
I'm
that
not
is.
a god, and I'm pretty sure you heard me many times in this server saying that I'm not a god to make a model of this world.
Oh God! Okay, somebody give the soundboard
Yeah.
a rest. That's so dull.
So you're looking for a guarantee as soon as he gives his like that thing that you want, that theory, as soon as it's given, you're like, well, that can't be right because of this and this and this. I guarantee
kind
you're
of,
just looking for it.
You're kind of right.
Why
in
though?
that.
Like I don't
Yeah, I
understand.
can explain
Just
it.
because you discredit something does not mean you have an onus to provide another theory. That's ridiculous.
I'm not saying you do. Again, you're just making
You're
stuff up in
implying
your
it.
head, getting really angry at
You're
stuff
implying
you
it,
said.
man. If not, you don't know how to speak correctly, and most people would feel the same
I'm
way.
pretty
By the
sure
way
I'm
you're
good.
talking,
I think
it's
I'm
implying it.
speaking pretty
Well, then you
correctly. I
don't know.
think you're
Then
just
you
getting
don't know
upset at the
basic
implication of what I'm
social
saying.
cues that most people. No, because you don't
Maybe.
communicate like everybody else does, like the general
Maybe.
consensus does.
I mean, I do
No,
teach
not maybe,
these skills, so
definitely
it's a good
can't.
chance that I do.
Fuck off, cunt. No, you don't.
I do. Yes, I do. I get
Bullshit,
paid for it.
cunt.
I've written a book on it.
That's his language.
What do you? Okay, what's your job title?
Speech and
Actor.
confidence coach.
Truck driver.
No, I was an actor like 15
So you're
years
a
ago.
speech therapist. You're a speech
No, I'm
therapist.
not a speech
Shut
therapist.
the fuck up. You have no clue what you're talking about.
Well,
congrats. You
I'm
taught
not a
little
speech
7-year-old
therapist.
not to have a lisp. Good on you. Good on
No,
you.
that's a speech therapist. Did I say I was a speech therapist? This is one of the
You're
first
a
tricks
speech
to learn.
coach.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you got a certificate? Have you got a degree?
No, I don't have
No,
a degree.
yes.
You don't need a degree for that.
Is it a bachelor's? Is it a master's? Is it a TAFE?
You're
No,
not good at
it's just
listening, are
you
you? I
sign up
don't
on
think you
this
need to learn how to
I'm
speak
asking a
anymore. You need to learn
question.
how
I'm
to
asking
listen
a question.
to what
Just
people
like you
say.
asking a question. Just how you asked the question, I'm asking it the same way, man. So what
Well, not really, are you?
level? Answer the question. It's pretty simple.
Oh yeah, happy to. Yeah, I don't have any formal qualification in the area at all. I've written
So
a book.
shut the fuck up, cunt.
Right, do you have a formal qualification in the area?
Oh, I actually have a job.
Shut the fuck up,
these skills. I actually have a job in teaching these
you.
people these skills, these social cues on how to talk and present themselves. Oh, okay, fair enough. How did you get this?
Jesus.
Where is the validity of this? How did you get this job? What degree do you have? Do you have any certificates? I don't have any. Yeah, bro.
Why would I need a
Yeah,
degree?
bro. You
Tell me
sound
why I
like
would
a
need a
fucking
degree.
weapon
Yeah.
cunt. Shut the fuck up.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it sounds like you're very upset by this idea that somebody should have a degree, but I would also
No, because
hazard
you're a
really
smart ass
big
man.
guess
You come in
that you
here
don't listen
and
to
literally
people with
kept coming
degrees.
going on about, oh, you need to provide a theory. No, none of these people provide theories. They all just want to discredit like a sphere, and then they never provide theories. And then
Exactly,
obviously
yeah.
they don't really
You know,
have
obviously
to.
says-
And you're like, I'm not saying they have to.
You're
I'm like,
kinda-
well,
you're
it
kind of
kind of
almost
is. The
getting
way
it,
you're
just
saying it, the tone you're
saying it like a
using
bit of a
is
retard,
implying it. And then you've gone to say, I have a job, so I
True.
would not be
Correct.
socially inept. This
Yeah.
is my job. So I go, okay.
really.
All right. How valid is this job?
When you're
What
done, we
degree
can
do
have a
you Or what
conversation, but
certificate do you? I don't have
this
any.
is just a bit weird.
Yeah. Shut the
In
fuck
the
up.
meantime,
You're
this is a bit
retarded.
weird.
You're looking for an argument.
You are
Cool.
the
One of these
weird,
cunts who just look to
Excel.
argue.
A weird one? Okay. I'll try to be less weird. Maybe we can both.
Wait, do
try
you
and
live
be
in
less
Canberra,
weird.
by the way? Because you sound like
Why
one of
the
those
fuck do I live
fags
in
who like
Canberra?
votes yes,
Nobody
who
lives
like
in
wants to be a
Canberra.
little lefty. No, you do.
Who
You
the
sound like
fuck
one of
lives
those
in
cunts.
Canberra?
No, you
Jesus.
sound like one of those smart
No,
ass
you make
cunts
bad
who
guesses,
go
don't
to
you?
university, haven't even left uni, who don't go to parties, who sit in their
You're
room, and
still
every
that
time they
dense,
talk
aren't
to
you?
somebody, they just
No,
argue
hey,
for the sake
mate.
of arguing. They even if they don't even agree with
I
it,
don't know.
they will
I don't
literally
know.
Can't
I don't know
argue with
trust
whether you
somebody
bet, but
just
don't.
to argue,
That's
even if
what
they
I
don't
would
agree
suggest.
with
someone
what they're saying. It sounds like
talking
a
I
more
would
Oh my
suggest
god,
whatever you do,
dude,
do
take
not
a
make bets.
fucking breath. Fuck, man. What the fuck are you snorting, dude?
Yeah, Australians, they tuck into the cocaine a bit. I'm sorry, man.
No, eggshells cannot
Shut
believe
up. Don't even
Gonna
talk about
walk
and
about
hear a
fucking eating
person.
wrong fucking plants or something?
Nah,
No,
it's Australians. We tuck into the chemicals a
Battle
little bit.
Actually,
Particularly,
he
You're
was
not
on
Australian. You
eggshells.
sound
He
like
was
a
on our
fucking little
side.
faggot from America.
Yeah.
Don't even,
Well,
dude. You can't
you're
even
like
call yourself
multi cunt.
Australia.
Fuck
You're
you,
Australian.
cunt.
scared talk.
You're a smart ass.
The point I
Yeah.
was making, Get Big Get, is, which you would have noticed as well. Why do you think it is that, like, if it comes to talking about the globe, because here's a way to look at it.
Yeah.
Would it be accurate to say we have been here? If I was speaking as a flat earther, would it be accurate to say
Yeah.
we have been here in these Discord rooms since 2012 for more than a decade, and we spend 90% of our time talking about the shape the Earth isn't? Do you think that would be an accurate statement?
I'd say that's a fair and accurate statement.
So is that a bit weird? Do you think? Like we spend 90% of our time talking about the things that aren't.
This is one of the only places on internet where we can actually gather and talk about this, because on all other social platforms, yeah, we are banned. We are not
I
allowed
get that.
to exist.
That does suck. I
Yeah,
really dislike that. I'm with you on that. I think
yeah,
I get why they do it, but I think it is, I had the same objection, for example, which is slightly before my time, when the
mm,
ultra-right Christians were trying to ban The Life of Brian, the Monty Python film. And
yeah.
it's the same thing. It's like, you shouldn't be scared of this idea just because it disagrees with you. But they
I
are,
like
for some
Monty
reason they fucking
Python
are.
too. I like Monty.
Yeah, like if you can get past just for a second that it's poking a little bit of fun at Christianity, it's a very funny film, and most of it is just wordplay and laughing at sort of
Yeah, you ever watch
belief in general.
You ever watch The History of the World, Part 1?
History of the World Part 1. I don't think
Oh
so. I'm
yeah,
Googling
that's
it right
a good
now.
one.
That's Monty Python. At the end, he says, "Stay tuned for part 2." Now, remember, this is the history of the world. He says, "Stay tuned for part 2, Jews in space."
Hang on, that's no. Mel Brooks you're talking about.
Oh
Is he
yeah,
the
that
same?
is
He's
Mel
very
Brooks.
similar.
Yeah,
I haven't seen that. I want to watch that. Where
but
can I watch it?
yeah, that
sounds
was Mel
funny.
Brooks. But no,
I mean,
I know
just to
who
go back
Monty is too.
to just to say what I'm a flat earther, by the way. But yeah, I've had periods where I think I need to spend a bit more time and energy doing other things. You know, get back into some hobbies and spend a bit more time with family members, and get out and about. Rather, because I've spent a lot of time in these arenas talking about the shape of the earth
That's
and going over it,
can
and
I?
it does get a little bit. I come to a point
Sorry.
sometimes where I think, yeah, I get sick of it
The one,
sometimes.
Can I clarify though, One Deck? I wasn't judging you for being here. Like, that's not what I meant. Like, if it's about spending time off Discord, I think we all probably go. There are unhealthy amounts of time we spend doing things. One of them for me is Discord, computer gaming, drinking, whatever. I just want to be clear. I wasn't judging you on that at all. I just mean what I was more talking about is like, if the Earth is X, it seems strange to spend more than a decade discussing how it is not Y, not discussing it at all. I think like if
Yeah.
the Earth's flat, it's super important to discuss that. But
Well, I give you another answer, eggshells, because you were addressing me the question. So another example will be this. In the last 6 months, I've been like not away completely from 24/7 flat Earth, but I logged in like once in a month, and I spent like 5 minutes looking around and then going to my other things. And what was I doing? I was going to TikTok, yeah, watching people and spending like in a month about €1,000 on gifts, you know.
Jesus,
And so yeah, so
fuck, I'm gonna make a
spending my
flat Earth
time
channel.
here on Flat
Sure.
Earth, yeah, talking about this is a lot better financially for me. Yeah,
Sure.
it doesn't cost me.
Again, I want to
Yeah,
be clear though. I'm not judging you for being here. I'm here too. So
yeah,
in fact, what I'm saying actually, I'm more guilty of than you are. I don't mean like it's weird to spend time here. I think it's like it's actually a cool
yeah,
thing. It's mostly dudes do it, and I think it's actually good that blokes have a place they can hang out and argue because blokes clearly like to
yeah.
argue. I think that's fine. It's just what I'm focusing on is more specifically the we're spending time like the flat Earth in general is spending time going. This is the shape the world is not, and that is incorrect. That to me is the bit
Yeah.
where I'm like, that's kind of weird. Whereas like, I'm trying to think of a different thing. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying,
let's make
Eggshell,
our
but
okay.
what I'm saying is, it is a big when you realize that the Earth is not a globe. It's a big fucking deal. You know, when you
Sure.
realize,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
and you won't you probably won't be able to feel this if you still are in the globe mindset. But when you get to the flat earther stage and you realize that the lie is that big and how people are still involved with a lie, yeah, and you get the rebuttals. Well, why would everyone be lying? They wouldn't get away with it. NASA wouldn't. But at the
Yeah,
end of the
that's
day,
silly.
when you become a flat earther, the realization of the lie is immense. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
immense.
I don't. I think that's true, but it's like if the Earth is not a globe, then it is something else. And like the one that made me start thinking this thought was having lots of chats with people about the necessity of a container. And I got to the point where I'm like, if a container is necessary, that's super testable because what we are talking about, presumably, I'm guessing at this now, is a physical structure that is quite possibly round because I'm guessing, it's speculation here, but I'm guessing it is equidistant from the North Centre. It is quite possibly curved in that it is like it could be a flat top, which would be a bit weird. It could be an open top, right? Maybe, but in probability, it's like an arched dome shape, like you would have for an arch or a tree or a bubble or a droplet or a seed or any number of those, spherical or hemispherical shapes in nature. It's made out of something. It's not made out of nothing, and that gives us a load of properties and things we could test, right? That is still flat Earth, that is still interested in the Earth is not a globe, but it is going, okay, if the Earth is not a globe, what is it? What shape is it? What is holding in the air? If it is not gravity holding in the air, then something else
It is
creating.
exactly what we perceive, eggshells. And when you
I
go
don't
out the
perceive a dome.
door of your house, you don't see the world in a globe shape.
That I agree, yeah.
Yeah. So this is what the world really is. Exactly what we perceive.
Sure. I just
I mean, the NASA, speculation, NASA and
that's fine.
the elite may be spending all that money, and these rockets that are going up, they're actually, trying to work this out themselves.
Sure. So
What is
but
the
I'm saying, like,
what
if
is the
we on Earth,
container? I mean, they might be
yeah,
trying to get on. They might have touched an area, or they might have found something out and are working it all out. You know,
that's an interesting theory. So
possibly.
they are actually a research organization, but they're like, on the one hand going, no, it's a globe, but on the other hand trying to be like, seriously, like, what the fuck is it?
Yeah, but in the meantime, they just, we're going to space and we've got the ISS, but they might be doing some serious research into what is this fucking place where we live? What is the container? Is it made out of some substance nobody knows? How high up is
Would
it?
you trust their results? Like, if NASA came back tomorrow and went, right, plane, container, here's what the luminaries are, here's why the planets do this different motion to the stars. Would you trust it?
I think you'd have to listen to how they've got to the conclusion.
Probably, yeah. Good call.
But like you say, I'm just speculating there. But but
No, I think
everyone
it's
always
good to
mentions
speculate.
how
I
much
don't
money,
understand it.
how much money's being thrown at NASA, and they are going up into the sky. Rockets are going up there, and what are they actually doing?
Yeah. Like, for me, why I think it's good to speculate is, like, my idea. Like, I think we've all got different ideas about. Well, I don't even think it's a scientific theory. I think we all get ourselves wound in knots about what science is. And I think it's easy to just go, well, what's useful, and that to me is a more interesting question. And
I mean, when I'm in here, I'm like I say, I'm a flat earther. I know the sort of arguments, sort of thing, but I'm not. I don't just stand there thinking, well, no, I'm, I'm sticking to my guns. I'm a flat earther. I have gone through. You can go through the old 2,000-year-old stories of Eratosthenes and Al-Biruni, and I can clearly see how that's not measuring a globe. Yeah, it's
yeah,
just so
I agree with
so.
you on that.
Yeah, so I'm not thinking, well, yeah, he did do it that way and he's measured a globe, but I'm not. I'm just going to put my flat Earth feet and stamp my feet. I don't do that. If I could see some evidence for the globe, I'd be more than willing. Some serious information rather than, um, you know, computer images and newspapers. What is the real evidence? What is the evidence
I
that
mean,
we
just
live
to
on a
kind
globe?
of to rephrase writing on eggshells point here, you he says, when he says something like, why do you spend so much time trying to show what the earth is not, versus what he's saying is not like, oh, you should be spending time elsewhere and not on the internet. He's saying, why don't you guys use the resources at your disposal within the limits of your own perception and the tools that you have to try and make your own map of what the earth is, because right, it's not, or you presume to know it's not a sphere. So why not
Well,
be doing
actually,
your own
I am
experiments to try and map it
personally.
out?
Oh, we've got just get
I
down and get B get. So just get B get down. Yes, just get down nailed it exactly. Steel man me perfectly.
yeah.
I'm
I
saying like if
actually I am trying personally. I'm working on something to show myself. I'm building a device, a propulsion that uses a different propulsion principles, not rocket, not propellers, aerodynamics. It has nothing to do with gases. And I hope that with this device, I can make like a drone that will reach very high altitudes. So, in the near future, like next year, I probably will be able to finish it. But I am doing this on my own, with my own resources, funding, and everything. So, yeah.
What are you hoping to achieve with this drone, Get Big Get, if you don't mind me asking?
Um, to reach a high altitude, something like this drone will be ascending with a speed of sound for about an hour at least in altitude. And yeah, it will have a camera, video recording, everything. So I'm not going to use fisheye lenses or anything like that.
You can't talk about the method of propulsion.
um, yeah, it's inertial propulsion. It's an invented principle already in the 1970s by an American, but his own device was not actually was demonstrating the principle, but it could never be used to actually use it for flying or stuff like that.
Interesting.
Yeah,
is my mic working now? There we go. What is method of
yeah, you're
propulsion?
good.
How does it,
Sorry.
how does the inertial work? Because inertia to me means the opposite of movement, stationariness, or resistance to movement. Isn't that what inertia is?
Yeah, that's what it means, and this is how the patent of this propulsion principle actually was called by the inventor.
Sounds like
But
a contradiction in terms.
yeah, so
So what will that do? Will that test flat? Okay, because to me, if I were a flat earther, there are a few things I could do that would show not that the Earth is not globe, but instead show Earth is flat. So I go from contrapositive, what it is not, to positive, what it is. Something about, well, obviously not going to prove the whole thing in one go, but if you go, hey, I'm going to like go lowest, how low can I shoot and still hit something? And I think there is a container, there is a wall, and there is a map. The maps, I think, one of the easiest.
well, I know you guys say about this container, but we don't know what it is, if it's something solid or
Exactly.
not.
That's my point.
Um, it could be a different medium, which is a lot opposite than what we actually exist. So when we already know that extreme low temperatures like minus 260 degrees Celsius, at this temperature, the molecule of water cannot exist. So because the oxygen, this temperature is way below the oxygen liquefaction point, precipitation point. So the oxygen has to break from the molecule of the water to take its liquid form, liquid oxygen, and then all the stages of oxygen ice, 8 stages. So a medium like this uh, will repel the presence of water because the water molecule is a state of energy, of matter. Matter is in that state of energy. It happens only at certain energy points. So the water molecule cannot exist in this low state of energies. And a medium with such low states of energies have an effect like repulsion, something like a magnetic flux.
G'day, mate.
You're sort of basically saying, speculating maybe there could be another, I don't know, unknown material or something in such a state where it could contain pressure.
Yeah, contain our gas pressure. Yeah. I mean, gas is a cocktail of gaseous elements, all these natural gases. But if you rise the temperature, yeah, these gases will enter a plasma state. If you rise the temperature beyond those points, so the gases will no longer be gases, they will be plasma state. They turn into plasma.
Yeah, and apparently, like the people reckon that, the globe scientists or whatever say that 90% of everything is plasma.
Sorry, 90% of what is plasma?
The globe scientists claim that 90% of everything that exists, of the things that exist, 90% is plasma. Relatively very little on Earth, but I've heard that before. How much
Yeah,
plasma is in
but
the universe? I'll
I
Google
could
for
agree with that.
that cannot be because it contradicts their dark matter and dark energy theories.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's true. 99.9%.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's
I
true. I'm just saying
understand.
that's what
I
they say.
understand. Yeah.
Is it?
So,
I think one reason the reluctance to talk about what is maybe because if we discuss what is, the globe is big holes in it.
Anyway, you lucky it's Sunday. Speculation.
I got muted on Sunday for asking it.
I still haven't been muted. Mind you, I'm pretty quiet most of the time.
Are you a flat earther?
Yeah.
Well, that's also probably part of it. Where are you? You sound, I'm going to guess now, Queensland.
What?
I don't know, I was guessing where you're from, but I mean, Australian accents are all pretty much the
wrong.
same. There's just country and city.
WA.
WA, oh, there you go. WA is beautiful. I go out to Perth sometimes. I've never been to I've never been out to the proper desert area. That seems cool.
I got married in Joondalup.
Say again?
I got married in Joondalup, I think it was called, in Mullaloo.
Joondalup,
Where's Joondalup? I've heard of that. Joondalup, is it?
north
Perth,
of the
yeah.
river, right North Perth.
Spent a bit of time down there. Hillary's Harbour.
I want to go to Hillary's and
Beautiful.
take a photo.
It'd be a good place to do it. I mean, Australia's the flattest place on earth, lowest elevation change, however you want to say it. So it's a perfect place to test, right?
Yeah, I'll show you what I want to do. Sorry, I'm eating.
Awesome. Yeah, no, that's good. I like tests. That's the thing, because tests say what is the case, rather than spending our time talking about what's not the case. I see. So Joondalup's just near Perth. Yeah, I've been to Perth a few times for work. It's a funny thing that Google Earth no longer shows you the Mercator when you zoom out. It, like, as you zoom out, wraps it around a ball. It didn't used to do that. Only like a few months ago it started, like a year or two ago. I mean,
That shot there is 50 kilometers, and I can set the camera at 1 foot on the rocks. Hillary's.
Yeah, it's
Jeez,
easier
what is
to
that?
use the map on the
20 Ks.
globe.
40 Ks, 50.1 kilometers, 50 kilometers and 1 meter, and 10 meters. Sorry, that is a long way to be able to see.
Yeah, I've got my
That is.
infrared.
That's even better.
I should be able to.
I want to do as a test. I want to try and figure. Actually, you would be able to do it there. Do you have a drone, Space Goat?
Friend does.
So here's the tests that I think would be interesting, and those find things like Pontchartrain that are long and flat. I call it the straight up test. Find things that are long and straight, and like if you went from Hillary's there and you just did the drone off the ground, you just go bang straight up in the air while looking at whatever that point is down there, 50 k's away. My prediction is that the headland of that other side will be barely visible or something. It's probably going to depend a bit. And then it's going to wibble around for the first 100 meters. And above 100 meters, it's going to stick to 7/6R. That's the prediction I would make. And what you should see is Fremantle, like the waves not visible and the boats and the stuff at the surf not visible, and boats, container ships down further south, like not visible, and then they should pop into view and the horizon should run away behind them. That's the prediction I would make if the Earth's a ball. So if I don't get that, then it's probably not a ball. What's that? I'm opening that now. Longest straight, is it? There we go. Longest straight. Across the Nullarbor, that could be another good place to do it. Yeah, road that's just dead straight for ages.
It's a railway.
I want to do that actually. I want to do the train line. Because I got a drone that tracks me. It gets some fucking amazing shots actually. I should pull some off my card, but it will chase me on my Yeah, it would be boring on that. I mean, you can get it to circle around you and stuff, or if you go slowly, you can do some cool effects. But if you're going winding through mountains, oh my God, the drone will, I shit you not, chase me and dodge trees. And then, like, if it can't get to me, just goes up, out over the trees and does this big arcing loop and comes back and finds me. It's incredible. It's so cool. It's called the Skydio.
Okay.
Right out.
Well, you need a drone with LiDAR technology and
That would work too.
object recognition.
My other thought, actually, you would know this, Gappy Gap. My other thought was this, as a test. Could we make a beam of metal, very high tensile metal, that is completely straight? And the way we test straight it's like an I beam or an H beam, I think we call it, and you make it one pull length long, and with lasers and maybe even vacuum or something like that. Or I think I've got a simpler method by turning over the beam through 360 degrees. So it's got four sides, right? So we call
Yeah.
it 1, 2, 3, 4, and you test it on side one, and then you flip it over and you test it on side two. And the purpose is to get this beam dead straight. But it's only got to be the length of an Olympic swimming pool. But you need to get it so straight that it's like whatever the Earth curve is. So what is the Earth curve over? What is the swimming pool length?
Well, I can tell you, we can make tungsten tube. Yeah.
Okay.
So tungsten does not dilate with temperature like steel, you know. When it gets hotter or colder,
Right.
this
It won't
material
bend.
does not dilate. Yeah.
That's really good. I see. So it won't. That's a good point, because if we did it somewhere like Australia, it's a warm place, the metal would bend just from
Yes, yes.
transportation. But how expensive
Glass
is tungsten to
also.
machine?
Yeah.
Glasses. Yeah,
Now
glass. Something out of.
machining uh, or sinterizing a pipe with high precision grades and stuff is not really hard technologically, but it's also not cheap, you know, and it will be very expensive. Like a tungsten cutting tool costs like a mil, yeah, of diameter 20 millimeters and 100 millimeters long would cost you between $200 and $300, you know. But that because it's a ultra high precision cutting tool. Now for a pipe, um, using that level of precision, but you're not actually making cutting edges to it, you know. You are only making it very straight. Yeah, it will be a lot cheaper and easier, the manufacturing process.
That's interesting. So it's
But
yeah.
it depends what length you want. And I mean, in this tungsten pipe, you can actually achieve the greatest vacuum possible, you know, like,
Okay, so we can evacuate a tube and pull. That's a fucking
yeah,
incredible idea. Yes. So yes. So what we do, we don't even need. Oh my god, you've got it. If you can do it out of glass, you don't even need the tube to be straight. If you can make a vacuum in the tube, then you can
yeah,
see, does the laser, like, because it will
hmm,
be a tiny amount, but the laser will be going dead
yeah,
straight. So you go, is there a tiny hump in this water?
yeah,
That's a great idea, Geppy. Yeah, that's a really good
yeah.
one. I've
And
asked I've
even
asked
if you
ChatGPT
buy
to
like
design it
these
as
these
well.
tungsten pipes, you you don't need to buy one piece very long. You make them smaller but ultra precision straight, and you can put them together, join them with precision alignment. So they will be a very straight, long pipe altogether, you know.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I think you're right. The vacuum is the way to go. So you get a pipe. You're not actually worried if the pipe's dead straight. You want to create a vacuum. And then even at a short distance, if your vacuum can be powerful enough, you're still going to have this debate about is it refraction. But here's the idea. Okay, I've got it. This fixes refraction, where refraction should be a pressure gradient, right?
Yeah.
So I think if you did that with a tube, that you could also rotate the tube. So like I was saying, there could be bends in it, but there could also be a temperature pressure gradient top to bottom in it. But if you rotate the tube, the friction in the tube will spin whatever gas is inside that tube. So it will all equalize quite quickly.
Yeah.
Right, because it's mostly evacuated, so there's very little air in there, so it's not actually imparting much on the laser beam. It's not doing much to the gas molecules bending laser beam. And if you spin it, it'll be doing even less.
Well,
So
the most efficient vacuum pumps are the mercury vacuum pumps, and using mercury. And to be honest, these are the best vacuums you can achieve that I know of, you know.
now I'm asking Chat. I keep asking these of ChatGPT while we're doing it. Create a vacuum in a tube that is 50 meters long can be challenging due to the significant length involved. Here are a few considerations and potential approaches, although it's important to note that creating a vacuum over such distances may require specialized equipment and expertise. So, okay, ChatGPT is basically saying this is going to be tough. Fair enough. Length, strength of materials, as you said, you've got to get tungsten. Seals and joints,
Yeah.
that's another one. So, yeah, rubber seals and things that don't leak, and pumping capacity. Standard vacuum pumps might not be sufficient for a tube of this length. High capacity pumps or staged pumping, that's what I was thinking. If you kind of need to be evacuating it all the way down, because a vacuum at this end would still probably mean a bigger volume at the other end if you're just drawing that gas from one end, because it's like the molecules would have a long way to travel to get 50 meters. So it won't rush in, you know. It'll be a slight differential. Yeah, so it is tough. So if it doesn't spin,
No, it takes time to create that to achieve that vacuum in such a long pipe, but it is achievable. I mean, it's just because a matter of time, you know. If you put the pipe in a vertical position, yeah,
mm,
and at the top, um, you actually put a refrigeration system. So the metal is very
mhm.
cold at the top, yeah. So all
Cold metal.
molecules that reach at the top, they get cold and they
Yeah.
come down to the ground by convection. And at the bottom, you have the vacuum pump taking all the gases out. Now, this is a much faster way to achieve a extreme low vacuum pressure.
Sure.
And then you put this pipe back horizontally, but it will be the same thing when you do it horizontally. At one end, you cool this pipe very cold, and
Yeah.
at the other end, you warm it, and that's where you have the vacuum pump uh, sucking all the gases out.
Okay. I
Yeah.
think I get it. So okay. But one challenge that's popped up here, this is saying it's also a really
Mm.
dangerous thing to do. Would you agree with that? ChatGPT said actually it says creating a vacuum over such distances is a complex task and safety is a critical consideration.
Or
High vacuums can pose risks, and the potential for implosion or catastrophic failure must be addressed. Consult with experts in vacuum systems and engineering to ensure safety protocols are followed. Is it dangerous? Now I'm thinking about that. I'm like, actually, this does sound dangerous
yes,
because if that thing suddenly
I
imploded, it
mean,
would flick up and smash you in the face.
well, if you use tungsten, tungsten is very brittle metal.
Hmm.
So when it breaks, tiny parts of tungsten, they shoot like projectiles, like bullets, and
Mhm.
they're very, they cut through your eye. They're very dangerous.
Okay.
Yeah. And all those parts that break when tungsten breaks, they're very sharp. They have very sharp edges, like
Right.
glass, yeah, when it breaks.
Yeah. Okay. So
But
this is a dangerous
you
thing to do. It
only,
could work well, but it would
no,
be
you
could be
only have
dangerous.
to do the calculations, like the material resistance. So if this pipe will have a wall thickness, like 10 millimeters, and the hole inside, the diameter of the hole is like 5 millimeters, yeah, that will be enough for shooting a laser beam inside, right? It doesn't have to be
Mhm.
that large, the hole. Now, a 10 millimeter hole, wall thickness will offer you so much strength, metal resistance. mm, I doubt it will implode.
Okay. So it's
I
a
don't think
consideration, but we
I don't think we can actually have vacuum pumps capable to make such a small volume, you know, with a tungsten wall thickness of 10 millimeters and inside hole 5 millimeters diameter. I don't think we can make a vacuum that tungsten will not resist to that pressure differential. you know. So you will need to actually hit that pipe to break it. But from the
right.
vacuum
So
itself, no.
so if it got damaged at any time, if it took if it's the main thing, I see what you're saying. So if it's a cylinder, it'll be perfectly stable. But the moment it gets a
Yes,
kink in it, it will collapse.
yeah.
That sounds dangerous though. Like, how are we getting it there? Are we building it there? Like, it's going to have to be in sections or built on site because otherwise we need a 50-meter truck. There's got to
Well,
be a better way. There's got to be a way to do this. The general theory we're going with, I think,
mm,
is what's the what's the most precise way we could measure the curvature on a very small scale? So rather than keep continuing going, can I see billions of miles away? We're like, it should be in a coffee cup. That's what the globers say. But you need tools precise enough to measure it. What's the precisest way we could think to measure it? I think it's quite a cool question.
well, the most precise way I can think of is still linear encoders and linear bearings. Um, buy these quite cheap. Now, a test for a distance like 50 kilometers, you know,
Yeah,
uh, it on the seashore, yeah. Like from the seashore, you go, let's say, 10 meters into the water, yeah,
yeah,
and above water, we actually put some poles into the sea floor, yeah,
yeah,
sticking outside the sea level, yeah. Now on these poles we install a linear bearing track with optical linear encoder laser, ultra precision measuring instrument. Uh, from the company Renishaw, Airbus has bought a 200 meters long linear encoder, and I don't think they paid more than $15,000 for it. So that will be the price for 200 meters long linear encoder. This is ultra precise measuring instrument. Now, on that linear bearing track, you will have something, a camera, yeah, sliding in a straight line from A to B, and it can give you a precise measurement uh, from its height, yeah, its position to the sea level, how far it is, you know.
Right, I think so. So the linear encoder, how do you set it up? I'm not fully following, but I think I am.
Yeah, well, the linear encoder will tell you like how much distance that thing on the linear bearing track traveled, you know. So for every millimeter of travel, you will have a measure from the top to the level of the sea. Like, what's this distance, you know?
Mm,
Yeah.
I like it. If I could show you a mechanical way that I want to do it, do you reckon you could help me with the design? So what I want to make is a physical model of Earth that's as small as possible. It can hold a camera that I can set on an axis and then like use it to be like, what if the camera's here? Or what if the camera's there? Or what if like even I want to get to the
Yeah.
point later where I can fill a sphere with a very cold or very hot thing to see what that does to the light. So like if I could set up a
Yeah.
GoPro on the horizon, you know, taking a really narrow angle, and then I
Yeah.
fill the rest of this like metal sphere with liquid nitrogen or something, and then maybe even try pouring
Yeah.
water across the surface, do a bunch of different things
Mm.
until I can get an effect where I can like spin around to a desk light that's playing the sun and go, here's how the sunset changes or something. Like if I wanted to build a physical model to test these ideas, do you reckon you could help me design it?
Yeah, I could help you with a few things, also in design and like what would you need, materials and stuff like that.
Yeah. Because I'm thinking like just early, I'm like, maybe I could just get somebody with CAD, you know,
Yeah.
creative design thing, and just go, can I get something like that to help me?
So yeah, when you work with liquid nitrogen, yeah, I suggest metals, ceramics, yeah. Also, silicon nitride. If you want it to spin like on bearings and stuff like this, then you should be using silicon nitride bearings or zirconia bearings.
Right. And will they make the travel really smooth?
Yeah, because these type of bearings, they have a very small work on hot, cold, you know.
Right.
Metal bearings, stainless steel, or chromium, they are very hard and good and cheap, but when you put them in liquid nitrogen, they contract, the metal contract, and
I see. I see. I see.
you see, the balls are not the same material with the tracks, you know. So they have a different contraction um, uh, properties, and they will get stuck or they will get too loose, you know.
Mm.
Yeah,
So I kind of want something. Don't I? Want to think. I think you're right. I want. I like. Yeah. So zirconia bearings on
Yeah,
a metal sphere that I can, like, my idea is I only need to put the camera at any latitude on the surface. I don't care what it looks like from the center. So
yeah,
if it had like a rail down one line of longitude, like goes from the North Pole to the South
mm,
Pole, and it's a track that the GoPro can sit in that's at a preset depth that is like
yeah,
bang exactly on the GoPro's lens height or very close to it, because I
yeah.
can probably move the GoPro. Yeah, you want to be able to clamp the GoPro in, and then a motor or something that can spin it, and then
Mm.
be able to fill the inside of the sphere with stuff.
Mm. Yeah, I know you want to include as many variables possible.
Yeah.
That's
So,
what
sorry, go
complicates
on.
things. Yeah,
Well, I think what I
trying
can do is
to.
build it slowly. So my first thought is like start with something plastic and just set up fairy lights
Yeah.
in my room, and eventually, like maybe if I've made 15 of them, I'll have a really
Mhm.
big good one. But yeah, I think I'll start really small and just go, can I get a desk globe and sticky tape a webcam to it?
I thought of a similar thing, but like making a flat Earth model,
It would be good.
and yeah, like trying to use bismuth, liquid nitrogen, and magnets, and actually make this disk of bismuth representing the plane of the world,
Oh yeah.
uh, being quantum locked inside a magnetic field in uh, in a spherical bulb of glass. Yeah, and yeah, with some piezoelectric, no, what do they call? What are they called? These solid state coolers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Peltier. Yeah, Peltier coolers.
Oh yes, a
With
Peltier
this,
device draws
yeah,
water out of the air, right? Cooling.
yeah, but you can actually make even liquid nitrogen with it. So you can
Really?
liquefy the air. Yeah, yeah.
You can
So you
make
can
liquid
achieve
nitrogen with a
temperatures
Peltier
of,
device.
yeah, you can achieve minus 173 degrees Celsius with them.
That's very cool. So then we don't
Yeah,
need, yes, because then I don't need to buy it and get a thermos and everything. I can put a
yeah,
Peltier device
yeah,
inside the chamber, and it just
yeah,
will draw the nitrogen out of the air and cool the chamber from inside,
yeah,
and will be
and
electric, and I
you'll
don't
have
need to fill it with
the
anything.
you'll have like, let's say, 5 milliliters or 100 milliliters of liquid nitrogen, being generated when the machine is turned on. Yeah.
I like that. That would be interesting.
Mm. Yeah, and I was thinking this way I can use those Peltier coolers to make a little bit of liquid nitrogen to keep a continuous cooling to that bismuth, so it has those quantum locking properties.
Right. Okay.
And
So
with
is bismuth
more,
something that does quantum locking specially? What doesn't? What's the bismuth?
uh, yeah, bismuth is a element. It's metal, if I'm not mistaken, and it has these properties. It becomes a superconductor when at minus 170 degrees Celsius. So when you cool it in liquid nitrogen, it becomes superconductor.
Right. And that's
Yeah.
when it can do this thing where it goes around like a train hovering in the air. That's
Yes,
that
yes,
quantum locking.
yes.
That is one of the coolest. Why does that happen? What causes that? What forces it play? I don't understand that at fucking all.
Superconductivity. Yeah, that's what
Why does but
actually.
what is superconductivity and why does it do
Well,
that? I don't get it at all.
superconductivity is like, you see, you have a light bulb, yeah,
Mm,
a filament. You know the filament light bulbs. So
yeah.
they use a tungsten, very thin wire
Mm,
in a special gas. There is no oxygen there in the light bulb, you know. It's a
mm,
inert gas.
mm,
And because of this, when you run an electric current through that wire,
mm.
um, tungsten heats up, you know, because you have a high current passing through it.
Okay.
So, yeah, and it will become incandescent, so hot that it's bright, you know.
Right.
Uh, but that filament actually does not reach the temperature, the melting point temperature of the metal tungsten.
Okay.
D- doesn't get to that level, you know, in temperature. So the wire is still solid, you know, in solid state.
Interesting.
But yeah, it's like you
So it
would,
should be melting, but it's still a solid.
yeah, well, the melting point of tungsten is like 3,200 degrees Celsius. It's very high. But at temperatures like 2,500 degrees Celsius, it's very hot and it's bright. You know, it's it illuminates. It shines light.
Mm-hmm.
You know, yeah. Even steel, when you get it hot to 1000 degrees, hot red. If you get it hotter, you know, to the point where it's melting, you will see it becomes brighter and brighter. And even that liquid steel, you can get it to 2500 and it's very bright then, you know. It shines just like a light bulb. So it's all about the temperature, that energy you put in.
Mm.
Now, um, because of that inert gas, there is no oxidation or anything that can sustain fire. So
What? Hang on.
the
Because of that
filament
inert
doesn't
gas, say that
burn.
again.
Yeah.
The-
Now, the light bulb
you know
is
what? You know what's going
calculated
on right now, Get
for.
Get? I'm currently
Sorry?
doubting. I'm currently like,
Mhm.
maybe Flat Earth's got something. Because you were saying stuff that sounds, I don't know, it just sounds like exactly like you know what you're talking about. This is high tech stuff. I'm like, maybe he's right then. Maybe the Earth's flat. You know a lot about this shit. Go on, go on.
Yeah. So the light bulb is calculated. It's a 40 watts light bulb, 60 watts. You know, that's the power output of this light bulb. And it's for your household standard voltage, you know, 220 volts from the power grid. In Europe, if you're in USA, it's 110. Now, if you put actually 300, 400 volts, it will burn that light bulb if you give to more current than it was designed for, you know, it will burn.
So, so what do you think, Get Bigger, about the
Yeah.
idea of electricity being I don't understand what an electron is, but what I've heard is electricity is electrons sort of running across metal. Like the metal is
Mm.
atoms that have electrons, but the electrons jump around or something. Do you know what I'm saying? It just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. Well, in electric field, um, physics of electricity, and these engineers, when they talk about it, they see it something like when you have a ball and you drop it on your table, yeah, and it's bouncing up and down, yeah. But this bounce, it never loses energy, it always, when it bounces back up, it always reaches the same height from where you dropped it. But now it's going sideways on your table. So this is how they see electrons, like a bouncing ball.
Do you see it that way? Because it doesn't make any sense to me. I've got to be honest. I try to make sense of it. I'm like,
Well,
what are they really
it,
saying? I don't get this.
it explains pretty good many things, like also these um, cooling effects of the way Peltier coolers function. They use two different metals, so they have different electric conductive properties.
I did
Yeah.
it! I fucking landed it! Sorry. Oh,
Oh,
I fucking landed my spaceship. I've been trying to do this for 2 days. Oh,
what?
sorry. I've been landing a spaceship in this game while we've been chatting. And
Oh,
it's been fascinating. I have been listening. The Peltier device is the design for the pool. Everything is awesome. But I just finally landed my ship. I've been trying to do this for 2 days. And I kept crashing into the surface because I built this ship to go to a planet with no atmosphere.
oh,
And I landed
I
it so
see.
close. Okay. I'll lift up the gear.
Congratulations. Yeah,
Thank you
maybe
very much.
we'll see it broadcasted.
I think I'm sharing. Yeah, I'm sharing my screen.
No, I mean like on NASA's website or something.
Yeah,
We landed
it
on
is
a
cartoon
different
stuff.
planet.
Very good. I agree.
Yeah.
So exciting.
So now that bouncing ball
Mm.
on the table, yeah,
Yeah, we got
and
the
it's
electron.
bouncing like towards the right, yeah,
Sure.
direction.
Okay.
uh, at one point, it will reach the end of the table and it will fall all the way down to the floor, yeah,
Yep.
and she has to come all the way back up from the distance where it was actually bouncing back before. But so this is how electrons register C when they pass from a metal to a different kind of metal. Um, it's this height of oscillation that changes. Every metal has it. The electrons have a certain oscillation height in when they are passing through that metal, when they are
So they have an
propagating through it.
oscillation height
Yeah,
when they're
yeah,
propagating through the. But what? Okay, so
yeah.
so it's this tiny kind of like. Could I call it something? I'm trying to put it through my dumb head. Could I call it something like a tiny, tiny packet of energy seems to
Mhm.
jump around through the universe or through the everything that exists?
Mm.
That sounds weird.
Yeah. This is the best analogy I have seen. Now, there are a lot more, and you know, I also like when I look at stuff about electricity, electrons, atoms, and stuff, I like to compare them with these guys to show me some balls spinning, jumping, bouncing, whatever, you know. But the true nature of these things, reality,
Yeah.
is not nailed in the wall that this is really how it is, you know. The atomic
Mm.
model, electrons, what they really are.
Hmm.
I I asked, for example, we had a quantum physicist, fresh quantum physicist, Absolve. He came in 24/7 Discord, you know, 2 or 3 years ago, and I was curious, you know, to ask him, look, I was curious to know if I will have liquid helium flowing through a pipe like we have water, yeah, coming through to tap water, you know. It's coming through pipes. It's being pumped. We are pumping the water through pipes. So I was asking him if I were to pump superfluid liquid helium, this liquid, through a pipe, will its flow generate a magnetic field around that pipe, just like when I would have an electric current passing through a copper wire circuit, you know, because when you have a current going through a copper wire circuit, it will generate a magnetic field around that copper wire. And we have devices where we can measure and find actually the electric wire installation when it's inside the walls. Yeah, with these devices we can find exactly where the wire is in the wall.
You're detecting electrons moving, and you're detecting
Yeah,
them at a distance.
yeah.
What are they
So
doing? What are they doing to the? Are they so they obviously, I guess, creating a field? Is that correct?
yeah, the magnetic field is being generated outside of the wire, you know. It's all around the wire. So you can actually trace um, where that wire, uh, how it's been installed in the wall. Because when the wire is inside the wall, you don't see it with your naked eyes, and you don't know which way it goes. You know?
I have to
And
land again.
yeah.
So that's very interesting. Can you tell? This is an interesting one. Can you tell which way the electrons are going?
Well, they are saying negative towards the positive. No, from positive towards the negative. But
But from the
actually,
outside with this
it's
detector.
kinda they already accept in physics that it's actually the other way around, from negative to the positive in reality.
Okay, that's really weird.
Yeah, this was one of the first things that boggled my mind when I was trying to learn about electricity, and it actually put me off, you know, like when I saw, oh, these guys don't even are not even sure, you know, like the basics of understanding electricity and stuff. We don't even have the basics, and they want me to take a model as fact, you know, like reality. And then I said, yeah, okay, this model, it's good for applied engineering and stuff. I don't deny that. Nobody denies that. But is when you study in depth electricity, this electric model that we have in physics today,
Mm,
you find that it kind of obstructs you from making any discoveries or innovations
I agree. Yeah.
because you are contradicting the model and uh, yeah,
It's very sad, I think, because
yeah.
like there was this joke that
Mm,
like my brother had said something to me. My brother's a biochemist, and he said
mhm.
the field of physics became so good at explaining um, so good at explaining the world
Nature.
that
Yeah, yeah,
that it subsumed other models. We were trying to explain other things, and we had these like
yeah,
foams and I think ether is another one. But there was also something about
yeah,
fire. That fire was this
yeah.
fifth state of matter. And it was like, no, that's a chemical reaction. Plasma exists, but you got it wrong. Um,
I'm not an expert in all these things, but I had my personal curiosity. Every man likes to read a little bit, to look into stuff, things. From early childhood, when I got my first computer or uh, Sega game stuff, yeah, I played with them like 1, 2, 3 days, but the first day and fourth day I was taking them apart. I had to see what's
mm.
inside them, and then put them back. Yeah,
Yeah, you sound like somebody like that. I had a phase of pulling things apart and putting them back
mhm,
together. I guess I still do with
yeah,
motorbikes, but you sound like you never got out of that phase. You're always
yeah,
like, how can I figure out how can I make it work?
yeah. But it helped me understand. So when I was looking at a electronic device, I was going for its technical specification. When I was reading that,
Yeah,
I kind of knew what this device does, what it can, what it has inside, you know, and what can get broken faster, easier. And yeah, it helped me fix things. So yeah. But nowadays they don't want us when we buy a phone, a smartphone. Uh, they don't want you to look inside to see what's inside there,
yeah,
how
I
it's
agree.
done. Yeah, not
Yeah, I
even the
mean that
battery.
like this is the thing I think is often the interesting thing. If flat earthers and globers talked more, I think you would develop an appreciation for how much just everybody mistrusts government and authority and
Yeah.
wealth and power. I think it's good to mistrust. Yeah,
Mm,
it's like they're doing some shit on those things, but
mm,
my feeling is like they make the decision on what kind of weird shit they do based on what they think they can get away with. I think that's my
yeah,
guess.
yeah. And yeah, I look also to this IP, intellectual property. They formed this organ in the US, and every country in the world has this, you know, uh, patents for inventions and stuff. So they issue these things. So someone that's inventing something is gonna benefit all the profits and stuff. But it's actually not true. You know, once you patent an invention,
Mm.
you can benefit for a very limited period of time, like at top 25 years maximum. Afterwards, it becomes public free. Anyone can use it, the whole world.
This is
And
my favorite topic.
yeah, and what they do, so people invent stuff, they register patents, yeah, and the government archives these patents and keeps them there for 25 years, and after 25 years they pull them out, you know. Yeah, so it's kind of like how many inventors got scammed and robbed, you know,
Mm.
and they
Do
never
you think any
benefit
of those inventors
anything.
that claim they got scammed and robbed, do you think any of them were like they said I got scammed and robbed, but in reality they hadn't actually invented something that worked? Maybe they thought it did, maybe they were scammers themselves.
Well, to be honest, a lot of them are like reinventors of the wheel, you know.
It's true.
Yeah. So, but there are many cases where was real inventors and they suffered. They benefited nothing from their inventions, and this is
Yeah,
sad.
I agree with that. Yeah.
To see that, just to acknowledge that, oh, this is the world I live in, then it makes me think, yeah, this is fucked up, you know. So,
But do you know about the
hello,
inventions?
Ildiko. Welcome, Ildiko. Nice to hear you.
Yes, nice to hear you too. I was, I just picked up a book by Buckminster Fuller. And I was
Mm.
wondering if you knew of him and his inventions and his contribution to humanity.
I've heard about it. I don't know anything about it though. Tell
No,
us.
no.
I
Well, he was a
probably seen videos, but I don't remember by the name. Yeah.
Buckminster Fuller, the geodesic dome. He
Oh,
invented the geodesic dome.
I
You
see.
know that?
No, I haven't. I don't think I heard of him. Yeah.
No, really? Oh my God.
Yeah.
He's a very his name, I suppose, in the 50s and the 60s was much more um, known, but
Prominent. Yeah.
prominent. Um, but he was a humanitarian and an inventor, and he his inventions had to do with making life more um,
Better for everyone. Yeah. Yeah.
for all of
I
humanity,
understand. Yeah.
and so he has many, many, many inventions that he gained patents on, but that he released to the public. He never made any money
Mm.
on his
Yeah.
inventions, not one dime.
Wow.
But he would he. I just picked up the book, so once I finish reading it completely, maybe I'll be much more capable of going into all those inventions and what they actually how they worked and such. So
Hmm.
I'll let you know when I finish. I just picked it up yesterday.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Ildiko. Yeah.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
sounds interesting. Yeah.
yeah. I know, I know. I'm excited.
And nothing is never a coincidence, you know, the stuff we were talking about and the stuff you're
Yeah,
actually
I
reading,
couldn't
you
believe
know.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of these, synchronous moments, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you've been doing a very good job. I like this new channel server. This whole it's
Hmm.
so much more intellectually energetic than the other one was. I don't know
Oh,
what
that's a
happened.
very nice thing to say.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I think Get Baguette is a very intellectual. He's very he knows
Yeah,
a lot, doesn't he? Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I have to apologize to Eggshells because I almost insulted you a couple of times, but it was just the outrageous claims that you were making, and yeah, as we were not actually talking to each other, it were like messages in the text chat, and
Well,
I
it's
don't
just so
mind. I
hard
yeah,
enjoy a
to.
robust debate, mate. I enjoy a robust debate. But
yeah.
I much
I'm not
prefer
glad
this,
about
I must be honest.
you. I have a lot of hope for you.
And I for
Yeah, we
you.
have hope for him for years now, for
Yeah.
many years.
And I have hope for you.
Vice versa, yeah, that's not
Vice
Mm.
bad.
versa. I've even heard Helio in here.
Yeah, he was yesterday. I heard him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least he's not angry.
Yeah, he's actually working now, so he's short on time, but I hope he finds more time to visit us. Yeah.
Yeah. I hope he doesn't feel abandoned or anything.
Oh, no, no.
No.
He said he actually doing quite good. He bought a new car. So, yeah, I'm very glad for him. And now he's like sorting out to get a house, you know,
Wow.
a
Really?
place. Yeah, yeah. He had to move to a motel for this new job where he's working.
Wow.
He's very well paid. He's happy about that, so I'm very glad for him. Yeah.
He's a nice man. He really is.
Oh yes, yes.
When he drinks excessively, uh, he, he
uh,
can he can be
mm,
uh, very emotional. Let's just say
yeah,
that. That's a difficult when you're trying to debate a serious topic, and he gets all.
And you
yeah.
care about it.
And
I
yeah,
think
yeah,
that's some
yeah.
of
Mm.
But he's a nice man.
It's good.
Let me
He's
ask you, how are
working.
things,
Yeah.
let me ask you, how are things in Germany right now?
Well, to
As
be
far
honest, I don't know much.
as economic
I'm not
situation?
watching news here, but all I do is go to work, do shopping, come home.
Uh,
And
you live in a big
since
city?
there is no, I'm in a small village,
Ah,
yeah. But I drive like 14 kilometers to work every day. Mm, It's nice,
well,
it's quiet. Yeah, when you work, you want to have peace and quiet. Yeah. Because when I do night shift, then I have to sleep throughout the daytime, and in a peaceful village, I can have all that peace.
yes.
Mm.
So you don't have your finger on the pulse of the political and economic
No, no, no,
conditions of the
no,
country, right? All right.
no. But work is fine. We have work every day. You know, it's like nothing is happening in this world, nothing else.
I was just wondering because after they blew up the pipeline, Nord
Yeah.
Stream, uh, bringing cheap fuel to Germany,
Mm.
that it was foretold that that would have great economic consequences
Yeah, it
on
does have, and
transportability.
I have seen like at the beginning of the year a drop into steel like resources. So we had orders, but we didn't have much material, to produce. So yeah, but now it seems to come back, and I don't know where they get it from, but
Okay, just curious, really, just curious.
mm.
Mm.
Germany had a lot of reserves from Romania.
Oil
Uh,
reserves, I mean.
I mean, in steel,
Oh, steel reserves, all right.
yeah.
So
Um,
Romania has no
all
oil.
the industry they cut in Romania was bought by Germany. So all the scrap metal, you know,
Uh-huh.
and our oil refinery was kind of moved to Vienna in Austria, you know. So now when you go to Vienna, you see this OMV giant refinery, you know,
Mm.
but 70% of it was actually cut and brought from Romania. Yeah.
Romania doesn't get the respect it deserves, does it?
No, no, no. We don't even need it. We don't want it. It's not the Austrian fault or the Germans. It's actually the ones who the Romanian people voted, you know.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Well, it's often guided by the media.
yeah,
Oh, it's hard to blame the people for the people they vote for because if they have
yeah,
no information and they can't
mm,
make an intelligent choice.
yeah,
Same thing here in America. Media is owned, lock, stock, and barrel.
yeah, yeah. Uh, I mean, the whole military complex is now governed by the tech giants,
Oh, yeah.
by the social
Fascism.
platform.
It's real fascism
Yeah,
everywhere in the world.
yeah.
They Germany even banned um, the Palestinian protests.
Really? I didn't know that,
Yeah.
but it's not surprising. I mean, Germany um, would not even dare to speak anything about Israel.
No, nothing. Same thing in France. They banned them, but they had them anyway. But they still were
Yeah,
banned.
I mean, it's not long ago when they got rid, like paying the debt. Yeah, but
The
I
repara-
don't think this payment actually ever stopped. I think the German nation still pays to Israel, and every other nation is paying taxes to Israel. Like everything that we buy in supermarket is has a kosher tax to it in every country. So
it's the Israel, the American Post. You know,
mhm,
in the land of energy, really, is what it is.
yeah,
They want to make sure that they've got control of the energy.
yeah. With this war, I think they are actually orchestrating some sort of small biblical war
Reenactment
calamities
of
and stuff. Yeah,
Armageddon. Yeah.
and they want to bring a one world leader
Yeah.
And
They
I'm
don't like the
furious.
go ahead.
The only person that fits this role is Putin himself.
As far as what?
So I
Oligarchs.
you know what's funny? Because when he
It's gotten all quiet in here. High time again to ask if anybody wants to discuss flat Earth. Or if not, why not? You know, it's also a good conversation.
I think two of them got muted for talking off topic.
Oh, ow. Okay.
Some drama.
Oh, thank you, Theos. Actually, he was right, muting us. He told us in the chat, but I didn't see the chat because I hold my phone to the ear when I speak to you.
Right.
Yeah, so flat Earth.
Yeah. What would you
Globe's
do to test it,
problem
though?
is the measurements.
Sure.
Well,
But I mean, like, let's play this game then. If it's the measurements, what flat Earth is essentially saying with the measurements, because they only talk about the globe, because the other thing I keep mentioning, because they only talk about the globe, all they ever do is say we looked for the globe and we couldn't find it. Right? We went out, we
yeah,
tested. What was the claim? We couldn't find it. The problem for the flat Earth is this: there are two explanations for that. There were two reasons why that might happen. There's probably a few reasons actually, but there's two that I think are relevant. Did I get booted? I'm suddenly nervous now.
oh, you're good. But yeah, I was thinking, at your question. I was thinking about these millimeter wave antennas, microwave technology.
Mm.
Um, they communicate in a line of sight manner, direct line, yeah. So we could put like, okay, two antennas, transmitter, receiver, at I don't know, 100 kilometers apart from each other on the sea, yeah,
Mm.
and at a height of couple of meters height, 10, 20, as much as possible we can, and then two of them uh, at the bottom, and find out using the signal being transmitted and propagated, being received at the time intervals that we receive it, we can actually measure if they are parallel, and rectangle and straight line of sight. If we use them like on boats, It will be complicated because the boats move with the water, the waves and all that. So it's very hard to hold a perfect alignment.
I know I should be able to do this. State, it's not it. Advanced tweakables, is it?
What do you think about Eratosthenes' method?
A pretty stupid method. Well, like a lot of the
Yeah,
methods, given your tools at the time, the assumptions you had to make,
and knowledge,
pretty
yeah,
clever,
he tried.
But yeah,
Mm.
I'm sure this has been brought up a million times, but what is your guys' explanation of Foucault pendulums?
Foucault's pendulums, they are, the reason why he made them um, is not the same with what nowadays people, the Globers, say that they are actually doing. So Foucault tried to weigh the Earth, the mass of the Earth, yeah, to determine. And
yes. Essentially, that was his test, wasn't it?
yeah,
I thought it was to demonstrate the Earth's rotation.
Which one?
The Foucault pendulum.
Foucault's pendulum. Yes, yeah. Cavendish was to weigh the. I think. Sorry,
oh,
you got
Cavendish, yeah,
Cavendish.
sorry.
Yeah, you guys
Cavendish
are.
was.
Foucault, so yeah, the deflection, yeah, of the pendulum.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, yeah, it's the problem with it is that when you actually take two magnets, yeah, and you glue them together the way they repel each other, and you hang them on a string, yeah, and then you swing them like a pendulum.
Mm-hmm.
You will see that they swing left to right, but they do not actually deflect. They keep their direction the same. Now, if you take lead and you use that as the weight of the pendulum, you will notice that there will be a deflection of the pendulum. And what people actually ignore is that this pendulum is swinging inside the world's magnetic, electric, and electrostatic fields. The air is electric, it conducts electricity and electrostatic current and charges. Now, I know it's not a very good conductor, I know that, but it does. You cannot say that it doesn't do it at all. You get me?
Sort of. I think so. Does that so that would explain the sort of I don't know if you like chart it on on a plane, you get sort of this
Hmm.
um how to say it, like a flower. I don't know how you describe the shape that it kind of draws on the plane beneath the pendulum.
Yeah.
And the and you say that this pattern of movement in the pendulum is caused by an electromagnetic interaction with the Earth's magnetic field.
Yeah. And
But
electric field.
do you think that this also is sufficiently explains the variable in the speed of how quickly it traces its path, depending on where it is, like the latitude, like on the like if you build a Foucault pendulum in the on on the equator, it
Hmm.
doesn't move, at all. But if you do it on the North Pole, it moves every 24 hours, and if you do it somewhere in the middle, it's some scalar
That's
version
what
of it.
you believe. That's what you
Well, it's
believe.
been done many times. The experiment has been done many, many times. So you're saying these results can be explained, and like the regularity of these results can be explained with
So
another
you're
model?
saying that deflection doesn't take place at the equator?
It doesn't. No,
You're wrong.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't.
It does.
Well, actually, it does a little bit. Actually, you're right.
No, not a
It
little
does a
bit.
little bit.
Pretty much the same. 15 degrees an hour.
It doesn't rotate at the equator.
He's quickly
Do you
Googled
have
it.
a source? Do you
He's
have a
quickly
source
Googled
for
it.
that?
I know the sound of somebody who's quickly Googled something. He's now confident. He's now
Well,
confident
no,
that
I made that
he Googled
claim
the
from the
fuck out of that.
beginning. I made that claim from the beginning. I'm pretty sure
Do
it
you
does.
have a
But you
source
checked it. You
for
checked
that?
it though, right? You double checked it. I heard him.
Just my understanding of how Foucault pendulums work is my source, because they wouldn't rotate at the
Okay.
equator. It just wouldn't.
Uh,
But actually, that might not be true,
sorry.
because Foucault pendulums actually rotate a little bit relative to the actual rotation, like literally in the solar system,
Yeah,
and relative to the
yeah.
center of the galaxy. In
Sorry.
fact,
What's your name?
it's
What's your
subtle.
name?
Just get down.
Just Kiddo?
Just get down.
Oh,
Just
just
get
get down.
down.
Well, okay. I'll call you Just. Yeah. So, uh, you see, there is this scientist guy in Uganda. The equator line crosses Uganda,
I went across the equator on my big trip.
And he built one there.
and that place where the equator line is crossing, they have a monument there, and actually a line on the ground crossed, on the pavement
Yeah.
of that market there. Yeah. Now, this is not a joke or whatever. It's actually a monument for the equator line. It really is precisely there.
I believe
That's
you.
where you are at the
Yeah,
equator.
I'm with you. You don't have to
Now,
convince me.
this scientist took, like um, three bowls, yeah, but at their bottom they had a hole and a pipe, yeah, and one of them was in the so-called northern hemisphere. One of them was exactly on the line of the equator, and the other one in the southern hemisphere. Yeah. And he filled them with water. Yeah. And so he put his hand at that pipe so the water doesn't leak. He filled them with water, yeah. And when he released his hand, the water started flowing down. Now, the one in the northern hemisphere, yeah, the water in that bowl, you could see making a vortex clockwise, yeah. And in the southern hemisphere, he showed he put water, and when he released his hand, the water was vortexing, leaking with the vortex spinning counterclockwise. And the one right on the equator line, he put water, and when he released his hand, the water just sink. It was no vortex there. Now, do you know why has this happened? Because he was claiming that this happens because of the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, well, the globist claim would be the Coriolis effect. Yes.
Yeah. So, do you really believe this is true?
I don't know enough about the water vortex experiment. I
Uh,
to say 100% on that.
yeah,
On
but you
the
also don't know
mechanics.
much about the electric and magnetic field,
Well, I understand enough.
particle
I understand. Well, I understand
particle
enough about
motion.
why the pendulum swinging is a simple and understandable physical construct that seems to cohere perfectly with
Yeah, but
a
you do
rotating
know that
globe.
the electrons have a clockwise or counterclockwise spin.
Sure, I accept that there could be a quantum explanation for it, but I feel like just parsimony says that the globe Earth
Okay,
is just more
so when
stable.
you have a current flowing from the negative towards the positive, yeah, charge, you have this current. The electrons' motion is, let's say, clockwise. But when it's the other way around, yeah, then it will be counterclockwise. Now, the ground is negative plane and the sky positive, yeah, altitude. The higher you go in altitude, the higher voltage potential increase in particles.
In the Earth's
And
magnetic
this
field.
is electrically or and electrostatically measurable.
Yeah, the Earth's magnetic field. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you go on the top of a mountain, yeah, you will see that pendulum deflection is going to be much faster, like 30 degrees an hour.
Yeah, sensitive to altitude too.
Oh, yeah, altitude. Um, so, how much from the axis of spin increase do you think? What's the relation here?
It depends on the relation of the pendulum
Well,
to the center
how
of
much
gravity.
how much did I change my hour clock, yeah, when I climb on the top of the mountain or when I'm down at sea
Why would you
level?
change your clock? Why would you change your clock? Like it doesn't matter how high up on a plate it is. If the plate is spinning, every point crosses
Well,
past at the same time.
at sea level, yeah, on the parallel 45th, yeah, at sea level, the pendulum shows a 15 degrees an hour deflection.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, where?
Now, on a mountain top, on the top of the mountain, same latitude, yeah, but only like 1,000 meters higher than sea level, you will have almost 30 degrees an hour deflection.
Okay.
So,
what's the issue with it? I guess is my question.
well, it is an issue because it's about the time. Yeah, you claim it's 15 degrees an hour because that's the Earth's rotation. So you
Well,
mean
depends on
that
where you are
for
on the
that
Earth.
top of the mountain, the time is different. Yeah,
It does depend
because
on
it
where you are
shows
on the
you
Earth.
at 30 degrees an hour. So the day goes faster.
What part?
Uh,
Wait,
where does
what?
30
And do you
degrees
have a source
happen?
for that?
Yeah, that would kind of
Sorry?
sounds
Do you
globe
have a
breaking.
source and like a latitude and longitude for where this particular test was taken or done?
I'd be curious about it. I'd happily learn about it. Sounds like it breaks the globe.
Yeah, it will be very interesting.
A day that
Now,
takes
this is
30
something.
hours. There's a place on Earth where a day takes 30 hours. Is that what you're getting at?
No. We're talking about
No. A
you have to
day where
look up
it
where
takes like 10 hours.
look
Yeah,
up what a Foucault pendulum is if you haven't already,
or
and
18
then
hours.
Right. Yeah, no, I
there
know.
it
Foucault's pendulum.
it will move around the circle at a rate relative, well, at least in a globe model, relative to your latitude, right? And
Right.
so, like,
So,
it will move around the circle in a 24-hour period at the North Pole, and then this number will increase until it doesn't move at all at the equator. But I guess
so it'll take longer and longer to complete that full circle until it will never complete that full circle.
until it doesn't move at all, right at the equator, because
Yeah, that makes sense.
although that's incorrect slightly because there is subtle motion, but it's much slower because it's relative to other things. But that's, yeah, we don't have to. For the
So,
sake of it, for the
yeah,
sake of
you
like,
don't listen. You don't have to believe me on my word. Just pull apart a brushless motor, take two neodymium magnets, glue them together the way they repel each other, yeah, and use them as the weight of a pendulum and tell me what deflection are you recording in their swing.
I believe
Yeah,
you, but
I know you believe it will be the same 15 degrees an hour, but it's not. It will be nada. After you do it, just talk back to me.
I don't understand. I understand that you're saying there's an alternative explanation for the effect, but I don't understand how that would like discount the pendulum experiment.
Because it's a scam. You don't know a lot about fields, the fields we exist in: magnetic, electric, electrostatic. You
But
don't know much about the governing
why would
forces of nature.
the field would scale?
Foucault
Easy
used
guys.
lead. Listen, Foucault used lead as the weights for the pendulum.
There have been so many more
Do you
Foucault
know? Do you
pendulums made
know
of
the
different materials.
magnetic properties of lead?
I know the
Wait,
magnetic
you
properties of lead.
you understand that there's been
I
this
didn't ask
experiment
you.
has been done
I'm
with
asking only
Oh,
just.
sorry, mate. Sorry, mate.
this
Sorry.
experiment
Shut
has been
up,
done with different
new
materials.
guy.
You shut the fuck up.
That's not going to win you any
No,
friends, mate. New here and immediately failing a bit
I
there.
heard him. Yeah. So just
Yes.
answer honest. Do you know the magnetic properties of lead?
No.
No. Okay, fine. So the lead metal, yeah, to be metal, it has to be in a crystalline structure. Yeah. Are you making fun of me, or is it someone else blowing in the mic?
It's Jesser. He's mic spamming.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Oh,
Jess is
okay.
just
I
coming
didn't
here to
realize.
be a
I didn't
shit.
realize. I didn't realize. I didn't realize. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. My
No,
bad.
he's
My bad.
totally
My
going to
bad.
continue. Press
So,
X to get out.
so the lead metal is diamagnetic. It's metal crystalline structure, but the lead atom is paramagnetic. It has two opposite magnetic properties, yeah, and for these properties it has this weird behavior in nature. It for this lead is always attracted to itself. So when you have particles of lead, yeah, in sand, and you put that sand on a plate, vibrating plate, you will find that lead attracts to itself in one place. It all piles up into one place because the lead metal is attracted to itself. Now, these are magnetic properties of lead, but it also have electric. Maybe you can tell us something interesting about it.
About lead.
Yeah,
What about it?
well, it's these guys that make pendulums, yeah, it's their favorite element. So
But
why they choose lead?
haven't we done it with iron and other materials? Like we've done the same experiment with other materials.
Well, I told you already, higher technologically materials, yeah, neodymium magnets. They didn't existed almost 30 years ago. Yeah, nowhere in commerce.
Okay.
I told you, and you ignorantly refused it.
Are you saying that every one of these experiments has either been conducted with
Yeah,
lead
all
or
elements of
neodymium
all
magnets?
listen, all elements of nature, they have electric, magnetic, and electrostatic properties to them.
Yeah.
So, if a material is not electric conductor, that doesn't mean that it doesn't have electric properties. It can become a conductor or a superconductor at different energy states, which I'm showing you, I'm telling you that they do have these properties.
Okay.
But at our energy state of existence, yeah, plastic is not electrically conductive. But in its other states of energy, yeah, it can conduct.
And this explains both the pendulum and the Coriolis effect is all wrapped up into this, like whatever this foundational effect is.
Yeah, that deflection is caused by electric and magnetic fields of the world. There is a constant current, yeah, between the sky and the ground, yeah.
Okay. But to
There is a
explain
constant current flow.
so then to explain how do you and that's fine. Like I'm sure there's an explanation within your model, but like how do you explain that effect like scaling with distance from these like points on the surface?
Yeah, well, you see, the magnetic field of the world has a toroidal shape. Yeah, like all magnetic fields. And this plane that we are in, yeah, um, your globe model cannot explain um, the uniformity in strength. Yeah, so the further we go from the north, the strength of the magnetic field of the world is the same. It's uniform, constant,
Mm,
except
doesn't that make sense?
remote places, areas in the world where you can have certain mineral deposits and stuff, which we record magnetic anomalies in these areas. But all other regions, yeah, it's uniform.
I thought,
So
is it
when I
is it
take a compass, yeah, I'm at the parallel 45th, and I take that compass and I pull the needle towards the east, yeah, and when I release it, it will align itself with the north, yeah. So that time when I released it to the moment when it realigned itself, it takes a period of time, yeah. And that's how you measure the strength of the magnetic field, by um counting that time period that it takes. Now, when you go at the equator, when you are much further away from the north, yeah, um, the time is the same. It will realign itself in the same time, the same amount of time. And you go in southern hemisphere, like in Australia, and you find it's actually uh, doing it in the same time. It realigns in the same time, meaning that the magnetic field has the same strength where you are. Now, the further or closer you get to a magnet, magnetic force actually of attraction or repulsion increases or decreases exponentially with distance. And there is only a certain distance that a magnet can actually induce that field, magnetic field, manifest. So anything beyond that distance, it will have no effect on anything. They have limited range.
so it's
So a magnet
strongest
to
in the
have
north?
a magnet to have a longer range, yeah, to manifest its magnetic field at a longer distance, it requires more magnetic field strength. It has to be a more powerful magnet. But actually, the world's magnetic field is not super strong. It's actually pretty weak,
I'm
but
with you on that. Okay.
it manifests at great distances.
Sure. So if it was very, very strong, but we were very far from it, would that be the same as what you see?
Sorry?
If it was very weak and very far away,
Yeah.
sorry, if it was very strong and very far away, would that account for what we see, do you think?
Well, we don't detect it as being very strong. It's actually weak.
Mm.
Um, you can see this when you hang a magnet on a string, yeah? You can see the magnet aligning itself with the magnetic field. But if you give it a spin, it will spin, and then it will, when it comes to almost a stop, it real lines with a magnetic field. So any magnet you can use it as a compass. Now,
The 24/7 flat Earth. Yo, what if I made some like audio? Like, what if I made some like cool sound bites for you guys?
okay.
Sure, show us what you got.
That would be actually really cool if we had like a flat Earth radio station. Because like that would actually be pretty cool. People would argue that we
Yeah.
couldn't have a radio station on flat Earth.
Yeah,
Actually,
but do
that's
you
actually
think
a
they?
cool off topic, but maybe related to flat Earth. Maybe I could learn something new. But how so say the Earth was a globe, or say it was flat, right? Does that change how sound waves work at all, or
Oh, they've got a lot to say on sound waves.
really? I'd actually be interested to hear. I
Yeah, they've
really
got a
don't know what
lot
I
to
am.
say about sound waves.
There's so much shit. Like I think NASA's lying their asses off, and there's shit that I personally can't explain, but I still don't really. I don't know. I haven't focused too much on it. I kind of at one point was like a hardcore flat earther, but then I like told myself that I was lying to myself or something. I don't know. So I don't know, but
Well, them's fighting words, McPhee. We came here for a fight. You ready to get one? There you go. Step up, flat earthers. Come on.
but
Who was a flat earther?
That's what he reckons. He's telling you.
yeah, I
What
used
he's
to have
telling
like I used
you.
to. I don't know if you like. Yeah, I don't know. Like I don't know. It's just so
So,
weird.
how did you become a flat earther?
I met somebody a couple years ago that talked
Yeah.
to me and showed me stuff, and then I started doing my own research and watch videos and shit like that, and you know, came into the
Okay,
flat
so
Earth Discord.
you only watch stuff on internet about flat
Well, I
Earth.
mean, there's things that I was like, okay, well, this doesn't make any sense, but as far as like how we could possibly be on a globe, like to me, from my personal viewpoint, it seems like there's more evidence that it's flat than it's round. I guess I don't know.
What would you say that evidence is?
I would say that like I've heard a lot of different arguments and I could just be stupid because of like a lack of knowledge, but I mean
Mm.
from the stuff I've seen, but uh like gravity should be like crushing us if we're spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. And then one of the other ones was like airplanes, right? They should be dipping downwards to account for the curvature of the Earth, uh, which was like
Yeah.
what is it? What do they say it is? 8 inches per mile squared. Is that what that is, or am I wrong?
Yeah, the curvature rate.
Or whatever. Yeah. And shit like
Slope
that. But and then also
drop.
like all the NASA lies. Like if we could actually, I don't know, the NASA stuff was like the main thing, but
Mm-hmm.
some people say that even they could be lying. That doesn't prove the Earth would be
Bubbles
flat.
in space.
Oh, like the perspective views where like a ship goes out
Uh,
on the water, and then you could like zoom back in with it. It's really just perspective. And in
yeah.
relative density, like we don't actually experience like gravity. Like there's not really
Mm.
an observation of it, I guess. Because gravity,
Well,
right, is like a like they say mass is attracting mass, but we just like I've never experienced mass attracting mass. I've seen
hang
it.
on. Have you never been at the bar at closing time?
What's that?
Uh.
Well, I don't know. Seen a fair bit of mass attracting mass at the bar at closing time.
So I don't know, but I don't know. I know that we've been lied to, but I really don't know what to believe.
Mm.
Like I don't
How
fucking. It's
long
so
did you
weird.
find this place here?
I've been in this server for years, but I remember the old Flat Earth Discord. I used to have a couple buddy. I used to have a Flat Earth server.
So what was your name before?
Huh? I've had all kinds of names. Jury, all DJ Night. I've had so many names I couldn't tell you. But
I don't remember seeing you in
well, I
24/7
never really was
Flat
in there
Earth
a lot. My
Discord.
buddy was Chris.
Ah,
Chris Flat Earth.
Chris.
Chris Flat Chris the Flat
Yeah.
Earther. I knew him. Yeah. How
Yeah,
is
he
he?
actually
How's
was.
Chris?
And
It's a very
Gold Bear
common.
is his name. What was his name? Gold Bear something.
Goldfinger.
Gospel Bear.
Creation Bear.
Creation something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyhow.
And then you got this
Okay.
sweet mic set up.
And what made you actually leave the Flat Earth?
Well, I didn't leave it. I just quit focusing on it.
Okay. So
Same thing
have
goes with God. I mean, which is kind of, I don't know, people say that's bad, but I mean, that's irrelevant to this. But I don't know, I guess I've started, I got busy with the world again and doing shit. And so it hasn't really been I don't really debate or anything like that. But I don't mind having conversations every so often.
Are you atheist?
No, I'm a Christian.
Oh, okay. So you believe in the existence of God?
Yeah.
You don't know he exists?
Yeah.
Well, you're like 70
I mean,
years outdated, or
What do you mean?
80 years outdated. Huh?
What do you mean?
Well, since 1940s, we had Professor Claude Shannon at MIT. Yeah.
Okay.
He invented the scientific theory of information.
Right. I believe that information has to come from previous
Well, this professor actually nailed God's existence into the wall, in the scientific community.
Oh, that's cool.
So his existence is knowledge, not actually a matter of belief in 2023. Because he did this like in 1940s.
What did he do? Sorry, talk us through that.
I feel like we're gonna
He
diverge into a
invented
conversation.
the theory of information.
The theory? So it's a theory.
Yeah, a scientific theory. Yeah.
So do we know it to be true?
Yes.
So how do you have information to do? How do you have science? Where's science?
What do you mean? How do you
I
have
mean, it's
word
just like a
science?
repetitive argument. Like if we could know for a fact, I believe God exists, but if it was just publicly clear, like if, you know what I mean.
Okay, I'll take you simple. Where does information come from? What's the source?
I
believe that intelligence has to come from an intelligent creator.
Information can only come from intelligent agent.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
But where
Good.
did the intelligent agent come from? You know what I mean?
Now you're going beyond your capabilities.
Right, our capabilities. So we can only know things
Yeah.
to be true in our realm of
Intelligence
So therefore,
is
that's
a
why we have a
gift.
belief system.
Your intelligence, my intelligence, and everyone else's intelligence is a gift. We haven't invented it. We haven't
I actually
created
believe in God.
Yeah. Me too, yeah, but
otherwise it wouldn't be a belief system. It would be, it's like you know it, so you know it to be true. Like,
you're quite low, mate, talking, by the way.
See, it's weird to say you know it to be true because it's weird to believe in something unless it's
Your volume's quite low. Your
I
mic's
prefer
low.
Yeah, it's a bit low, your volume
here, let me see if I can
microphone.
fix it. All right.
Yeah.
How does this sound? Is
Take
this
your
any better?
time.
I feel like this is
Yeah, a little better, but you
I
can...
think I'm a little pregnant. Can you stop speaking? Like I'm getting
You're getting
developing
pregnant.
ovaries. Getting pregnant from you speaking.
Anyhow, I don't know what the hell I'm talking out of my ass, but that's a little bit, I guess. I know I sound stupid and this is poorly articulated, but what I do believe is that there is a God. I believe that there is a lot of evidence that proves that the earth is flat and that we have been lied to, which goes on to a deeper scope of things that we've been lied to about, which in itself is a proof of evil.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but I don't focus on it too much. I don't like it doesn't change my day-to-day life based on if the earth is flat or not, because I've really moved past that because there's bigger shit to worry about than
Yeah,
what
well, you have to live life, you know. You can't
there's bigger
allow
problems than them like lying to us
things.
about the flat earth. Okay,
No,
okay, cool. I got it. I'm aware. Now moving on.
you
There's
can't allow world's matters to actually obstruct you living your life, you know. So I understand this very well. But knowing more, learning, that's never a bad thing.
no. I like learning.
This is my take. Yeah. So, yeah, we all make time when we can, how we can, to come here, have a presence, chat with people, you know, yeah, argue, fight, whatever. Yeah.
Make
Every
love.
day we do something, you know.
You forgot to mention how we make love.
Drink alcohol.
Love, yeah. Well, eggshells, I will define love with
I know
three
that a lot
words:
of flat
law,
earthers,
order,
and
and
I know
judgment.
it's just kind of like a
So,
stereotype, but a lot of flat earthers on Discord are like alcoholics, and I don't understand why.
oh, I don't drink alcohol, only Red Bull. So you don't have me with that.
I think a fair chunk of people on Discord are alcoholics. I know I am.
So, yeah,
I think I spend too much time on here sometimes.
Bit weirdly addictive, isn't it?
Hey,
Weirdly addictive, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
yeah.
I advise alcoholics to actually stop drinking alcohol for a year, just like I can't stop drinking Red Bull for a day, you know?
there's worse addictions to have. I lost
Yeah.
$20,000 gambling in a month.
Oh my
What
God.
were you gambling on? That's a bad
Disastrous.
addiction to have, man. That's a hefty
Wow.
one.
Stake.com.
Say again?
Stake.com.
Stake.com. What is that?
Uh-huh.
Here, I'll show you. Actually, I could screen
What?
share in here, can't I?
Don't gamble right now.
I'm not going
I'm
to,
not.
I promise. I can't afford to
Don't-
gamble.
It'll make me. I will not enjoy the feeling I get if you gamble.
All right, here we go. All in. Kidding.
Because
Here's
that
my
guy told me
stats.
to.
Look how bad this is.
Hang on. Let me open up this thing that you're showing me. Video creations. How do I see? What do I do here? Here we go. So that is your stats. Total bets, 23,000 bets. You've wagered you've wagered about $250,000. And then how do I see your win and loss? Number of
My
losses
PL
is
16,000.
about half. Is about half, isn't it? Your PL?
Yeah, I'm down 16.
You're down
Which
16.
isn't
Is that what
bad,
that means?
actually.
Okay. Guess it depends who you're asking. Do you have a partner? Since we're talking about it.
I watched somebody lose $140,000 in 10 minutes in my call before.
Oh my god.
All right, let's do a test hand, $0. Let's see if we'd win this blackjack hand. Of course we would have. Anyhow, we're not
Yeah.
gambling.
You're not a Christian if you're gambling.
Oh my.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's it starts to be when you play a bit of No True Scotsman. Get big get.
Well, if you give the Bible to a 5-year-old, he will tell you the same thing. You know, Yeah, but I think you also had significant winnings, which actually draw you to keep playing. You know? So
Is that you showing your cards? This is quite cool. This is a cool setup you've got. Audio video creations. You're going to show us. He is. He's going to show us some magic. Going to show us some sleight of hand. He's going to show us how they
Some
hit the ball
blackjack.
from us. Hit the flat earth from us. No. Somebody's got bays like that isn't showing ordinary blackjack. They're about to show how they can pull out 5 aces in a row.
Big bust.
A friend of mine won $5,000 with $50 a few months ago, just from blackjack.
Yeah, I can believe that.
yeah, that's nice, like a monthly salary.
I
He got
lost
the
a
13
year.
income.
I lost like a year's worth of income in like one bet, which was disgusting.
I never
But
win
you're proud
anything.
of yourself. I can hear you grinning. You're like proud of how much you've lost, and you still haven't
I
lost
really
faith.
am. It's actually a life lesson. Thankfully,
Gather
I still
round,
have-
kids.
I still have pretty good, savings for like my age, but still like it hurt pretty bad.
You sound pretty young.
Yeah, I mean I'm 19, but
Yeah. And that's the advantage. If you lose money at 19, it's like, yeah, brother, only yourself and maybe a little bit your flatmate. not that you really care that much. I think that, yeah, that's what I like.
All
Not being in
renewable.
charge of other
Yeah.
people.
Money's always renewable.
Right, but I mean, if somebody else was banking on you having that money at that time, that can get a bit shit. You know what I mean? Like if somebody's like, why did you throw away our last blah, 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 blah. But if you're 19, nobody's saying that to you. Like if you do, they're just there for the money, so bye-bye.
But there's never a good time to quit either when you're gambling.
Yes, quit when
You
I'm
should never
losing.
quit.
Fuck that. Quit as a
You
loser.
should never quit. Never quit.
But you'll never quit as a winner either, right?
No, absolutely not.
Exactly. Why would you? You're winning now. It's finally my ship's come in.
It's a bit of a paradox, eh?
Yeah. That's why it works so well. Had mates do that, and I'm like, oh my god, you just won so much money. Let the fucking get out of here and go and have some fun. And they're like, yeah, sure. And they'll take you to a strip joint, and then what'll they be doing in the strip joint? Playing poker machines. You're like, you fucking
Worst thing
retard.
about it is I did
Why
take
did
my
you
money
not?
out,
Yeah.
and I did have fun with the money, but then I had all the fun with the money, but then I wanted to get the money back, so then
Yeah, gambled again. Yeah, that's why it's addictive. Sunk cost fallacy, isn't it, brah?
But
They
I
call
was
it
up
sunk cost
30K at
fallacy.
one point, so I actually
Exactly.
lost
They
like
always
46.
remember the wins. They can always tell you about it. Time they won right before
But it
they
was
lost
not quit
again.
while I was ahead, though, right?
Yeah.
I did quit, but I came back like a week later.
But do you have like $1 million in savings
Absolutely not. No.
from gambling? No?
Have you ever
Oh my
Have you ever
God.
met a gambler with $1 million in savings? Come on, let's bring it back down to earth. Look, the earth may or may not be flat, but that definitely never happens.
Uh,
$1 million. I'll do $1,000 bet if I win this against myself.
No. Don't co-opt us into this sick fuckery.
16 against a 9. We're hitting. I lost.
Yeah. Of course you did. Making us party to this.
Gambling. I
yeah,
like
I
it now.
did play on Facebook those or online, but not with money, real money. Only games like that, poker and stuff.
I'm gonna play some Facebook poker.
The most money I've ever won He's like probably £200. That's it.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you sound
that,
like me. You wouldn't gamble at all, right? Like I just don't. I get it for a bit of a flutter, but I'm just immediately like, oh, this is dumb. This is costing me lots.
A friend of mine gets quite a bit of money from like investing and shares, things like that. Put a
Oh
lot of money,
yeah.
put a bit of money into this, Bitcoin and cryptocurrency stuff. He seems to do quite well with it. I don't know
yeah,
much about it. So.
with crypto you can make a lot of money, yeah. And also stocks. I've seen a new company in Canada which actually took a gold mine, and they will start soon to prospect that. They took a huge region where they will start prospecting now, and um, when they start getting gold from that, they're I mean, right now, if you buy a stock, it's like 80 cents.
I think they
But
sold that mine to China. I think China has the rights for it.
no, no. Canada also owns in Romania the Red Mountain, which is a mountain of gold, and that's where definitely there is like $6 trillion worth in gold minimum.
Yeah, I live in Canada, bro. I'm not proud of it, man.
Yeah.
What do you think about the when this about people who say you're eating gold has magnificent effects on the body?
I think they want to sell you some gold.
Yeah, if you use like
It's like you can do silver, can't you?
gold spoons, gold forks, instruments you use for eating. But when you make colloid gold solution, you shouldn't drink that directly. You should actually germinate seeds with colloid gold.
Because
Actually, add.
they used to
Look,
the colloids. The colloid silver used to be
Yeah,
used
colloidal
as
silver.
like didn't it used to be used as
yeah,
like not antibiotic or it used to be used.
antiseptic.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
used to be used for a lot of things, and it's
yeah.
not prescribed anymore, is it? But
It has very good therapeutic properties, but I don't recommend it like taking directly colloid silver or colloid gold. You should actually germinate wheat seeds or any kind of plant seeds. When you buy the colloid gold, it's very expensive. It's like
The price went up.
$40 a bottle of 5 milliliters. $40. But you don't use that whole bottle. You take with a pipette a few drops, and you add that to uh, 2 liters of water, which
yeah,
you use to actually wet the plants and germinate the seeds, with that
and then
water.
eat
Yeah,
the fruit then.
yeah,
Mm.
exactly. Eat those
I
plants
mean,
which
so
have been feeded. Yeah.
what do you think the benefits are then? I mean, I've heard stories of people saying it's like anti-aging and prevents all sorts of stuff. Like it's a magnificent.
Yeah.
It's magnificent if you get it into your system somehow.
Hmm. Yeah. The more gold you have in your body, it improves the nervous system. It's very good electric conductor.
Mm.
That's one of the things
And
I've always thought about is the gold and why we started refining it at such a like. When did we discover gold and start refining it? Like it was so long ago, right? Like, and how did they
well, the
know? How did
first
they know to go after the gold, right?
the first gold mine in the world was in Romania.
No, but we can go way back to Egyptians and stuff like that, right? Even
Yeah,
further
the
back.
Romanian are way back, way before the Egyptians.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Osiris, the founder of Egypt, the first pharaoh of Egypt, he was born in the northern lands of Lower Danube,
But what
actually
brought them to the
Romania.
gold? Do you think? Like just because it was
Hmm?
shiny, or like what made these people go after it right so early? How did they know?
No, it's
Well,
just
anything that's
God.
rare,
Is it
anything
rare?
that's
Was
No,
it
rare,
rare back then though?
it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be super super rare. Like rare just means like it's hard for people that I know within 40 kilometers to find this thing. And whatever that thing is, it might be shiny seashells. I think that's the gist. But I think the difference is gold. You can see evidence of them working, right? So they have forges and shit, smiths.
see, gold doesn't oxidate and doesn't rot, so it's
Ah, right.
eternal.
That's a good
It's
point. I hadn't thought of
eternal.
that.
Yeah.
So you make it now, and
Uh,
it doesn't look shitty like copper looks shitty really quickly.
yeah. And also, it has the property it coagulates. And
Yeah.
without this property, we would all be dead. If the blood wouldn't be coagulating, we would all be dead. Nobody would be alive. No mammal with red blood, you know?
What do you think about the old the hermetic stories? You know about the concerning like lead and iron into different materials, stuff like that.
If you're asking me, I think you
Yeah,
can
I just
guess my skeptic answer.
asking anybody.
The
Yeah,
magicians, eh? Alchemy.
Yeah,
yeah, I think that they probably like thought they could, some of them, but I think most of them worked out that they could make money even if they couldn't. But I don't think anybody successfully has ever done that, because I think we would see evidence, like if people back in the Dark Ages could do that with like pots and fire and like people be doing it in their back garden now.
Yeah.
They did some weird stuff with that monolithic stone and other things that we look at, like pyramids, and it just gets crazy.
Yeah, I don't think everything's like, I wouldn't go like, oh, everything's kosher and there's no suppressed technologies, but I think that you could suppress like a clean car that ran off very very little. Like I think the evidence that the electric car, for example, was suppressed is very strong, like virtually guaranteed. The electric car has been.
Toyota.
Actually, water cars have been suppressed.
Toyota's coming out with ammonia now. Then they just made a new motor.
Oh,
Fortnite.
so they've got the hydrogen the hydrogen engines, haven't they? Is it?
mm,
Yeah, well now they
yeah.
just produced. They're just produced it. I was looking at it yesterday on a motor runs on ammonia.
I think,
Right.
yeah. My suspicion is with a lot of these new fuel things is they just want to be able to sell you their tanks, and they know with electricity you could fairly simply, like I would probably struggle, but I dare say Get you
I think we're
could
gonna wait till
build a pretty good
we're gonna wait till night.
electricity producing.
It's a little fucking cold out there.
Well, my favorite is uranium, you know.
Frost on.
Everyone had like a miniature mini reactor, like
Yeah, that's
30
true.
by 30 centimeters, and bury it in 1 cubic meter of concrete under your house. It would power your household and your car for 1,000 years, you know.
That's
We
pretty
would
cool.
be energetically independent, everybody, you know. But no, they can't allow this. So they had to weaponize these energy sources. so that they can forbid us. You know, they tell us, oh, these are mass destructions weapons, you know, when they are actually not. Uranium, plutonium, all these elements, they do not explode.
I think
And
we've had steam trains
In the
to
wrong
places.
hands, though, right, brother?
yeah. They are a lot more safer than a dam turbine, you know.
Why can't you just use a steam engine? Well, they have steam trains, don't they? What is it? Does it only go to sort of a certain?
It just doesn't produce much. I went and saw an exhibit of all of the steam train history in the Science Museum when I was in England, and they're just fucking huge. There's such wasted stuff. Like what you're doing is basically getting stuff hot. Hot is a really inefficient way. I think Get's going to explain this better than I am, but hot is a really inefficient way to do it. It's better to treat hot as like a byproduct that you're basically trying to get rid of, rather than go, let's get stuff hot. Like even like if you take an internal combustion engine car, it gets
Yes,
hot
that,
because it burns petrol, but it's not getting. It doesn't get any effort out of the hot. It actually it's got a radiator and air cooling, oil cooling to get rid of the hot, because it's much better to get just the expansion of the linear stuff. Whereas like heating
yeah.
44,000 gallons of water takes a fucking long
On
time.
this one, eggshells, on this one, I kind of agree with you because actually, in the research of lowest energy states, the scientists have found in superfluid liquid helium, they found quantum vortices. So these
What does that mean?
vortices, they are vortexes in a liquid, a vortex. Yeah,
Okay.
it starts spinning in this liquid, and they spin forever. They are eternal because they happen in a frictionless medium. Uh, the medium of superfluid liquid helium is a frictionless medium, zero energy loss, you know. uh, so if we were
Say that
like in
again.
an
Say all of that
ocean of
again.
this,
That was
yeah,
interesting,
there
but
is no
do
energy loss in that medium,
in which medium?
in superfluid liquid helium.
Okay, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
if
he
you're
talks
doing
about it
something,
quite a
So
bit.
these are one of the only things that we literally observe to be eternal, forever, you know, infinite energy,
You were talking about the
because
perpetual
you could
motion.
weaponizing.
basically be like space. You could have satellites go around, and slightly like what Rakir says, which is like, could space be a superfluid?
He thinks
Yeah,
that the dome is.
Superfluid.
could be, but I, you know, I can't demonstrate that, so I don't even dare because I don't have the necessary
Will
equipment,
come for you.
not even
The
knowledge,
flat earthers will come for you if you say that.
of course. They will not allow me to speak bullshit. But yeah, some research in these low states of energy and trying to build such kind of engines and energy sources uh, reveals to be they are a lot more efficient, you know. Even computers, the better you are cooling the CPU, the better it performs.
So you can get a CPU cooler and cooler, and it'll get faster and faster. without having to like
Yeah,
put in more energy or anything like that.
yeah.
That's also interesting. God, you've been fucking dumping knowledge in my brain all evening. That's cool. Thanks, Get. I did not know that. I knew that people did supercooling to their PCs, but I had the opposite assumption, which was they overclock the PCs so hard by putting more current through them to do more processes per second that they then
Yeah,
need to cool it as an effect. But what you're saying is actually cooling it itself is increasing performance.
yeah.
Mm.
And the more you cool it, um and the higher current you use, I mean, if you cool it to the point where it becomes superconductive, the gold wires, they become superconductive.
No, but
That means you can use any voltage currents, you know.
okay. Yeah, I don't think like a regular CPU would operate at, like a few millikelvin.
No.
Also, like, the CPU does
Actually,
not
they
get
do,
faster just
yeah.
from cooling. It
It
gets, I mean,
definitely
that's true
helps,
for like
brother.
GPUs,
We're
but
not
only
getting it.
because the drivers actually
Um,
compensate for the additional cooling and increase the clock and current or voltage.
Oh,
I
I
mean,
see.
yeah,
So
but
you're saying the same effect is
these
happening, but
CPUs, yeah, these CPUs have been engineered with thermostats inside them. Yeah, so they have a temperature sensor and they have a operating range. Now, it is a known fact that if you cool your CPU to minus 170 degrees Celsius, if you use liquid nitrogen to cool the
yes.
CPU, that means the inside of your computer is so cold that it makes moisture from the air to
Condenses. Yes.
precipitate, yeah, and it will rain on your motherboard, and that will short circuit your computer, So the whole system has to be isolated, It has to be closed system, yeah.
I
When
mean,
you are
yeah, you
running
want
at
to thermally
such
insulate it.
low
Yeah,
temperatures, yeah. And
sure.
this is what they actually do on the quantum computers like D-Wave,
No,
I
no,
mean,
very much not what they do. I mean, they
the
also cool
That's
it
my
CPU,
down.
computer in the
There's a
chat.
cryogenic process and it's insulated, but the temperatures are way different. The types of cooling systems are way different. Even though liquid nitrogen might be involved in a early stage of cooling, usually the processor itself is
yeah,
cooled by
they go
helium.
all the way down to boiling helium because
Yes.
they operate below the lambda point.
Yeah, I got an 11th gen and I got 2 rods on my
Yeah.
computer and it just barely keeps it cool. That stupid 11th gen runs so fucking hot, man.
This is something I'm actually willing to do. A CNC machine to make actually liquid coolers for laptops.
Yeah, I mean, liquid cooling for laptops,
Yeah,
I mean, I was thinking
but
of like cooling
all
my.
all of it is internal, so it's nothing external. It doesn't mean that you go home and you have to plug in some pipes and
Yes,
hoses and stuff like that. So everything is internal.
but usually, I mean, the reason why you use liquid cooling is because you want to like quickly transfer the heat away from the components
Yes,
to some kind of heat transfer station,
liquid
right?
is most efficient. Yeah.
I mean, no, if like your heat exchanger is just going to be copper and it's right next to or on top of the CPU anyway, as is the case in many laptops, then having a liquid interface in between basically only serves as a thermal buffer, right? Which is fair enough, in certain workloads you might want like a thermal buffer to dump a lot of energy in quickly, but overall your
Mhm.
performance wouldn't change that much.
If the thing's running at 80 degrees all the time and you can bring it down to 50 or so, I think you would see
No, I
an
mean, the
improvement in
amount of
performance.
heat like the total system can dissipate is still bounded by how much the heat exchanger can dissipate, right? So if
And
you use
also,
liquid cooling, that liquid needs to dump that heat somewhere too with the heat exchanger, right?
Right.
Again, the fan and the grill, and yeah, that's no different. So I don't unless you have like larger fans and larger heat exchangers, it
I
doesn't
think
really
keeping
matter.
it cool will also add longevity to your machine as well, right?
If you can keep it cool, right?
Yeah,
Like liquid cooling in
of
that
course.
sort of setup is very useful if you have like peaky
If
workloads, right? Workloads that have, very short bursts of energy that you can dump in a specific heat of water, right? Like takes a lot of energy to heat up, and then it can slowly dissipate over time. For that, it's probably a good idea.
So what you're saying for gaming or something like that, it wouldn't be good because you're gaming for hours on end and then the water's just going to heat up? Is that the gist?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I've got a fucking house full of brainiacs tonight. This is awesome. What other info can you just shit directly into my open mouth?
Well, I actually want to build like a radiator which is attached to the outside of the laptop screen. So on the back side of the screen, there would be like
Okay.
thin copper pipes through which the liquid is going through a spiral, yeah, very long spiral. So it has time to cool, to lose that heat, yeah, before it's coming back in the chamber where the CPU. I will build a like on top of the CPU. It will come like a chamber, but it's sealed, yeah, and inside it's liquid and it's flowing, filling all that chamber above the CPU. So the liquid comes in direct contact with the surface of the CPU.
Oh, that's
It,
a bad idea.
yeah. No, it's not a bad idea. Why?
Definitely a bad idea. So the
Why?
problem is, right, the thermal conductivity of water isn't
Yeah.
all that amazing, right? So what happens when you have a CPU water block, right? It uses copper to take the dye's heat, which is very concentrated on a very small point, and distribute it over the larger surface area, and then it's got fins in it, right? So there's machined fins in the copper plate where, through the channels of which the water flows, right? So it's got more surface area in contact with the copper, right? Which allows the heat to be transferred to the liquid. But if you have the liquid directly in contact with the dye, that doesn't work. It does work, however, if you use, there's specific cooling liquids that have a very low boiling point. And because you capture the heat with the latent heat of vaporization, so you boil the liquid in direct contact with the dye, that does allow for dumping, enough heat. So there's completely submersible CPUs where you have the dye directly in contact with the cooling.
Yeah, it
cooling
will be the
fluid.
same like submerged CPU, the system I'm
If I can
making.
make a suggestion, right, for like a usable thing.
Yeah.
What about if you machine the bottom surface of the laptop, right, all metal, you plug in a bunch of thermal pads and maybe some copper heat pipes in extra, right, to like connect that outer surface to, dumping the heat from the laptop. And then you make a docking station where you have another plate that, touches it, and you have water under that, and then you can have a large radiator, as large as you want. So when you come home, you put it on your liquid cooling station, and it's, it stays frosty, and then you pick it up and you can use it as a normal laptop without, like having internal liquid in your laptop.
A redundancy, eh?
And you had to have an extra thermal buffer, extra thermal mass on the bottom of the laptop. So even in regular use and peaky workloads, you'd be, benefiting.
Yeah, but I don't worry about having liquids inside my laptop because I'm using silicone oil. I mean, this 3M liquid, which is specially for server cooling. For
Oh yeah, that's kind of what I was talking
submersive,
about. Yeah.
yeah. So liquid heat transfer from the surface of the CPU, it's that shiny ceramic, yeah, like
Okay, I
glass.
mean, so then,
Yeah, that
okay, if
will
you do
be in
that,
direct contact with the liquid. So, and
okay,
on top of it, there will be like a dome, yeah, and there is a pipe that there is a pipe which comes the liquid, fills it, and another pipe goes out.
Okay, then I mean, okay, then
Yeah.
it's not portable though, right? Like, how would you use it
Yeah,
on the go then
portable.
still?
Yeah.
No, I
Sorry.
mean, if you disconnect the pipes, right? Like, how would you dump the
Yeah.
heat, right? It does. It only works with the liquid cooling.
With
Then
fans,
also,
bro.
like, it's not really a laptop anymore when you have a, thick ass bottom, but which has,
The heat dumping,
completely
the
hmm?
heat dumping is the large radiator, which will be like the size of the laptop screen on the back of the laptop screen.
Jesus Christ.
There will be a
It's gonna be
it
big.
will be
Right, and
no.
where are you gonna put the batteries to dump all that to like pull all that energy from?
Sorry.
God damn! I mean, if
Yeah.
you put in all that effort,
Just
you
talking here, brother.
better make sure that you can
No,
pull like
those
500 watts
pipes.
on that beast.
Well, not 500 watts. I mean, my laptop doesn't generate that much heat.
I know, but you put it on like a cooler like that, no?
Well, I take copper pipes with a wall thickness of 1/10 of a millimeter. They are very thin copper pipes, yeah, and diameter is like 3 millimeters, and they are a spiral shape, yeah.
I
Which
mean, your
it
laptop
will be
already
like
has those, right? And they even contain such a fluid that you're describing. Like any heat pipe is pinched off at both ends. It contains a wick on the inside, a metal foam wick, as well as a fluid which boils at one end and then transfers the heat to another. And that's in most laptops and even some phones nowadays.
yeah,
Like that
I
is
know,
very
but
close to what you're describing, but like in a usable form factor.
yeah, those are not copper pipes, are copper metal bars.
No, they're actually hollow on the
Yeah.
inside, and they have a liquid in there.
No,
Yes.
I have cut a
Yes.
few of them. I have cut
I mean,
a
there are
few of
also
them,
some solid
and
copper
they are
components, but
some of them are hollow, but some of them are like metal, just copper.
I mean, yeah, well,
Yeah.
I'm talking about the copper heat pipes that are in almost any laptop, which do, are hollow and do contain that fluid.
I'm hearing some doubt sneak into our German friend's voice.
Not really.
I've got no idea what's going on in this conversation.
Maybe
just-
there
I mean,
are
it's
with fluid inside them. I never seen, to be honest.
here.
But
You Google heat
it
pipe on
doesn't make
Wikipedia,
sense
right?
because if they
Like,
if they get hot, that fluid
look,
causes pressure inside.
well,
And
yeah, it
yeah,
can stand the pressure. Look, heat pipe, right, on Wikipedia. The first picture of a heat pipe, right, they use is from a laptop. One, mind you, that seems, to be kind of outdated.
Mm.
And even then they were using it.
Yeah.
Here's even a cross section where you can see the sort of metal
Mm.
foamy part.
Beautiful.
I too
Yeah.
like my.
Anyway, I know this. I'm like next year. I have to go
Relating cells.
into calculating all this energy transfer, and it's a pain in the ass. I know how complicated it is.
What? Oh, heat diffusion is like a very, very simple, partial differential equation. Like probably the most simple example of one.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
more surface you have, the
Yeah.
more efficient
Yeah.
is. That's true. We
Yeah.
know.
I mean, no, like doing numerical simulations of heat
Yeah,
diffusion
Patty
is
Chase showing their
not
panty.
hard.
So it's Chase. If
Mm.
anybody wants to know who to mute for the mic stand, it's clearly Chase. if you need help on moderating.
Yeah, it does help moderators when we say their names. Put to mute.
Okay, load, save, no revert flight to vehicle assembly.
What is brass affected by electromagnetic fields?
Surely it is.
Yeah.
How much? Isn't it like
It's
ferrous?
electroconductor metals.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Brass.
Yeah. No. What effect do you mean?
Isn't it? Does it have? Well, I mean, it still interacts electromagnetically.
Yeah. I mean, if you shine light on it, light is electromagnetic waves. They will
Exactly, yeah.
bounce off, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's also like radiating away infrared light, which is also electromagnetic radiation. You can also shoot it with X-rays, which I think it absorbs pretty well. Let's see. We can go through the entire spectrum. I mean, what are you asking about?
So
Yeah,
can
but
we use any of these
light,
things to figure out the
light
shape of the
actually
Earth?
is photons. Yeah, so it's particle, not
True.
electromagnetic wave, but
What?
it does have a
Of
wave
course. What?
function.
What photons are electromagnetic waves? What are you talking about?
No, they are
Bro,
not electromagnetic
bro,
waves.
get out of here. What?
Yeah, I know
We're
you
in the
don't
Flat
know,
Earth
but
channel. I cannot believe we
that's
got to a
okay.
topic this highbrow before we came to a disagreement. We're like debates go over the horizon. You guys are like, is it electromagnetic or a particle? Oh my God, get out of here.
The flat earthers are sleeping or something. I don't know.
Photons are particles. They are not
I mean,
waves.
dude,
But
like
they
this conversation has
they
been
do
had,
have a
in
wave
detail in the early
function.
20th century, and the conclusion was that they are both. So, like, why are we debating this stuff?
No, they are not both.
What do you mean? You disagree with like quantum mechanics?
I don't disagree. I actually agree with quantum mechanics.
Let's see.
That's
Okay,
the thing.
then you're being, I don't know, unnecessarily obtuse because my statements were not in conflict with
Mm.
quantum mechanics.
No, it's okay. If you want, I can get you documentation about this. And, it's not mine personal. It's actually the Nobel Prize laureates,
Bro, I'm
So,
coming back to the computer right now, right? I'm gonna look up electromagnetic radiation and light
gonna get
on
it out.
Wikipedia, right?
He's gonna
And if the
flop it
first
right
sentence
out.
in Wikipedia doesn't say light is electromagnetic, radiation, then
He's
I
gonna
don't know.
give you a car. You're gonna give him a
We'll be
car.
rewriting Wikipedia today, all right? Light or visible
That's
light
smart.
is electromagnetic radiation that can be perceived by the human eye. Wow, done. Dusted.
But
What are we doing?
hang on. You're talking to a flat earther, and you just were like, "Hey,
Am I
I
though?
proved
Like,
you
I'm not
wrong."
sure. Am I?
Yeah, I know Get Big Get. I've known him for years. Your proof
No.
to a flat earther
Maybe
was
they're not asleep.
I read Wikipedia.
Somebody
No,
just
Get Big
posted
Get knows a
something in the
lot of
chat.
shit, right? Get Big Get's
It says it
smart,
is.
right? That's
yeah,
what you're getting at, right?
Wikipedia is not the academic representative of
Okay.
natural sciences.
Is there any university that has a physics department that thinks that light is not electromagnetic radiation?
Yeah. There are many
Where?
of them.
Please. Where?
Many of them. I
Which
told
ones?
you I will gather this stuff and I will send you links with university websites, their definitions, statements, and also the
Sorry.
Nobel laureates in physics,
Oh,
what they say.
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So don't worry.
I think there is. Can I understand from the person who sounds like a glober? Is it not? I don't understand this conversation at all. I want to preface this by saying this is absolutely undeniably coming from a place of ignorance. Is there not actually debate about this? Is it a particle or is it a thing? In that they,
No,
I don't. Sometimes people
this was a
jokingly call it a
debate.
wavicle.
This was a debate around the times of Einstein, right? Early 20th century physics. But it was pretty
Right.
much resolved with the emergence of quantum mechanics.
Right.
It's called the duality, the particle wave duality, right? Which means that depending on the experiments, whatever, it can display characteristics of both, but there is an underlying unifying theory that describes it, in detail, which is
Do you think there's a
quantum mechanics.
chance? I don't fully understand any of this stuff, so I'm only going to ask like really dullard questions like this one. Do you think there's a chance in the future somebody will come back and go, actually, it's not neither a wave nor a particle. In fact, the concept wave or particle is a little bit broken, and what we need to
Oh,
understand
yeah,
is
exactly. That's already the case, right? Nobody would, no serious physicist would claim that it is either, right?
But you said it's definitely an electromagnetic wave.
Yeah, you describe it as an electromagnetic wave, right? But because of quantum mechanics, it's not like the waves that we encounter in regular life, right? It's quantized waves, which means that they have some kind of unit particle of energy, all right, some some base unit of energy, right? That you cannot break down further.
So it's kind of like the bending of space-time.
So you cannot halve it anymore.
No, like they're like
there's a certain
incompatible.
quanta. There is an
the bending of
indivisible
space-time.
quanta.
I was being
Yes.
sarcastic, brother.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
okay. I don't know, man. There's
Indivisible
a bunch of
quanta,
flat
that's what
earthers
you're
here. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah. No, I'm the only non-flat earther in the room, I think. Certainly the only one speaking.
I'm not a flat earther. So
Oh, sorry, Just Get Down is evidently not a flat earther.
Y'all are, but you just don't realize it.
Maybe you're a glober, but just don't realize it.
Maybe.
Well, we could play that game. I think, you know what I think? When I hear people go, oh, like, people are like, oh, you could come around eggshells. I'm like, something about that is like, I don't know, it could be easy to take as patronizing or insulting. But then I'm also like, no, that's actually really nice, you know?
You know what's funny? Because when you look into quantum mechanics and get to the unified field, you find that there is actually wave code, web code, functions, algorithms at the basic foundations of the constructs of our nature and reality. We find
web code,
these codes which
Wave
are
codes.
identical with web code we find on internet created by us.
Okay. You were saying
Yeah.
web code.
Oh
Okay,
yeah, I
nice.
mean, okay.
Do you think
all
there's
right.
just a possibility that if there's enough web code, it will end up saying, if there's enough stuff on the internet, right? There used to be like 2 web pages, and now no human could ever count the number of web pages in a lifetime. Do you not think there's a chance that eventually you could pick out something out of that virtually infinite amount of data that looks meaningful? I think there's a chance. I'm not saying it is the case, but I think there's a chance.
Well, the problem of infinite amount of data storage is like filling it. You know.
Roglo died Dundee. I love it. That's a good one.
It will be interesting to know. Actually, there is a library on internet, something like Babylon, or I'm not sure. They used some supercomputers to generate. They took like all the alphabets, all the writings from the world, all the languages, all characters, symbols, and everything. And these supercomputers, they mixed all these things, they mixed them in all the combinations possible. And they created something like huge book, but in which you can find every story ever told or spoken, every argument, every poem, everything.
It's getting a bit more fanciful now.
The problem is you have to go through so many pages where there is like written nothing intelligible, So you have to surf through all this information to actually get to a book which was actually written by someone, you know.
This is the
Talking
same
about
as this
which, when are you
concept
gonna
of
get to your point?
oh hey. Get speaks. I think
Yeah,
I don't think that's fair because Get speaks English as a second language. I think it's probably his third or fourth.
yeah.
That,
Mm.
but he speaks in an intensely precise way, which I think I feel like I feel like I'm sorry for the flat earthers who are copying astray right now, and I don't mean it that way. But I think that sometimes some of flat Earth not quite hides in, but deals with or sort of plays with the ambiguity of language in order to make its
Yeah,
points.
yeah.
And I think Get Beget doesn't. Get Beget speaks in a really precise way, but it takes him time to think about which words he's going to choose next.
Really? I mean, right? I mean, there's an alternative, which is to quietly think and then speak. But you know,
Well,
Of course, yeah.
I still want to acknowledge how useful that skill is because for other people like just trying to get them on like when do you see the curve, and I say well see is ambiguous, but perception is what you're talking about. You're saying when do you perceive the curve, and if people don't speak precisely, there's no difference between perception and seeing. So if Neil deGrasse Tyson says you should see the curve at blah, blah, blah kilometers, then you must be able to see the curve at blah, blah, blah kilometers. But I think Get Beget, in his way that he speaks precisely, is able to understand what I mean, which is like there could be a curve that is there that you see, like you're looking at it, but it is not perceptible to you. And at a certain point, a curve would be perceptible to one person, but not another, and onward and onward. But
yeah, you really
speaking
are,
precisely,
riding on eggshells, schmoozing up to the flat earthers here,
I
Yeah,
like the
stop
flat
cutting them
earthers.
so much slack,
But I think
What?
the point is more to the math, though, right? The math that we use, the little r value in all the equations is a predetermined value, right? So if you're
Yeah,
using that math to make all these things true, then that math has to be true, right?
Yes. You're absolutely right about that. Like there are a few things I happily lay out to flat earthers where I'm like, this one will win you it for me. This is not just like you won a conversation point, but like when flat earthers go, well, what would you say if I told you that you could see Polaris at 20 degrees south latitude? And I'm like, great, you've got me on board immediately with flat earther. That's all you would need to see is Polaris at 20 degrees south. 100% you've nailed it. And they
okay.
can scratch up some quote about it. But
So,
it's like, can you put your money where your mouth is? And I agree with you. I think it's a good one. Sorry, I'm spicing up the chat a bit. Get.
yeah,
Yeah,
well,
and there's a few people
I
chomping at
I
the bit. We've been
propose,
having too much fun for too long,
I
chatting
think,
nicely.
with a good telescope, a decent commercial telescope,
Yeah.
anything between $5,000 and $10,000, maybe $5,000, and a infrared camera, I think you could see the North Star Polaris from Australia. It
Oh, I will
should be
easily take you on
in
that.
infrared
If you're willing to
spectrum.
work for the money, I will do it. And then when you
Hmm?
pay for the telescope, I will only charge you for the $5,000
Yeah.
telescope. And then when you lose, I will post that telescope to you because I guarantee you, because that would break the globe model, right? If you could see Polaris basically below 2 degrees south, but if you want
Yeah.
5,000 out of me, I'll make it 10 degrees south. But yeah, I think that with a telescope the size of the moon, I still cannot see Polaris through the Earth, and that would break the model because to me, Polaris is
Yeah.
180 degrees opposed to the Southern Cross and to the South
Yeah.
Celestial Pole,
It
and the South
should be.
Celestial Pole to me is always in the sky,
Yeah.
which means yours must always be in the ground in my model.
It
So
should
I'd
be
take that bet,
definitely impossible to be visible from Australia, anywhere in
100%.
Australia. Polaris cannot be seen. Yeah.
Yeah, our model clearly says one thing, and that's why I want to build this model.
Mhm.
I want to build a physical model that goes, where should you and shouldn't you see Polaris?
Yeah.
You'll help me. We'll do some CAD designs.
Yeah, I was doing AutoCAD Inventor stuff. It's pretty good.
I think it's so cool, the world we live in, where my friend, I was going to visit her house and she's like, I just made you this. And she made me this little dinosaur, whereas like skull clicks to his neck bones, clicks to his shoulders and back and neck and tail in a way that the whole thing is kind of floppy, but it all still stuck together, you know, like a snake or something. And she's just like, yeah, I just downloaded the thing off the internet for free and printed it out at home with this filament for like the cost of like 30 cents. And it's a really cool, nice little toy. I was like, I want to use that to build a globe model, a physical globe model that predicts where you should see sun, moon, and stars, so that if somebody can throw me a new challenge like, okay, where's this eclipse going to land? Or, hey, Harry, I'm doing a holiday next week and I'm going to, you know, Mexico, what should the stars look like? And I'd be like, okay,
I
let me
tell
set
you
it up
what.
and I'll come back to you with my prediction based on this physical model. Go ahead,
You
sorry.
need to look into harmonic drive gearboxes.
Harmonic. That sounds fascinating. I like. Now we're interested because the other stuff I
Yeah,
didn't understand, but gearboxes I do. I fix my own motorbike a little bit.
these are used like the robots joint. You know, they use these kind of gearboxes.
So it's also called
Um,
strain wave gearing. Is that it? Is that
yeah,
correct? Strain wave
cycloid.
gearing.
Yeah, yeah.
Cycloid. What is that? What's that doing?
They are a little bit expensive, the big ones and strong ones, but for what you need is like small size, and the cheapest ones I saw on AliExpress is like $100. Even $90, $80 you might find
Hang on.
suppliers in China.
Can I understand what I'm
Sorry.
seeing with this gear?
Yeah.
With this what did you call it? Harmonic gearing. It
Harmonic
looks.
gearboxes. Yeah.
It sounds like it's
Now,
an inner misshaped core with an outer misshaped sort of loose part, and then a
yeah,
further outer circular, not misshapen cog. And the idea is by doing this, you end up turning like clockwise motion into counterclockwise motion
yeah.
in a wave-like
So
fashion.
what they have is they have a very high ratio transmission. So you can have like 300 rotations to one reduction, you know. So when you use a motor, DC motor or stepper motor to actually turn this gear, so that motor will have to, the shaft will have to spin 300 times for the output to turn to make one complete rotation, you know. So I think using these, you could actually create some sort of a model of heliocentric solar system, you know.
I like it.
But
I
you
like
have
it.
to actually
I want to start with Just
calculate
Earth.
the gear ratios, you know, that you use.
Yeah, I want to start with Just Earth and then consider the moon and the sun. Like, I mean, initially, if I just create Earth, then I can use the sun can be a lamp and the moon can be a tennis ball,
Yeah.
and I can just sort of hold it with my hand. But yeah, as I get more and more into it, I want to build like better and better models until my girlfriend gets really annoyed that I've turned up study into a solar system.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm sick of being Jupiter. When can I get to be Mars?
So when they say we're moving through space, is everything moving through space, or just our solar system moving through space, or like all the stars and all the planets are always moving?
Yeah, all the stars.
Well,
My
space
understanding
is
of it, as
moving.
little as I understand it, is like virtually to the point I would say it kind of gets to the point where it doesn't really make sense to say moving. And that's why when they all end up saying it's relative and people think we're talking about like a like a almost a moral thing, like, oh, it's okay, anything is okay is okay. your point of view is unique, which I think it is. It's your point of view is unique. Because the challenge is with this, like, I'm playing Kerbal now. Am I still streaming it? Yeah. Is like when you're in orbit in Kerbal, you are technically, and I'd say that very strongly, as in it makes no fucking sense to me, even though I do it. No, I can actually. I do understand it now. You're in free fall. So everything the moment you're off a body, or no, kind of even when you're on a body, but when you're not supported by something. So like something currently ground. This is according to our model, right? I'm not saying it's true. I'm just explaining what the model says. It's saying you are technically in free fall always around everything else, unless you are stopped by something. So at the moment, my chair is stopping me. Your couch might be stopping you. The ground is stopping most of us. So if you didn't have that there, you would end up in orbit around the center of mass. So if you kept all of the mass of Earth and you deleted the physical structure, so all of a sudden you just crushed the mass of Earth down to a single point, we would just fall, but we would have some forward or backward, left, right, side to side motion. We would have some motion. Eastward is most of it. That we would fall around that. We would kind of fall straight towards it, but because it's such a pinprick, we would kind of miss it eastward. And then we'd go, and go around and, but the point you're making is like, shouldn't we like feel it? And I
Not
get
even
you.
that
I
so
kind
much.
of agree. I'm like, we should feel it. But according to this idea is like the whole thing's free fall. So although you're changing direction to that relative position, which only gets to me since I played Kerbal, to that relative direction, it's still just free fall. So there's no vector change. It just feels like zero the whole way through.
What about what we
That
see
helps.
though? Like if everything's moving, like wouldn't something get out of place at some time? Like all the stars are always in the same place, right? Every time we look.
Yeah. So that also like it's just a sort of it's how could I say that? That one is like it's like looking at the clock face for a 100 millionth of a second and then going, clock doesn't fucking move. And I'd be like, that's right. In 100 millionth of a second, there's virtually no perceptible movement in the stars.
But
So
we're
it's like,
talking like what, thousands of years there's no movement?
well, that's where we get into debate. So one thing that is correct about what you're saying is the axis, we rotate about an axis that does not change. There's a lot of ambiguity in this. I just had a chat the other day with my missus's dad, and he goes, "Oh, he said that they said that the poles switch every blah 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 years." And I was like, "No, magnetic poles switch." He's like, "No, the poles switch." And I was like, "Are you seriously saying that the Earth, like north, tumbles over in the solar system and becomes south?" And we didn't get quite into it because I was like, I know. I didn't before I started Flat Earth, but I know this model well enough to go to tell you very confidently that we don't tumble over. So
To correct you, they say the pole shift.
yeah,
They're constantly
so what happens is here's my understanding of it is north is always north. If you set up a gun pointing at what is the North Celestial Pole, which is basically very close to Polaris, and I came back in 200,000 years or 20 years or pick a number of years, that will always still point due north. But Polaris isn't at the dead center of that. It's a little bit off the dead center of that. And my understanding is in the next few thousand years, it's going to get a little bit closer to dead center and it's going to meander away again. I'm not sure about the first part, but I'm very confident about the second part, that if you wait another 24,000 years, it'll be back again. But in 12,000 years, this is the model. I'm not saying this is true. I've got no way to tell if this is true. This is what I've read online. No testing. Please don't ask me for it. Is the suggestion is that that gun would still be pointing at the pole, at this North Celestial Pole that you bolted to the Earth however many thousand years ago. But as it processes around, as the Earth processes around, so that North is staying exactly on the same point of Earth, but North is pointing at different things. So according to the Almagest, which was written by Ptolemy, who was a Greek guy from Greece, or a Greek family who ruled Egypt for quite some time, he wrote an observation of the heavens, which they didn't have any telescopes or anything. They just looked up and pointed out where stars were and mapped the heavens. He came up with a spherical model that was geocentric. And he wrote where the stars were really, really well, not perfectly, really accurately map the heavens, and he had Thuban as the North Star. We don't know, I don't think, how they would pronounce what they called that star, but we know what it is because of stars don't change. That it is what we call Thuban. Then there is another movement. So there's like 6 movements you're talking about. One of them that you're right about is we're in a galaxy, and the galaxy has all these stars around us in 3D space, and that whole galaxy is revolving. So if you waited 180, if you waited 60 million years, billion years, then it would look significantly different. You wouldn't have Orion's belt because some of the stars would be in the foreground, some would be in the background. Due to parallax, some would wander left and some would wander right, and it would break up the constellations. But you would literally need to be around millions of years to do that. And whether that is the case, we do not have records to show. We just presume it because we notice that everything seems to spin east around a central thing. So to me, the stars look exactly the way they should. If we were on a ball that was spinning, or that it was spinning around us, where there's 100% directly due north that Polaris is very close to, and 100% directly due south that Sigma Octantis is very close to. Don't know if that bored everybody with that. I'm sorry, that was a super long, unnecessarily long explanation after a good chat. Sorry, somebody else jump in.
No,
I'm
this
sure
is
all
how
the flat earth-
their explanations always are.
I was going to say all the flat earthers are still following, I'm sure, but yeah, clearly.
Well, it still doesn't explain why we don't have new constellations every 6 months, right?
No, that's what it does. That's what I was trying to explain. Your stars, what you're talking about is parallax, right? How much the foreground stars would move left to right, up to down in relationship to stars in the background. And what I'm saying to you is you will see that effect. But according to the model, I'm not saying this is true. I want to keep saying this. According to the model that you're trying to test, it is that should change every 180 million years. That's the cycle it changes on. So it should be 90 degrees. Yeah. So it should be 90 degrees different at a quarter of that, right? So 180 times 450 million years, it would be 90 degrees, and yeah, the constellations would be fucked. But in
they are constantly changing. We can measure which ways certain stars are moving through our galaxy in reference to what's called the co-moving frame for the galaxy. So the median movement of stars in our vicinity. And you can even calculate that backwards. And then you can look at, for example, ancient monuments, right? Like the pyramids and so on. Back then, certain constellations were appearing different. And we can calculate those movements back from our observations. And we can come to the conclusion we know what the sky looked like back then. And it lines up with a bunch of these monuments and ancient astrology stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. How convenient. It matches our model. Oh. They got us. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, so there's a bunch of ways to test the model. I wonder if I can risk, I do get muted pretty quickly if I ask this, but I feel like I might have enough goodwill to be able to ask.
Yeah, you've been working on that for a while now. Maybe you deserve it now, maybe.
Can I? Just say no rather than mute me if it's a no.
No, I come in here, I do what I want, eventually somebody mutes me inevitably, and then I leave.
Right. So I don't mean you mute me. But I want to know, do we have good flat Earth explanations of anything? So if we take my favorite one that I started asking us about was the container. I was like, can I ask you some questions about the container? We've spent literally years, nigh on a decade, discussing the globe, which is, by your claims, which have merit, the Earth is not a ball. It's like, okay, how many years, how many decades will we discuss the not balliness of the thing before we start to discuss the flatness of it? But if you don't want to discuss it, please don't mute me. I'll just stop asking.
But the thing is, you kind of place
Next
yourself in
week.
a different reality when you talk about flat Earth, right? Whereas it's here, like we're on it. You know, like it is what it looks like.
Yeah. Sipping
Say
that
to me
flat
what
earth
you mean
juice.
by that. What do you say? Can you explain what you mean by that? Because I'm kind of missing it.
Like
Because, like, to me,
when you think of flat Earth, you kind of take yourself to a different place.
what place is that? Tell me
I
about
don't
the
know.
place.
I'm not sure where you're going to see the flat Earth, but like my point is we're on it, right? And it is
Right.
what we see.
So, like, let me think. I've still got to be very, very delicate. I get muted a lot.
Oh, hilarious, man.
Like really, that's
Okay.
all you
Do
have to
you
do.
do you see from my position why it seems a bit strange that we would spend an extended amount of time discussing the way the world isn't? Like, this is something actually. Let's flip it around. Actually, a lot of flat earthers have said this to me, being like, "You think we're weird for being flat earthers, but don't you think it's weirder that you come here day after day thinking the Earth's the globe, but you still spend your time talking to flat earthers?"
I think
Essentially, what they're saying is, isn't it dumb to spend your time focusing on the shape the Earth isn't? And I agree.
But I think that in the back of your mind, you think you know something's wrong. Like you know something doesn't quite fit, and that's why you're here.
But that doesn't quite answer my question. I don't think that's the case, but I'm kind of flattered that you say so. Like I said, I think that where that comes from is a place of inclusion. No,
You're hilarious,
I
bro.
honestly,
Love you.
I honestly believe it. I think it comes from a place of inclusion. If somebody's being like, "You just come here to ruin things," what they're saying is, "I don't like you and I don't want you here." Where I think what you're saying with this is, like, you want to join us, and that to me is it's a better sign than like, "Fuck off, stop coming here," which many people say to me.
Well, we kind of need both sides to be here, right?
Right. Exactly. Because if all we talk about is the ball, of course we need the ballers to talk to about it. That's what I'm saying is a bit strange or a bit that's confusing, but understandable because.
But then you get guys like Exo that come in here and they just think they're a high priest of
Oh.
this knowledge, right? And that they know better than everybody because they have more knowledge of the things that they've been indoctrinated of.
He is a very strange cookie, isn't he? Poor Exo.
I mean Exo not Exo. Exo has his own views. He's definitely a different breed.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were
But
talking about
Exo not
Exo.
comes in like he's a high priest of knowledge, right? Like he's
I
the
see what you're
most
saying.
indoctrinated of all of us here, right?
Yeah.
I
100%.
think that's true.
Institutionalized.
It's true
In
though. We
that-
all are though, brother. I'm not just saying you, right? Like from 4 years old, we've been institutionalized, right?
No, but you know, I agree. You know, I'm sucking up a lot to the physics departments. You know.
And we're not an all or nothing thing, right? Like, yeah, some things are true and can be provable, right? But you know, some things aren't.
That's very outrageously reasonable of you.
You get these moments, you get these wonderful moments where you realize, actually, no, which I'm not being demeaning to anybody here, where you realize, like, actually,
really are.
we agree on a lot of stuff. If we got all together in a bar, we would be surprised about the number of things we agree on, and we'd be surprised about the kinds of things we disagree on. We'd be like, "Oh wow, I really expected you to be over there on that." I think that's quite cool.
Bless your soul, man. Bless your soul.
You're making fun of me like you think this is disingenuous.
No,
It is
I'm not making fun of you, and I don't think you're disingenuous at all. I just,
Okay,
you know, I find it's super cute. You know, it's adorable. It's adorable. You know, Yeah.
It still sounds patronizing. I've got to be
It does. It does. You know, again, I'm the high priest of institutionalized knowledge, right? So, you know, I got it.
There
I
you go.
keep true to the theme, you know?
Okay, that's good.
No, but you do. You come in like you're more
No,
virtuous than everybody else,
100% agree
right?
with you. Yeah. You're totally right. I'm being totally smug about it, and it's not very it's not as conducive to the atmosphere of debate that maybe writing on eggshells is trying to promote. So yeah, you know, I totally get it.
Oh, good on you. What a lovely chat we're all having.
Yeah.
We're going to have to give one another wristies behind the bandstand.
But we all have a stick, right? You know, it's a thing.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just like the teacher in class, you know, you act up or you're not doing the right thing, they give you a slap on your knuckles with the meter stick or whatever, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Jeez. I was well after that kind of time in school. I do not know how I would have dealt. Our school did give out corporal punishment, but I never got any, and I always kept being like, I don't know how I handle it if a teacher tries to hit me. But did you get meter sticked by teachers?
I got the strap.
From teachers though? From your parents is one
Yeah,
thing.
no, from teachers, dude. I went to Catholic school.
Fuck me, that's kind of sketchy.
Oh, damn. I went to Catholic school as well, actually. But I was super lucky with my teachers. They were all pretty friendly to me being an atheist in Catholic school.
For both of you who've been to Catholic school, I don't mean this is a sketchy question. Were they as like, I've read the news, I've heard the stories. What's it like?
The same as everything else, except they preach the religion, and it's a little
Right.
more moralistic, I guess.
But I mean, did they try to get up in your buttholes?
I'm not aware of any diddling, all right?
Right. Okay, that's what I was asking. Yeah. Were they
Yeah,
trying
no,
to get
none
up
of
in your
that. I never
buttholes?
experienced any of it.
Okay, that's pretty good. Because there was loads of diddlers at my school. It was non-Catholic. It was Presbyterian. I've got no idea what the difference is between them, but yeah, there was fuck tons of diddling. 4 teachers, I think.
No, and the funny thing, when you got to the high school in the Catholic system, where I am anyways, it was an all-boys school or an all-girls school, right?
Mm.
We actually
Yeah.
had co-ed Catholic school.
We had a few, but most of them were gender.
Yeah. We are having a lovely chat today here. Crazy.
Exactly. We can have lovely
Where's all the
chats,
haters
right?
at?
Well, no, if you get the right moment, you find the right people, you have the right
Yeah.
conversation, you can have lovely meetings of minds while being like, and that's what I like.
But you would
Challenging
have
this
mentioned.
perception that like that flat earthers are unreasonable. It's like if you meet and talk for a second, you're like, no, and then like I said to Get before, I'm like, now I'm starting. Now this is the kind of
I
person for
mean,
whom I would question the globe.
in the usual crowd, you know, there's definitely some unreasonableness going on and some unwillingness to engage in, you know, good faith debate. I feel, yeah, 100%. But
Yeah.
also, you have been called a troglodyte Dundee, not you know, long ago in the chat. You know, just
Hang on, what have I missed in the chat? Is somebody getting angry?
always these muted people that you know sit
I
out
mean, you're
there and
streaming
then you
Kerbal
know,
in a flat Earth channel. I mean, it's pretty
yeah,
BM.
it is pretty hardcore, bro. So
It
much
is,
for
yeah.
riding on eggshells, right? Just coming in there
Yeah.
like a berserker fucking Kerbal Space Program. The ultimate conspiracy. I mean, imagine the, you know, complexity of that game. Ah, all fake.
Yes, to fake orbital mechanics, to fake the maths of orbital mechanics, just so I can play a silly space game with it.
Conspiracies, though, right? Like it's crazy.
Hmm?
And a lot of them are true.
There are a lot of true conspiracies, 100%.
That
You know,
is an issue that is true, and that is a problem. S8 will get me.
but you know,
Almost
just like there are a lot of Catholic diddlers, you know, I wasn't diddled at my school. Same, you know, can be true here.
It's nice to have a nice chat every now and then.
I gotta play Kerbal Space Program. I actually have.
It is good. Can I show you why I'm doing this mission? Let me just save this craft so I can show you why I'm doing this mission. This is the Duna return bus where I was required to send a ship to Duna, and this mission took me weeks. No, a week to set up. Sorry, not weeks. Like a bunch of play sessions to set up, which was a base on motorized wheels on Duna, and I misread it and thought it said Dres, and then got all of the things into orbit, and then was like, oh fuck, it's Duna. And I was like, oh, I can still land.
Wait, where's Juno?
Duna's the one that's meant to be like Mars, and Dres is just like a tiny little pebble.
No, I thought the planets had like proper name. Yeah, I don't know nothing about Kerbal. I'm actually certified in SDK Astrogator, so like
What is
the
that?
professional, orbit planning software.
What?
No.
You
Yeah.
what? Do you work in the space program?
No, but like during my graduate degree, I worked at a research lab, or I had the chance to work at a research lab for a while, and they certified me for that software, and I got to work on a microsat project.
He was making video games.
Well,
Right.
I mean, that's cool, right? Are we not? So now we've got some.
Yeah,
Now
I
we've
even
got
have a pin,
some challenges.
I have like a pin, but it was a few years ago. But yeah.
So now the flat earthers can ask you questions about orbits and space and whether
For
space is
sure.
a violation of the set. So here's one
The
that they
last
often
time
throw
I
at you.
brought that up, they said, how do you know that NASA didn't take your satellite and then sort of just reverse engineered it and instead put up a flat Earth balloon and then timed the balloon to go over us, at the precise planned, moments where the orbit would take it, so that we could point our antenna at it, and we would see it. Yeah, how do I know? It's definitely possible that they had a 24/7, team that was faking the data we were receiving.
Is it though?
Did you ever hear
Wouldn't they need to know how you programmed it? Go ahead. Sorry, somebody.
No, they don't,
You ever
right?
hear
But they
Jeff
would
Bennett
if they wanted to.
talking about
like-
No, I
hacking
meant-
the satellite?
Hold up, yeah. This guy talking about hacking the satellite is the person. Sorry, I meant to defer to.
Yeah.
No, I
Did you
mean
ever-
the satellite was collecting data, right? And so
I
they'd have
get
to
it.
fake the data we receive as well. Which hacking the satellite you can probably do, especially if you have hardware access, right? Like they had. Of course they could, right? But then they'd still have to fake the data.
I think they would need to know how you programmed it too. Like, if you say there's a readout on blah 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 accelerometer, wouldn't they need to know like everything from like what angle along what axis you installed that accelerometer to give it the right readout?
And they essentially have to have like a full-on simulation of like the globe universe, which that from that simulation you inform all of the fake satellites that are simulated in software, and then send that to the fake satellite balloons that are, I don't know, somehow propelling themselves over parts of the sky where they're expected at perfect times at like kilometers per second and high altitude and stuff. And something like that. So there's a mirror software universe at NASA, which is the globe universe, where they simulate all the satellites and all their hardware and all of the potential sensor readouts, and then stream that to the balloons that are pretending to be satellites in the sky. Does that make sense? That's like the minimum viable product, right?
Sounds pretty easy.
Yep.
Is that all?
Not even.
Yeah, it's talking about China spy balloon.
Yeah, but the balloon's got to travel at like, or you've got to have a team of balloons handing off a signal ping from one another to imitate traveling at like extraordinary speeds. Like I've never seen a balloon. Balloon to me travels at very close to wind speed, probably a tiny bit slower than the wind.
No, you know what they actually told me about that? Like I was asking about, oh yeah, so the balloons, they'd have to go pretty fast and stuff. And they're like, yeah, but there are balloons that go at like 8 kilometers per second. I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah, dude. And they showed me a picture of like very early satellite programs that were inflatable balloons, right? But they would be sent up as a package with a rocket into orbit, and then they would inflate the balloon there, right? To be a, I don't know, radio reflection target or something.
So
Hilarious.
just to be clear, so part of the planet is there's like a dome around like the Earth. So when sometimes you send these balloons, you're basically seeing some lighting posting like hitting off like a convex item, and that's why it's giving you the indication that it seems like it's a sphere, but it's only because there's a dome.
Okay,
What?
nice troll.
Very good. Very good. Yep.
Wonderful.
So
We shall call you when we next need somebody to steel man the flat Earth.
you guys not talking. So this is a flat Earth room, so you're gonna
We
want
just
to
got
talk.
mostly Globers speaking.
It was taken over by the moderates, the centrists.
There's a
Uh,
moderate
We've
flat
ruined
Earth?
everything. The centrists ruined
yeah.
everything.
The game makers.
Way
Oh,
too
shit.
reasonable people today. Like, it's crazy.
The agents of the Matrix are here. Fuck.
I wasn't really satisfied by the electromagnetic explanation of the Foucault pendulum, because
It doesn't need to go on.
No, you
What
go
are
ahead.
you, racist?
No, you go.
I just think that if you reproduce the experiment with like a brass ball and then an iron ball and like varying materials that would be more or less affected by the Earth's magnetic field, like wouldn't you see different results?
Nah.
Dead end.
I think okay, so it seems that it is a dead end, as somebody said. Sensei in the chat has said, sky does not mean in space. I think it's worthwhile. If we go back to if we go to satellites, how we all agree the air gets rarefied as you go up. Would we also agree that sufficiently rarefied air is possible to travel very quickly? That the thickness of the air will relate a bit to how fast we can travel in it. Any takers? I would say yes. I would say the less thick the air. I even notice this on my motorbike. Like thick air pushes against my face more.
Yeah, haven't you heard that Earth is a dynamical system, though?
Mm.
Like, who knows what happens, you know? Pressure goes up, pressure goes down, you know, it's the weather.
So
just
to be clear, just to be clear, we all in this room, support Joe Biden stepping out next time around, right?
We all what? Say again. I missed
You roboted
the
really
last
bad
bit, which
there.
was right when you were
And,
cracking your
we
joke and roboted.
all support Joe Biden stepping out as leader, right, of the country.
Yeah.
No, I don't want him to step down. I want him to step on my throat and then spit in my mouth.
One of the questions I have is, when we look
Harper just
at
said that. Base.
yeah, when we look at the situation around the world, we all agree that we need a break, right?
You might need a break. Sure, I can go with you on that.
We
You can
need
take a break.
break. We need a breakup. You know what I'm saying? We can't have this no more.
Like you and the smoking the blunts and thinking it's funny. Maybe need to like reassess the relationship.
I'm saying basically, how many more wars before we put an end to this senile president?
Four.
Four?
Four more wars.
Yeah, I would say
They're fucking
two
big
more,
ones.
and then we're done. And then we get our fucking get our free Happy Meal.
One more war and
Yeah,
Joe
fair
Biden
enough.
will not account.
Honestly, I probably think Joe Biden's probably gonna have a third war soon. Honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised.
A trilogy, yeah.
He's already at 2.
You gotta finish the trilogy.
Yeah. So honestly, it's like Obama started how many new wars? Like 7? Like 4, 7, 3?
Yeah, but where's it gonna
5?
be though? This other war.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Like that's a really good question. So
I've been thinking France, to be honest. Like we should put a war there.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I don't know. That's a good one. I think maybe Joe Biden's gonna have another war in like maybe Syria,
No,
like
I want it
or
to be
North,
finished.
or maybe Africa. Who knows?
Pick it later.
You know, like I guess you have to look at the military contracts, and you'll see where Joe Biden's gonna do his next war.
Suddenly, a lot of weapons are being sold to Africa.
It's like, oh, you need some more jungle warfare. Hmm.
You guys
Yeah,
got
I
any
know.
like
Like,
opinions
so
about the shape of the Earth or something? Like, why are you on this channel?
Yeah, well, listen.
Well,
If
he
we're
came
gonna
in
have
to
a
do
flat
his
Earth,
double act, but it's not.
I
we're
mean,
at two
listen. We're gonna
conflicts.
if the Earth isn't flat, we're gonna flatten it. You know, that's how it works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're talking
So here's the
elevation
thing.
change.
So the question is, so Joe Biden might get America into Taiwan too, right? By the end of his
Here
like
we go.
next year. So we'll
Well,
be
they're
in
sticking at
3.
it. They're sticking at it.
Like I'm reading some more news. He looks like he wants to get in there too. So
I
we'll
can
have
hear
3
him
wars.
about to crack up. I can hear him
Yo,
about to laugh.
seriously, why not Europe? Like, let's bomb Western Europe for God's sake.
It's just, I reckon, fuck Nigeria. Really, I reckon if we wipe Nigeria off the map,
Nigeria might have to get deleted, bro. Might have to get deleted.
it could fix everything. We could just like do suffering on an unimaginable scale, get rid of all the scam emails, and then be like, look, now we've got it out of our system. We can move forward.
The Paris bombings need to continue. Again.
Nah, I don't know. Like I'm gonna look at it. It's like, bro. So we have
Try again,
I'm gonna
Fidget.
stop fucking lost track. So we have the Israel war, we have the Ukraine war, we're gonna have the Taiwan war
Oh, the
soon. We might have a
Armenian
war in
war, right?
Iran.
Armenian genocide is kickstarting again.
Is there another war in Armenia?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Are we allowed to deny the Armenian genocide on the server? Is that like I don't know. Deny it. So.
It's more of a skirmish than a war, but it's happening again.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I mean, that might be Joe Biden's 3rd war, and then we'll do Taiwan as number 4, and then they'll kick out Joe Biden, and then Trump will come in.
I can't believe how
right?
effectively you guys won this game. Like, it's such an obvious game. And I can't conceive of how you so effectively won it so quickly. Yeah. It's
like,
good.
Oh, so there is an Armenian genocide. Okay. And Azerbaijan's the one. I didn't even know. So we don't listen like Azerbaijan. I don't even know about that fucking country, man.
Nobody does.
The only thing I know about
sure it's
Armenia
real.
is that Kim Kardashian's from there.
Is she? That explains a lot.
Yeah, she's Armenian.
I thought she was like Lebanese or some shit.
Oh my god, it's 12 o'clock. I gotta go to bed.
Pussy.
So here's the thing though. I'm looking at these Armenians. So they're kind of pale, but I don't know if they're considered white. So I don't even know if we'd care if they went to war, you know? Like, you know what I'm saying?
They're white.
So I don't know. Like, we'll see. We'll see. We'll have to. We'll find out, right? Like, if we don't care about them going to war, that just means they're not white.
Based.
Like they lost the white test. They're like, oh shit. They're like they'll literally
Where you
pull up
were.
like you know like when you go to like like IKEA or some shit, and then you have to get like the color palette. And they're like, yep, just pass the test. Okay, CNN, MSNBC,
Let's
cover it
cover
on the
this.
news. Tell the Americans.
Bring the cameras. Yeah, but
Say
also
they are
just
white people.
to affect the saturation a little bit, we need to just move that white balance. And when we're talking about white balance,
Yeah.
we mean that kind of white.
Like they are white people getting killed.
Do
Call
something.
the cops. Call the cops. Oh! I got fucking nuked.
Okay, I'm gonna get a bit. It's been a lovely chat tonight, everybody, including the 2 weirdos that just joined. Who's playing their
So who's
Xbox?
back in
God.
Azerbaijan then? Is it
I
China?
hope so. Jesus, I'm out of health.
You so Azerbaijan might invade?
Yeah,
We're
dude,
actually unironically gonna be in a third war?
it's a
Are you
world war.
serious? What the fuck? This is so fucked.
It's a world war at this point.
Holy. He also said state isn't planning to renew a long-standing waiver that allows you.
Oh no.
So, Speaker Donald, do you want to tell us about the shape of the Earth, or?
Yeah, so the Earth is flat, but basically there's a dome, so there's a clear dome around the Earth. So a lot of the times whenever you have light, because it's convex, it hits essentially the dome. So whenever you send a weather balloon, you're basically taking a picture, right?
How
But
do you know?
you don't actually recognize that that it's just a dome.
How do you know the dome's around the Earth?
So we can see it.
Oh,
Just look up to the sky. You'll see it.
I drink till I'm drunk, smoke till I'm high, asking my head, wake up to the sun, you can tell me
are you like on medication or something?
Are you talking to me? I am in fact on medication. Yeah.
Explains a lot.
Yeah. So maybe we might have to go into Azerbaijan.
Again, at least they have white women.
Yeah. Honestly, like, let me pull up some images. Like, if they look like Kim Kardashian, I might be down to fight in Armenia.
Yeah, the fat Palestinians are just not doing it for me.
It looks like Armenia might have that premium war pussy, bro. Might be clean, man. Might have it top notch.
Joe Biden will be like, "You need the pussy. We shall invade Armenia for the pussy."
And then Trump will come in and say, I know a lot about Armenia. Kim Kardashian, she's an Armenian. And she told me I should be concerned about Armenia, so I sent 50,000 troops to Armenia.
Base Trump.
Is that guy jerking off?
Yeah, that sounded like that macaroni pussy, bro. So, anyways, we all agree in the room that Joe Biden needs to go, right?
That's not the topic
Can't
of the
take
room.
can't take 4 more years.
Let's go back to your firmament troll, dude. That's the topic.
Either. Oh, I see people. Yes.
Oh, thank God. Guy's weird. Any normal people in here?
I don't think there's any normal people in here.
You sound
What's
pretty
normal,
normal.
bro? What's a normal person?
A person
Someone
that
who's
uses logic and reasoning.
That's
That
normal?
doesn't. Yeah. Well, person with normal IQ. Intelligence.
So somebody that sees something and then tells themselves they don't see that thing, that's normal? That's logic?
You know, someone who actually believes in something that has centuries of
Someone who
backed up.
doesn't feel nothing but tells himself that they should be feeling something.
See, that's low IQ because you don't understand it. That's literally a straw man. You're oversimplifying something.
I wasn't asking about that kind of thing. I was just saying if it's normal.
I mean, it should be pretty normal intelligence to think something and then question it and see that there's centuries of experiments, data to back it up. It's not just a baseless claim. Feel me?
Are you a Globee cartel?
You said what? You call me a globie?
Yeah.
I mean, I think I'm just normal. Like I'm like normal. I think. Well, why would you call me a globie? What is a globie?
Yeah, you think you're living on a cartoon ball?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I?
Why'd you say it like that?
Why
You
wouldn't
didn't
I?
sound very enthusiastic about that. Yeah.
Well, why wouldn't I not think I'm on a globe?
Well, you got to question everything. You got to verify it, right, for yourself. Have you done all that?
Yeah. I've seen online. I've researched. I've done my own little experiments in science class.
Yeah, you measured the curvature yourself?
I mean, there's other ways. There's other experiments. You don't need to just
Well, why?
look at it.
But
Oh,
this one's
shit.
easier. Why don't you go with the easiest one? You just measure the curvature, done.
Yeah, for sure. I could probably do that. I could set it up. Or probably just go on an airplane flight. Just look outside.
It doesn't work. Not high enough.
For sure can just sort something out. If I were to say I'm Superman, would you believe me?
No, you don't sound like Superman.
Okay, and if I had centuries, or actually, matter of fact, I had centuries of evidence to give you about being Superman, would you believe me then?
I think we're getting in the weeds. I think we got to go back on topic.
No, I'm just asking you, like, why do you believe the globe model is not correct, even after
I'm
centuries of?
asking you why you believe it, though. You can't
You
give
know
me
that
a.
there's people on the bottom of the ball that are upside down.
What you said?
He said there's people upside down with the rain coming, reverse. It's kind of bizarre, don't you think? Australia
Well,
with rain coming at them, and yeah, we have no. Yeah, it's kind of weird.
I feel like you misunderstand what gravity is. You see the Earth,
All right, you
right?
tell me what it.
I feel like gravity is something that mass attracting mass. So like a big object has a bigger mass than a small object, right? I would just assume that if this big Earth that is like thousands and thousands of miles, something like we're literally tiny, like
Well, why do you have
like
to
we're.
assume? Why do we have to go to this grandiose scale of things when we can just test it out in our backyard?
I don't think we can test it out in our backyard. What are you
Well,
talking about gravity?
you can see it's flat in your backyard.
Well,
So,
yeah. I mean, yeah, you can see everything is flat in your backyard, but is your backyard the earth? Like the whole of the earth?
it's just a part. It's just a part of the Earth, dog. But if you
If
see no
if
curvature in one spot, right, you can assume there's more spots with no curvature, and then that destroys, the circumference and everything. It folds in on itself.
could you tell me the shape of a basketball? Do you know the shape of a basketball?
Well, it's a sphere. That's what you look for, right?
Right, yeah. Okay, sphere. You look at basketball, you know it's a sphere. If you were to get your iPhone camera and you were to zoom right into the basketball, it would look pretty much flat, pretty much the same as Earth. It would
But
look
it wouldn't
very
be though,
flat.
right?
It would. I could show you right now. I could take a
Oh,
picture
so the
right
Earth's
now.
flat. Well, welcome to flat Earth, bro.
Well, I mean, I don't believe it's flat
Well, you just said it
because,
is.
well, I don't think so. I just said it right
Well,
now. I don't
no, if
think
you
so.
zoom, I think what he said was if you can zoom
I,
into a
I, I didn't really
basketball.
hear him.
Me? You can't hear me?
Oh no, I'm talking about what he said.
Oh, okay. I just to clarify, okay, basically what you're saying is you can make any object look flat if you with the right point of view.
Yeah, and I'm pretty much saying that if you were to zoom out a little bit, you'd probably see a spherical. You would see a sphere like a basketball.
Well, see, the
Could
problem you have there then is that the claim was not flat, therefore globe, but the globe presents as flat. This would be a contradiction.
But the globe is a pretty big thing, and we're a tiny, tiny little
Yeah.
species. We're very
So the
tiny.
globe presents as flat then, because of
Yeah,
these
but that does
reasons.
that. Yeah, exactly. But that doesn't mean it's flat.
Okay, what does it mean it's not flat? How could flat and not flat be equal? Just because of observer dependency?
I mean, if you observe something, I could literally say anything about observation. Observation, I feel like different people can have different perspectives on things that they observe. If I were to get someone from the South, right, someone from the 1950s and someone from the 2000s, and they were to look at a black person, they would have varying different
you gotta play
observations
the black
and
card.
I'm just saying like perspectives can be different, you know.
Racism and stuff that happened in a lot of them do with the government too. Laws like Jim Crow, anti-miscegenation. So that would be another thing I'd say. So if the government is doing all this science for the betterment of humanity, kind of explain a lot of things they've done in the past that were completely anti-science. Or kind of like my news article today says, Elon Musk, former trusted safety advisor, said most of his decisions had large amounts of dark seated emotions behind them. He called it a dark streak that ran through his thinking process. And his ex-wife said he had a demon mode.
I'm just saying that you can't really like look at something and just assume it's like solely flat, right? You need to look at the bigger picture, right?
Well, you'd
And
start from that. You'd start from solely flat and then branch out from there. But you'd
okay,
never
yeah, I
leave the
understand
first
that.
observation. You never drop the first observation in the bin.
Yeah,
That observation would remain.
I understand that you would go outside and okay, so I'm gonna take this perspective, your perspective as someone. Okay, so we're gonna imagine that we have no technology. We don't know what the Earth, the shape of the Earth is, right? So we're just dropped on this realm. And we don't know really if it's a globe or if it's actually flat. But what we see is that everything is flat. So what happened for us to get to that conclusion of the Earth being a globe, right? Is we had centuries of experiment, right? Obviously, back then it wasn't really accurate because we didn't have much like good technology, but we had some really smart people like Newton and um the Aristosthenes. I don't really know how to pronounce his name properly, but they did some really smart stuff, and they said, okay, mass and stuff. I think Newton. If correct me if I'm wrong, I think Newton saw an apple drop, and he was like, "That's odd. A flat Earth. The Earth. I'm seeing the Earth is flat, and I saw something drop out of nowhere for no reason. That's odd. I'm gonna experiment that." So he led on to get mass. So something about gravity, right? So it's like I feel like that's what happened, right? So it's not like we just assumed it's a globe. It's like we had centuries of experiments. You see, so like and past scientists in the past, right, was corrected. They have been corrected. They have been wrong and they've been corrected. So like I just feel like that the thing that you're saying that we have to assume that what we see is what we see and we have to investigate from that. I feel like we did that centuries ago. We've been doing that for the past thousands of years.
What about water?
Okay, so just real quick, Jerry. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying. So you've got how the centuries go by, and suddenly flat is now no longer an adjective. It's now a noun. So you saw flat. You described the surface of the earth as flat. You did a bunch of experiments, a bunch of observations, a bunch of people did a bunch of things, and they ended up with not flat, and then turning flat into a disc or a cylinder. You don't have to answer. Just think about it. Okay, go ahead,
Wait,
Jerry.
what? Will you say that again?
No, basically, Crit said that, yeah, everyone knew or saw the Earth as flat. Then, basically, Isaac Newton dropped something and said, "Well, the ground must be a ball."
Well, I don't think he thought. I didn't think he immediately assumed the Earth was a ball. He just knew that something was up, right? Because what you have to question everything, right? You have to be like, why did this apple drop to the ground? Why didn't it not go up, right? Why didn't it not go sideways? Why did it have to go down? So I feel like he did experiments on that, right? Like we didn't start assuming the Earth was a globe. I actually think many years ago, like hundreds and thousands, like thousands of years ago, we actually thought the Earth was flat. We actually thought the Earth was the center of the universe, right?
So what
And
experiment did he do?
well, I mean, I'm not too into that. I mean, I could search it up and tell you
Yeah,
specifically. I
Google
think
it
you
real
have
quick. I would like to see what kind of experiments Newton did.
what experiments on the center of the universe, or like, what do you mean?
Well, you said Newton did like he saw an apple fall and then he did mad experiments. I'm like, hmm, that's interesting. Which ones?
Oh, on gravity, Newton's experiments on gravity. All right, so well, I mean, it says right here that in 1728 Newton demonstrated the universality of the force of gravity with his cannonball thought experiment. So
Okay.
he basically Newton imagined a cannon on top of a mountain. Without gravity, the cannonball should move in a straight line. If gravity is present, then its path will depend on its velocity. So basically, I mean, like he observed something, and he basically was like, he questioned why is that happening, right? Like like, is that the
You,
logical thing
you
to
are
do, right?
lost in the sauce, my friend. I
I
wish I
mean,
had the time to help you out, but I don't. It's early.
okay, okay, Elijah, you tell me, is
And
your
I don't
accept?
think you want the help because you're stuttering through me. That's what happens when people are calm.
Okay, are you
Calmly
gonna
trying
let
to
me finish?
hijack the conversation.
Okay,
It's not
Elijah,
like
what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do in the 1700s if
it's
you
not
saw an
like no
apple?
one's
Oh,
been cutting you off all this time. I mean, you've been speaking literally for what, 15, 20 minutes. This is how I know that you're too far gone, bruh. It's all good.
okay, Elijah, what would you do in the 1700s if you saw something that you couldn't really justify? What are you gonna do? You would experiment, right? You would question and you would experiment, right? Right or wrong?
All right, well, I mean, damn, man, this is really tough for for me to just, like the way I see you right now is really tough to give a serious answer. Um, but the bottom line is, in the 1700s, you're telling me that an apple falling from the tree is the first time someone experienced something falling? No, of
Well,
course
I
not.
mean,
They've
well,
been
I mean,
experiencing
it might.
things falling forever.
Well, I mean,
Like
of course.
that's something we know. Like anything that they've been, whether especially if there were engineers in 1700s. Oh my God, if there were engineers, surely they knew that things fell. So it's like it's just ridiculous. Oh, Newton saw an apple fall, and then he did an imaginary experiment where he had a cannon on the top of the, and then he affirmed the consequent rather than, what precedes an experiment? An actual hypothesis with independent and dependent variables to then be tested. But again, like I know what I'm saying is falling on deaf ears because I mean, you
Are you
guys
gonna
don't
keep on
really give a
assuming, or
fuck
you
anyway.
just like, are you gonna have a conversation, or are you gonna keep on assuming
Well,
that
you can prove
falling
it.
on
You
deaf
can
ears?
prove it right now that you soaked up anything that I just said.
Like, I'm just having a conversation. I mean, if you don't want to
No,
have
me
if you want to
too. I
see,
just spent a whole 60 seconds
okay,
saying something to you that meant something, and
okay,
then I'm assuming that it will mean
okay,
absolutely nothing to you. You can prove to me right
I
now
understand.
that something that I said
I, un-
actually stuck.
I mean, I understand. Yeah, you need a hypothesis and you need independent variables and all of that, right? But I'm just saying, right? There probably is someone who uh tried experiments in the past that
There's not,
probably
but
missing.
you can Google it.
I mean, probably
I'm saying
I
there's
could
not
probably
because
do
I
that.
know there's not. But in order for you to get to the point where you know there's not too, you have to actually try to find it instead of assuming it or believing it's there because it's not.
Well, I mean, then how did we get up to all of this evidence of the Earth? Well, how did we
Well,
get to satellite imagery?
Newton's paper, whenever he wrote it, his Principia, there's no hypothesis in there, no experimentation in there. Einstein, there's no hypothesis in his paper, no experimentation that he did. So, I mean, let's cut through the mustard, man.
Well,
Like
apparently the first to
the
discover
bottom line
gravity
is
was.
you already believe that because things fall, that things are attracted to the center of the mass of the earth. I already know that. I don't need explanations, different stories as to how that's true. I need the premise proven in the first instance. If you're gonna assume it from the jump, like we all did when we first started, then I mean I can't really. We're not having a conversation. Like there's nothing. There's nothing left to be said.
All right, so okay, so well, it says here, right, from Stanford, that Isaac Newton was the first person to discover gravity, right? So yeah, stuff might have been
Is that a
on and
scientific paper you're reading where they're like, oh, he discovered? Because I know that that's the. You think that what you read just now isn't something that I didn't already know? Yeah, the point is, okay, fair enough. But what I told you is that there's no validation, there's no experimentation, there's none of that. There's not even a hypothesis in their paper. You could have said, well, let me look that up, but you're not doing that. You're just confirming what you already believe to
what
be
the
true.
experiment that Newton did. You're talking about the experiment
We
that he
already, he
did.
didn't have a hypothesis for his supposition or his presupposition. Nor did he even, I mean, he didn't even, he didn't pretend to have one either. I mean, eh, oh, it's frustrating. He didn't pretend to have one. It's like in order for you to like, because it's like I'm expecting, people who just want to prove that the Earth is what they already believe
Well,
to
I also want to bring
to
this to the table that what's it called? At the time, right? Newton, when you're
you
talking
didn't
about
you didn't
the
hear me talking.
scientific, when you're talking about the scientific
You
method,
didn't hear
right?
me. You didn't hear me talking.
Yeah, but I also wanna add
In the
one thing
middle
to your
of
perspective.
when I was speaking, do you think that's cool?
You said what? I thought
In
it's
the
a
middle of when
conversation.
I was speaking, do you think that's cool? That's when you decide I'm gonna say this here
Yeah, why
while
not?
Eli is still talking.
Okay,
That's cool.
carry on.
No,
Carry on.
it's all right. You're good, fam.
Okay, well, since you already so you should already know all of this because you've been here 24/7 and stuff. So I'm just asking you the question since you should be the guy who knows everything and you searched this up. So right, um, you should know already that
I don't know
at
everything.
that time okay, do you know that at that time the scientific method was being laid out, the whole observation hypothesis, independent variable type, all of that
Do,
stuff was
do you
being laid
do
out?
you know that forms of logic are as old as the Greeks and whoever else? Are you serious?
I
Like,
mean,
did
I
you know
mean,
that? Listen carefully. All the scientific method is an if this then that statement. That is what the experiment is following. A supposition as to what causes an effect. That is not something that you invent. That's something that you discover. And if you're going to claim that the humans way early on, the ones that are like the pioneers of philosophy, didn't know anything about that until the 1700s, that's ridiculous. I feel what you're
I'm gonna
trying to say, but you have to assimilate the new information coming from me into your brain. Yeah, so maybe they wrote it down in textbook form and they called it this and blah blah blah. What I'm trying to tell you is when someone is saying, "Hey, this is causing that," for any human being at any point in time ever, that human being is going to go, "Oh, really? How do I know that to be true?" There has to be an epistemology to figure that out.
yeah,
Always has
okay,
been,
I understand.
always will be.
Okay, I understand, right? So Newton saw an apple drop. He was like, "Why is that?" So his hypothesis testing, right? He was like, his hypothesis. You know about his hypothesis testing, right?
Tracer, can I
Well,
ask a question?
you're not, no, Gabriel, you're not listening because I just told you that in the Principia, he didn't propose a hypothesis. Now you're just trying to make up a hypothesis in his name.
You're saying he didn't make a hypothesis?
If I was a scholar and I was doing science and I was going to claim, hey, I have experimentation and I have a hypothesis and all this, wouldn't that be in my journal? The one that is talking about the supposed phenomena?
I
Yes.
mean,
The answer is
you
the answer is yes. The bottom line is no, it's not in there. You're making it up. Second of all, an apple falling from a tree. What's the cause of that? Root failure?
Okay. Okay, I understand, but when you're talking about, yeah, but I don't think Isaac Newton at that time, right, in the 1600s and 1700s, formulated his ideas in the same way that we might do it today, like with a clear hypothesis, that structure. I feel like he did have guiding questions though, like an ideas that drove his investigations. Like at that time, you also have to understand that's a different time as well. That's a whole different. That's
No, it's
400
nothing
years,
different. There's nothing new under the sun. That's what's. I don't know how old you are,
bro.
but you're
Like
gonna find
I
out.
don't
You're
like.
gonna find out eventually that there's nothing new under the sun.
There's gonna
So
be
you're talking
a
about at
huge
that
difference.
time.
400
As you're
years in
talking
it.
about at that time and this, that, and the third. All of that's irrelevant, bro. Because at the end of the day, all this leads back to the same road. That mass attracts to the center of the mass of the spherical Earth. We're not jacking that at the end of the day. Not simply because we're just like no, we reject evidence, but there is none. There are no measurements. You can't. Science is the wrong category for this inquiry. You guys don't get that. You guys don't care about that because you believe it's a globe. You guys think you're just gonna reason your way to it being like yeah. I mean, because I don't. You're wasting time if you think that you're gonna convince me to forego evidence for the sake of what other men thought. Okay, I don't care what they thought unless it was an epistemology or some type of inquiry to knowledge that would lead me down the same path to get what they got. So it's either a priori or a posteriori. Either you know it's a globe or you believe it's a globe by some logical reasoning. And I'm obviously not going to accept the latter. I'm going to just accept the former because it's supposed to be tangible.
So you just basically you just take what you see, right? You don't really
No,
like
no, that's
care
not
about anything.
that's not what I said. That's what I'm saying you're saying. Now, here's the case in point. What's a sunset?
I mean, the sun says when the sun is going down is like actually it would be that we are the Earth is actually
Don't
moving. The Earth.
complicate it. Okay, yeah, go ahead, go ahead. The Earth is what? Actually, what?
I don't think the
What's
sun
the
is
Earth
moving
actually
around
doing?
us.
Say just finish that sentence.
The Earth is rotating and
There
moving
you
around
go.
the
Check
sun.
this out, Bucko. You didn't see that, but you inferred it based off of what you saw. So you just go off of what you see and you make stuff up. That's exactly what you just charged. You know, you thought that that's what I was saying. It's actually I think that's stupid. But that's what
Well,
Globers do all day
it
long.
okay. So when I'm in a car, the sun is just
No,
the
no,
sun is
no.
following
Listen, we
me.
can't
I'm
switch.
seeing the
We
sun is
can't
following
change.
me.
We can't change. Listen,
Why not?
it's not
I
about
mean, I'm
the. It's
observing
not
that,
a.
right?
It's not about the rhetoric because you're just gonna give me another example and another example and another example. I don't care about any of that. The bottom line is you thought that I was the type of person, or flat earthers are the type of people who see something and then thus proclaim that it is something. I said, no, that's actually what globe earthers do. So you see a sunset and you proclaim that it's the earth that's spinning, causing that. That's what you do. There's no back and forth, there's no argument. The thing that you thought was not really something that you should be doing is something that you be doing. That's really it. It's just a conversation of acceptance. Either you accept what you do or you don't.
Yeah, but the reason I accept is a globe Earth is because there has been centuries and there has been smarter people
That's
than
not
me who
really the
actually
I
have
didn't
more.
I don't know if you who I think I'm the only
I mean,
person talking to you right now. I didn't ask you why you think that it's a globe though? Like that's the thing that people start answering questions that no one asked them, like politicians do. It's kind of weird. Um. Anyway, I wasted way too much of my morning. I only got like 15 minutes to have to do some office stuff. But I mean, I just pray you guys do better, man. I don't know how to fix it. I don't know how to help y'all. Sometimes I have time, sometimes I don't. This is one of those times where I really don't. Kind of cut and dry. It is what it is, but it's so you're so far off, man. I don't know
Well, I
how to
mean,
help you.
I don't know. You
Good luck
you
to you, bro.
observe something and then you don't like, you don't want to talk to the experts on that thing. If you want to really know the truth, you go talk to
No,
the
the
experts. You
experts
can
don't
debate
want
to
to
them.
talk to us. We wanted to debate Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson said he would never speak to a flat earther. That's what most people say. I go to universities. I want to
Oh
speak to
yeah,
those
because it's
people.
basically a waste of
These
time for
people.
them.
So now you see how you keep flipping your position. So you say you have to talk to these people. Then I say, well, they won't talk to us. And then you say, well, the reason they won't talk to you. So then your
You
first
won't
premise.
accept
So
any
your
actual
first
science.
premise. So your first premise is garbage. I mean, it is like 4 points that you fell on your face, and you're you're too prideful, too ignorant, too I don't know which one it is that you are to understand. This is why it's a waste of time for me. I don't know if there's anybody else in the conversation that's
You won't take their science though. That's the thing. You keep on going back to, oh, I see the earth is flat, so I like, you can't assume. Like it's just a circle. Like you, like they would say
well,
something
I
sciencey and then
actually
you would,
I didn't say that though. But you're the one making that argument. I see something,
I mean
therefore it's
that
there.
that yeah, yeah, that's weird. Aren't you doing that? Didn't you not say that to me?
No,
Like
I didn't. I did not once say anything like that. This was like that's
so
why
you
I'm
go
like
outside
looking
and you
at
see a flat
like
earth and you,
in a conversation where it's not four people, where it's between two people. I'm like, he knows and I know what I've said. So why is he telling me what he knows and I know that I didn't say? So when there's no audience and no one cares, you're just weird, bro. That's what it is at the end of the day. You think people say things that they haven't said. You answer questions no one's asked you. I don't get it, bro. You're weird.
It's like on the experts, like you're saying, like Neil deGrasse Tyson. There's video footage of Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's telling you won't see the curve, and the curve that you do see, he admits is fisheye lens. And he tells you at the height, altitude, you can't see the curve. They're telling you that you can't see the curve.
well, when you're talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson, you would have to give the full clip and not just cut into context and see what he's talking about.
Okay,
Because you
Tracer,
can,
can I ask a question?
okay.
What is the main reason we think that Earth is not a globe?
The main reason why I think the Earth is a globe.
No, not you, we.
Truth by consensus. He's already outlined his truth by consensus.
What is the
What do
main
you say?
reason we think that Earth is not a globe?
I should be asking you why you claim it's not a globe.
Yeah, do you know what is our main reason that we think that Earth is not a globe?
I think your main reason is because you go outside and you see the Earth is flat. That's your main
No,
reason
that
why
is
you
not
think it's.
that is not main reason. Can you try again?
One more
I
time,
don't
mate.
know what other reason
Just say it
do you
again.
guys have?
What are the reason? There is a globe. What we learn to be with the specific numbers, with the radius and everything, and it's telling you how much you can see on that globe. And when we go to reality and check that, math doesn't match.
Have you verified it from someone who actually knows what they're talking about?
Yeah.
Who?
Did you verify it? That is a globe there?
Well, I mean, I told you I read something on Stanford, right? Stanford
You,
is
you,
a university.
I read also from Stanford. I read all books and all books saying there is a geometrical horizon of 1.22 miles.
Can you give me that so I can read?
You can Google it and Google like this. What is how much I can see on the globe in distance?
Why would I need to Google it? I thought you had the data for it.
I because I did it that I told you what is the main reason I don't think that Earth is a globe.
Because you checked the radius and you did the experiments and it didn't match up.
No, I didn't do experiment. Observation.
Well, so it said the Earth is you use the calculations and it didn't match up. Cause I think that's what you said. Can you
Yeah.
say again?
Yeah, it didn't match up.
Did you
Do you know
research
how much?
why?
Do you know how much is off? Approximately in
How
in,
much is
in
it off?
what do you think? Let's say can you say one number and then I will tell you percentually. 1%, 2% off, 3% off.
I don't know, 10%.
1,000%
1,000%. Are you
off.
sure?
Yeah.
Have you researched why it's off, or have you actually gone to someone who does these calculations like a science server and display your?
Why you need science? Why you need science for the geometry?
I mean, it would be good if like if I had a medical problem, I'll go to a doctor.
What shall I do with science in geometry?
I mean, if I had a math problem, I'll go to a math teacher, right?
I was great in math in school.
Are you sure?
Oh yeah, I had all A's.
Then why don't you verify it with another math teacher or another math
Why I
or
need to
someone else who's in the
why
room?
I need to verify with my math teacher because there is a book saying what is the distance and what is the dimensions.
Well, I mean,
The,
you're not perfect. You could get stuff wrong. I mean, you should at least triple.
I'm telling you what all educational system in all countries are learning now.
I don't think you read every single book about it.
I'm telling you what educational. I'm telling you what every educational system in the world teaching kids now.
You're saying, how can you assume every single education institution is teaching that?
I'm not assuming. I'm telling you what they are learning.
What they're learning, so you know
They are
every.
learning there is a radius with 3,959 miles, and that means that with 1 foot observer height you can see 1.22 miles geometrical horizon. They are learning that.
Yes,
Why
Sasha.
don't they
Yeah, I
learn
know
that? You're
you
inferring
missed.
it.
Yes, Sasha, you missed it earlier. He said that he didn't really learn anything about the globe in school. This is
Yeah,
all.
that doesn't matter because other people learning about that.
Yeah, but when you ask him what did he learn about it, and he said nothing.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, but he can
Okay,
look into
rephrase
that.
it. What did you say again?
He said,
I said I'm not too big on the whole science thing, like the whole history and science, math stuff. But I do know some, basic stuff. But I'm just asking him, right? Like if you wanted to really calculate it, right? I would suggest you go to someone, another person, and you verify it together.
yeah, I went to another person.
When you go to a restaurant to figure out the tip, do you need a
person,
math teacher?
all persons
You said
here
what?
verified in the same way like I verified.
But you counting is not the same as you trying to calculate
No, it is the
the
same.
earth.
It
I
is
don't
the
think it's
same.
the same.
I'm verifying the same way like the professor of the math will verify.
You counting $5, $10, counting up to
No,
10. That's not the same.
I'm counting distance and drop over distance in geometry. No money in this case.
Yeah, so it's not the same.
No, it's not the same because we are speaking about the geometry and surface of the earth. Are we, or we are speaking about how much economy will grow in USA?
Yeah. So what? So like, are you trying to genuinely find the truth, like what of the shape of the Earth? You're genuine about that, or do you just
Yeah,
want to?
yeah. I'm in that. In that for 6-7 years now.
All right, guys, can I get
I
a
mean, if
mic
it,
check? How does the mic sound?
Yeah, loud and clear.
All right, thank you.
Now,
because
my
Still
question
swing.
will be again.
Yeah,
What do you
Sasha,
think?
he answered it. Sasha, he answered it. Okay.
No, he didn't answer it
Yes, he
again.
did. He answered
No,
it.
now
You didn't like the answer, but he still answered. Problem when you guys start asking globalist questions, you have to take the answer.
no
It doesn't
he
matter.
need
It
no
doesn't matter.
Chris,
No,
he
if his
need
answer is wrong, okay, hold on. If his answer is wrong, if it's an ugly answer, a fat answer, a smart answer, a scientifically illiterate answer, anything he answers is an answer.
of
If you
course.
then go back, wait, hold on. If you go back and then say he also didn't answer, he can now use your logic to prove the globe.
So
Right,
check
but
this
that
out
easy.
real quick before I go to my meeting. What I've learned so far from this conversation is I need to ask somebody else if to do the math for me.
Yep,
no,
that's his answer.
not really.
And
I feel like
technically,
you should experiment and you should verify your what you find with other people. So because those other people could um say, hey, you missed out this thing or you did this thing wrong. So I'm just saying go verify
I
with
did that
people.
all that things
With who?
They always say reflect.
with other people who has a brain.
With other flat earthers?
No,
Or with
do you
people who
think?
are not biased?
Okay, let's put it like this. I'm not flat earther. Okay.
I think you are because I've seen you here
No,
before
I'm
arguing
not.
about it.
I'm telling you now, I'm not. I'm the
You're
person
not?
who doesn't believe in the globe. That doesn't make me flat earther.
also flat is an aspect of a shape. It isn't a shape in itself.
Now, can you tell me what is the main reason I'm done thinking that Earth is the globe?
Well, you said, right, that you experimented and you calculated, right, with the data you've been given on Google or something, I think. Is that right? Or
On
like the
Google,
books?
not on
Like
Google,
the books?
not on Google, not on Google.
On the books? The books that you've been given? Or what?
Uh,
The
uh,
information? Like,
what is the dimensions of the globe?
Sasha,
did you,
dude.
like, where do you
Okay,
learn that?
hold
I
on. Let
know,
me
Grit,
discuss.
what I'm doing
Well,
because
you
he's
don't.
saying I want to. I know, Grit. Why? Why were you saying
His
that I don't?
dimension. He said the dimensions of the globe are a circular shape that's not flat. So he
Yeah,
gave
So
you an
but
where?
answer.
okay,
You can't
great.
keep
Where did I,
asking.
where did
Okay,
I say
do we
that? What?
have? I will try easier. Do you know what is basketball?
Yep, he went over the basketball thing too. He did that too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that means that basketball.
Sasha,
Is it
dude.
basket? Okay, great. Is it
Sasha, come
basket?
on. Why are you
Grit, can I
doing this?
finish my sentence, Grit?
Go ahead,
Does
man.
bas-
But holy
Is
shit,
it
dude.
basket? Okay, great. Is it basketball, Grit, 20 meters big?
You saying what? 20 meters? What?
Yeah, is it basketball 20 meters big in circle? I don't know. Let's put it
The
that.
dimension.
Is it the radius of basketball 20 meters?
I wouldn't know. I didn't search that up.
You don't know.
No, I don't really
Could
care about the radius of a
okay,
basketball.
could radius of basketball could be 20 meters?
You're saying could it be 20 meters?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I don't know. Can it?
You don't know if the radius of the basketball could be 20 meters.
I don't know. You tell me. Can it?
Jesus Christ.
What we talk about
Because he's
basketball?
born with this.
But what's the measurement? Who measured Earth curve? What's the evidence you're going to put forward?
You guys are okay. This is embarrassing right now. Okay, you guys are resetting. This is what globalists do. Okay, what you're doing right now is what we charge globalists doing. Resetting. Not taking answers after someone answered a question. Okay, this is getting really super cringe, and I'm thinking you guys need to put yourself on mute for a while. Because either one, you haven't followed along, or number two, this guy has broke you. Literally broke you. That now you're acting almost identical to the way some sophist globalist acts. He's
Hey,
explained. Okay, go ahead. The floor is yours. Go ahead. What do you want to say?
So when I'm in a car, I observe the sun is following my car. So I believe that when I move, the sun moves too, because I observe that, right? I believe because it's observation. That's just objective reality, right? When I move, the sun moves. Because in my vision, right, when I'm seeing the sun, it moves with me. So I'm just saying that, like, to me, I feel like the sun follows me. It's just objective reality.
If you come out from the car, sun will not move.
Yes, that's kind of like having a temper tantrum, though, right? Like that's a little meltdowny of a statement, right? Because I could say that the trees are now moving, the buildings in the distance are now moving, since you're saying that the sun is moving as well. So I mean, I don't know if that's like a meltdown type of
Well, I mean,
statement
I
from
don't
us
really
saying
think
that the
so.
sun doesn't move, or
I think
do you
he's
know?
correlating the movement of the car with the movement of the sun. I think he's mistaken there because the
I don't.
car does not need to move for the sun to move. The sun always moves.
Absolutely.
I don't know about that building thing because when I'm in a car, right, and I'm seeing a building, the building doesn't follow me while in the car. Like I leave the building behind. The sun though follows my car, and it follows me every time I'm moving. And then obviously,
What if you are not in the car?
yeah, even if I'm walking, it follows me everywhere. So
No,
like
what if
I'm
you are
just seeing it.
standing? What if you are standing?
Yeah, it only moves when I move. That's what I'm seeing, right?
What if you are standing?
Yeah, then it doesn't move.
What sun
Okay,
doesn't
Cartel.
move if you are standing?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
This is your
To
worldview right
me,
here, right?
to me, right? To me, when I move, the sun moves. When I
I'm
move, like
asking you,
say,
what if you are standing, not if you are
Sasha,
moving?
he answered. Like, holy shit, dude, you have got. Okay, dude, seriously. This is enough, okay? If you ask a question, you have to take the answer.
And the answer is if I walk.
Yeah, that was his answer. What the fuck? Why would you ask again? Do you expect him to give a different answer? Like if you ask 5 times, suddenly his answer will change. Is that what you're expecting here? I mean, dude, I don't want to sound frustrated, but what the fuck, dude? What the actual fuck are you doing right now?
I'm
If
only
you ask
asking.
it,
I'm only
yeah,
asking for another position. That means not movement. What is
yeah,
walking and being in the car are movements. If I'm
yes,
standing, is different from two other examples.
yeah. His worldview is based on observer dependency. Do you understand that?
Yeah, okay. Now
Okay,
my question is, how would look like if I'm
observer dependency.
when I'm standing? I don't understand the question. What is the answer? What is the
hey,
answer if I'm standing?
hey,
What
look,
is moving?
I'm just saying, right? And yeah, I mean, I understand you guys, right? When you go outside, the earth looks flat, so it must be like it's flat. And to me, it was obviously objective reality. When I'm looking at the sun right now, if I were to go look outside, right, the sun is literally. I'm not moving right now. I'm sitting down. The sun right now is not moving. When I move in the car or when I'm walking or running, right, it's moving with me. So I feel like when I'm seeing the sun, it moves with me. Like it moves when
You're
I
just
move.
trolling.
Hey, yeah,
Man,
that's what I
How
was
am I
saying. You're
trolling?
definitely trolling, bro. Yeah, that's a that's a
I'm just
temper
saying is what
tantrum
I'm
type of
seeing.
but,
That's
statement,
objective
but
reality.
can I ask different question? If you are sitting 10 hours on the chair,
Yes, Sasha. Okay, observer dependency. Okay, I'll unmute you if you type in chat what his answer is. Pose your question and then give me what his answer is going to be, and then I'll let you talk again because this is super cringe. You keep asking him the same questions over and over and over again, expecting him to give a different answer. Okay, stop. Just stop, dude. Seriously. I know exactly what worldview he's presenting. There's a GIF of it, or a GIF that highlights that. You can see Mario running across the screen and the sun following him. That's his worldview. his worldview is from his point of view, aka observer dependency. He makes all these observations of what things are doing from his point of view. And then he can imagine changing his point of view from the small to the large, and then realizing that flat objects can appear to be not flat. I mean, it's not a troll. It's not. It had nothing to do with you to begin with.
It seems like he's mocking. He's trying to act like the only observation that we see, that we're basing our beliefs on, observation alone. It seems like he's mocking.
Well, I'm
No,
not really mocking you guys, right? I think one of you guys said that or I was debating with one of you guys before. You guys said the earth is not moving. So obviously it dismisses the fact that obviously the earth is moving. So it must be obviously the sun, and I believe the sun, because when I'm looking at the sun, it's following me when I'm moving. So it must be the sun moving and following me.
Wait a minute. Can I ask you a question? Do you have a window in your house?
Yeah, of course I have a window in my house.
Well, does the sun present himself in the window and then passes through the window without you moving?
Right now, look, the sun is literally like right at me. It's like right at me right now.
It sounds like you're evading the question. Do you understand what I'm asking?
We won't give you a direct answer on that.
Let's simplify it. Let's just say you're on a track. You're at a high school running track, and you're running around the track. Is the sun doing circles following you around that track? It is a temper tantrum type of statement. I get what you're saying, Crip, but I mean, come on now. We have to kind of base it on logic. The sun does not follow you every turn you make. You can't say that.
I'm just saying,
Yeah,
right? If I were
he realizes that his little act stops when he has to answer for. Yeah, he realizes his act stops when he has to answer for what's happening when he sees the sun outside his window of his house.
But it's
Yeah,
not
that kills him right
3D,
there.
right?
I know you sure did, and that's why he's going into the I mean.
Hold on, are you gonna answer me?
Just be nice.
It's not what's it called? Yeah, it's not 3D. It's 2D, right? So so for example, right?
That's not answering the question.
I go right now. If I were to walk or run or go into a car and drive from point A to point B down my neighborhood street, the sun would literally follow my car, right, in the sky. I would literally see the sun following my car, right, to the end of the street.
We can accept that premise. Hold on. Let's accept the premise. Let's accept.
That's what it looks like
that
to me.
premise. All right, let's accept that premise. All right, we're gonna accept that for now. But I also asked you a question about a window.
Here, hold on real quick. There's audio chaos. Whisper Jack, everyone's voice is feeding back through your microphone. All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, I asked you a question. Okay, I'm accepting your premise. That's one premise. Okay, now I need you to answer
Could you
my
type
question.
it so I can understand? Like,
No. It's very simple. If your house has a window, have you ever stood in front of the window and just seen the sun pass? That's it. That is a very simple question. Now, remember, if you answer this question, your premise will be no longer valid. You understand that?
How would it not be valid?
Yeah, just let him not answer.
How would it not be valid?
Yeah,
I'm saying the sun follows me every time I look at the sun. It always follows me. So
that's preposition A, right? I gave you a preposition B, and you haven't answered.
But I don't understand what you're asking me. I'm saying the sun follows me every time I look at the sun. It follows me. Like
if you're traveling west, if you're traveling west to east, it won't be following you, mate.
I mean, every time I look at it,
no, it won't be.
Like,
what
don't you understand?
It travels east to west. East to west, it travels. If you're traveling west to east, the sun won't be following you.
One deck, right? One deck. If you go into a car and you were to go down the highway, right, and the sun is literally, you see the sun all the time, right? Do you see the sun all the you can see the sun all the time when the sun is up? You can always see the sun.
You're missing the point. It travels east to west. If you're traveling west to east, the sun is not following you. End of story.
I've never observed that though.
Your argument is a little absurd because we could compare it to a room and a light bulb, right? Anywhere you move in that room, which would be AKA the Earth, you're gonna see the sun because it's on top of you. What you're arguing right now is hella absurd.
Not really, because if I were to turn on the light switch in my room right now and I were to leave my room, right, I can't always see that if I were to literally look at and keep my eye on the bulb, right, and I were to get out of view, right, I would not be seeing it downstairs. You understand? But when I'm
So what's your
outside
point?
and I see the sun, right, even through my window, I can see the sun right now. It's
Do you see
staring
the
at me
sun
right
through your
now,
window all day?
Can you see it at night?
like right now,
What
right
happens
now.
when you move at night? Is it the same thing?
Well, I
What's the
mean, that's a
point?
whole different. That's a whole different
Yeah,
thing. I'm
it
saying the
destroys your
sun.
whole. It destroys your entire argument. The nighttime
It
destroys your
it,
whole argument.
no, it doesn't really, because I can literally say the moon follows me all the time. I mean, it's just what I'm seeing. Like, can I refute that? Like, I can't really refute it. That's what I'm seeing. That's objective reality to me.
Is that
Like,
is
that's what I'm
that in a
seeing.
correlation to the shape of the earth though? Are you saying because one the other?
I mean, like I'm literally putting my objective reality like you guys are doing. I understand the Earth is flat.
Okay,
Yeah,
well then,
I see a
okay,
flat
hold
Earth
on,
too.
dude. Just
I see an Earth
relax.
flat too. I see a flat
Relax.
Earth too.
Add to your objective reality the idea of sitting in a chair, looking out the window, seeing the sun. Will you see the sun all day from that chair through that window?
If I were to sit down at a window and look at the sun,
Yeah, the fact that you repeat it, it tells that
I'm trying
tells
to no, I'm
everyone
trying to
listening
understand
that
what you're trying to
that
say. I'm
the
trying to
answer is
understand what you're
obvious.
trying to say. I'm
I
trying
know
to
you
understand
don't.
what you're trying to say.
Okay, if
Say
you're
again.
sitting in front of a window in a
Yes, I
seat,
understand. Yeah.
get a seatbelt, buckle yourself up, nail
Yep.
yourself to the floor, get
Yep.
a crossword puzzle, and look at the
Yep.
sun. Will you see the sun all day long through that very window as you sit there?
If I were to sit down at a window, the
No,
sun would
brother.
not
Never
the
mind.
sun would not move. The sun listen, like the sun
You've
would
lost
not
the
go
plot,
left or
dude.
right. I'm just
The
telling
sun
you
will
what I'm seeing,
not
right?
remain in the window all day long.
The sun. Okay, I
Let him
understand
finish.
that, but the sun
He's
would look. The
trolling.
sun would not move left or right, right? If I move right, if I move say 10 miles to the right of me, right? The sun
You're
would move
sitting in the
10 miles to the
chair.
right with me, right? Okay, that I understand that, but the sun, when I move right, left, it moves with me. You understand
You
that?
nailed to
Does
the
it not
floor,
move
mate.
with you?
You're
You
changing the
nailed right
Anyway,
premise
to the
of
floor.
the questions. You're adding
what do you
things,
mean?
just like the room and
I
the
mean,
light
I'm
bulb.
saying the sun moves, right? I'm saying the sun moves with me when I move.
But hold on. I understand that you think that's a correlation, but we also ask you, does it move when you're standing still in the window? And you have to answer yes, because everyone will know that you're lying. You don't want to answer the question. And if you answer yes, you know that the nonsense that you're talking about will be dismissed automatically. So why you trolling and doing this blah blah
I'm
blah
not really
double speak
trolling. I'm
shit
just
and
seeing
just answer the
objective
question?
reality.
No, that isn't objective because
It is.
all right, looking at the sun through a window and seeing it passing by, that is objective. Everyone can attest that they've lived through that. What you're saying is nonsense because when you come out of the car at nighttime, you don't see a sun. The nighttime destroys your argument.
Not really, because every time the sun comes up, it follows me still. Like I'm literally putting that point through. Okay, if you were to go outside right now, right? If the sun is out right now, if you
Unless
were
you're
to go
traveling
out
west to
there,
east,
if
not
you were to
following
go
the
out there, if you were to go out there and stand still, right? Do you think the sun would just move all the way to the right side of you? Would you think the sun would just move at it all the way to the right side like a light bulb, right? This light bulb, if I were to get the room, it would not. It would be out of my perspective, out of my
Getting out
view.
of the room would change the premises of what I was out of the analogy. The room and the light bulb represent the room will be the earth, the light bulb will be the sun. Getting out of those premises would be changing the question entirely.
You
Right? You
know, but the
understand that?
issue is, okay, look right now, right? I'm not looking at the light bulb, right? If you're trying to put the analogy of the sun on the light bulb, right? I'm not looking at the light bulb right now, but if I were to look at the sky, the sun is always like in front of me. I'm always able to see the sun. I'm always
Okay.
able to see the sun follow me, follow my car, follow when I'm walking, right? This light bulb can't follow me. This light bulb here can't follow me.
Do you live in Antarctica by any chance? Or
I
in
live in
Alaska or something where they get like fucking 8 months of sun or some shit? Are
But
you saying
listen,
that's where you live?
listen,
Hold on,
I've been.
You saying what?
Listen,
this
this is a
guy
load of crap.
he's successfully created a smokescreen. Let me just ask him one more thing, and then I'll shut up for the day. I promise. So if
Do you know my initial point? You know my initial point.
Just it doesn't matter. Just let me ask you something. If you're standing in a dark room with someone else, then the other person has a flashlight and you do not, and you say, and both of you decide to start moving around, and you're moving around, you're walking around in circles, they're walking around in circles in that light. You're like, wow, I can't tell if the light's moving or I'm moving. I can't even tell. Well, if you stopped and that person kept moving, what would that tell you? And the light kept moving around, what would that tell you then?
I mean, that light source would be moving, but that's not the sun, though.
There you go. Well, if you stand outside, you will see the sun rise in the east and set in the west.
But the issue is, though, I'm saying every time I'm in a
The
car
issue
and I'm
is,
walking,
it sounds like you
right?
can't sit
I'm not
long
saying
enough.
I'm not talking about standing still. I'm talking about when I move. When I move, the sun moves. I literally said that so many times.
Seemingly
I've
so. Yeah,
literally said that
you
so
go up
many
a hill,
times.
the sun's there. Yeah, seemingly so. Yeah.
I've said
But
that
if you
so many
stand,
times.
yeah, if you stand still, you'll
Okay,
see
I'm not
that.
talking about standing still though. I'm talking about moving. When I move, the
Well,
sun moves.
if you want your confusion solved, you just might have to stand still for a moment.
Yet it moves
Okay,
all the
yeah,
time.
and I would not see the sun. If I were to stand outside and see the sun, right, the sun, right, would not just magically go left or right. When
Well,
I
I'm watching
move,
the sun. Yeah, mate.
Yeah,
I'm
you need to
watching.
go sit
Let me just
outside and
say
watch
this.
the sun, sir.
I'm actually watching the
I
sun
mean,
now, right? Listen. I've been sat in my vehicle for 25 minutes listening to this nonsense, right? I'm looking at the sun now, right? And there's been a tree
right?
to the right hand side of it, right? And it's moved. It's now behind the tree bushes. It's moved.
Okay,
I'm sat in my car. It's moved.
And what do you think would
you
happen
like?
if you stay in your car and it would be like 8 or 9 o'clock at night? Would the sun still be there?
Let me
No,
answer
it'll
one deck
move.
first.
It's
One deck. Would you mind driving literally 2 miles and you literally see the sun follow your vehicle? You literally view the sun literally trace your vehicle. You
my
literally
point.
see that.
My demonstration was that it's
No.
moving it's moving. I'm watching it move, and I'm sat still. I'm watching it move, and I'm sat still. I've proved it's moved.
Okay, but you can literally see it though. And I'm talking yet again for the 500 billionth
Seemingly,
time.
you have you confused the term seemingly and
when
literally.
you move, okay, for the 5 billionth time, right? I never said anything about standing still. I said when you move, and when I move, the sun follows me. So I can't escape.
this
I can't
clown.
escape this. I can't escape the sun outside. When the sun
This
is
is the
up, I can't
dumbest
escape
thing I've ever heard. Why are we entertaining this guy? If I
I
walk,
know.
the sun follows me.
Thank
It's
you.
so stupid.
I mean, it's
either-
objective reality.
He's either
It's
dumb
objective
or a
reality.
troll.
No.
It's not a troll. It's objective reality. That's
If you
what I'm
stand
seeing.
still, the sun's moving as well. So how does it prove anything?
I also see the Earth is flat. Like everything is around me is flat. That's my objective reality, right?
I told you he was trolling.
Yeah,
How is it troll?
He's a troll.
It's objective reality. Like I literally see what I'm
Bro,
seeing.
we know the sun is following you around in circles, bro. We know that's not happening.
And it's on your burden
to west. Case closed, right? It's not following you back around the corner where you just came from. It's not. That's not what's happening. You can stand still. You can use a time lapse machine and see the sun is definitely moving. There's two philosophical arguments: either the entire Earth is moving around the sun.
OG meatball.
He's
OG
trying to
meatball.
conflate. He's trying to conflate and compare flat earthers. He thinks that everything that we are, the conclusions we've come to are based on our objective reality. So he's comparing that. He hasn't listened to anything the past 2 days.
Listen, I'm just saying.
Embarrassing.
I'm not. You guys have tried to debate this whole thing about standing still. I never said anything about standing still. I've talked about movement. When I move, the sun. I cannot escape the sun. When the
What's
sun
your
is
point?
out, I cannot
Even if
escape
that were
the
true,
sun.
what's your point?
Right?
If that were true, what's
Even
the point?
behind the sun, even behind the clouds, right? The
Yeah,
sun
the problem is
still.
you say, dude, the problem is you say it's literally following me, literally following me, literally. Have you ever thought
I
that
mean,
maybe
yeah,
it's
that's what I'm seeing.
have you thought that maybe it's seemingly?
Seemingly following me. I mean, like it's literally.
Yeah, so
Like,
if
what do you want me to say?
Embarrassing
if you
argument.
stand still,
Bro,
then
this
you'll figure
argument
it
is
out.
cringy as
What's your
fuck,
point?
bro.
Okay. Listen. All I'm saying is that I can see, right? When I go outside, I cannot escape the sun. So it must be following me. I cannot escape it. Can you escape the sun when it's out? When it's out, even behind the clouds,
So
we
understood your premise. What is your conclusion? Okay. Let's say we accept your hold on. Let's say we accept your nonsense premise. What is your conclusion when it comes to the shape of the Earth?
I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about my objective.
He
We're talking
doesn't
about
have
objective
one.
reality.
Okay, if
I
that's
actually
true,
believe objective reality now. I see the earth as flat, so I believe it's flat. I believe the sun is following me, so I believe,
we don't
the
believe
sun is
the
following
Earth
me.
is flat.
Right.
Well, I'm talking about objective reality. I'm seeing what I'm
No, you're
seeing.
No,
not.
but we don't share
Cut it
that
off.
belief with you.
What do you mean? So okay, so you can go outside right now when the sun is out, and you can escape the sun, right? You can escape it, right? You can leave it behind.
I don't
A
care about
building,
that.
a building you can leave behind. That a building is not following you, but a sun you
I
cannot
see
care
what he's
about
trying
that.
to do here. He's using a dumb example of objective reality to compare it to our objective realities.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's pushing it to absurdity. He's been trying to do that this whole time.
What do you mean
Ooh.
absurdity?
that's what I've been saying. He's
Hey,
trolling.
this is this is what you guys have told me. Spake face.
No, we don't.
told
No,
me
you haven't
this
been listening to
objective re-
anything. You haven't been listening to anything. It's not a belief. It's not based on observation. It's based on measurement. You fail to understand that.
Okay, and my listen. What thing is more better than literally seeing it yourself? What thing is more better than literally seeing it and witnessing yourself? Can you go outside and
Measurements.
escape the sun?
What you're
Experimentation.
describing, yes, at nighttime. What you're describing is not. It isn't something that people can experience. Because at nighttime, if you're in the same place or around your area, you won't see the sun. So what are you talking about? I understand you're trying to push the premise to its absurdity to try to get us to, but what you're doing is not the same thing. Because also the shape of the Earth, we don't even know if it's correlated to the sun. There might be two different things. Whatever shape the land is, maybe have nothing to do with what the hell we're looking up in the sky.
What do you think? What do you think the sun is doing? If you're saying my reasoning is absurd, what do you think the sun is doing? You
It's
tell
not
me,
that, mate.
Matrix.
It's not that. I mean, the sun can be observed from the ground in a wide area, a very big area. So yes, you will see the sun in the sky when you're moving around. Yeah, you'll look up.
Listen.
Right? You'll see it.
You tell me why. You tell me why the sun is always following me. You tell me.
It's not following you. It's not following you. You can just see it when you move.
Okay,
I think it might be a little unreasonable to ask things like, "What is the sun? What is the sun doing?" Okay, we can only observe and declare pretty much. But
Okay,
why
observe,
is doing what,
exactly.
hold on. Why is doing what is doing? Why the things that are, bro? We cannot give you a truthful explanation. We can only logically deduce. That's it.
Okay, Cartel, look at the video I just posted. This is Brian Cox. It's one of the people that you said inside your epistemology will not talk to flat earthers. So use this message as him talking to you, okay? Not me, not any other flat earther.
Well, what's this video? What's the video? What he's saying? He's not talking to flat earthers.
No, your worldview. Because earlier you said the experts won't talk to flat earthers because the experts would view talking to a flat earther as a waste of time. Therefore,
let me look at this. 20 seconds.
Yeah, a short video. Really,
I think it's more like.
Hey, let watch the video, dude.
No. Listen, he could watch. We could talk while he watched. That's okay.
No, he can't hear. He can't hear the speaker.
I'm almost done. Hold on.
What the hell does he watching a video have to do with the chat talk, with people talking?
Oh, I thought you was about to play the video. Great.
So why not attack the.
Okay, so yeah, Brian Cox literally says, how do you know? So how do you know the sun is not following me?
That's what I'm saying. The only way you would know if somebody told you it was doing something else.
So what? I shouldn't believe you because
No,
you're telling me
not
something
me.
different.
No, he said if you have seeing is believing. So your worldview is seeing is believing. What you see is what you believe. Then you've got no basis to even go with the globe because you haven't gone into a spaceship, turn around and look for yourself. You've never observed. You've never had that observer dependency. You just believe a story. Yeah, hold on, Cartel.
Okay.
You just believe a story that somebody else told you for whatever purpose you want to believe it. It's all on you. It's no one else in this channel has to even explore it because you could believe all kinds of things. It doesn't really matter what you believe or what you don't believe. You could say you believe the Earth presents as flat, but it's not flat because it's a globe, because the sun follows you. Whatever you want to believe, have fun with it. That's your life choice. The only problem with beliefs is when they go on, they harm other people. And I would say mostly your beliefs are just harming yourself. You're not harming anybody else other than you. Because you've got this cognitive dissonance you're trying to work through when your observer dependency does not match with other people, and your
Oh, so
worldview
you
was,
can escape the sun.
yeah, you could escape the
Right,
sun.
right back to it.
You know about the dark zone, the twilight zone? Have you heard
Yeah,
about that before?
No,
You can
I'm
escape it.
saying right when you're outside and the sun is glowing in the sky, can you escape the sun
Yeah.
that is way
Yeah,
behind you?
yeah,
you
you
can.
can.
Just stand
And
You
still.
can,
It
yes.
turns
Oh,
nighttime.
really?
Yes, you can.
There you go.
Once
I'm
it's
talking
out,
about movement. I'm talking about
once
movement. I've
it's out
said
of your
this.
vision, once it's out of your vision, you've escaped it.
Oh, so you can escape the sun, right?
Yeah, not only that, but you
Okay,
could
then why are
dive
you
underwater.
not
Cartel, you can
okay?
dive
Go ahead.
underwater, and they call it the twilight zone. I'm not sure if you know about this, but if you go deep enough underwater, it turns to darkness. It's always nighttime.
You can't survive under that immense amount of pressure from the ocean.
No, but other animals do though. There's animals that live their whole life never ever seeing what the sun looks like.
But I've never
Knowing,
seen those animals. I don't know
knowing.
about them animals.
Yeah, you have. You've seen deep sea fishing. They just posted an article today about how they've got some sort of 24-hour live camera set up that's broadcasting the
But I
Twilight
don't
Zone.
know though. I don't
Okay, well then you
24-hour
don't know.
camera.
Then you don't know then.
What do you mean 24-hour camera?
Like a live stream set up that's broadcasting and seeing different fish swim by. These deep sea
How,
fish.
okay, how can I assume that's real footage, and how can I
You don't.
assume?
Yeah, you don't know. That's what I'm saying. The best part is now you know why those experts won't talk to you because your position is a non-starter. They say, "Hey, I sent this robot down into the ocean, a mile and a half down, and I put up a camera." And you're like, "How do I believe you did that?" The guy's like, "Talk to the hand." Okay, next person. Like seriously. So it's okay to believe that. You can follow that worldview that you only believe things that you see with your firsthand knowledge. So
But
that it could be.
do you
No,
see
not
why
me.
you get you?
You.
I
Yeah,
mean,
Carter, not
but
me.
like your friend. Okay, but your friends are like trying to argue me, battle me on my objective reality. They're trying to say standing. I never said anything about standing. I said movement like 10 times, and they talk about nighttime. I'm saying every time the sun is up, and it's following me. Every time I move,
Yeah, and you said
I'm seeing it.
literally, and it turns out to be seemingly.
What do you mean
Yeah,
seemingly? No, it's not seemingly. It's literally okay,
That's
look.
what it seems.
I guarantee I dare you to go out when the sun is up, right?
I
And
do. I
I
sit in a
want you
chair and I watch it.
no,
I
hold
can
on.
watch it go across the sky.
No, not sitting in the chair. Like I said, I've said that
Well, I can
11
move
times.
around too. I can move
Okay,
around too in a limited
I can
space and see it move across the sky.
okay. You move around. Okay, you move around. Keep your eyes on the sun, and you try and escape it. I want you to try and escape the sun.
Yeah,
I
I
have the
will
sun.
during at nighttime. Yeah, after sunset, I'll be free from the sun.
Nighttime again. Okay, of course, another one.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Blame the
Well,
dark skies.
I am. Yes. Yeah, but I've been over this with him. You will see the sun, mate. Yeah, I'm driving now. I can see the sun. It's there in the sky. I'm driving.
Okay, exactly.
Yeah,
Are you
yeah,
escaping
but
it? No, you're not.
no, but because I can. It's in my vision.
Okay,
What's the
exactly. So it's in your vision. So it must be
I can
following
see
you
it.
because it look. Okay. The buildings are
I'm
in your vision,
driving.
right?
I'm driving.
No
It
Okay.
one
said
is this
it's
stupid.
listen. I'm
Yeah, do you
driving.
This is
turn into a
so
pumpkin at
I'm
dumb.
sunset
driving.
or something?
Listen,
Bro,
hang
the
on.
buildings are in your vision too, right? But you don't see them. You don't see them all the time when the sun is up. You don't see them all the time, do you? You don't see them for 12 hours a day, do you? Are
Well,
the
they're not in the
buildings
sky.
following you? Are the buildings following you?
No, they go out of my vision.
Okay, exactly. Does the sun go out of your vision when you're driving?
It's not done at the moment. No.
Okay, exactly. So if by that logic, right, the sun must be following you, not the buildings,
No,
right?
it's not
So
following. It's not following me. I can
no,
just see
you
it. I can just see
okay,
it.
yeah. So you can still see it because it's following you. If you was driving, you was moving, right? You should have left it behind. Like just like the light bulb. If I had a light bulb,
You're under the impression that it's a ball, a physical ball in that location. It's an apparent location. Sorry to tell you that.
Okay, then what is it? What is it? I'm assuming what? What am I assuming? What is it then? You
I
tell
don't
me
know.
what it is.
What is the point? That's what I've been trying to work out. What is your point?
My point is objective reality. So I'm seeing what I'm seeing. You guys are trying to battle me on it. I'm telling you guys that are you guys are seeing the exact same thing. Don't try and act like
Yeah,
you
and
guys are
you're
not
adding
seeing
a
it.
subjective. You're adding your subjective interpretation.
You're saying
Okay,
the sun's
what's
following
your
you. No one thinks
interpretation?
What's so funny about? What's so funny about that? I don't get that.
What's your interpretation to it? You tell me.
Well, I told you, if you're confused, you just sit down and you can see what's happening.
Okay, so
You don't want
you can
to
sit down.
alleviate your confusion.
Okay, old horse, right? Can you sit down? You tell me this, right? If you sit down, will the sun continue moving right or left? Will it continue moving right or left?
Yeah, it'll set. It'll rise and set over the course of the day.
There's sunset and sunrise. Sunset is setting down, right, and up, right?
I thought
Not
you. So
left
wait,
or
I
right.
thought you said
Not
the
left
sun's
and right.
following you. So the sun stops
Every
following
time
you
I
at
move,
sunset. Does the sun follow you when it sets?
That's not what it is. Do you know about 2D?
I'm
What the
asking
hell?
you.
Like,
Does the sun follow you during a sunset?
Yes, it's literally following me every time I move. What the hell? Like, do you not know what following is? I need to give you the definition of following? Right? Definition. Look, let me read you the definition of following, right? Coming after or as a result of, right?
Why are we
So,
tolerating this?
This is insanity. This is
What do you
pure
mean
insanity.
How is it pure insanity?
Do you think the sun's choosing to follow
You're
you?
going to tell me that it followed you?
Bro, following the definition, coming after or as a result of,
This guy
right?
is
So
just a
so
troll,
when
I
you're
think.
moving, when you
Okay.
Let me
getting
make it more
fucking
simple.
ridiculous
When it
in
sets,
here.
it's not following you, right?
Let me make it more simple, right, for you. If you was running, right, and I was running after you and I was following you all the time, right? Keyword following, right? Or I was actually right behind you, what would you call that? If you was running and I was running right behind you.
He's an idiot.
Right?
Sorry, guys.
Everywhere,
That's not if the sun's doing that, and it's not just a light in the sky.
I'm sorry, mate. We've
Try
been
to
through
be.
this.
Let's be
Sorry, mate.
civil.
Chris, I did go through this before, right? We all know the sun goes east to west. I said to you earlier, it's not following you if you're going west to east. It can't be following you because it's going in a different direction.
Yeah, but he's talking left to right. Okay, how about this? I think I got an idea here. How about Zeros and Cartel? You guys hash out which one of you has the best observer dependency.
No, I think.
Hey, I'm just telling him. I'm just telling him
Cartel,
to go
dude.
outside,
One at a time. Okay, Zeros. Do you want to talk to Cartel?
No, I thought it was Doctor talking.
No, Cartel.
Oh,
Okay.
it just seemed like someone might be like English isn't their first language, and I just think you guys should be a little more charitable.
That's what I'm saying. I want to give the floor to you. Let's see what your version of charity looks like.
Oh. Okay.
His
Yeah, who am I
English is
talking
just
to?
fine.
Okay, so go ahead, Cartel. Okay, you want to start? Maybe Zeros didn't hear the whole thing about your
Okay,
observer dependency.
Zeros.
Okay.
Zeros. Is it daytime for you? Is the sun the sun is out? Is it sunny for you or cloudy?
No, I just wanted to be clear first of all. So, is English your second language?
No, why would it be?
Dude, he's been talking for the last hour and a half, dude. His English is fine, all right?
Fuck.
Why would it? Why would it
I
be?
don't know. I just noticed some like grammatical errors.
Are you inferring that? What do you mean grammatical errors? Isn't that like writing? Or like what? What do you mean? How can you have that when you're speaking?
He's trying to find a reason why you're so stumped by something so simple. He's just trying to give you an out. But yeah, your English is fine. His English is fine, Zero.
Okay, so Zero, right? Is it sunny or cloudy by you right now?
Why?
Is it daytime? Is it daytime by you? Is it sunny outside?
Oh my god.
I'm not going to dox myself.
What? Okay, listen. I know you've seen the sun in your lifetime, right? Have you ever escaped the sun? Have you ever escaped the sun? Like when you're looking at the sun, has the sun just like okay? So when you're in a car and you're moving and you're looking at a building, you have left the building behind, right? The building
Yeah,
has
but it's a
never
false
been in your life
equivalency.
sign,
You're comparing the
right? The
sun to the
sun.
building.
Okay, I'm talking to zero,
One's a
buddy.
small building on the floor, and one's a
I'm talking
giant
to
light
zero,
in the
buddy.
sky. This is
Okay.
idiocracy.
Okay,
I don't.
but
What are we
actually,
talking
okay.
about?
Oh, since you want to say that, all right, bet. Look, right. When you're looking at a cloud, I've left the cloud behind. I've left the cloud behind.
But once
What's your
again, it's
I've
a
literally,
point?
false
I've
equivalency.
left the
You're
cloud
comparing a
behind.
small cloud to a
I've left it.
giant
No,
sun.
no. Since you want to be saying, oh, it's about a big sun or da 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 da.
It
I've left the
is
cloud behind.
it's about perspective. One's miles away and high up.
Me, I have my
One's a
objective
building on the
reality,
floor.
and it's also it's also for you. It's also for you. You cannot deny it. You've never left behind a sun. You've left behind a cloud though, and you've left behind tornado. You can leave behind tornadoes. You can leave behind clouds, but you can never. When the sun is up, you can never leave behind the sun. When it's in your eyes, when you're looking at the sun, you can never leave that behind. But when you're
Sure,
looking
yeah.
at a
The same
cloud,
goes
a
for the
building,
moon and the stars too, right?
okay, exactly. So it's never leaving yourself. So it's following you. That's the definition of following is coming after. The sun is literally following you. It's following it
I used
because you
to think
can't
the
escape
moon.
it.
I
You
used
Or
can't
to
you can
think
escape
the
get
it.
in an
moon was following.
airplane and get away from the sun much
You guys
quicker.
just let Zero
What do you
and
mean?
I do feel. I do
okay,
feel
listen.
So
haunted by
so
the
you're saying you
stars
can get in an
sometimes.
airplane and escape the sun?
Okay, listen.
Yes.
Okay, you
I'm
guys
saying
take
it
up.
disappears much quicker, of course.
Bro,
Okay,
listen.
this is just Cartel and Zeros. Okay, no one else jump
No,
in.
that's okay. I can step out. I
No,
didn't really
just
want to.
you.
You're
I
very
didn't really
lucky.
want
You're
to
very
Let
debate. I
lucky.
no
just
one
wanted
else.
to
Okay,
like
no one else
understand
talk.
the language barrier here. I
Yeah,
wasn't
sort
trying
it
to
out.
debate it.
It's not a debate. You're just trying to figure out what he's talking about, and using the language barrier will be good because if an alien, let's say if an alien shows up tomorrow, are they going to speak perfect English? Would you be
No, of
able
course
to?
not.
Okay, would you be able to parse out what they're saying and figure out what they need and want from you?
Well, I haven't taught English in a while.
Not you don't want to be teaching the alien English. You've got no interest in learning it. What they want is say if they've got some idea they want to articulate to humanity, and then they have to leave.
They're going to need to have some interest in learning it if they want to find work in this country.
No, not a space alien, not an illegal alien. So an alien, yeah. So Zeros, this is what I want you to do. Okay, pretend an alien just came down to Earth. This alien wants to articulate a very important idea to humanity, and you're the one who's got to get it recorded. If you fail to record this important message, it'll be lost forever. The alien civilization will never return. This is a one.
It's all up to you,
Yeah,
Zero.
So Carter, pretend.
I don't understand. What kind of alien is it?
Yeah, the alien's called a cartel. It's part of the cartel alien environment.
It's an alien that's looking at the sun and thinks the sun's chasing him.
So it exists. This
Guys,
alien
let me just say
exists within the
listen,
same
forget- oh,
laws
fucking
of
hell,
the
alien.
laws of physics as me.
Listen.
Yeah, any assumptions you bring into the conversation, it's all you. Okay, this is all you, 100%. There's no phone a friend. There's nothing else. All you've got is you and the communication, the situation, and that's it. Okay, so now
Okay,
go ahead,
okay.
Cartel.
So you said it's just me, right? Okay, so Zero, I'm going to send you a YouTube video, a video of it's not just me seeing that saying the sun is following me. There is a YouTube video right here. I just sent you a YouTube video right there of the sun following this guy. It's doing the exact same thing, right? Anyone, if you want it, I could send it to you. So there is not just me saying that the sun is following me. It's objective reality. If you go outside and you drive in a car, the sun, when you look at the sun, it will follow you. It will follow you. So like I don't understand this whole thing about no it's not, bro. Go outside and test it out. It's so easy, literally so easy. Go out.
Can you do that at nighttime? What happens at nighttime
Go
then?
ahead. But why are you trying to go ahead and derail the whole point? My whole point was, like I said, when you see the sun, you cannot escape the sun.
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
No one's disagreeing with you, mate, that the sun appears to follow the observer. But with a little bit of common sense, if you're going west and the sun's going east, then obviously it's not following you. just appears to follow you. Been doing this for an hour now. Can we move on to something else?
Yeah, the goal was because Zeros had chimed in and said this guy wasn't given enough charity to express his point of view. So the test was going to be, can Zeros give the charity and understand the point of view being expressed?
No, yeah, I
And
can see that point of view for sure.
did you tap out or are you still in?
No, I'm tapping out.
Okay. Well, there you go. So now your claim about this guy wasn't given charity to express his point of view is thoroughly debunked. You are debunked.
I am debunked.
Yep.
I will concede, sir. Thank you.
So exactly. So you concede.
Yeah, Carter, that didn't mean, rub it in, pour salt on the wound. Zeros took a pretty bad beating today. Okay, you'll need to rub it in. Okay, he realized that he is unable to understand English as English unless it's exactly perfect, grammarly correct.
You literally just said, "Let's not rub it in," and proceed to rub it in.
Okay, that is I'm point of moderation here. I'm talking to Cartel about why he got the win and he should be graceful with the win. I'm not rubbing in on Zeros. What the fuck's wrong with you, dude? That level of squawking is a disqualification. You can look up in the server rules. How about go up there and tell me what rule you just broke by doing that? I'll unmute you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to debate me on this topic?
No.
No, the
Okay,
topic's
so-
over. Everyone
Okay,
understands
so-
where you're coming from. You
Okay,
have
okay,
observed.
thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
Cartel,
you.
I fully understand your worldview. You have observer dependency, and it's based on sort of like movement, but that does not always equal left to right movement. Forward to back, front to back, and side to side isn't always left or right. I totally get it, dude. I 100% understand your worldview.
Okay, thank you. And I understand your worldview on how everything is flat, because when I go outside, I can see everything flat, right? So yeah, I understand your
No,
worldview.
wrong.
What do you mean? I'm okay. The Earth is flat. Yeah, when the ground, ever flat. Okay, so obviously mountains and stuff, but mainly everything is
Wrong.
flat when you look at it. Why not?
That's not what we base our worldview on. That's where you're wrong.
Yeah, he wasn't wrong. That's what his understanding is. Because remember, his worldview is based on observer dependency. So from his observer dependency,
Right. But he said ours. He said he understood ours.
Yeah, because that's
and
what
he's wrong.
that's the way he's articulating himself. So when he says, "Hey,
No.
your worldview is based on an observation," and I'd be like, "Okay, well, it's more than that, but at least I'll understand inside your worldview, his worldview is that other people do the same thing he's doing. He doesn't see himself as special and unique. We're all just doing observer dependency, just different conclusions." He's not wording it perfect English, which is why people like Zero are getting stumped. Because unless the English is word perfect English, Zeros then loses all concept of what the English language is. All right, who's got the next topic then? I think that's been fully explored for hours at this point.
I guess Zero is off the alien welcoming squad.
Yeah, he is. Because the alien, just like an alien consciousness comes to Earth, they might only be articulating with smells or pictures or images. Zeros would be like, "Oh, fuck that dude." Unless he speaks perfect English, I don't give a fuck.
Zero's like, "I'm out."
Yeah, I'm out. Yeah.
Why is Arabic Shogun talking about a non-scientific belief and frankly irrational belief system? You can literally see it. Would I deny that nighttime exists? I mean, the darkness exists. I can see it. So why is Arabic Shogun?
Oh no, I think we should try this again. Because Arabic Shogun had just joined and started squawking right away. Here, Arabic Shogun, I give you a pardon, okay, for your past trespasses.
My G.
Okay.
So look, the reason I see it as a non-scientific and irrational belief is due to the consensus, the general consensus being the Earth isn't flat. We've seen evidence for it, such as photography. But I understand that people deny photography because, of course, photography can be faked. But I see no reason as to why there should be this belief that they are lying about the Earth being round, and that how that somehow benefits them. I don't see. Hence why I believe flat earthers are irrational.
Hey, I mean, I'm just
Because there's
saying.
some
Well,
logical
like,
reasoning for it.
I mean, flat earthers are their own thing. Me, I just say it how it is, bro. Like the sun is following me. Like they're their own thing. They have their own science, whatever. But I'm just saying what I see. Like to be
It's a
honest, but
matter of
you see the same.
perspective. I understand where you're coming from. It's a matter of perspective. For you, it looks like the Earth is orbiting us, right? That it's Earth centric. I forgot the terminology for it. But the reality is, as we're seeing it, is that Earth isn't the center and we're orbiting around the sun. It's all a matter of perspective. To us, it looks like the sun is following us in accordance with us, but it's us in accordance with the sun, not vice versa.
When did you prove that?
Oh, I haven't personally proven this, but there's more things pointing towards it
No.
rather than indicating otherwise.
No.
That's your belief, and you are entitled to it.
Not a
What
belief.
he said could be true. What he said could be true. That there is more evidence pointed to that, right? Can we point the pointer? Who are the people pointing the evidence?
Eclipses
Very
ruin your
well-educated
balls in space.
scientists. May I proceed?
Yeah, eclipses ruin your balls in space anyway.
Crazy. So, very well-educated scientists and people that have dedicated their life to science have come to this conclusion that we are orbiting around the sun. Now, I'd rather, frankly, trust their result that they came with rather than people that are not scientists saying that the Earth is flat.
So, can I ask you a simple question? What came
Go on, mate.
first? Did man came first, or the science came first?
Science, forever.
Wait a minute.
Science
Wait a minute.
came first.
Are you
What?
saying that science came before the man?
Of course. Science is
Oof, that's a
our
crazy
like
argument.
science as we see it is just the definition of science is essentially the study of a
Man,
world
what weak
simplified.
argumentation.
May I?
Fucking
Okay, so I'm just gonna have to selectively mute Alpha because I'm trying to make my point here. I hope.
collectively.
No, not gonna work.
He's gonna be.
What the
Yeah,
fuck, dude?
I was actually
Arabic.
going somewhere with my question.
Yeah,
No,
once
you're
you
not going somewhere with your question. Fuck that, dude. Jedi, can you jump in here, or Radwin, or somebody? Take control of this knucklehead.
Trying to, man, but keep
I
getting
can't
upset.
Yeah, I
argue.
got it. Hey, Arabic, you cannot locally mute people in this channel because it's going to create audio chaos. Someone's going to be talking and you won't hear them. When you do that, then the people listening hear, but this what is going on, and you don't hear it. Okay, this idea about you're kind of proving the point that Cartel was making: observer dependency. From your point of view, it sounds normal because you've changed, very manipulated. That the only person you can hear is you and whoever you want to talk to. So just type in chat that you've unmuted people, and I'll unmute you. You can turn them down. Okay, this is what I can offer you. Turn them down to 5%. So
He said he unmuted them.
Oh, okay. There you go. Now just talk normal, okay? You guys.
I understand, but I'd
Okay.
respect it that even if people agree with your narrative, that if they interrupt anyone in this call, that they shall be
Shut the
muted. 'Cause
fuck
it
up,
is,
dude.
as I'm stating, because when I
Okay, Shogun, this is the second time you broke that rule about concerned trolling. I warned you the first time. I said don't concern troll. And I said, hey, I'll pardon you because maybe you didn't really look at the rules and stuff. If you're going on about what moderators should or shouldn't do, just get the fuck out, okay? We're not going to do this meta conversation, okay? Moderators in this channel have been doing this shit for a very long time. If you don't understand it, just get the fuck out. Just go home, okay? Take your ball and go home.
There isn't a forum that will listen to your whiny fucking moaning. Fucking get to the argument or just shut the fuck up. How about that?
Yo, can I answer Arabic Shogun's question?
No, we're gonna have somebody from the team answer his question. We got people that are all just asking fuckboy questions. We're gonna get some real concise questions asked. Either Jedi, Radwin, Crit, somebody can ask some questions.
Yeah, I remember who was exploring it with him. Who asked it? Was it Media J? Was that you?
Yeah, it was me. I
Okay.
asked them what came first, and there was a reason I asked: did science or the man? It's my understanding that man came first and developed science, then developed the universities, then developed the experts. And I'm a man. Everybody here is a man and women, so we have the capacity to understand things. So he's saying that because some experts that he don't know, he's never seen, said something, all of a sudden it has to be true. Now I asked him, do we have the capacity to be experts? And then if we say otherwise, does that change your mind?
I
Yeah, but
understand
that's
your
not.
point. I
We're not
understand
gonna.
it
We're not
fully.
gonna go there. We're not gonna go there. That's non sequitur. We gotta get to the heart of the issue. That's his ignorance on the topic. So yeah, we're gonna actually let the team take it. The team's been dealing with this for a long time. Just relax. It'll be okay. So one of the team members can actually handle this question.
May I respond to his question? Because I was trying to
Yeah,
make a
but we're
point,
gonna
but I never got to finish it.
let the team answer because the team has to get involved here, not somebody that's just off the street.
You mean not the person directed the question towards, or?
No, I meant that he's going to engage with the team member from our group, not somebody that doesn't know what the arguments are.
By
Correct.
the way, science as we define it, your point is, yes, in a way true, but I believe that the laws of the universe and everything that we've come to understand through science has always existed. That's what I was trying to get to. So the way our universe works, of course, has always been the same way. Well, maybe not always, but it's been the same way, even with or without our existence.
I
Now,
got you. I would accept that. I would accept that, and
yeah,
what
yeah,
you
yeah.
said is correct. But hear
Yeah.
me out. Hear me out. Even let's say we
Yeah,
take
but
that
hang
premise.
on tight, man, because I don't know, Media J, you're not from our group, man. Just relax. I want to let some of the team take it. We answer concisely. We know exactly what he needs. What we need to tell him.
I
So
mean,
please,
isn't that
somebody
the
from the
point of this
or,
debating? Does
or I'll
everybody
answer.
talking?
Either I will answer him or somebody from the team, because I don't want to hear somebody misconstrue some of the information. It's not about what he's asking. He doesn't know what to ask. He's
How
fairly
can you
new.
say that exactly? You don't know me.
No,
So
I'm
how do you know
assessing.
my knowledge?
I'm assessing this because of the way you're answering. The questions you're asking, they're not pertinent to the information. You need to be redirected to asking some better questions. This isn't pertinent to the information of the
How
shape
would
of
you
the earth.
know that? How would you understand that if we're not done
It
asking
We
has
questions?
do
nothing
this
to
every
do.
single
It has
day
nothing to do with
professionally.
the people involved. It has everything to deal with the information received. Okay, that's how I know. I've been doing this shit for fucking almost 10 years. I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah, me too.
So let
I've
the
been in this
team.
movement since the
Let
very
the team.
beginning.
I
So
don't
don't come
can't
with this
tell. I
fucking
can't tell.
expert
I
flat earth
can't
shit, bro.
tell.
Yeah, because
I
you're a
can't
fucking
tell.
dickhead.
Yeah,
Just
because
muting.
you're answering some bullshit fucking question that has nothing to do with the topic,
Are
bro.
you sure are you sure? Can you
Fuck
let me
yeah, I
finish to see if
know.
that's the case?
I already know. It has nothing. This shit that you guys are talking about has nothing to do with the question how we know the Earth is a globe or not. It's nothing to do with that.
Did not man come with the information of the globe earth and the flat earth? Did
He's
not man come with
he's
it?
he's asking about some people's qualifications. I already know that. I'm trying to get him to understand that is the wrong thing to ask. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the information at hand. We've been doing this for a long time. So please have a seat. Let the team answer.
My
So
goodness
once
me.
again, one of the team members, either Jedi, Crit.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, basically what he's got going on here is you wanted to change science from a verb to a noun to a proper noun, and then say these people over here have some sort of inside track on the nature of creation. When you've had that, you've abdicated your worldview to their consensus. Whatever they think is 51%, you're going to make your worldview. And you can do that. And you can probably live a normal, healthy life for the most part doing that. But the problem is when you go into the really is level, what reality is, you're going to have lots of contradictory points of view when you do that. So return to actual science, cause and effect, observation, experimentation, instead of just saying science is whatever that guy over there said. That's not science, dude.
That's
Okay,
where I
well,
was going with this argument, right? He
yeah,
makes it seem like you need to be an expert in order to like
straw man,
somehow know the truth, and that's not the
straw
case.
man. I never stated that. I said I'd rather trust because I believe there's a higher chance that experts that come to a consensus among them are right more than individuals that are not specified within a field. For example, would you rather trust a mechanical engineer when it comes to machines on how machines work rather than someone that isn't a mechanical engineer?
Okay, two
It,
things. Number one, that's a genetic fallacy. Trusting information from the source because of the source is a certain thing. Number two, if you say I trust the science, that's the most anti-science, science denial
never
thing
stated that.
you
So
can
I'm
say.
not in that I'm not on that track because I never
Science
stated that.
has a built-in distrust of it. That's why you verify and you repeat the experiments to get observable, repeatable, and measurable results. And they also have to have falsifiability. So if you say you trust science, you've made it unscience at that point. It's no longer science.
Well,
It's
again, I
basically a
never stated that.
confirmation bias.
Can you repeat my points to make sure that you
Yeah,
understand what I'm
you
trying to get
said
at?
you believe that people based on some credentials have a higher chance of being correct than a layperson does.
And how is that in any way irrational to believe that people that dedicate themselves to a field are more knowledgeable within that field rather than someone that isn't?
Yeah, because it's a genetic fallacy. Because people with these expertise can still be wrong and they get it wrong. And there's no reason to trust them because you should be able to repeat what they did and get some results that they get. You'll need to grease the skids and go all the way to the conclusion just right away. What's their observation? Let's start there.
Okay, so here's what I would say. So scientists, if I just take one scientist's word, then that fallacy would be in check because I'm only following what one person says. But that's why we have studies or essentially samples. You don't only trust the word of one individual, you look at something that people have come to. For example, if you
Okay,
look at
take
a
well, hold
situation
on.
that's occurred, please may I
Yeah, run this back through your worldview, but take trust out of it. Okay, science is built on a lack of trust, not a increase in trust. Okay, so run that back through your worldview, but come out the other side with a method that's meant to question. Feynman said it best. In science, it's better to have questions with no answers than answers that cannot be questioned.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? I'm not stating that I trust solely everything that they say. Now, they come to the conclusions because they use scientific methods. At least maybe they can.
Okay, dude, you're free waffling now. Your original statement said that based on their worldview, some scientists told you the Earth is a globe, and since people don't trust that, that means their worldview is irrational, and you highlighted flat earthers as the group of people who are uniquely irrational in all of creation because you believe science to be a 51% popularity contest. Okay, don't waffle now. Plant your flag, and let's explore that idea to a complete logical conclusion. Okay, go ahead.
Are you going to stop strawmanning, first of all? I never said 51%. Second
Yeah,
of
but you
all,
said popularity contest or consensus.
no, I didn't.
You said
I said I'd
consensus.
rather trust, yeah, the consensus of hundreds of scientists.
Okay, so why would you trust the 100 but not the 99 who are saying something different? Let's start there.
Because they have knowledge, they have expertise, and
Okay, so let me try again. There's 200 scientists. 101 are saying somewhat of the same thing. There's 99 who are saying something different. Why do you trust 101 over the 99?
I never said I would do that. If it's that
You
unsure, I
did.
wouldn't.
You said
No,
consensus.
I said here's the thing. I said I'd rather trust the word of a bunch of scientists rather than people that aren't.
Okay. So then you ran that through your worldview and said if other people don't do that, they're irrational. Okay, now explain that part.
I said the reason I said flat earthers are irrational. The reason I said that is because the belief, as I stated.
Okay, remember we're not talking about beliefs now. We're talking about validated facts that have been systematically approached through the scientific method, adjudicating cause and effect. Belief is not required here.
So, look, believing that the Earth is flat is a belief. That's why I said.
Okay, no, it's not a belief. No one in here is talking about beliefs. Okay, try again.
Are you gonna constantly mute me when I'm trying to speak, or are you gonna let me finish? And then if I say some stupid shit, then
Okay, dude, this is enough. This is the third time that you've concern trolled. Okay, this is like how much leeway should you have before we just told you to get the fuck out?
Can you explain how it was concern troll? What I'm doing is
Yeah,
concern troll.
if I mute you, okay, to drive you towards you've got questions, right? You have questions or answers. You come in here with questions, and then you don't listen to anything being told to you. And then I got
quite ironic.
Yeah. How do you find that ironic? Let's start
Because
there.
anytime I speak, you don't let me finish.
Yeah, no one gives a fuck what you have to say. Even you. You don't just get the fuck out, dude. You're exhausting. Even you don't care what you have to say. You have abdicated all your worldview to 51%. Even if your worldview is in direct contrary to this genetic fallacy that you propped up, I mean, holy crap, dude. Enough for it. Does someone else want to take a shot? I mean, I think I got to the full end, logical conclusion here.
I would like to just say that every time I sleep, I believe I time travel.
Who's on deck right now, Crit?
Yeah, there was an Arabic shogun. Or we got to go to the next one.
What song was that?
I was listening to that, but the gentleman who was kind of like not having an answer to his question about the supposed experts.
Yeah,
bullshit.
That was Arabic shogun.
All right.
Well, Void's back. Who's talking about he changed his name to genetic fallacy? You want to try Void, or are you just gonna play music and squawk all the time?
I don't care who's on deck. Whoever's on deck.
Void, do you want?
If you guys have any questions for the evidence that the Earth is a globe, please present that right now. Doesn't matter who you are. Unmute your mic. Present your evidence. If you have no evidence that the Earth is a globe, then I would say right now start Googling.
Void, what do you got? Anything?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The Earth is flat.
I'm chilling today.
You're what? Sorry.
I'm chilling today, but if you remember, I think it changes here.
One more time.
I don't think it has a shape.
Okay. Dude, it's okay to have your other account in here. Just don't be opening your mic and taking massive bong hits or whatever you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, just do that some other place, man. If you want to have that much fun, just go somewhere else. We're in here trying to have a discussion with these folks.
Yeah, you can just pretend, okay? Just play dress up and pretend you broadcasted it, and then but actually have your mic muted. That way you get to laugh, and everyone else is none the wiser.
Does anybody have evidence for the Earth being a globe that they can present? Not well, I'm a scientist. Fuck, dude. If you're gonna defer in the very first instance, just keep yourself on mute. There's no discussion with you. We're not gonna listen to you say all the things you want to say and then defer to a scientist. Either you know some information or you do not. Pretty simple.
Angel has an interesting worldview. He thinks all worldviews must be explained within 3,000 words or less, or they're debunked.
Yeah, that's fucking stupid.
Well, that's the best part is I think Flat Earth can easily fit that description. The globe would take thousands.
At the very best, these guys, their attempt to like construct a worldview in a way that they want to frame it, it's gonna just fall, by the wayside because there's things that need to be unpacked, like the information that they were told doesn't. There's no correlation to the actual world itself. Like that, you have to talk about things.
What do you think, Archangel? Is that a good critique of your?
I'm sorry. I'd have to have that repeated. I was kind of focusing on something else.
Okay, when you
Yeah, the things that we talk about in here, they're not answered in 30 words or less. You have to actually unpack the information. If you don't do that, you're not doing due diligence to the reason why you believe the things that you do. You
The
first
thing-
have a strong belief in a bias towards the Earth being a globe because of the information that's been fed to you ever since you were a child. And there's things. It's almost like fucking understanding why you've been told what you've been told, and then understanding that the Earth isn't displaying itself like you think you perceive it.
I think it's 3,000, right, Angel? Do you go with 3,000 words or less?
I don't know.
It looks like he
A
doesn't like being
discussion,
the.
a discussion is a discussion. There's no limit to like
He's
what
not
somebody
discussing
might need versus
anything,
someone else.
so he's gonna go.
All right, so who's next? Newt. Newt's been around a few times.
He's a lost cause. Newt is.
Yeah, it's Pickle, right? Is that your normal username? This is your sock?
He's
I think
always when he comes in here, he's always eating. He's making an excuse. I'm always eating when I'm in here. Nobody gives a fuck. You got information yesterday.
Well, it's funny because this guy was rolled out as one of the server's best debaters, and I'm like,
Yeah.
huh.
People were hyping him up and shit. I'm like, fuck.
The first time he came in the room, they're like, "Hey, how'd it go with Pickle?" I'm like, who? Like, you said this great debater was going to come by. I'll go, no one stuck out to me, and like, which guy was this again? Like, what argument did he present? Oh, his mouth full of food, burping and belching and making a bunch of noise. That's your best debater? Jesus.
Debater. Fucking incoherent gibberish.
Good morning.
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 All right, who do we have the pleasure of speaking to? Can you guys hear me? I said, who do we have the pleasure who we're speaking to?
Yeah, it looks like they're kind of done.
Is that it?
How about Media J? You want to take this time to introduce yourself? Because I know a lot of people in this forum haven't talked to you yet. I know Media J going back, some time. He's a WS's server. He was a guy that was constantly waging war with the globalists.
Yeah,
He's
man.
on Brandon.
What's going on, bro? I'm
go ahead.
old school, bro. Don't. I didn't like the comment earlier about the being an old school flat earther, bro. I've been in this shit since the beginning. I just left for a while. I haven't been in these servers for like a year or something, bro, because this shit is toxic. But I'm back.
Welcome back.
How about, do you want to go over your three big proofs? What are the three best flat Earth proofs that you have?
I think I've evolved a little bit from flat Earth. I don't think the Earth is flat. Flat is an aspect of a shape. And since I can't personally scan the entire Earth, I can't make a determination of what the shape of the Earth is. But it's definitely not a globe.
Yeah, this is the new wave of flat earthers that are coming out. They would say that.
The true earther instead of like the flat earther. Is that what you're going with now, Jay? Like a true earther?
Not now. It's been a while. I think when I left, I kind of left with that mentality. I stopped arguing because I realized that you can't argue this shit, bro. Unless you can physically scan the Earth like Vegeta style with the fucking scanner, scan it, you're not gonna be able to determine what the shape of the Earth, bro. So, you know what I'm saying?
All right, so what would be your claim then? If you were to make a claim about the Earth, what would you say it is?
I make no claims, bro. The only thing I could say is that I'm pretty sure it is in the globe, but I also can't prove that either.
So, like, you don't know, right? You're like,
you don't know.
He got the mind virus.
I think
Yep.
it's more
I'm telling you.
nefarious than that. I think we're not supposed to know, bro.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, he got. Hey Jay, dude, you got the globalist mind virus. Like the logic of Ruhif has infected
Yeah,
your
exactly.
soul.
Ruhif would say some shit like that.
No. Listen, not. Don't misconstrue me. Not at all, right? What this
We're not,
argument let me to understand is that we can't find out, right? We can logically deduce things, but more than that, we can't do. We can't say 100% anything.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Hey, hold on. You're one of these people who's 100% certain that everything is uncertain?
Man, Jay, you're letting me down, dude. Here, I was gonna give you some props, like, hey, welcome back, and you
Hell
come
no.
back, and
Most
I
things.
feel like I gotta contain you. I gotta contain the stupid so it doesn't spread.
Most things are unprovable. Most things. The only things that you could prove are the things that man create, the things that man invent. Everything other than that, you can't prove nothing. How nothing works, why nothing does anything. When you think deeply about the earth and everything and its implications, science is what man created. Words are what man created. The earth, the energy, we didn't create that. We can't define it and say what it is.
Yeah, Jay, I'm gonna say for the time being, I think you should probably just listen until you're able to at least adjudicate that there is true and false in the world. There are facts in falsehoods.
I got you. But
okay,
when it comes to the shape of the earth, crit, that isn't the case.
Yes, it fucking is.
I mean, water always finds its
That's
seat
what-
level.
Yeah, you. Oh my God, that's. Oh God.
Yeah, Jay, I feel like you stabbed me in the back, man. I hear I was gonna prop you up as this returning, welcome back into the fold, and you sound worse than a globalist.
Listen,
Yeah, at least
it's all good.
a globalist has an argument. I think what it is that people get into this arena, and their mind either is going to stay steadfast to the truth, or it gets taken by the wayside, and then they're just talking like that.
But what is
That's
the
what
truth?
happens. The truth is, it's not false. So if somebody tells you that the Earth is curving at a specific rate, and they show things in their model, their idea of what the Earth is, that isn't fucking true, and you can argue that 100%. You're not going to be like, well, that's a possibility that what you're saying right there, that could be the case. They haven't demonstrated anything to be true in what they're saying, so they're fucking wrong, and you can point that out to them. What you're saying is that can't be found out from your standpoint. You're like, well, fuck, they could be right.
Wait a minute. That's not. Don't misconstrue what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what the fuck you're saying. That's what you're saying.
How are you
because
telling me what I'm?
You just finished saying, I don't know what the world is overall, what it could be. Fuck, they might have gotten it right. Fuck, who knows? I'm not 100% sure what the Earth is. We can only tell what man makes. A car, I know what that is because man made it. But other than that, nature itself, who the fuck knows? That's what you said.
Is that
Fuck,
not
we're
the
not
case?
misconstruing. We're assessing the shit that you're saying. That's exactly what you mean.
Is that not what you just said that I said? Is that not the case?
That is the case. That's what we're saying. That's fucked up. Nobody's gonna agree with you there. Here,
it's not. This is not about being fucked up or righteous or good or bad. This is just about making up. Okay, so I live in New York. I go to Manhattan a lot. Manhattan, there's very little even playing, bro. There's a lot of ups and down, ups and down. If you were to survey the Earth according to Manhattan's plane, wouldn't you just determine that it was curved? It was curved as well.
That's land topography.
Okay, so other than that.
We're talking about the level plane of existence. Everybody's on a level plane, all across the board, everywhere. We're
awesome.
not fucking curving. What?
That's awesome. I'm just asking, have you been able to verify that? You yourself?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Because
I'm pretty sure there's lands out there that.
Listen, dude, everywhere we go, there's going to be another place that we can get to. If there is any curvature to be involved in that travel, somebody's going to be able to measure the curvature, because it's not just traveling over the Earth. People have been You can go outside. If there's any drop over the distance, you're going to have to negotiate it. In some way, it's going to be a part of your existence, your reality. If that is not the case, you wouldn't have to worry about it. And you could travel over the earth like it's a flat and stationary plane. That's something you can know because you've been in this argument in some fucking arena where people are just waxing themselves philosophical. They make you believe that just like they do, you can't know reality is real. It's a philosophical proposition that you have in your mind that you can't ever know anything to be real when it concerns nature. And that's fucked up because your senses are able to detect if you're right side up, upside down, you know stuff, right? So when you're able to look upon the earth and look at creation, you're able to determine certain values, certain things. When you are not able to determine anymore, that's because you're thinking about things as if it were some kind of like matrix or how can I ever know anything? The senses you have been giving you the ability to detect that. And if you don't have any discernment, then you might get in trouble. You could be in harm's way or some shit because you think you can't trust your senses. That's the same shit that these idiots that come in here, these globalist assholes, they think they have an argument. It's a fucking philosophical proposition. It's fucking solipsism, bro. You fell into the rabbit hole and you just keep going
Most
because you
things are
think.
philosophical.
Yeah, but the thing is, man, we can determine things to be true or not.
Not the shape of the earth. You cannot determine that, bro.
We're not talking about the overall what the earth is in totality. That's where you're making the mistake. You're throwing out the baby with the bathwater. We're not saying that. Everywhere humans can travel, we know that the earth isn't a globe. Now, that's for sure. We're living on a level playing distance.
Isn't that limited? What you just said right there. Everywhere people could travel.
Yeah, so
Hear me
what?
out.
We're not talking.
Hold
We're
on.
not
Hear me
talking
out.
about
Hear
the
me out.
overall earth.
Well, this is what we're talking about. The shape of the
No, we're
earth
not.
overall.
No, we're not. No, we're not. They are. They're claiming that they have an overall worldview of the earth in totality. We're saying that's not able to be possible. That you can't do that. Nobody's claiming that here. What we're saying is the description of our surface from whatever place that people can actually live and travel. We know that the earth isn't curving. So we're telling people that's where you guys get mixed up, right? You guys who are like maybe not been around like this conversation where we're at, you think that they mean like we're flat earth is saying everywhere flat earth. What we're saying is for known areas of our existence, everywhere we travel, there is no curvature. Now, overall, we could be fucking something else, right? But we're not saying that. And that's where you and everybody else are like, well, we can't know the earth. We're not talking about that. Everywhere we travel, there's a level plane of existence. And isn't that not the case?
I could accept that premise, all right? But adding to that premise, right? This is my counter to that premise. Okay, you said everywhere that we travel. Fine. I'm gonna give you that. Let's say the earth is 100%. Let's say there's only 15% of land, right? Let's just say. And if we can only travel 15% of something that is 100, how can we determine his entire shape? Just ask.
Because we know the natural physics of
We're
water and how
not
that works.
determining.
Water doesn't curve over long
That's not what we're.
distances.
Yeah, but we're not determining that aspect of it. We're not going. Well, overall, I can take a God's eye view of the whole entire thing. We know certain facts about our world that we're in right now. Whether or not overall it's some other thing, we're not claiming that. We don't even care about that. We only care about our existence in this physical natural world that we can roam around in. And that right there, my friend, is not a fucking globe and it's not curving anywhere. Just because of what Wish just said right now. Did you hear what he said? We got level water all over this earth. There's no fucking way that they're going to come up and tell you that it's something else than what is demonstrating to you that it's not. You can't fall for these are the fucking Jedi mind tricks that you guys fall for when you're not plugged into like people that are fucking reasonable and rational. Like it's the shit that happens. You fall for whatever the doctrine. Oh well, fuck, dude, we don't know anything. How do you know you're fucking eating right now? You could be a brain in a jar. How do you know you're not? You're like, oh, that's some deep thinking right there. That's fuckwit thinking, dude. That's just people getting you off the fact that you can determine things because that's the best way that they could win an argument is when they burn the whole house down where you can't know anything. And that's perfectly fine for them because you're not in a position anymore to say you know something.
I think I made the argument that when it comes to the shape of the earth, I think we can't. I wasn't talking about in general knowledge, right? I was talking about when it comes to the shape of the earth, specific to that.
Yeah. What about it?
Well, I'm saying it's extremely difficult to know. You can philosophize all you want about it. You can logically deduce, but to actually know,
yeah.
it's
So
very hard.
maybe you can, because you're infected. You have the mind virus. Now all of a sudden your worldview is, I don't fucking know what I'm talking about. Fuck it. You know, like I don't know. Nature could be one thing, and how can I know? Because you can go examine the shit. You can go see level water on a placid lake. You can go and see for yourself specular reflection. If the earth was curving, it would show like a funhouse mirror, but it doesn't. It looks like a perfect mirror reflection.
I'm actually not arguing the curvature, so you keep putting me in that like I'm a glober. Not a glober.
No,
the one
you're
thing
not
I can say is we don't live on a globe.
I'm not saying you're a glober. What I'm saying is you're like them when they talk about it just like the way they do. They would even say, I don't know the earth to be a globe 100%. It's fucking 99.99999% a globe. That's what they would say starting off. Already, they're starting off with their worldview already like undermined because they're saying that. Because there's a possibility they don't even know. So you're even putting it in that category where, oh shit, bro, I don't even know. We're not talking about the entire world. We're talking, or if there is such a thing of the entire world, what if this is all we have, right?
Well,
but what we're saying
that's
is,
adding to my philosophy though, right there. That what if? Wouldn't that add to my theory?
Listen, there's information that we can know for sure, and the information we know for sure is not a fucking globe. It's not curving anywhere. That's what we know, right? Or is that wrong? Can we?
That's
are you
right.
gonna say?
But other than that logically deduction, what can you say about the Earth?
Other than that, who gives a fuck?
It
Because we're not
measures flat. The Earth
Listen,
measures flat.
we're not in a fucking fourth dimension. We're here on Earth. We're talking about everything that you can discover, all the things that you can say about Earth, right? Everywhere that we can be at. That shit is not a globe. It's not curving anywhere. And the people that start telling you that, how can you know that's true? Then you're gonna be saying, well, fuck, I don't even know if what I'm saying is true. And you said it. You're agreeing with me now. But when you were talking earlier, you're like, no, nature. We don't know what nature is. And it's like, fuck, when you go outside, you see everything nature's displaying itself to you. What do you mean you don't know?
It's kind of like Plato's cave, right? Like the example of the guys in the cave and looking at the shadows and they make a determination of what these shadows are, right?
That's
well,
not
I'm looking at it from outside of the cave.
Yeah. So now you know that they're not fucking monsters. You know they're fucking people. You can see the whole thing about that analogy is fucked up, right? Because you could only detect things from inside of the cave because you're like, well, fuck, I see shadows. That could be monsters. It could be whatever. But now you've gone outside. You're in the field. You see what creation is. Now you can determine some things. You don't have to use that fuckwit idea that you don't know what the fuck's going on. That's exactly how they want to keep you. So when you come back to this argument, they could say, well, shit, dude, you don't even know what you're saying, which you don't, unless you change your worldview and you're like, okay, we can know some things. We can determine. And I'm not talking about man-made shit either. I'm talking about nature. So don't go in there like, well, you know what a car is because people make it. No, fuck that.
Let's see what things we can know. Let's see what things we can know, right? What is the sun? What is its purpose? What is water? What is its okay? So you're saying we can know things. I'm asking things to see if we can know them.
Right.
What is the sun?
Let's go to the shit that you can know, Media J. Do you know water's level on its surface? Yes or no, bro?
Water definitely presents itself as low.
All right then. Fuck, dude. We don't have a globe then. It's easy then, right? Do we have a globe or do we not have a globe?
I think we're arguing two different things, bro. Hold on.
No, we're not.
I agree with you. Yes, because you were saying it like if I'm saying that we live on a globe. No, that's not what I'm saying. But you're also saying, oh, since water's flat and we could see that it's flat, oh, it must be. That's what I'm arguing. The it must be is what I'm arguing. Everything locally flat, sure. Water is level, sure. But it must be overall flat is what I'm arguing that we can't know. That's the part
what the fuck else is it? Dude, okay, so if it's not flat, what is it?
That's the $1 million question, bro.
No,
water
it's
not. If water is flat and 76% of the world is water, then what does that tell you?
Hey, listen, you can logically deduce something.
You can never know anything, so you might as well ponder
No. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. You can logically deduce something, but I'm pretty sure none of you have or known anybody that's explored the whole earth and said it.
What in the fuck are you on about, dude? Everywhere we
Do you
travel,
need to explore the entire cup of water to know that water's level?
God damn it! But if
Are
you're
you
only
fucking
exploring
retarded?
15% of its entirety, how could you possibly logically deduce that the entire thing is one thing?
How do you know it's
15% of
50
something
percent?
that is
Have you been
flat
have you been to the
100%
other
of the
percentages,
time is
media?
still flat. You fucking
Look out,
retard.
media Jay. Have you been to the other? If it's 15%, how the fuck do you know it's a more percentage?
When was
how?
the last time you traveled the Earth, fool?
How?
Clown.
Answer
Or
the
anyone
question.
over here? When was the
How
last time they
fuck do you know?
traveled the whole Earth?
How
When was
the
the last
fuck do
time?
you know? Have you been everywhere? Have you been
Anybody
everywhere?
here has explored the Earth? Anyone?
Have you? Oh, fuck
Anyone?
that. No, fucking media Jay, dude. Have you been everywhere? Have you been every fucking where to say that?
No, this is what I'm saying. Nobody has been everywhere.
Then
No
how the
one has
fuck?
been everywhere.
Hold on a
No
second.
one can
How
You don't
say what
have
you're
to be
saying.
everywhere. We have scientific experimentation that shows that
We're
the
not
Earth
talking
is
about
not
that.
curving.
Listen. What we're discussing right now is your claim that when Wish said that the water's flat and level, you said, "Well, we haven't been only to 15%." How the fuck do you? What percent? How are you getting percentages out, dude? How do you know how big the Earth is? I don't fucking understand that. What are you on about? Everywhere we go, water's flat and level. Everywhere. There's
Can
no
you go
place on
everywhere
Earth
on the
that's
Earth?
not going to be that way.
Can you go everywhere?
All
on
the
the
way
Earth?
around the what? Around the what Earth? Like you making just a straw man you're trying to build here.
No,
What
I'm
the
just
fuck are
saying.
you
Can
talking
you
about?
go everywhere on the Earth? Are you allowed to just go
Where you can
everywhere you want?
travel. Everywhere you can travel, yeah. Water's flat and level. And
because the water's flat and level locally, that must mean that
locally,
however
what the
infinite
fuck
or big this thing
Hey,
is
scale
the
doesn't
same
change how
shape as what
water
you're
works,
saying?
you fucking clown.
What
Hey,
do you mean
Just
by
say, fuck
locally?
you,
how
you're a
water
clown,
works.
bitch.
Oh,
Yeah,
actually, you
that's
are.
all you got?
You don't
Fucking
even know what you're
locally. You're
arguing
a
for, you
dumbass,
fucking
dude.
retard. I'm not a glober. Don't call me a glober, but the Earth
This
could be a globe.
has
We haven't been there.
degenerated.
You're retarded.
Fucking media J, dude. I can't believe. What is this fuckwit argument about? Because it's ridiculous. What do you mean the other places? What other places? We've been everywhere you can travel. Fucking humans have been everywhere. Water's fucking flat and level. Everywhere you fucking go. This is I'm telling you guys, when you're in this arena long enough, your mind either is gonna stay steadfast to the truth or it's gonna turn into fucking mush like Media J. You're gonna sound like a dumbass. Don't fucking these globers, man, because they can't win the argument. The only thing they can do is take you philosophically. Well, how do you know anything's true? These fucking solipsists is shit. They want you to think like them. So therefore, when you make your argument, you're gonna sound like, well, I know the Earth is not a globe. They're gonna be like, yeah, but can you know anything's real? Oh fuck, let me think about that. No, fuck, I can't know that. And then your fucking mind is off into the fucking idiotic worldview that they have, just like a glober would. But fuck it, Media J. You're the only person that thinks like that. If you and some of the other people that have been in this arena. And that's why Crit was like, you know what, dude, I was gonna stick up for you, but now fuck off, dude.
And what you don't seem to accept is that our information on reality is limited. So our perception of reality is through our senses. And we do not know all the information there is available about
All right.
reality.
So then you don't have an argument for your worldview, Masto? You don't have an argument because you can't know anything? Let somebody else who knows what they're talking about the shape of the Earth step forward instead of you.
Okay, so no, you're just straw manning epistemology at this point.
Straw manning
there's-
epistemology. All right. So what do you know to
Yes.
be true? What do you know to be true? What do you know to be true?
I know lots of things to be true, but they're
What?
limited
Like what?
to the
Like
scope
what?
of my
Like what?
perception. They're,
Like
they're
what?
like
Name
the
one.
fact that I'm like the fact that I'm existing, that I'm sitting in my room right now, for example.
How do you know that?
But
How do
they
you
all-
know that? How do you know that
well,
you're
there is-
existing?
I know it
How do
by
you know you're
perceiving it. I
existing
know
in
it
your
by
room
perceiving
at
it. How
Masto?
do I
No, wait.
therefore know all there is to know about what I perceive?
Answer the question. How do you know you're sitting in your room right now? You know that to be true 100%. Go.
I already said how I know it, but what I'm
know
explaining
it?
to you is that there is a limitation
Oh, wait.
to that knowledge.
No,
I
I
know
don't want to hear your
100%
fucking explanation. I
to the
want you to
extent
tell
that I
me.
can to
All
the
right,
to the
you're
extent
either gonna
to the
answer my
extent- to
question
the
or fuck
extent-
off, dude.
Can you please
You're
stop
gonna answer-
interrupting me at every?
No, this isn't your fucking forum, dude. Answer the question. How the fuck do you know that you are there in your room? Answer the question. If not, a red mute's all you're gonna get, dude. It's really simple.
I'm only 15% sure that I'm in my room right now.
My God, I want him to say that. Go ahead, answer the question. How do you know you're in your room?
I already said by my
No.
perception, by me perceiving it.
Yeah. Oh, your perception. You're 100% sure that you're in your room because of your perception. Can you trust your perception 100%?
Fucking God. Okay. So I'm
Yes or no?
100%. Hey, Alpha. Let me finish my sentence, okay?
No. Answer the question. Are you
Your
100% you can
this
trust
is
your perception?
God, how is this called again? Right.
Real simple question, man. Yes or no?
Just answer.
The
Yeah,
answer is
don't.
no. The answer is no. That's the reason we
Well, here,
invented
let him
science,
answer.
bro.
Yeah,
Hey,
let him answer.
I mean, for the next time he's
Rick,
pressed, he wants the answer. He don't know how.
Rick, don't try to
No,
outthink.
how's it called where you force where you force a question that is not an accurate representation of what you're trying to say in the first place?
You are the one that gave
Why?
me the
He's
answer.
making you be honest. He's just making you be honest,
Forcing
dude.
me
That's
into
all.
false dichotomy.
He's
You're giving
forcing
me this
you to
option
say
and
yes
that
or
option,
no on a
and neither
question.
of
That's not a question. There's no problem with that. It's for clarity.
We're just
Okay,
asking you, how do you know that your perception is 100% trustworthy? How do you know that?
okay, Rick, don't
It's
try
not.
to.
It's
Rick,
not.
listen to me. Are you
There
paying
is a
attention?
problem with that.
Fuck, dude, Pickle Rick, you need to listen, okay? Don't try to outthink the question. Just answer the question. That's it. Okay? So is it yes or no? Can you trust your senses?
That is not a yes or no question. That's not. It's not sensibly
Well, if you
answerable with a
pick up
yes or no.
shit and smell shit, you'll still eat it because you think it's a pizza, you fucking dumbass?
No.
You're just eating shit and smelling shit, thinking
No.
it's pizza?
Nobody's
Okay.
claiming that.
You
Nobody's
trust your
claiming that.
senses
And
then.
that is
So you
exactly the
trust your
problem.
senses? So you
You're
trust your
not letting
senses.
you're
Thanks.
not
You're
letting
I
retarded.
trust the fuck out of my senses.
That is
Alpha.
interesting. That
It's
is
not a
interesting. If you
dichotomy.
see
Just
a
answer what
turd
you
on
want.
the ground and you smell it and it smells like pizza, do you eat it or not?
Oh, if it smells like
Yes.
shit. It smells like
No,
shit,
no,
then
it
you think
smells
it's
like
pizza.
pizza. You could tell it's shit, but it
No.
smells exactly like pizza. Do you eat
I'm
it
gonna
or not?
use my intuition and I'm gonna use my visual senses and say I'm not gonna eat it just based off my visual sense, not my smell sense.
Yeah, but let's
And
let
if you
the
wanted to be
gentleman answer.
scientific, you can bring it to a laboratory, have it dissected, and then find out
Yeah,
it actually was shit. Right?
let's let
Great scenario.
AK answer. AK, can you trust your senses? Because that's what you said, right?
Depends.
Perception. That's how you know that
Clearly
you
depends.
answered at Masto. You said
Clearly depends on the context.
no. Well, then the context that
Yes.
reality is real, right? So that's the context. Reality is real.
Reality
You
is
know that
real is
you just
also
said
a
the
redundant
only thing that
statement.
at Mastro.
That is not helpful within the scope of
Just answer the question. You said I know that I'm 100% sure that I am here. So then you said I can know that by my perception. Now I'm asking you, how do you know your perception is trustworthy? How can you trust your perception? Or in other words, how can you trust your senses? Go ahead.
If someone's got a hot mic there,
they're okay. The
Hot
perception
mic
of
and Jedi.
existence is defined as trustworthy when we define reality based on that perception.
I'm asking you a question,
What I'm
Admasto.
pointing
Answer
out
it.
is that there is a limit to the knowledge that we can acquire for that. And
Why
there is a
are you
limit to the
bloviating,
So
dude?
intelligent, bro.
I'm just asking for your admission if you can trust your senses or not. Please answer the question.
I did already answer the question.
No, you didn't.
multiple times,
Answer
and
it.
I just answered
No,
it
you
again.
didn't. Answer it.
So I don't know.
No, you didn't.
Okay,
Answer it.
how did I not answer it? What did I actually say?
Yes or no? Can you
Yes
trust
or
your
no?
senses?
Can you agree first that it's a true dichotomy?
We're not agreeing.
Or disagree on
He's
it
gonna
being a
answer
true
the question.
dichotomy?
We're not agreeing.
It
We're
clearly,
gonna have him answer.
clearly depends.
No, it doesn't. Can you trust
It
your
does.
senses? Yes or no?
Within the scope of this.
We're not gonna listen to you waffle. It's either yes or no. You can trust your senses or not. AK.
But Alpha
Masso.
Veritas, for you, it's a yes or no.
We're
But
not
for him,
getting
it
into
isn't.
it. We're not getting into it. Or else you're gonna be next. How about that? So let him answer. He's a person that can answer for himself. And Masto, can we trust our senses?
Really depends.
Okay. So that means that you don't know, right? It's either yes or no. And your
Incorrect.
admission that you can't answer the question is admission that you don't know. Then answer it. Can you know?
Yes, I can know.
Okay, how?
But the answer to the question clearly depends.
No, it doesn't. You just
It
made a
does.
claim. I think, or I know that I know that I exist, right? And I said, how do you know that? You said, my perception. And I said, can you trust your perception? Answer that question.
Well, when we define reality based on
Oh fuck,
perception,
dude,
then it is.
you're fucked up. We're not gonna listen to you, Bloviate. If you don't have a straight answer for the question because it's your claim, not mine, then that just shows how fucking like warped your mind is right now. So if the person who is chiming in is gonna want to take up the mantle of answering, you can go ahead.
I can do that, but only if you give me a chance to explain just the slightest thing and don't pin me down on a yes or no that I don't even agree is a binary question.
So like him, because if you were following along, do you know that you exist?
Yes, I actually
Okay,
believe
how can you detect that you are existing? What do you use to detect that?
the issue being I cannot prove it to you. I can
No,
only
that's
know it
not what
for
I'm
myself.
asking you. Answer the question. Don't I don't need nothing else.
Yeah,
How
but
do
your
you know
question is open. Do you want me to prove it
how
to
do you
you,
know
or do you want me to
how
explain
do
how
you
I know it?
know? Answer the question, T. How do you know you exist?
Okay, so how I know it is just by realizing that I exist. I think I'm conscious, right? That's enough for
What
me.
is your conscience? What is that?
My thought process is my ability to observe and think
Ability
about
to
what
observe. So your senses. You're observing your senses, right?
I mean, the
Okay.
senses are kind of just the
What?
extension of what I observe, right?
An extension of what?
The extension of what I use to observe, but the observation happens
Okay.
in my brain. So
Yeah, but you're still making an observation, correct?
I am, yeah.
Okay. So how can you trust your senses to make an observation?
I can't fully, sadly.
Okay, so what you just did was sabotage your whole worldview of saying that you can know that you
But
exist.
you are trying to
You
make this
just
binary,
sabotage it.
right?
You
But
sabotage
Are
you're
you
making it binary
gaslighting
again.
him
You
to doubt his senses?
Ask me.
gaslighting.
I want to be next.
Gaslighting.
Ask me.
Wait, hold
No,
on
Are
a
you
but
second.
Alpha
gaslighting him?
Veritas,
Yes,
Alpha
you
Veritas,
are. You are
can you
you
give
are
me
making him doubt his
You are next.
senses.
Now I'm gonna go to you. He's muted. He didn't answer the question. So for you, Red, whatever your last name is, do you know that you exist?
Of course I do
Okay.
exist.
So how did you determine that? What did you use for that to determine that?
Prove me that I don't exist.
That's
First,
not the
you prove
question.
me that I don't
No, that's
exist.
not the question. I'm
No,
asking you a question.
this is a
How do you know?
counter statement. You prove me that
It's
I
not a
don't
doubter
exist.
statement. You made a claim that
We're
you
not
exist because
saying
I
you don't
asked you.
exist.
I asked you
Clown.
the question. How do you know that you exist?
How can you prove that I don't exist?
Okay, first of
Jesus
all,
Christ.
is that
You can't
listen,
answer a question with a question, man.
is that not
Bro,
the
it
case?
literally sounds like a robot that you're talking to.
I know.
Well, I
We give
am
everybody a
saying
chance,
that
though.
I exist. Now prove
Literally
me
sounds like
wrong.
a robot.
Okay, are you saying that you
Prove
exist,
wrong to
Red?
me.
I don't.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
Now
so
prove me wrong.
you
I don't
said that
know
you
if Red exists, bro, because
All right.
honestly, I don't know if I'm tripping balls right now and
I
any of
actually
you
think that
exist
Star trolling for the robot.
Frothy,
Actually,
we're gonna mute. I listen. Everybody's gonna get their chance, right? Everyone's gonna take a turn. Everyone's gonna get on the mic. If you think that you can say the words "I know" or "I know I exist," then I'm gonna ask you the same questions. But if you say that you know you exist, how do you, Red, know that you exist? How do you determine that?
What's the point? Why you want to know?
How do you determine that you exist, Red?
Well, I can see things. I can use all my senses. I can see things. I
Bingo.
can sense things. I can feel
There you
things.
go.
Okay, that's good to say that, right? Now, how can you rely on the things that determine that to be true? How do you rely on that? Like your senses. Can you rely on them?
Yes, I can. Why not?
Okay. I'm not saying anything. I'm just asking you the question. So you can determine that you exist due to the fact that your senses can dictate that. So now we've established that you exist because you said I can determine that with my senses. Well done. Now, what I'm going to ask you is something going to be very redundant, but still, you can answer the question yes or no. Do you know that you can trust your senses to be 100% about your existence, specifically, to be true?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Let's see. Let's go to the next person. Who else wants to ask them this question? Anybody in here? No? Okay. So we're good. So what I was asking, we're going back to T because he seemed to be very confused. T, right back to you. Do you see what Red did? It took a little time, but we got there, right? So back to you. Do you know that you exist, T?
I answered that before. What do you want to hear?
Okay, you said yes, right?
Hmm.
Okay, so what did you say that? How can you detect that you exist?
I am, right, experiencing myself, being what I define as existing, right?
Okay.
There is nothing else I can truly know about the world but that I exist, right? That's the ultimate knowledge
Okay.
I have.
Yes, yes. How did you determine that? How did you determine that?
If you're incapable of like determining that you are
Yeah,
in
just
fact
tell
not an
me,
NPC,
just tell me,
it's
just
kind of
tell me how
concerning.
just tell me how you determine that. That's all. How did you determine that?
I'm conscious.
And what is your conscience?
Well, that's a great mystery, man. I wish I knew.
So you don't know.
Well, you want me
No,
to be
answer the
magic
question.
like
And just
wizard
answer the
here?
question. Answer the question. How do you know what your conscience is?
If I knew that, I wouldn't be on Discord. I would
Okay,
be
so
fucking rich.
so something that gives you determination of your existence you don't know about or how it is, so you can't determine it based on that. Is that what I'm hearing?
I mean, do you want to have an honest discussion? Because
Yeah,
I'm
I
pretty sure
do.
you
I
don't
want
know
you to
what
be honest.
consciousness is yourself. So
So your consciousness is a part of your senses. Is that what you're saying?
my
I think
consciousness.
you need to be pinched by someone.
Yeah, Red, did you realize that admitting that we have senses that we rely upon is so controversial?
Yeah. I think that's what we're getting at here today. And it seems like some people can know some things and some people cannot due to the fact of their determination of what they think their epistemology is, right? So we're identifying right now people in this arena having a very difficult process for them to determine whether they know something or not. And that's what the whole situation of me asking this line of questions for. Because if you're in this arena and you're saying, I know the earth is a globe, how do you know that? What did you do to determine that? And if you say, well, my senses, okay, can you trust your senses to make determinations on things? Yes or no? And if it's not able to be determined, then why are you in here saying that it is a globe? How would you know? You can't determine it. There's nothing you can do. Your whole worldview is undermined by the fact that you can't determine anything because your senses cannot be trusted. Therefore, your whole worldview and epistemology and stance and everything you got to say, it's like a house of cards. It comes tumbling down when you can't even say that you can know things. Does that
So
make sense, guys?
I understand what you're trying to
Yeah.
say. Totally.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so Red, you're fairly new to this discussion. So people that have come into this discussion and you think that it's okay for us to let them have like a platform, you wouldn't know that they don't know if they can determine something to be true or not, which is like the earth being a globe. When somebody says that, it's a bold statement. We're going to ask them follow-up questions, and if they're not able to answer them, we don't know what their epistemology is. We don't know if they're a solipsist, fallibilist, or any
Wait, are
other.
you supporting flat Earth? That
I'm
Earth is
supporting
flat?
critical thinking. I'm supporting critical thinking. So critical thinking would ensue that anything that we determine, is able to be done with our mental faculties. We are able to detect things by our senses. And yes, the earth is not curving anywhere. It's already, nature itself is displaying itself to you and me and everybody without anybody saying anything as self-evidently a globe, or excuse me, flat earth. Because when you look upon the earth, you're not able to see a globe. You can't see the curvature. You can't feel the earth spinning. Your senses cannot detect anything of what they're telling you is happening. So it goes
Yeah,
it
there's
goes against your
nothing to
senses.
show it's a ball.
It goes against your senses. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's most important in this discussion to have a very basic understanding about what our senses are and if we can have or be able to determine the truth from falsehood.
Well, physics is not my domain, so I cannot explain it on with the reference of physics and whatever happening. But I believe that Earth is a globe, and it is
Okay.
not flat.
Yeah, that's the
Well, all right,
problem. You
let's
believe it?
take you through a few of the reasons
Based
why
on the
people.
things that I have studied in school, I'm not saying that
All
based
right,
on my
Red.
own
Based on the things
Red,
you've
senses.
studied, you still have to believe.
Red,
You
let me take
understand?
you. Yeah, hang on, Wish. Let me take you through some questions, okay, Red? So think about it like this: if you know that the Earth is a globe, who's ever measured the surface curvature any time in history, Red, as in the drop over the distance? Because if you're living on an oblate spheroid, you would know for sure that the Earth is sloping away from your position at a specific drop rate over the distance. Who's ever measured that in history, Red? Surface
I
curvature.
don't know. It is. Look, physics is
Oh.
not my domain, so I don't know.
Well,
I do not have
it's
knowledge.
just physics. What we're talking about right now is the geometric shape of the Earth. The geometric shape is said to be an oblate spheroid, right? They're telling us we live on a giant ball. Would you agree with me, Red? That's the
Mhm.
claim. All right. So we're going to determine how we know that
I
information
failed
to be
in
true.
physics.
Oh, that's fine. Listen, what
Yeah,
we're
but
saying
this
is
is not a
apart.
matter
I
of.
Hang
am a
on, Gabby.
very,
Get. Hang
I
on.
am
Get.
a
Hang on.
very, I am a very poor student. I
That's fine.
failed in
Listen,
physics.
that's fine. But
I
we're not.
don't
That
know
doesn't
Listen.
mean
anything.
you
Listen.
can't
Hang
know
on.
things. It
Red.
doesn't mean you can't understand the world.
I'm
The Red.
I'm very
Listen.
dumb in
No,
physics.
you're
I
not. You're
don't know
not dumb.
anything.
Listen, you're not dumb. The reason why people come into this forum is you're making a determination whether they can know something to be true or not. So all I'm doing is showing you if the information is able to be known, how can we know that information, right? So the information that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, how can you know that it is or not? This is the reason why we get into the discussion about our senses, right? So going back to the question, how has anybody ever measured the surface curvature? And then that's fine that you don't know that, but you've been told that it is an oblate spheroid, right? At least to your knowledge, they show you images and live video of the Earth looking like a sphere, right? Looks like a globe. Would you agree?
From moon and from
Right,
satellite,
right.
yes.
So that comes along with a lot of belief. That comes along with belief. You don't have to think about it. You just have to believe in it. It's like a religious proposition, right? That somebody's giving you. They're telling you, check it out.
No,
I can show.
it's about the research that has been done by other people.
Right.
And
Who?
but if you're not talking about religious stuff, but whatever the people have studied in past, and
Okay.
whatever the satellite has
Red.
shown us
Red, that's
based
fine.
on our
That's
observation.
fine. That's fine. That is a trust in people. That's what you have, is a trust in people that they've done. Organizations have taken care
No,
of
no,
that
no.
information.
It's not about trust in people. It's
It
about
is.
trust in technology and science.
Okay, technology and science. So what science is applied to geometry, Red? The shape of the earth. What science?
Mathematics?
Which
I
okay,
don't
so
know.
math, yeah, you're but it's not math is not science, but I would say what in regards to mathematics, how
Which
can we
part?
define what the earth is? How can we determine that with mathematics? How can we know?
What do we need to use? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, so there's a lot of information that you don't know, but you just believe, right? It's a trust in the information or the person or the people that have
Or
propagated
the
this information to you.
technology, yeah.
Right. So looking into this, meaning now let's take a look. We're not just going to believe anymore. We're going to want to know how they got this information. Then listen, the challenge is maybe nobody's ever challenged you this way, so you could think about it. But now the challenge is here. The challenge is how can we know this information to be true? This is the challenge. Red.
Mm-hmm.
How can we know the information of the Earth being an oblate spheroid to be true? What can you and I do? And void of trusting other information, how can you discover that the Earth is curving at a specific rate away from you because it's an oblate spheroid? How can you determine that? You yourself, not other people.
Sun.
Test it.
Well, I
evidence.
would try to get rich, and then I will hire a spaceship by Tesla, and I will travel to moon to look at the Earth from space, and then I
Okay.
can say that, yeah.
So that's a possibility, but it has more logistics. And what I would say is that if the Earth is said, if you're standing on a ball right now, if you're standing on a ball, do you think that in 2023 we have a way to measure the curvature of the Earth? Do you think that's possible? That you and I can find some way to measure the surface curvature, at least a small portion of it, where we exist.
Yes, I think it is possible.
Okay, that's all how I want you to think now. What do you think we can do to determine that even a small piece is curving like they say it is, like it's a globe? What measurements can we use to determine that?
Can I chime in really quick?
I want her to think. This is important. It's a crucial moment,
I
guys.
think someone
Let's
else,
wait for the
someone
chiming in.
intelligent maybe can answer this question.
No, I
It
mean you
is
are
not my
intelligent, Red. You are intelligent. This is the problem that people have. They think that they're not capable, but you are very capable of thinking about this.
This
That's
is
why
not my
it doesn't matter. We can all critically think together. We're gonna reason together. We're gonna find out if it's possible. We can all learn how to measure something in this day and age. There's units of measurement that for everything. So what we're going to determine is over a small piece of the earth, you can determine that it's curving just like they say it is, right? Like they're telling us. And you agreed with me. It's possible, right? In your mind, you can think about things. And like you said, it has to do with mathematics. So remember the first question I asked: who's ever determined that the drop rate over the distance has already been figured out? Like how much the curvature is supposed to be, like the drop over a distance? Because basically you're standing on the globe right now, and if that is true, then everywhere away from you there's going to be a slope. The slope is the drop over a distance. Would you agree with me? What I'm just saying would be the case if the Earth is a globe.
Well, it is too wide, and it cannot be, it cannot be felt like just, we cannot feel it. It is too wide.
Right, I know
Maybe.
that, but what we're getting to, Red, is that if in this day and age we have units of measurement everywhere, that we would be able to have the capability to measure the surface curvature, because it's a ball, it's an oblate spheroid.
Not a ball to be exact, but
Oblate
You're
spheroid.
somewhat
backtracking. You already said you can measure the
Yeah.
surface of the Earth. You're
You,
backtracking.
yeah, you said we can measure it.
oval and like a shape of an egg, we can say.
Yes. Okay, so it doesn't matter what the shape is, but we know there's curvature on the surface, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we would be able to measure it, correct?
Maybe.
Okay, you said yes before, now it's a maybe. Why are you changing your mind? You think we don't have ways to measure now? Are you doubting that we do?
We can, but I don't
Okay,
know
we
if
can.
someone has ever done that.
Well, yeah, you've already said that you don't know if somebody's done that, but I'm asking you now to critically think about the question at hand. If it's possible that we have units of measurement to measure things, then why is it possible that you and me, right? We can't go out somewhere and do a measurement test ourselves, you or anybody else, because you're
Because
standing on the
we are
very
not
thing.
well equipped.
What
We
do
are
we need
not
to be
equipped.
right? Go ahead, Red. Finish
We
what you were
need the
saying.
tools. We need the tools like whatever those scientists use.
Okay, so you think
Well,
scientists are you
a
thinking that
ruler.
scientists measure the Earth, or do you think regular people can measure the Earth, like you and me? Do we need a
I
scientist,
believe
or can you and I determine with a small sample set of the Earth the Earth sloping? Because you're standing on a ball, all you need to
people
do is measure it, right?
no people who
No.
have done their studies, people who have studied these things,
You can
the whole
you're a person, right?
astronomy and
You're a
physics.
person. Yeah, but you're a person too, just like they are. And if you wanted to measure something, like if I said, Red, could you measure the size of your foot? What would you say? Yes or no to that?
Because I have a scale for that. If I
That's
do
good.
not have a tool, scale is a tool,
You're
right?
right.
To
But you can
measure
measure,
the
yeah.
things we can
But
see.
what I'm saying is, Red, you can measure your foot, right? If it's possible to do that. Would you
Yeah.
What
agree?
exactly are you guys
Okay.
arguing about, if
So
you don't
yeah,
mind?
one second. Just pay attention to the conversation. I don't mean to be rude, but just like listen for
That's
a little
cool.
bit.
That's cool. I get it.
So basically, if you're measuring something, like there's a tool like that to measure, then do you think that we have a tool to measure if the ground is sloping away from you at a specific drop rate?
Well, if you give me the right tool, then yes, I can measure.
Okay, that sounds good. At least we're getting somewhere. Now we're able to think about how it's possible we can measure something, right? So we're going to try to measure the ground if it's sloping away from us. So I'm going to give you some information, and you can tell me that's a great way or not a great way, depending on what you think is possible, right? So if I was to say that over a specific distance, like 10 to 20 miles, right, in between that we could measure if the Earth is curving like they tell us it is, because what you and me want to do is establish if the Earth is curving like they say, right? We're going to establish that by doing a line of sight test, meaning if I'm looking across the surface of the Earth, I want to know if the Earth is curving at the rate that they say it is, because if it is curving like they say it is, then everything that they say is going to be true. That the Earth is curving, stuff disappears behind the curvature, we're living on a ball, all that kind of good stuff is going to be happening. But if it's not the way they're saying that it's curving, then we're not going to see that. Right? It either
But
is or is
whenever
not. Go ahead.
whenever I look at moon, why does it look round and not like
Yeah, well,
square or something.
we can get to the moon in a minute. I think we're going to be focused right now on the information of the Earth. So the Earth is important right now. Let's not detract from that. So if we're
These
looking
are
at
all
this,
the space bodies, and
we can talk about that. I think it's not important for this discussion, but you afterwards you can ask some questions about that, and we will answer them. Okay.
Just to throw this out
Just
there for red, the equation I'm pretty sure is 8 inches per mile squared of curvature that they say.
all right. Thank
So
you for
there
that,
is a
Frothy.
scale for the ball? So
Yes,
it
there
can be
is. So
measured
I
and
can tell
compared
you right now, you were
that.
saying about 10 miles. 10 miles is 66.68 feet of curvature. So
Yeah.
if there's a 100-foot tall building, you should only see like
Can
44%
somebody,
of it at
yeah,
10
Frothy,
miles.
can somebody drop the parabola formula for that?
Yeah,
Maybe
I
perhaps.
got you.
All
I
right. So
got
red,
you. It's
red, do you
actually
have?
called the imaginary ball Earth equation. So
Yeah, which is it's fine,
There you
but
go.
Red, I need you to look at the text channel so that you can see some of the information that they're putting in there. You know where that is? The text channel of the one. Okay, just go to the text channel. They're gonna drop the formula there. And I need you to focus on the Earth for now. Like, let's not go to the celestial bodies for now, because we're trying to determine something. So this is gonna take your whole mental faculties so that you can understand what the information is being presented. Because as it were with the claim of the Earth being a specific size, you can look it up yourself. They're already telling us that the Earth has a radius, a diameter, and a circumference. Right? This information is provided to you and me and everyone. Right? It's public. It's public knowledge. Can you agree with me on that, Red? That information is not secret. They're telling us the size of the Earth. Well, if you didn't know that, you know that now, right? You could look it up. If you do an easy Google search, if you say what is the radius of Earth, it's going to give you the number, so that you know that it's not coming from flat earthers that are saying, well, flat earthers said that. No, this is coming straight from the mainstream rhetoric. The rhetoric is they're telling you the size of the Earth. So they're giving us, in other words, it's like this. They're already saying, Red, your foot size is 7 inches or whatever, right? They're giving your foot size. So basically, they're determining what size your foot is already. And they're saying that's what, and they put it on Google everywhere. Red's foot size is 7 inches. So we all know there's a size to your foot. What we're doing is testing the claim to see if it's actually true or not, if your foot is actually 7 inches. So we're going to start to measure your foot. And if we find out that your foot is actually 6 inches or 5 inches or something, we're going to determine after the measurement is that your foot is not what they said it is. It's not 7 inches. It's actually 5. Can you see where I'm going with this? What we're doing is determining the information to be true or not, or false. It's either true or false.
Verifying it.
Red, do you understand the logic behind this?
You're saying to counter check the information given by scientists.
What's not given by scientists, Red? Scientists don't measure the Earth.
Yeah, whoever those people are.
Right. Okay, so there's information that you receive about the Earth being a globe, and you have to parse it out, right? Thank you for that, Frothy. He found out can you see
Of
the
course.
information that he just, it's basically Pythagorean theorem. So if you look at that right there, it's going to show you the drop rate over the distance. It becomes exponential as you get further out in the distance. Can you see what he just posted?
That's cool.
Yeah. Jedi, are you here? This is a crucial moment for Red. So listen. And the reason why I want you to realize what's happening here is that perhaps you have a understanding about what's going on, but then there's something more important I think you should realize from this conversation is that when you came in here, you started listening to the way I was discussing things with people, but I'm only addressing the fact that we can determine things because we have to use our senses. Our senses are very important when we have a discernment in the physical and natural world. All right, so looking at this, I gave you some time to kind of look it through, but it's going to show you the parabola of the Earth's surface being the curvature, right? So can you see that formula that's there? All right, so that's important for you to note, right? As far as like the Earth's sphericity. So we're going to determine from a small sample set that the Earth is exactly curving like they tell us it is. It needs to meet the requirements of it curving like that because that's the size of the Earth. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what we're going to determine is from your point of observation to a target distance, how much curvature there is, right? So that's why I use the samples. Somebody's mic is feeding back, guys. Check your mics, guys. Get.
Not me. It wasn't me.
Okay, Jedi, if you're here, Jedi, are you here? No, he's not here. All right. So I want you to focus on this information right now. I was gonna pass it over to Jedi, but since he's not here, I'll go ahead and continue. The Earth is said to be sloping away at 8 inches per the mile squared, right? So what you're gonna do is look at the formula and how much curvature should be dropping away from you. So what you're doing right now is going out to like an area where you can measure this. I would say don't do it over land because land has topography. It's got actual curvature because of the mountains, hills, valleys, and all that kind of good stuff. So you don't want to go over land. You rather prefer to do it over water where there is no land topography to do it. So doing it over water, you can make an observation over a distance and possibly use a target distance like the horizon as your goal. So from your point of observation on the ocean, like the shore, right, like on the beach, you're gonna do something like
Mm-hmm.
however tall you are, use the elevation height, and you're gonna think about this. I need you to search up a few keywords. I'm gonna use angular resolution. Think about that. Either write those words down, look that up a little bit because I need you to understand angular resolution. That's nothing to do with flat or globe Earth. That's just perspective. That's how we see in the distance. Things are gonna appear. Oh, are you here now, Jedi? Things are gonna appear closer and farther away depending on your elevation to the ground.
Yeah,
We're
man. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, that's fine. I was gonna let you get set up, but we're taking red through the how the black swan is able to be done. I haven't got there yet. I was just showing her about perspective, angular resolution. We've covered how what things we can do to measure the surface curvature. If we're gonna do this as people just going out to verify and falsify the claim that the Earth is said to be what it is. So I'm gonna pass it over to you if you want, so you can take red to the black swan if you want to do that. Red, are you still here?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Jedi.
Yeah, I'm in the text channel.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted Jedi to chime in.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find that next one at the moment to see if I can find it. I'll post.
All right. We'll see if well, guys, if you have the black swan image, please post it in the live stream for Jedi. If you're listening right now, that is.
I should be able to do it. Just give me a moment.
Yeah, I would say Red, don't disqualify yourself. You're intelligent, and the only thing is people make it seem like you can't know some information, and all it has to deal with is measurement. You're not applying science to this. Science is a category that doesn't involve mathematics. Mathematics can be done so that you could measure something, and this is important, right? So don't feel like you're disqualified or you can't know some information. So that's why we want to take the time for you to understand that.
Okay, this is like too much information for me.
Yeah, but what I'm saying though is the important part about this is we'll take it step by step, right? For first of all, we identified you can determine things with your senses, like you identified that at least, and if that's possible, there's still hope for you to understand. The determination you're going to make is whether something is or is not what they've been telling you and me. So
I have a
what we're
question.
yeah, we're kind of helping Red at the moment, and I don't want to detract from that. So
That's cool. That's cool.
I really do want to engage with you because you had a question about things. But I would say, can you
It's
write your
okay.
question down? Just write your question down because I don't want to
Okay,
lose
that's
the
cool.
point.
I could do that. I could do that.
Appreciate you.
No problem.
Yeah, but determining, I was gonna actually walk through you with the black swan and the line of sight method. That's important. Let's see here. I'll read that later, T. Yeah, there you go. All right, Jedi's up. I'm gonna go ahead and take a seat.
Yeah, no worries. Are you with us, Red? Can you see the image that I've posted in the live stream with the 2 oil rigs on it? Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I don't know if Red can. Yeah, Red can hear you.
Hi, Red. How are you?
Hello.
Hi, hi. Can you see the picture that I've posted with the 2 oil rigs in it?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome stuff. So this is kind of testing the model. We are told that things should be obstructed by the Earth curvature, physical geometric horizon. Now, this is just going to need a little bit of math to set the ball rolling, shall we say. If we know the size of the ball, it's just a mathematical calculation to figure out where the geometric horizon should be for an observer standing on that curved surface. A tangent line from their eyes out to the curvature of the Earth, for example. That calculation is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Sounds really complicated, mate, but it really, really isn't. I've kept the math really simple for you because this is what we're doing with this observation. For a 1 foot observer, the square root of 1 is obviously 1, and you times that by the distance of 1.22 and you get the distance 1.22. It's not a problem. So this observation is a still shot taken from a video. The observer's camera height is 1 foot above the surface of the water. Using that mathematical calculation, the physical geometric horizon should be at 1.22 miles away. The oil rigs are in this observations because they're at known distances for the gentleman with the camera on the floor. The oil rig on the right hand side is 6 miles plus away, and the oil rig on the left hand side is at 9 miles plus away. The question is this: with relevance to the 2 distance markers, where does the horizon appear to be? Is the horizon in front of the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or beyond the 2 oil rigs? Where's the horizon, Red?
I don't know.
You don't know. You can't see where the
I
sky.
don't.
You don't see where the sky appears to meet the sea.
I don't know. I'm just too confused with all these things.
I think we're giving her.
What's actually confusing you? Is it the math?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's just the mathematics associated with a ball. It's an Earth curve calculator. You can find any of these Earth curve calculators online. Just Google Earth curve calculator, and this will be the math. We were told, like I said at the beginning, that we can't see things because the physical Earth curve is in the way. Ancient Greeks couldn't see the bottoms of boats, for example, and declared the Earth was a ball. This would mean physical obstruction. So I'm just going to ask you again. It's not that complicated. Where's the horizon with relevance to the 2 oil rigs? Is it in front of them? Is it between them? Or is it beyond them? Where is it?
I don't know. Maybe someone else could answer that question.
Really? Have you? I'm not going to assume that you've got a sight problem. Everybody can see this picture. I can see where the horizon is. Everybody else can see where the horizon is. Is there a reason you don't want to answer?
Yeah, when I look at it, I see a horizon behind the oil rig.
Yeah, but we're asking
Good,
Red right now.
that's right.
Red, it's
Oh.
okay to listen. It's okay to just admit the truth of what you see on that image. It's not. There's no gotcha here. He just wants you to confirm what the image is portraying. That's all it is. Just you can being honest with yourself and being honest with the information. That's all. Red?
I'm just looking at the picture and trying
Okay.
to
Yeah.
understand it.
So if you know what the horizon is, right? What we determined the horizon is, we can talk about that. The horizon is what the sky meets the earth. Where do you see the sky meet the earth in that image? Can you tell Jedi where you see that?
Nowhere.
Nowhere.
I cannot see.
Do you see the line, like the horizon line, right where the water cuts off?
Yeah. Red?
It's basically the distinction between the water and the sky, right where that line hits.
Yeah, there's no real magic here. There's just determining whether you can identify where the sky meets the earth, where the water line is.
Yeah, I can.
You can. Okay, so Good. I guess Jedi, you can take it from there.
So, if you can see where the horizon is it before the Oryx, in between the Oryx, or beyond the two Oryx? Where is it? In front of or behind?
Behind the largest one.
Yeah, okay. So that's the largest one's at 6.21 miles. The one that's on the left-hand side at 9.41 miles, is the horizon still beyond that one as well?
No.
No, is it in front of that? Because I can clearly see on the left, so yeah, on the left of that left-hand Oryx, and in the middle of the picture, so on the right hand of that Oryx, the horizon is
Yes, I can
beyond
see
that Oryx.
behind. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Brilliant. That's what we can all see. The horizon is beyond both of these oil rigs. Now, the reason why there's distance markers is now we can make an estimated distance to where the horizon appears to be. It could be at least 10 miles away, with reference to the oil rig on the left-hand side at 9.41 miles. Could be 10 miles, could be 12, could be 15, could be 20, but it's definitely beyond 9.41 miles. Would you agree with that?
I do not know about all these measurements. I have no
Jesus
idea what you're
Christ.
saying.
Relax,
So I
fellas.
think we're kind of I think we're pushing a
Relax.
lot of information on Red, and it's hard for her.
Relax. We got
Yeah,
this.
true.
We've done this many times. Relax.
Yeah, true. I think I agree with that person. That is
Okay.
too much information.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and put a pause on this for you, Red, and you can sit in here and just listen to the back and
Yeah,
forth that we have.
yeah.
But I will say thank you for at least giving us a try so that we can talk to you about it. There's more information. We're gonna be going over it with the people in this channel. All you got to do is just hang around, and we'll have more information to
Sure, I
bring
will
forward.
be a silent participant in this chat.
All right, thank you, Red. All right, we're gonna go ahead and go to anybody else in here. If you have evidence that the Earth is a globe, Jedi's here. He'll answer your questions. If not, I will, and we'll talk to you about the evidence that there is or is not for Earth being a globe.
I'm pretty sure it's a triangle.
Brilliant. Have you found corners?
So I'm gonna post a photo in chat right now, okay? I want y'all to look at it. So that's a photo of a cargo ship out on the ocean, okay? And you can see where your eyes believe where the water meets the horizon, but it's actually a false horizon created by smooth water reflection. So the horizon's actually way, way higher. I'm gonna post another picture that I edited. I just drew some lines over this one. So I wrote in a pretty good description of what you should be seeing. Would you all agree with that?
Yeah, sometimes we have, like you said, a mirroring effect where it's very calm water.
So then also back to the oil rig photo, the horizon could be a lot higher and we may be seeing the horizon way further out. It's
No,
just
that's
refracting.
not the proposition for that. No, it's not. It's incorrect. No, that's a fuckwit
Why is it
argument for it.
incorrect?
Because there's a mountain range far beyond the water line. You can see it. Go ahead and look at it again. So it's a dumb
Wait,
argument,
what?
Frothy.
You see what?
And listen,
Oh,
you're
are you
supposed to be
talking about the photo of the oil rigs? Or are you talking about the photo I
You
posted?
said that. You said that.
I said what?
You're trying to make a case for that the horizon isn't where we're saying that it is. It's a lot farther or different. So in the case of the Black Swan, it's where it's supposed to be in the image that Jedi was talking about.
Okay, what about the image I posted?
Yeah, it's clearly known. You can see where the horizon is.
You see a false horizon.
Nobody made the argument for what you're saying. I'm saying that why did you bring? This is not a point of contention. People aren't here discussing that. We're discussing where it should be predicted from the globe Earth's perspective. You're bringing an extra like argument that nobody's made yet. If nobody's made it, why are you introducing it into the arena? Nobody said anything about it, and you just made like you're making a point. You're not. We can talk about that later, about what you're presenting if it's being brought up in a point of contention, and this hasn't been brought up. So don't bring extra things into the argument that's not there. We have to let the person who thinks the Earth is a globe present the argument. It's pretty simple.
All right, fair.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. We want to make sure people who think the Earth is a globe are going to present their case. It's the onus is on them. They have to present the information that they know how. And if they don't have any information, then we'll show them why. But we don't make extra argument. We don't introduce different arguments into the arena that doesn't need to be there. That's a whole other subject that we can talk about.
Okay, guys, in case anyone is interested, I put an actual attempt at proving the Earth is a globe, right, into chat. It's a combination of multiple empirical observations, right, which is how science works, after all. And yeah, just
You're
check it
making
out.
an assertion. You're making an assertion of how science works. How does science work, T?
I wrote it in the text too.
I want you to explain it to me. Can you use your words? How does science work?
Yeah, it operates from the baseline assumption that we can make empirical observations, right? To a certain degree, but we have to put them through many phases of testing and repeating, and then with using probabilities, we can come to a rough understanding of the world we live in, right?
So what do we have to do if we're testing a hypothesis? Go ahead and take us through the first step of the scientific method.
Well, yeah, you can. I mean, I guess you can set up the hypothesis that the Earth is a globe, right? And then you
I'm
can
asking no, but I'm
make
asking you.
observations.
Wait, not this, you the scientific method. You can't run the Earth through a scientific method. It's not a it's not a how why question. It's a what is question. How why you're trying to determine the cause of a naturally observing phenomena. You want to know why the cause, or excuse me, the effect is happening. So you're trying to determine the cause. You're manipulating the independent variable in the hypothesis test, right?
Yeah, but one thing I feel
You're
like
not
you
doing. But
always
I'm just trying to
ignore.
explain to you. You can't do that with the Earth. The Earth is a what is question. What is the Earth? You want to know
Okay.
the size of the Earth. It has nothing to do with science.
So
At
one
all.
thing I feel like you always ignore is that science looks or attempts to create a big coherent picture, right? It's
No,
not
we're not.
always just
No,
one
it's
single
not a big.
issue, and then it
No, you're
only
wrong,
tunnel
T.
visions on that
You're
issue.
just wrong. That's not science. Is not there to draw a big coherent picture. It's there to determine
It's
a
not.
cause of an effect. It's simple. The
Okay.
method is simple. You're trying to make it sound like what you want. You're bending it to your will. You're not. You can't do that. It's a method, and it can only determine the cause of an effect. That's what it's there for. It's a tool that you can use. You're not using it to make it sound like your argument is going to be used science. No, you
Okay,
can't
so
use it to determine shape.
you disagree with the statement that science.
I disagree with your method,
No,
not
let me
the
finish my
statement.
sentence, please. So you disagree with the statement that science does operate on logic?
What are you talking about?
Because
I'm
you
not even
just said
talking about
science
that.
doesn't try to make a
You're
coherent
trying to
picture?
run the shape of the Earth through the scientific method. It's the wrong tool for that. You're not doing science.
Okay, how am I supposed to do it? I'm supposed to feel it?
No, you're supposed to follow the method. The method of natural science is 3 primary steps. 1, observation of a natural phenomena, something happening. Your prediction of the cause of that something happening. That's your hypothesis, if cause then effect. And then the third step is the experiment, where you, the researcher, vary and manipulate your presumed cause to see if it has the effect. Step 4,
But
somebody else can falsify it.
your prediction and the experiment don't happen in an isolated little chamber where it's all its own rules. It always happens within the coherent
Hold
bigger
on.
picture of your
Hold
understanding
on.
of the world.
Do you know what a
It
control
always does.
variable is? Do you know what a control variable is?
I'm not talking about that.
Oh, well, I am, because we're talking about natural science and we have to keep everything the same. So when we vary and manipulate our independent variable, we're sure that that has or hasn't caused the effect. Where
But what
everything
happens in the
else
step?
gets the same.
What happens in the step between making the observation and making a prediction? You use logic. You apply logic, right? And your logic is shaped by your understanding of the world, which is a coherent bigger picture.
I'm not going to argue the toss for your specific scientific method that doesn't follow the scientific method. Obviously, we're going to apply some kind of logic because the phenomena has got to be physical. We've got to know some stuff about it. And I presume cause also got to be physical, and we've got to know some stuff about it. It's a logical deduction. All right. So your prediction will be and only be the prediction of cause, which you must then verify through experimentation. If you do not have an experiment, you do not have natural science. Experiment is the final arbiter of natural science, which you find in the Feynman lectures.
I mean, I feel like we agree. I don't know. I mean, we could
Well,
totally agree. You just kind of disregard everything that's been proven to like towards the globe. So.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think that you're going to be able to have a hypothesis construction and test for a shape? A concrete noun?
Well, sadly, I'm not. I'm neither a philosopher nor a mathematician with like geometric. I don't know how to prove a globe, right?
Well,
I
let's
don't
put it
know how
like
to
this. Science,
philosophically
natural
prove it.
science, shut up. Science, natural science, isn't a tool that you would use for a mathematics and geometry question. Observation and measurement to determine the shape is what you would use. You're not going to run it through the scientific method and do an experiment on it, are you? Did you go to science class and figure about hexagons, or did you go to maths class and figure out about hexagons? Which one?
Math, clearly.
Yes, so not a science question then. Right, shape of object, not a science question. Science, how and why
You
this
always
happens.
ask for like empirical evidence, right? Science.
We always ask to see if people understand what they're talking about. If there is a scientific experiment that would determine the shape of an object. But when we're talking about empirical method, that would be observation and measurement that we can falsify, not running through the scientific method. Why would we run a shape through the scientific method? Shush. So T, I mean, have you got a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth?
Well, I'm pretty sure that the entire idea of this VC is that it's not possible to have like one simple experiment to prove that the Earth is a globe, right? It just doesn't exist, and you've been
If it's
happy
something
about.
that I can falsify,
Hmm?
sorry to interrupt you. If it's something that I can falsify, it's something that you're going to give me that I can go out and do in the physical and natural world, where I measure over distance to see if there's an elevation drop or slope, then yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I don't think anybody would. We're looking for the
I mean,
direct.
that's the one thing you can do. That's the one
What's
point
that?
I've actually I try to get to that one point for a long time, but you always try to pin me down on the globe. I don't think I can prove to any of you that the Earth is a globe, because I know that it's impossible with like one simple experiment. What I can do is disprove your. I mean, I know you don't like it when I say this, but I say you make the claim that there's no curvature and therefore the Earth is flat. And I feel like that we can actually debate, because there's still the very simple phenomenon of things being obstructed by the horizon that you haven't really, like for me, you haven't debunked yet. So there is some sort of curvature that we don't know why it exists.
It's
So
not
it's
our
certainly
fault you don't know what the law of perspective is, bro.
I know about
Surely,
perspective. You know, I wanted to become an architect once, and I drew a lot with like perspective. But that doesn't make sense within perspective. That things are obstructed from bottom up.
Yes, it
doesn't
does.
happen.
Angular resolution. Angular
Yeah,
resolution
we've been through
can
this.
show
I
you.
know, but
No, you don't know.
this is
You wouldn't
pseudoscience,
be
right?
you wouldn't be asking the same thing over and over again repeatedly if you understood. That's the
Yeah, but
problem. So
because
you reset and ask the same question. So we reset and answer the same one. It's gonna be the same answer over and over again. Perspective, angular resolution. These things are optically how we see things in the distance. You negate that by saying, no, that's I understand. That's not how it happens. Yeah, it is. Every single
I mean,
time,
okay,
T.
you can go to anyone, any expert on like angular
All right.
resolution, and
No,
ask them.
no,
They're
we're
gonna
not
say it
talking
doesn't
about
happen.
no, we're not talking about experts. The information is very clear on angular
Yeah,
resolution. All you got to do is go research it, go look it up. You'll see that what it's
I
going to
have.
explain to you is the angle of view that you have because of how close you are to the surface. That right there automatically demonstrates when you understand that things will disappear from the bottom up depending on the angle of view that you have. That's pretty clear. It's apparent. That's what
I even
happens.
watched a cute little video by Indigo on angular resolution.
Okay, then. So you should be already studied up on this and not resetting and asking the same questions. You should
Yeah,
be
but
already
just
telling
because
us how it works.
just because Indigo makes some assumptions or like conclusions that
Oh
are
my
false
God,
that
dude.
don't
Nobody's
go hand
making
in hand with what
assumptions. Things are
angular
being
resolution
tested.
is.
T, listen, bro. Like, I don't know why you come in saying that these things are assumptions when people are testing the thing. You can yourself, right? You can lower your eyesight down to a table, the eye line, and have something, an object move away from you. You can demonstrate how it works. This is the angle of view. It's really simple. It's easy to understand. And not only that, angular resolution, the resolving power of the eye. When something moves away from your location, it's going to look like it shrinks in your vision. It doesn't really shrink, but that's how you apparently see it when it goes away from you. Right? So there's a
I've
couple of
heard
things
all
that
of
you
your
have to.
points, man. I'm not.
What?
Look, I mean, you might think that I'm stupid, but I've heard all of your points,
No,
and
it's
I
not.
know all of
I
your
don't think that
points.
you're stupid. I just think that you're not obtaining the information and retaining it because
You're
every
repeating
single
your
time you
points.
come in, every time you come in here, you ask the same question and we tell you the same answer, but apparently the penny hasn't dropped yet. You're still thinking that by resetting and asking the same question, you're going to get a different result. It will be the same. Tomorrow, it'll be angular resolution and perspective. The next day, the
Okay.
same, and so on.
How could
There's not going to be a
we
change to that.
independently? How could
He
we
also
independently?
tried a burden of proof reversal.
I answer, please. How can we independently kind of test this, right? If it actually
I'm
has something
telling
to do.
you, it's
But look,
simple.
we
T.
simply have different opinions on this, and I think I
No, it's not
understand
about an
exactly
opinion.
the views.
No. This is where you're wrong. It's not about an opinion. This is testable. You can actually go somewhere and see, like from the eye line of your table, get something and move it away from the eye line of that table, and you'll see it start to disappear from the bottom up. This is something that happens. I'm gonna show you a GIF. I'm telling you, anybody can do this. This isn't like some mystery or we're telling you something that's not true. Hang on a second. Let me pull out this information. I'm going to show you. It's demonstrated. So it's simple. It's not like we're telling you something that you can't test. Here you go.
Wait, but it can't be one phenomenon all the time, right? It can't be
No,
the same phenomenon.
it's this phenomena occurs because of the angle that you're. Thank you. Everybody's posting things. Look at that. I want you to take a look at text chat. You can test this, and it doesn't mean that the surface is curving. It just means that the angle that you have towards the surface is very narrow. That's all it is. And not only that, but the farther you are from an object, the smaller it will become until your eye cannot resolve the object any longer. This is something already established. You keep saying like it's some kind of like magic trick or something. It's not. It's just angular resolution, bro. That's how optics work.
But
That's how it
then you
works.
should be
So
able to calculate one, I don't know, on like one variable or something, how much obstruction happens over a certain distance, right?
yeah, but it's not
Have
it's
you
not
ever done that?
ideal. It's not ideal because of the fluctuations in the air temperature. You're going to have updrafts and hot air mixing with cold air causing turbulence, heat haze, inferior superior mirages. There's optical phenomena that occur along with angular
Distortion.
resolution, right? Alongside that, you have angular resolution. So this is not just a one and done kind of mathematical equation. Our air, I will say it atmosphere so you can understand, the atmosphere between you and the target distance, you're going to see things happening. So it's not just that things get smaller, you deal with the air between you and the point of observation that you're making an observation on something, right? So in between you and that thing and the target distance, you're going to see something like the air is going to be in between you. So how dense it is or how hot it is, the ambient air temperature, the weatherman will say what the refractive index is going to be and how far you can see. Then people can tell you like the distance of the viewing distance will be around 10 miles or whatever. And then you'll be okay, in 10 miles I can see in the far distance. Other days it might be less, it might be more. It just depends. So there's always going to be a variance in like how far you can see, but it's never going to be something that you can calculate to a precise measurement. You can't do that because the air fluctuation between you and the target distance is going to be multiple variables. The air from like where you're at, specifically from where the target distance is, will always be, the temperatures are going to be fluctuating. They're going to be different. It's not in some kind of like uniform ideal air it's the same temperature throughout. It's not. There's so many variables that are in between. They're going to cause air disturbance. like
Okay,
inferior
okay.
mirages.
So the yeah, so these factors like temperature and stuff, I'm just gonna
Yeah.
call it refraction, right? They change the distance to the apparent horizon, right?
It would optically change the distance. Yes, it could change
Okay,
the
but
distance. Yeah, you
like
could
we
you could
agree
ac-
on this.
you could say yeah, you could say that the distance to where you see the target horizon would be different due to the air temperature outside. Absolutely. That's
I mean,
definitely
yeah,
something you have to
we
account for.
totally agree on this. So how is the black swan
Okay.
even an argument anymore? Like,
Because you can see farther, the geometric horizon is not something that can be debated. It's geometry. So let's say your foot size is 12 inches, let's say, right? But somebody's saying your foot size is 14, or some people say it's 3, whatever. It doesn't matter, whatever someone says. So they're saying a bunch of things about the size of your foot. What we're doing is we're testing the geometry, the size of the earth. So if they're saying the size is from 1 foot observer height, you have to see a predicted geometric horizon at 1.22 miles away. That's where the horizon should begin. We're not seeing that. We're seeing a horizon farther than 1.22 miles where the geometric horizon should be. It's way farther than that. It's past the 9.41 mile mark. So we know that the expected, the value for the geometric horizon is not where it's said to be. Geometry,
so
the size
you're
of
saying
something. So
you're
we're
saying
not
that
talking.
the
We're not.
geometric
Yeah,
horizon.
We're not talking about what something optically looks like. We're saying what it measures like. It doesn't measure the size that they say it is. You understand?
So you're saying the distance or the calculated distance to the geometric horizon is the maximum value of the geometric horizon because it would be impossible to look around the curve, right? That's
Of
kind of the
course,
question.
it's obstruction. What you have is
Light,
basically
but you
what you
realize,
have.
but
T.
one
What
point, if
you
I can say
yeah,
one thing more,
but what's
you
it?
realize that light doesn't always go straight.
Basically, no, we're not gonna listen to that. Listen, what we're saying is basically what we're talking about is a hill. It's a hill. They even describe it as a hill. It's like a hill. You can't see over the hill.
Of course
There's
you
no
can.
way. It's obstructing your view.
Of course you can see over a hill.
No, dude, you're not gonna see. Listen, if you see
You want me
people
to tell
walking
you
away
how?
from,
I
hold
can
on,
tell you
man.
now.
No,
You
because
just place
you're
a
not gonna
mirror.
give the
You place
example.
a mirror
So
on top of the hill. Then you see
a
over the hill.
mirror.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I mean, this is reflection, right? This is a different phenomenon, but you can bend the
A
curve.
different phenomena you're using to.
Type of light.
Okay, so you're telling me a different phenomena is occurring. You're saying reflection, dude. When does
Mhm.
reflection occur when you're looking at something over a hill, T? In
If
nature.
you put the mirror I just talked about, then you can bend the light in a way so you can look past the hill.
Is that
It's
what's
pretty simple.
happening? Is that what's
No,
happening?
that's not what's happening with the
That's not what's
horizon.
happening. Then why are you
Because
telling
that's
me
a
an
different
example?
phenomenon.
Why are you telling me an example of something that's not happening? I don't care about something not happening. I want to know what
Yeah.
is happening.
I'm just
So
trying to
bring me.
demonstrate that light can
No,
be
but it's not
bent in
reflective.
its
It's
path.
not reflection. It's not reflection, T.
It's
It's not.
refraction.
No, but it's not reflection, isn't it?
But it's refraction.
Is it reflection, T?
No, it's refraction.
Okay, no, it's refraction. So is refraction the same thing as reflection?
No, but
Okay,
reflection
then why
demonstrates
did
that
you use
light
that example? Why did you use that example?
because it demonstrates that light
No, it
can be
doesn't.
bent in
No,
its
it
path.
doesn't. No, it doesn't. It's
Of
a
course it
wrong
can. What do you
example.
think a mirror
No.
does?
Yeah, it's a mirror and it's reflection. Why are you saying you're conflating reflection and refraction? You're confusing yourself, T. That's what you're doing.
But your
But
base
what?
Yeah, your base argument is that it's impossible to see behind the horizon
Well,
because
you're not going to use
light
reflection.
light
No, we're not
couldn't
going to listen to
possibly
you.
bend around the
No,
globe.
you come. I'm going to put you. If you don't have a better argument than you're saying reflection, refraction are the same, come with something else. That's not
I'm
working
not saying it's
for
the
you.
same. Okay.
Yes, you are. You made it as an example. It's
Yeah,
like
both
putting a
make
mirror
light
above
bend.
the hill.
Both make light bend.
No, dude. Is reflection and refraction the same?
No,
Okay, then why are you using it?
because you seem to not grasp the concept of light
I don't
bending.
need you to use an example that does not towards what you're saying. I need you to demonstrate how refraction is bringing things up over the curve, and it's not a mirror, like you say. That's not even the example that they use. I know what they say. That's wrong. That's just wrong.
I
Yeah,
mean,
you're
if
wrong.
you can fill. I mean, this is not going to be gas, right? I'm going to be use in this example. I'm going to use water, a fluid, okay? But it's still refraction occurring, okay?
Oh
You
my
can fill a
God.
glass with water, and then you can
Here.
watch the glass from the front, and then you can put a pen behind the glass, and then you can move it past where you should be able to see it through
No,
the past.
T, you
But
know,
you
you're
can
not
still
doing
see
you're
it
not
in the
doing
gap,
justice. You
right?
failed once again, T. You failed. But here's what they are saying. I
I feel
posted
like
in the
you're not
chat.
trying
This
to
is
listen to me. You're like not
you're
trying.
you're not making any sense. This is what they're saying. This is
Yeah,
what you're
I
saying
could
they're
maybe
not
make
doing.
sense if you could let me finish talk.
No,
But
no. What we're gonna do is, because you brought it doesn't. It's regardless if you're here or not. I'm gonna actually go through this information because people may or may not know what they're saying. So here's a website, right? This is from Princeton, and a Princeton EDU, right? So not T, okay? They're saying here's a quick experiment. Everybody can click on that website I just put in there. Basically, it's from Princeton. Here's a quick experiment designed to show that the Earth is round and not to calculate its circumference. It's easy to do if you have the right if you're in the right location. Unfortunately, in order to do this experiment properly, it's not an experiment. You must have a clear view of the sunset or sunrise over the ocean. The idea behind the experiment is if the Earth is round, then objects will travel away from you along the surface of the Earth, will disappear view at a certain distance. More interesting is that they disappear from the bottom up. Think of a friend walking over a hill. If you watch her from one side of the hill as she walks over the hill, her feet will disappear first, and then her legs and her body, followed by her head. This is one way to the ancient sailors knew that the earth must be rounded like a hill. They could see the tall masts of ships long after the hulls and the boats receded far away. To see why this effect occurs, look at the diagram below. And like I said, click on that link so that you can see for yourselves, guys. As the Earth rotates, the view from the top of the pink stick changes, reveal the sun, or make the sun disappear depending upon which way the Earth is rotating. If the Earth rotates as shown, the sun will disappear. Note this diagram is not to scale. No duh. Looking at the following diagram, you can see that if you watch the the sunset from a low point of the view, then you get up really quickly. You might be able to witness the sunset twice in one day. Based on this principle, it is possible to calculate the circumference of the Earth. Materials that you're going to need. A location where you can clearly view a sunrise or sunset over the ocean. Number 2, a friend to help you measure the height of your eyes while laying down and while standing. Number 3, a measuring tape or a meter stick. Number 4, a stopwatch. Number 5, pen and paper to record times and heights. All right, and it goes through like a little bit. It's pretty easy, right? Mostly the steps through 1 through I think 11, 10 or 11 steps. Anyway,
but
what
if I
we're
can
what,
add one thing, this
what we're looking.
this doesn't hold up to the scientific standards, right?
This is in science. First of all, this is not science, and you're in a category error, Sunshine.
There's like
All
one
right.
thing you can do with your child. That's fun, but it's not science, right?
It's not
This is from
scientific.
Princeton,
Sorry,
not from
it's not
T.
scientific. Sorry, Alpha, but you're
Hey, go
starting
ahead.
to annoy. Starting to annoy me. It's not a scientific question. Doesn't mean that other forms of inquiry are not less valid, right? You don't do science when you do mechanics on your car, but your car runs. Technology, engineering, maths, they're all fucking good fields, right? So, yeah, this isn't a scientific question. This is mathematics and geometry, mate. Still a good form of inquiry. Say that again and I'll lose my
No,
shit.
this experiment, if you just do it once, it's not going to prove anything. It's not up to the scientific standard because you have to
Dude,
calculate for
T, sit
possible.
down, dude. The information's still coming. Relax. All right,
Okay.
so check this out. This is the formula. Distance to the horizon. And we see, of course, they have in the formula radius of Earth and height of your eyes. It says to see where this equation came from, and there's a link there. So we're just going to go to nasa.gov of all places. Let's go there. Oh, that link's broken, I think. But yeah, nasa.gov was the place that link came from. So for everybody who's in here right now, this is the Princeton explanation for measuring the Earth's curvature. It was given to us by none other than a glober, showing us how we can measure the Earth. Imagine that. So they gave us basically information that doesn't support the claim. So we have the radius of Earth, basically gotten from this equation, that it's begging the question. People don't know how to get the radius of Earth. They're just assuming that because the mathematical construct of the Earth's size is something that can be done, it's something that can be inserted into a formula, which is trying to garner the information of where and how we can measure the Earth. How are you measuring the Earth if you already have the radius of Earth? That's a tough question, isn't it?
I got a question, bro.
Yeah, what's the question?
How can you have a flat Earth without like it collapsing in on itself with gravity?
Jedi, you want to take this one?
So gravity really only exists within your model. On a flat Earth, things go down at a calculable rate, just like everything else. But you're asserting, what if the Earth had gravity, then there would be mass and it would pull the Earth in on itself. It's kind of a stupid thought, mate. Or are you asserting that the Earth is sitting in bending and warping space-time, and because of that, it's going to implode upon itself?
Well,
Gravity's
no, it's
own.
attractive forces, right? So, like, if there's an like, it doesn't make sense for there to be an object in space which is flat. That is retarded.
Right, okay. So you've probably got some straw man idea that you think that we claim that the Earth is a disk in the vacuum of space. That's not true. The Earth isn't a disk. Vacuum of space doesn't exist.
Okay, well, if there's no vacuum of space, then like, why exactly is there like friction? Well, even with that, forget space. Why is there friction? Say when, because you always say like, oh, the flat Earth is always like, well, it's buoyancy. That's why things fall. There's like things are less dense than other things. Well, it's like, well, then why is there like friction when I move like across the ground? Like when I'm standing on the ground, there's still a force acting upon me. Like what the fuck is that? Furthermore, when I like
No,
go
so
up.
hold on. Without your fucking furthermore, sunshine, let's try and stick to one thing at a time before we're here for the next 10 minutes with you spouting nonsense. What's your initial
Right, so
claim? We'll go through that one. Like I
why is
said,
there what
go on.
force is acting upon if it's not gravity? Like, how do you explain what that is?
We can't. No one can. But like I said right at the beginning, if you're
That's
listening,
retarded.
gravity's own. Oh, you're going to talk. I'll let you ramble on. You're going to let me finish this fucking sentence. Is that going to be
They
okay?
have no model.
Pardon?
So you have no model? Is that what you're saying?
No. Apart from the observation of the effect of things going down at a calculable rate. But this doesn't apply to all things, just solid objects being dropped through the air or a vacuum. No one's
No, I'm talking
disputing.
about an
Hold on.
attractive force.
Hold on. Hold on. No one's disputing the effect of I drop something and it goes down. What is up for dispute is the cause of that effect, which hasn't scientifically been validated. You're talking about mass attracting mass. That's pre-1915 gravity that was superseded by Einstein, by the way, not the current
I'm aware
rhetoric
of
for
that.
gravity. What?
I'm aware of that, but as a model of understanding, like basically it works. It's just not complete. The point is,
Oh, okay. The
the
point
point,
is, go on, tell me
the
the point.
point is, I will need if you can't explain why there is an attractive force. You keep putting it as why things fall. Well, it's not just that. There's clearly an attractive force that's acting upon me all the time, even when I'm standing or sitting on an object. So
Is there?
there's clearly, well, yes.
No, that's not the current scientific rhetoric. That's not a pull. That's a push. Space time, right? Bending and warping of it. That's you being pushed down to the
The
ground.
idea that there is an attractive force, meaning a force of
Push.
gravity. Yes, there is a force,
Which
literally.
way, push or pull? Which way, push or pull?
Dude, what are you talking about? There's a
Well, there's
force.
two. But listen, right? If you would listen, I've already explained it to you. Maybe I should go again. You're talking about mass attracting mass, the Earth pulling you down towards it. That's pre-1915 Newton Cavendish gravity that was superseded by Einsteinian gravity, bending and warping of space-time, where you're literally being pushed down to the floor. That's the current scientific rhetoric for gravity. But both have not been scientifically validated. Obviously, Newton Cavendish hasn't got a formalized hypothesis and experiment, and Einstein only gave us maths based on a begging the question fallacy that the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space.
Okay,
No
yeah,
one's
but my
denying that
point.
things go down.
Okay, but you're saying, well, there's no proof of any of this. It's like, well, if you have zero model to explain any of this, then why should I
We've got the
listen
same
to
model.
your?
Got the same model as you have when we attribute things going down. Little g, right? We've got that model. It's not a problem. The assertion of cause, though, that's the problem, because within your assertion of cause, the Earth has a radius value and there's a ball spinning in the vacuum of space, either attracting other things to it pre-1915 or sitting in the fabric of space-time and bending and warping, and you could attribute this to a push. But you don't have a ball to begin with. That's the problem here. You don't have a ball.
Okay, so but if there's no ball, then why is there like you have no model at all for an attractive force? Like you have no.
No
it's just
one's
an
okay. No one's asserting a cause here. We can't vary and manipulate the presumed cause of you falling down, mate. All we can do is witness the effect of you falling down, mate. If you understand what science was, this is the first step, observation of a phenomena. Yeah, that's you falling down, mate. The
Yeah,
attributing,
but the question I would ask was why wouldn't I fall up?
Oh yeah, you want to quantify gravity.
Like, it's just a simple question. Like if it's
You
just
relax,
you can
brother.
fall.
Relax.
Hang on,
Have
hang
a
on, just
seat.
let me
Relax, dude. Fucking
just let me
relax.
speak. Let me speak.
Jesus, no, dude. You're gonna relax. That's what you're gonna do. Just relax. We're gonna get the answer will come, but just relax. All right. So basically, what it is relative density. It's the object and medium relationship. So when we look at the medium of air, we understand that things that are dense in the medium of air will have a vector of down, right? In that case, and things that are lighter, more buoyant, will actually react differently to the medium of air and rise. So depending on what medium you're using, like we switch mediums, let's say water, you have something that would fall through the medium of air could float on water, like a ping pong ball. Ping pong ball will fall through the medium of air, but over water, it will sit on top of it. It will find its level right at the top of the water. It'd be more buoyant. So we understand that the medium and object relationship can be quantified, and relative density is the thing that we would say can quantify what you might call the theory of gravity, but for us, it's easily quantifiable in the object and medium relationship. We don't need to assert that the time and space is bending to cause that to happen. We just can say that the object and medium relationship can change, and then they will have a vector of either up or down. That's what we can say about that. It's relative density, man. That's all it is.
So we can scientifically manipulate. That's it.
Did he dip?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I got muted actually. Here's the thing. The problem with that explanation in regards to where I don't fall up is that it neglects the issue which I mentioned earlier, where I could be standing on, say I'm standing on like something, any medium which is less dense than say my foot or whatever, the skin on my foot. And so long as there's a stable thing beneath me, I will not fall through it. However, there is still an attractive force which you can feel pulling upon you, right? There's friction. So when I move my foot, despite the fact that it's it's level, it's on an object, right? So there's no object medium relationship there, and there's still an attractive force. So that doesn't adequately explain. If you're going
Yes,
to
there
claim that
is
the
an object and medium relationship. You said your foot was resting on something. That thing that it's resting on is preventing it from actually doing anything else. So it found its equilibrium on the thing it's resting on. It's pretty simple, bro. The thing that it's
okay,
resting on is more dense than your foot. It's not going to let it go all the
no,
way down.
dude, you're not listening.
I
Hello,
am.
no, you're not. I'm talking about the force which remains. Okay, because in your explanation, there would be there would be no friction, right? Because
Right.
guess what? As you said, completely correct. In your model, there would be, look, it's an equilibrium. I'm standing on it. I'm resting on it. There shouldn't be nothing acting. There's no object medium relationship, and yet still there is a force. I'm saying, why? How do you explain that force?
You're asserting a force, dude. You're asserting that the floor beneath you is doing something for objects to bring them down to it. You're asserting that the Earth is acting upon that object that isn't attached to it and
No,
making it.
I haven't done that yet.
Well, you keep saying force.
I'm merely well, I'm
No, you're
saying
not
there's
merely explaining. You keep using the
Out of
word
your mind.
force. You're using the word force in this. So
why do
you're
you
saying
think
there
I'm
has to
using
be
the
a
word
force.
force? I'm using it to describe some kind of interaction which is causing friction.
Dude,
For
you said
instance, when
Dude, you said attractive force about 5 times in the last 2 minutes.
well, I don't even need to use the word attractive force here. I'm saying there is clearly a force which is still acting. You dispute that.
Yes, because it hasn't been scientifically verified to be true.
No,
Why are you not listening to this?
You're the one who's not listening. I'm saying there shouldn't be. Okay, I'm going to repeat it again. It shouldn't be too hard to understand. What I'm saying is that in your explanation, right, it does make sense if you're just talking about why things fall down. It doesn't explain why when you're on a ground, so you're on a level plane, so your feet are firmly placed on the ground, okay, why still there is a force. For instance, if I try to move forward,
There
there's a
isn't.
force.
You're asserting there is one. There is no force. You're asserting there's a
There's
force.
no friction. There's no such thing as friction.
You keep saying you're resetting, dude. There is no
No
force. This
friction in the world.
imaginary
Doesn't
force that you
exist.
think is, dude. There is no fucking force. You're imagining there's a force. That's why you keep saying, "Well, where's your
I'm
force?"
imagining.
Yeah, you are, because there is no force.
So when I, for instance, move an object across the ground, there's no resisting force from me pushing it or
Resisting
moving.
force. The object itself is not as dense as the medium that it's on. Like the floor is more dense than the object. Therefore, it's not going to go through the floor. It's going to rest on the floor. There's nothing pulling it or pushing it.
Okay, but there are for instance, objects of different weights, for instance, have
Oh my
different.
god, dude! Listen, there is no force. No, there's
Objects
no
of
force,
different.
dude. There's no force.
Objects of different weights, for instance.
Doesn't matter. There's no
Which are the same density. So, say it's gold or whatever, like it's the very dense object. I could
you
move it
keep
across a less
reiterating your
dense.
point. It doesn't matter. No, fucking just
You don't.
dude.
You want to interrupt me whenever I talk, but if I interrupt you, it's a problem. Okay, I see how it works.
No, you're not gonna keep resetting. We're gonna go over this once so you can understand and let somebody else answer. You're trying to attribute a force to what's happening. There is no force. Jedi just told you there is no science behind any force. Nobody can attribute a cause to the effect. There is no force. You can't quantify something that you don't even know how to vary and manipulate. No force whatsoever. If you assert a force one more time, you're going to probably sit on mute. There is no fucking force. Now, if you can say that there is one, please provide the scientific evidence for a force.
Okay, so when I don't think you get what I'm saying. I'm not even arguing here for gravity. I'm just describing an observation, okay? Do you get that? I'm observing that, as I was saying earlier, heavier or lighter objects, when resting upon something, when moved, have different resistive forces depending on their weight. Now, I want you, based on your theory, to explain why that occurs. Do you get me?
Same reason in your model. Little g, the observation of an effect. Things go down, brilliant. Weight on the floor, you try and push it horizontally, depending on the makeup of the two objects in question, there will be friction. This has got fuck all to do with big G, by the way, the assumption of cause. So the model is exactly the same as yours. Little g, my friend, the effect.
So you're claiming that there's still a force acting upon it. We don't know what it is. It's not the object medium thing. Anything else?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No way did I say that the Earth was pulling things down to it. I just said the
Didn't say that
observation of
either.
the effect. Why are you not listening? Because this is getting frustrating, because I've told you 3 times now. The observation of something going down, that's an effect, right? No one's disputing that. So the model is exactly the same. We use the same math. The attribution of cause, though, to why things fall down hasn't been scientifically verified. But if you want a model, little g, it's the same one. Just don't assert cause. That hasn't been scientific.
Okay, but in your model, I don't understand. Did you give? I didn't hear an adequate explanation for why there is a resisting force that differs upon weight, not upon density, but upon weight.
There is no explanation. It goes against their entire point. That's
Yeah,
why they're
it
not
does.
really answering
I know.
it.
I know.
But I don't know why.
I've already answered it.
All right. All right, for the smart ass in the group right now, I need you to scientifically prove the force that you're talking about right fucking now. Let's see if you got the balls it takes to answer that question.
Oh, I'm not
Go.
nearly smart enough to do that. I'm
All
just
right,
saying
then shut the fuck up then. How about that?
there's something
How
there, and
about
you guys
that?
are just saying it's
How about that?
it's nothing.
If you want to chime in and squawk, go ahead and tell us how you can scientifically evidence the force. Go ahead.
You guys haven't scientifically
Go
proved
ahead.
anything either way.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
I've clearly demonstrated here that that model doesn't
No, you didn't
explain that
clearly
effect.
demonstrate shit. You keep saying it's a force. Show us the force by way of scientific evidence.
As
Go.
I said, at the moment, I'm merely
Go.
disputing your model's explanatory power in this case.
You don't have shit. You and everybody else that comes in there squawking, saying we're talking about things that are falling down and attributing some fucking fictional
You're
force.
getting
You don't
online
have
here,
any
buddy.
evidence to back it up. You don't have evidence, dude. No evidence whatsoever.
I'm just wondering what your explanation in that model is. Why did you give
Fuck
us
that.
one
No,
way?
fuck that.
Not
What?
a
How do you
density.
know? No. How do you know that it's a
If density is what's causing it, the density should still apply in the object medium when it's lying on the ground,
force?
right?
How
It
do you
still
know it's a
applies.
force?
It
How do you know it's a
doesn't.
force?
It doesn't.
How do you know it's a force?
I'm saying your model does not work.
No, don't go to your motto. I'm asking you a question. Listen to my question. How do you know it's a force?
Well, I mean, there's a variety of ways, but at the moment, I'm just trying to discuss your model, and you seem
Give
to
me
not
the
want to. You
scientific
seem to
method.
not want to do that.
No. Give me the scientific method how you know it's a force. Please describe. Go ahead.
Well, are we going to not? So you're not going to defend your model now? You're going to concede?
Answer the question. How
You're
do you
going to
know it's a
concede.
force? How do you know it's a force?
Well, I will talk to you about that, but I want you to first concede that you
I'm not
cannot
going to
explain.
listen to your bullshit. Either you're going to tell us how you know it's a force or you're going to sit on the mute. This is the fifth time.
Well, I'm saying I'll
Answer the
explain it
question.
because
know it's a
I'll
force?
say, okay. So we can observe, as I just mentioned, that there still is a force acting upon objects which are.
I don't want you to assert your same fucking fallacious reasoning over and over and over again. I want you to demonstrate the scientific evidence that you say there's a force. I need you to demonstrate that. This is the sixth time I'm asking for this. I don't need you to re-explain the same shit over again. Now, back to the question. How do you know there's scientific evidence for a force? Demonstrate that for us, please. Go.
I'm muted. Okay, so obviously you can't demonstrate via observation merely.
Okay, so let me stop you. By your own admission, there is no observational demonstration. So we do not have your fucking fictitious force that you keep talking about because there's no way that we can observe it. Boom, bang, bing, we're done. That's all there is to it. Good night.
Okay, well, I've also demonstrated that your model doesn't work, and that's why
No, you
you
did
wanted
not.
to.
No, you did not.
And you also muted me before I could make my
Yes,
caveat.
yes.
There,
Pat
but
yourself in
that's
the
very
back. Take
convenient.
a victory lap. You didn't do that. Off you go.
I did do that, and you're still unable to. You're still unable to explain it.
Excuse me, Australian friend. I answered your question at least
You
2
did
times,
not.
probably 3.
You failed to, and I'll
No.
explain why. You
Let me
never
finish.
explain why an object differs
Hello?
in its resistive
Hello?
power. Okay,
Hello?
you want to talk?
Yeah. I've told you. It's the same model that you've got. Little g. It's the same model.
Okay, so it's the same model, meaning objects of different weights when laying upon, even when laying upon a medium which is of, regardless of density, in fact, when laying upon any medium, still have there's a force acting upon it, pulling it downwards. So you explain that now exactly. No, you don't.
Hold on. Within your model, it's little g. Weight and so on. That's little g. It's not big. Keep saying that's big G. All right, but within your model, objects on things that have friction when you move them. So it's the same fucking model. 5th time, dude. Why are you not listening?
In other words, you don't use the supposed model that I always hear about buoyancy.
We're talking about buoyancy now. That's different to friction.
No. It's just
He's talking about density.
Relative density is the observation of things going up and down, depending on the object and the medium.
Different liquids going down because of weight, oil and I think
Yeah,
that I don't. I think that's what he's getting at. I don't fucking know.
Well, he's
Well, yeah,
attributing
I'm aware of that, but that's what it's just,
Shush. We're not talking about relative density, things going up and down. That's still the effect, the phenomena, right? If you're talking about friction, horizontal motion, still little g. That's the same model that you've got. We use it all. It's not a sixth time I've told you now. You keep asserting a force, big G, the cause of the phenomena, which hasn't scientifically been verified. But the model up until this point is practically used by everybody every single fucking day. That's no problem here.
So I've got one question. So NASA right now, they proving it's a globe. Why would the government fund somebody lying about that? Like, what do they gain from somebody lying about the Earth, flat or globe?
I love this one.
Yeah, you love this one because that's all you guys do is go to
No,
Mother.
no.
Listen, I
I
know you genuinely you're coming in here in good faith. You want to hear this question answered, but in good faith, you don't understand the fact that it's not about what somebody's thinking about in a boardroom or probably off in another area where we can't know we can't divine people's thoughts as to why they're doing something. However, we can tell you the effect. We see that when people believe this information, they become zealots to the information. They believe without any regards to any truth that's being spoken to them. And that's very apparent. So when you guys come in here and say, well, Earth is a globe because I see NASA pictures. And I'm like, dude, that's all you got for the evidence that the Earth is a globe? Where are the measurements? How do you know that somebody's ever measured this? Where's the information to support the claim? You don't have that. You're bankrupt. So you do have to trust in these individuals. So I'm answering your question, actually. So you have to trust these individuals. And because of that, they're controlling the information. The information that you're receiving right now that the Earth is a globe is via the education system. And not only that, it's in our vernacular. We use it every day. Like the Earth's a globe. The globalists are doing this. It's all over the place. So you're being indoctrinated with the information since you were a child and you think it to be true, just like any religion, right? When you're growing up, you have nothing to combat that. You just think that that's true. It's a foregone conclusion. You don't have to think about it anymore. So therefore, the information that they're giving you, it's apparent that they're controlling it and they're using it to manipulate your mind that you can't think of anything else because you're only believing, well, NASA, dude, they're an organization. They're trustworthy. You're like, you
it's just
have
NASA, it's
a
like
very
every
astute,
space agency.
listen, it has to deal with the controlling of the information. And they're using it to control you. And you say, no, they're not. Yes, they are. You're coming in here like a religious zealot, defending something that you have no knowledge on. This is true. This is very true. Because when I ask you for specific questions like the scientific evidence for the Earth having gravity, the only thing you tell me is, well, you guys don't have the answer for the relative density. Yeah. But you're missing the fact that you didn't give us the understanding of how you know gravity to be a force, like you're saying. You're missing that part, which means they didn't give you enough information to support the claim. You're coming in here like a religious zealot and chanting. You're not telling us how you know what you know. That's the most important aspect of it. And you're also asking, well, why would they lie? Yeah, well, here's the skinny on that. You're saying these things because you're looking at the ones who gave you the information as trustworthy individuals. How do you know the information is not true if you haven't looked into it, which is called the evidence to back up the claim? Because that's the only thing we're interested in is evidence for the claim that the Earth is a globe. We don't care if they conspire or they're doing whatever they're doing. The information is not true. When we go and test the Earth for the claims that the Earth is said to be a specific set size of dimensions, we don't come up with that. There is no globe. It's a fucking imaginary thing. It's just like another good story that you would hear about. I don't know, Narnia or Middle Earth, or it's fantasy. There's nothing in reality that you don't go outside and see a globe. You don't test it for it to be a globe. You don't practically use it as a globe. It's all flat Earth, all of it.
But what about they can observe here's a question. How come I can observe like international space stations which move at speeds which are simply not possible and they're clearly at a significant distance? You can observe them from a telescope. You can see what they are.
How fast is the ISS going?
I don't know exactly, but very fast.
What is the ISS made of?
I don't know exactly. You tell me.
How many times is the ISS orbiting the Earth?
I don't know, bro. You tell me.
Right. Then That's what I'm telling you, Joe Biden or whatever your name is. Everybody that comes in here thinks they have a clue as to what's going on. They
Well,
hoodwink. They
what's
hoodwink you with
what's your
information. You
explanation? How does that happen?
listen, dude.
There's no,
You're coming
if
in
it's not in Earth
religiously.
orbit, if
You're
it's not
coming in
in Earth
religiously
orbit,
defending a position that you have no knowledge on, bro. That's what I'm
if,
trying to tell you.
if
This is
it's
how
not
I'm
in
gonna
Earth,
roll up
if
your
it's
mind.
not in Earth orbit, how does it achieve such speed?
Listen, dude. You're chanting like religiously, dude. You have no knowledge
Dude,
on
how
anything.
does it
And you're
achieve
defending
that speed? How can it be there,
what
there,
speed?
there,
What?
and
What
there?
speed?
Look,
What speed? What
those
speed? Hold on. What speed?
Well, you
I
can
think
see, you can observe
What
it
speed?
in this
Answer the
place and then
question.
in that
How
place.
fast is it going? How fast is it going?
I'll look it up exactly. How fast does it
You
go?
don't know. You don't know.
It's
You
on
just
the
finished
Earth
making a claim.
bucket.
You just finished making a claim. Well, it's going really fast, and I ask you how fast. You're like, oh,
Well,
you
I
know,
mean, I've observed it above my house on occasion. It
look,
moves
look,
when
look.
it goes up.
oh, you see,
Whether
chanting religiously. You don't even know any of the information.
whether the Earth is
Well,
flat or not, why would the government in our troubled economy waste billions of dollars just for shits and giggles of controlling people's minds? I mean, you could do
Because
that
you're
with.
look at how you're look you, Joe Biden, and everybody else who comes in here. You're so convinced that they're telling you the truth that you don't question anything, which means
I do question stuff. I don't know if the globe is a sphere or flat. I'm not nearly smart enough to prove either one of them. I'm simply disproving both of you because you're not actually providing significant evidence.
1 second.
You
Here's
know
what I
what
will
makes
say.
some interesting
I'm going to be
evil
quiet.
things that
Hey,
governments
Joe,
lie about
relax.
than the
Joe,
Earth being flat?
relax.
I mean, that's rather inconsequential, if anything.
Listen, if you don't know how to relax, you're going to be sat down. Listen, I'm going to answer the gentleman's question. The reason why I'm passionate about this is because when I'm hearing you guys come in here, it's appalling to me that you've been told that you can't know anything, you're too insignificant, you're too dumb. No, don't look at yourself like that. It doesn't matter what side of the fence I'm on right here. I believe that everybody that comes in here has the capability to understand. You've been sold a fucking lie that you can't know anything because you're too insignificant. Your mind can't comprehend. I'm too dumb to know this. Don't ever put yourself down. Okay. What I will say is, I will say everybody that comes in here has the ability and the cognitive knowledge to be able to discern. But you've been sold a fucking lie saying that you can't know anything. That's not true. You can know something. And the information that you and I can learn together when we reason together is that we've been told something that's not true. So you have to go and do the research, go investigate this for yourself, and test this because it's not just us saying this from a different angle that you've never heard. It's me telling you, dude, don't just take it from me. Don't just believe what I'm saying in this call. Go out into reality. Go investigate. Go see if it's not what they're telling you it is, and you're gonna find out it's not what they're telling you. That's all I'm
What
saying.
I also do not understand, and I haven't been told how this has been disproven or proven, but we see other planets that are spherical, orbiting another larger mass. We're doing the same thing. We could look at the sun, and we're going around the sun. Why would we be flat and other planets be spherical? Like, how does that?
Check this out, man. You've been told a story about the cosmos, right? Can we agree on that much? They've told
Sure.
Right, they've told you and me a story about the cosmos. So we grow up in this knowledge. We think that because they're agencies or companies or whatever, that they can be trusted because they're not. Why would they be lying about it? They're just like astronomers or something. So we're told specific information about like planetary systems and galaxies and all kinds of things. But you and I, being laymen, and we have telescopes that we can get powerful telescopes, but we can only see lights in the sky, maybe a little bit better than others telescopes. But the only thing we're going to learn is something that we can see. As far as what we can see, we're not going to know any pertinent information to tell us the chemical composition of a planet. We don't even know if it's what they're saying it is. We're just using vernacular that they've given us. They've sold us on the idea that we live in a cosmic vacuum and things are orbiting like in a galaxy and all these things. And so you're bringing that information into what your observations are being made. So when you look at through a telescope, you're like, well, you're telling me I'm not seeing Jupiter? No, we're not saying that. The information about what Jupiter is already implanted in your brain. So you're already coming at this with a biased perspective. So your perspective is when I look through my telescope and I see Jupiter, I know it's a gas giant. So you're going to be telling us the story that has already been implanted in your mind based on the information that you've been given. So you're not coming at this just unbiased. I'm saying I'm looking through my telescope and I see what they call Jupiter, and I'm identifying it as such and such, because you can't do that just by looking at something. Nobody can.
I mean, you know, I own a high-powered telescope. You know, you're able to see different parts of planets as they move throughout the year, throughout the day. You know, at various times. You know, that proves that whether it's orbiting or moving, there's something happening
How
with
many?
those planets. But you know, if our Earth was flat, how would that? You know, we
How
you know
many of
we're
them are?
orbiting.
I'm telling
How
you,
many of?
it's a paradigm that you've been sold. I'll let some other people jump in. I just want to say this one thing last. It's a paradigm that you've been sold and you're believing based on information that other people are giving you, not because you're making observations and determining that yourself. So I'll kick it over to Jedi or whoever.
Can I say? He said everything in the sky is all planets are spherical in the sky. How many planets are spherical in the sky?
Like in our visible solar system.
Yeah, what about other planets, other trillion planets?
I've got no clue. I haven't seen them being spherical or flat. My
Oh,
telescope is not like
and
that.
you
But
and
like
you came from the conclusion because 7 things or 8 things in the sky are spherical, and other trillion things are you cannot know what the shape is, but everything is spherical in the sky.
I didn't say everything is spherical. I'm saying if our planet follows the same, general movement of other planets, within reason, why are we flat and they are not flat? That's more what I'm getting at. I haven't heard people disprove that or, prove it. I've witnessed it. I've seen planets spinning or orbiting. It doesn't make sense how if Earth was flat, there would be no, there would be no gravity or force pulling us.
Yeah, where are you getting this idea from that the Earth is a planet to start with?
The Earth is what do you mean? Like the Earth?
Yeah, why are you saying that?
I mean, it's just it's a label for it.
Well, how do you know it's a planet?
Uh, I'm just using logic of thinking. Other planets
haven't
are
heard
spinning.
any.
Are if other planets are following similar paths to ours, logically you could
What
say
path?
this is an
Is the
orbit
Earth
around
moving? The Earth is moving. It's following a path.
an Earth. We're all orbiting a larger mass, which is
Okay, who
the sun.
demonstrated orbit? How's that measured?
How does the orbit like? What do you mean?
Yeah, the movement of the Earth that you're claiming, which likens it to lights in the sky called planets. Who established that?
Like, are you talking about exact measurements? Because we could see ourselves different parts of the sun throughout the year. I
Talking
mean,
about anything you have that demonstrates that actually happens.
you could just look. You could look through telescopes different times of the day and different times of the year. You could see different parts of planets, which means we're not stationary. We're moving around something. Like we're not moving. Rectangular. We're circular.
See different parts of planets.
You said how?
You said that I can see different parts of planets throughout the year?
You absolutely can. Yes.
And therefore I'm in motion.
I mean, you're following the same path as other planets around the sun. The sun does not move.
We're still not following any path. You haven't established any motion in the first place. You just keep saying that.
So
how was that actually measured and determined in the first instance?
It has been measured. I'm pretty sure of it. I don't know what the measurement is, but like
Okay.
logically.
Okay, you're not being logical. This is just like a belief thing.
Like logically.
Listen, it's not logical because you just told me it's been measured, and then you said, yeah, but I don't really know how. So for you, it's just a belief.
But how has it been measured for you? Like you see these planets. If you say you don't see planets moving, you're just wrong.
Yeah, we see
It's
planets
not.
moving. We don't see Earth moving.
So
that's my point. Those things
they're in
the sky. Yeah, hold on. That's my point. The things in the sky move. The Earth cannot be demonstrated to move. So what does it have in common with those things?
So we can see different parts of the sun throughout the year. Does the sun move around us, or like how does that work?
Yeah, that's what you see, isn't it?
The sun moving around us?
Yeah, you don't experience yourself to be in motion. You see the sun moving.
What?
What do you mean, what?
The sun. I don't even know what you're getting at, dude.
Well, is that not what you observed?
So in your eyes, instead of a smaller planet moving around and orbiting a larger planet rotating, a gigantic star is just moving around every day,
No,
providing us sunlight.
there's no solar system.
Wow,
Like,
he just makes
you
up
keep
anything he
pointing at-
wants.
You keep pointing at things in the sky that are moving, and then you tell me that because you see that therefore we're moving, but all you're actually pointing at is other stuff moving.
So the sun is just stationed, or the sun is moving around. So the sun is orbiting us. We're not orbiting the sun.
That's what I see. I see the sun going by. I don't see myself.
So why? So do we also orbit the moon? Because with that logic, we're orbiting something smaller. The sun is
We're not
orbiting us.
orbiting
We would be
shit,
orbiting the
dude. We're
moon.
stationary. Nobody
So
examines motion of this thing.
that's not consistent though. So the moon orbits around us, but the sun does too.
Yeah, all the things in the sky are in motion, not us.
So what?
point.
So there's just no force, relative to weight. Like there's no such thing as, gravity. You think it's just some, magic pulling us down and pulling planets, together to
No, I
rotate
didn't say
around.
that. No, pull would be a force also, and now you're becoming an Einstein denier if you're saying that.
So what about we can see other planets having moons orbiting around them. What is your proof saying that doesn't happen to
So
Earth?
you just reset on this. We just went through this whole thing and we could find no evidence to support the notion that the Earth is a planet, and you're just right back to referring to it as a planet by saying other
I'm
planets.
trying to look at this from other directions because you're not understanding it. I'm not understanding what you're saying. I mean, we're just going around in circles. I'm trying to go from a different
From
angle.
what we can verify, a planet is a wandering light in the sky. It's a light in the sky that does not move together with the constellations. On what grounds do we categorize the Earth as planet, as one of those things, a wandering light in the sky?
Okay, so let's say it's not been a planet. What is it? Like what do you classify it as?
A plane.
A
It's in
plane?
a category
Okay.
of its own. I would call it Earth.
Okay. All right. Well then,
I don't
Earth.
see anything else to liken it to.
Okay. Okay. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just asking what you would call it because I've always heard it as planet. I figured, that's what it is. Other planets, we have similar motions. I figured it's just a planet. I'm not saying you're wrong or right. I'm not smart enough to prove any of this. Whether
We don't have any motion.
I was
Okay.
told all that lore too. I get it. But I'm
So-
just trying to point out that it is just lore, that these are just stories that we're taught. There isn't actually any verification of it. But
Okay, so I'm
just
not-
behind the internet saying that to you, so you figure it out.
I am not. I cannot say for 100% that the Earth is 100% a sphere. I'm not saying that. I'm also not saying there is not a lot of proof, besides some, math quizzes on the internet that the Earth is, flat. We haven't had, it's only been these gigantic influenced companies going up into space that, can be easily, manipulated by the government.
So
But
would you? Okay, if you have a cosmology based off of the dimensions of the Earth being a globe, but you find out that the Earth isn't the dimensions that were given or a globe, if the whole cosmology is based off of that calculation, wouldn't you agree that the whole cosmology would have to be wrong?
I mean, we have we have proved, there is things orbiting. We haven't, because we're able to see it. We're not able to see. We're not able.
Yeah, but can you answer her question, please? But can you answer her question, please?
I mean, I guess I'm not. I haven't thought about. I haven't thought that deep into it.
So the calculations of the globe Earth are the base of the whole cosmology. They
I
use
disagree.
they use that calculation with the assumption of Venus being relatively the same size so that they could calculate the distance to the sun. So that, I mean, all of this is based off the radius of the Earth. So if that's wrong, the whole thing comes tumbling down like a house of cards.
I mean, I wouldn't even really say that. I mean, I don't know, but I mean, it's just like I don't get how you're able to say that we're not, or the moon is not rotating around, we're not rotating around the sun because we're a smaller planet or smaller Earth, and the sun is larger. I don't understand how you're visually able to see moons rotating around
When
a
you
bigger.
when you observe the sun in the morning all the way till noon, what has happened?
I assume you mean it's going over you.
In your observations, when the sun comes up in the sky in the morning, what is it doing from then till noon?
I mean, whether way you're looking at it, it's going from 90 degrees to 180 degrees. We're you know what I mean.
The sun is moving in your observation.
So how do you know the planet isn't moving? Like, I can't say for 100% sure that we are moving around the sun, but you can't say that the sun is not moving around us. You can't 100% say that either.
That's what we observe. I can 100% tell you that's what we observe. And I observe the sun being smaller than where I'm walking.
What do you mean smaller than where you're walking? The sun is.
The Earth
This-
is much bigger than the sun in the sky.
What? That's just incorrect. I don't know where
Do
that came
you
from.
see sun bigger than Earth when you look at the sky?
Hey, this guy's stuck, so you got to give him some time.
So
He
the
thinks
sun
is a giant fireball in a vacuum chamber.
I just don't even understand how this. You guys would say the sun is.
Does your observation of the sky telling you that sun is bigger than Earth?
You also have to put into perspective. It's already a decent size, and I'm looking at it from. I don't know how far away the sun is. What is it, 72 million miles or something?
How we know that?
We don't. I'm just saying it's, what is it, 10 miles away, and it's, the size of the moon. Like, we
No,
don't know
I'm
that.
not saying that. I'm asking simple question. How do you see sun when you observe in the sky? Bigger or smaller than Earth?
It's smaller, but we're also. You got to think about perspective.
You observe, man. Now you need to prove how it's bigger.
Have we proved that it's smaller than we think it is?
How we prove that it's 93 million miles away and that it's big what it is.
Okay, so I'm disproving. I'm not saying the Earth is a globe or flat. I'm simply saying, from your perspective, how do we know it's not 93 million miles? Like, the whole thing of flat Earth just seems to be based on the distrust of science.
Because we have diverging rays from the sun and we have no curved surface, in order to conclude that the rays from it are parallel and that they diverge, that shadows on the surface diverge due to the sun being very large and very distant, therefore it must be close.
I'm going to be honest, I did not.
Check out the science there, Unlucky. I posted it for you. Yeah, There's the distance of the sun according to science. I pinged you.
Yeah, I mean, if shadows diverge on the surface as they do, and that surface it can't be found to be curving anywhere, then the sun must be a smaller, closer light source than what it must be in the globe paradigm, is what I'm trying to say.
So I'm not, like, there's a general trend of it getting, further away. Would you say that would be, based on technology advancing? And we're, like, if you look at, if you look at the picture,
it's called kicking the can down the road.
No, but I'm like, with the advancement of technology, there's no way you can correlate the two of, larger telescopes and better telescopes and, more advanced in science, and you just there's no correlation
they
there.
now say, hey, it's 96 or 97 million miles away. There you go.
Yeah, but you can't correlate that between better technology and better understanding of the universe.
Can we measure the curvature with the best technology what we have now on the ground with all the telescopes that we have?
What do you mean, like the change in it?
No, I mean, if the Earth is curving, if we have all this technology, can we find out in which point it's starting to curve?
I haven't looked into,
Why we have all this technology, man?
We do have all this technology. I'm not
why
saying
why we cannot now find out in which point starting to curve?
I'm very sure we have, had some measurements, whether it's incorrect or correct. There hasn't been nothing done there.
It was done. We done.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Who did? I genuinely don't know who did the studies for it.
Do you need studies or you need to measure the surface?
That's what I meant. You're studying the surface of the Earth. You're conducting measurements.
But let's use modern technology and try to measure.
Okay.
Let's use something like good like a good photo camera or good telescope and point it on the sea level and see how much we can see and where it's starting to curve. Can we do that?
I'm sure you can.
And we did that.
Okay.
And do you know
And
what's happening?
no, can you enlighten me?
There is no such a thing that you can find out there is curving. Like, let's say, okay, there is 10 miles, it's curving 66 foot here and everywhere.
Okay,
And
so
every time when I go to the sea level, and every time on 10 miles, it's curving 66 foot. Every time.
so you guys are using an equation. You know, like I see you guys use the equation for the what is it, curvature of the Earth or whatever. That's posted all over.
Which one I need to use?
Whatever the radius, or I see like that whatever the hell measurement you guys use. You have all the curvature calculators and stuff. That came from a government source too. So how do we know that's not lying as well?
Because tomorrow in the school, the kids will learn that value.
Yeah, but where did those measurements come from to learn the curvature?
We are also asking everybody where that measurements came.
Yeah, so how you can't use that? Like I can't use NASA's pictures. You guys can't use that because
No, the
somebody
measurement, that radius, what you will learn in school, what is given, what it is, what they are saying.
So how do we figure out the radius?
How we figure out the radius? I don't
Yes.
know.
Okay, so why are we using that to?
How they figure out the radius?
I don't know. That's why I'm not using it.
It wasn't one. It's Earth is flat. That's why there is no radius.
Do you need radius or you don't need radius?
So you guys are measuring the curvature, but the Earth is flat. So that equation just doesn't. I don't even know what you're getting at with that equation. You're using the curvature of the Earth in the equation, but there's no curvature of the.
For the curvature.
What? So what is the equation that you guys are using to prove the curvature of the Earth is non-existent?
So here's the thing. I think you're getting confused here. So when we're testing the claim that the Earth is said to be of a specific set size of dimensions, we're going to look at the claim. The claim is they're telling you, me, and everybody as a young child growing up that the Earth is a certain size. Would you agree with that statement?
I mean, yeah, that's what you're
Okay.
taught everywhere.
Right. So what we're doing is we're testing the claim. So we're going to take the claim of the radius, diameter, and circumference, and we're going to see if we can get, like let's say a small sample set of the Earth to test to see if the Earth's curvature is able to be measured on the surface.
Okay.
That's what we're doing. We're testing it. We're not saying that that's what it is. We're taking the claim that there's everybody. It's not your claim, right? You just advocate for it because you think that's what it is.
I don't advocate for it, but yeah.
Well, but you keep saying planets and things, so you already have some sort of semblance of what you think that.
I mean, I believe it's a planet because I personally have observed other planets, following same aspects of what our Earth does. That's why I classify it as. Whether I'm right or wrong, that doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does matter actually, because it's going to contradict the information that we're going to give you, because you think that planets exist that are floating around, these big huge bodies that are floating around in the sky. So you're already giving, in your mind, you have a cosmological perspective, and that cosmological perspective is going to hinder your further understanding, because you're going to try to. It's like trying to shoe. Let's think about it like this. It's trying to shoehorn something that doesn't fit into something that you're trying to see. You're seeing it through the lens of the cosmic perspective.
I get that. I'm biased, but you're also biased because you've done your. Yes.
No, we're not. No.
Yeah, you absolutely are. Everybody, whether you want to admit it or not, it has some bias.
So
you guys are biased.
Yeah, here's the thing.
I'm biased.
Right? Here's the thing. The reason why we can say that what we make our observations is like, look, the truth is the truth. It doesn't matter how I feel. If I feel biased today, say, you know what, the Earth is, I don't know, concave today. The Earth is a globe today. It doesn't matter what I'm biased about, because the evidence is evidently self-evident to us.
So what evidence?
So when we go out into the Earth, right, and we're gonna go and test the claim, because I said that's what we're gonna do. We're testing the claim. We're gonna see if their claim actually adds up to us being able to verify or falsify the information. So in your cosmological perspective, you're gonna have to test all the things that they've told you. So like they sold you on planets, they sold you on the cosmic vacuum. There's a lot of things that they sold you on, and you're hook, line, and sinker into this. So what I'm saying is, have you ever stopped to think, why do I know the things that I know? Have you ever thought about it?
Absolutely, and that's why I do not believe that the Earth is a globe or flat. I'm not
Yeah.
nearly
Okay.
intelligent enough to
Well,
get those
that's
equations by myself.
no,
If
dude.
I
Check
if
it.
I'm able to measure the Earth, find out a way to measure the Earth, and I'll do that. If I'm
Alright.
doing the research, I'll believe myself. I'm not going to take information from flat
Right.
earthers or
So-
people who believe in the globe.
Yeah, but let's not write off things that are being like. Let's just figure out first what can be done, right? So we're gonna see what the claim is, and for as far as you can tell, the claim has already stated that the Earth is of specific size, right? You can look that
Yes.
up. It's public
Yeah.
knowledge, right? So you can take the size of the Earth. It's not too big or too small. It's exactly what the size they say it is. We're gonna take the size of the Earth and we're gonna go out into the field and test the curvature. So we're gonna see if the Earth is sloping like they say it is from your vantage point to a target distance. So where you say like, let's look over like 20 miles, for example. We're gonna say, okay, how much slope would there be on an Earth as the size of the radius value that they give us? So what we need to test is what is the measurement drop rate over the distance. Would you agree that that seems like a pretty fair thing to do? We're just testing the radius value.
I would say, I guess if you wanted to prove it, but how do we know that the people who are making these claims are not inaccurate as well? It's like you're just proving an inaccurate claim inaccurate.
No. We're providing evidence that the Earth isn't what we've been told it is. It's
Okay.
something that they've telling us. It doesn't matter if they're accurate or not. That's not even the point. The point is it curving like they say it is with the predicted values of geometry? So that's what we're interested in. We're not interested in if it can be or what's the tolerance here. We don't care about that. We want to get the measurement that they're telling us that it measures to be. So it
Okay.
either is or is not the thing that they're saying. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Okay, so when we go out and test, like everybody in this room can do it, because it's not just left up to some expert, because you can do it too. So we're going to do a line of sight test. And what the line of sight test would include is the information from the Earth being a globe, the drop over the distance on a parabola using Pythagorean theorem, and that's going to give us the 8-inch per mile squared function on the Earth being a curved surface. So we're
Okay.
going to figure that this is all just based on the globe being the size that it is, right? It's not flat earther kind of trying to like figure things out. It's just what it's said to be. We're gonna go
Okay.
and see if reality, when we go out into the field, it measures up to these metrics. So what we need to do is establish a line of sight, right? We need to see some. Let's just say we're getting some known distances, right? From my point of observation to target distance, I need to know if I can demarcate the distance so that I can know from my observation point to like the target how far it is, how far the target distance is. So in the
Okay.
case of flat Earth, we have something called the black swan, and what it was is it's basically like the logical statement that if all swans are white, one black swan would disprove that, right? Like if you said all swans are white, there is no black swan. And if I was to show you a black swan, that would disprove your statement that the all swans are white, right?
Yeah.
So in this case, that's what we have, and it's not. I would say the fact that we call it a black swan kind of throws it off a little bit because it's really just an all swans are black. So it's
Yeah.
different. But let me just walk you through this. I don't know if anybody's here, Jedi. If you want to do it, or I'll walk them through it. I don't mind. I just don't want to hog too much airtime, as I tend to do that. But if you guys want to come in and walk them through the black swan, you can do so.
I get what you're saying. It's just like there might be flat planets. Like I'm not saying
Well,
that's
yeah,
impossible, but
let him
like,
let him go through this. Let him go through this
Wow.
information.
Not talking about our Earth. I'm talking about
Alright.
planets light years away. But
Dude,
Alright.
R7.
Dude, stop looking in the sky, please. We're talking about the ground.
Yeah. So
So but to looking into the sky can also give you feedback on what goes on Earth.
No, you got to look here directly.
Right. So even if your claim is those things up in the air look spherical, then this must be a spherical body too.
I didn't say that. I'm not. I'm not saying that it was 100% a globe. I'm saying it's.
Sentence. You talk a lot. You've been talking for everybody else. I'm surprised you've understood anything that's been said to you because you keep talking. The next
No,
word
I'm not saying it's 100% a globe. I'm saying that there's a good chance that it is spherical.
Shush. You would have to measure the surface of the Earth to demonstrate one way or the other, right?
You'd have to do the same thing if it was flat, though.
Yeah, but that's what we're talking about.
Okay, and we haven't done that though. We haven't done it accurately. How have we done it? Who's done it?
Dude, can you
Well,
shut the fuck up for just a moment so they can tell you? What
Okay,
the
okay.
fuck? Just shut
Who's
up.
measured it?
Dude, shut the fuck up.
It's
Black
like you're
Swan
going.
is going to show you. Yeah, go ahead,
It's like
Jared.
you're going 50 miles an hour. Yeah. So if we're on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance would be a mathematical equation away for an observer standing at altitude on that curved surface. Correct? Would you agree to that?
Sure.
Awesome stuff. That calculation is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for a 1 foot observer, obviously the square root of 1 is 1. You times that by the distance 1.225 and you get 1.225. So do you see the observation with the two oil rigs in it, yeah?
Yes, I do.
Awesome stuff. This is a still shot taken from a video. We can give you the video if you want. It's not a problem. You see the gentleman put the camera down on the ground. The altitude above the surface of the water is not in question. The altitude for this observer is 1 foot above the surface of the water. The oil rigs are in this image because they're at known distances from the observer. One's at 6+ miles, one's at 9+ miles. Our question's this: in relation to those distance markers, where does the horizon appear to be? For example, does the horizon appear in front of the oil rigs, between the two oil rigs, or beyond the two oil rigs? Where's the horizon, my friend?
Beyond.
Awesome stuff. So we can safely say it's about 10 miles. It could be further, but at least 10 miles away, yeah?
Roughly.
Awesome. So when we take the geometry of the ball into account, and like I said, the mathematics would dictate for the observer at 1 foot above the surface of the water, the physical geometric horizon should be at 1.22 miles away. What we've demonstrated is by direct measurement of the surface of the water, we do not observe or measure any curvature. You understand that, right?
I guess I was more questioning how do we get the so the equation, sure, maybe it's incorrect, but that doesn't, prove that the Earth is flat. Was more my point earlier.
We can get to that. It's not a
All right.
problem, but we don't really get around to doing this because people just like shouting and screaming and stuff. But we can most definitely demonstrate to you that the Earth is observed in this instance, measured in this instance, with observation, signal propagation, and lasers, whether they be infrared or different coloured wavelengths over distances of water, that we
Okay.
observe and measure the surface of the water on the Earth to be level. In actual fact, it's practically used that way as well with regards to aviation, navigation, and engineering. The Earth is used as a flat stationary plane. So
Okay.
if the Earth is observed and measured and used as a flat stationary plane, then how the hell can it be a ball?
I'm not sure, but does that prove it's flat?
Yes.
Like I've said before, I mean, I'm not I'm not saying the Earth is a globe or it's flat. I'm just simply here to question logic because a lot of it does not make sense and there's not a lot of proof behind either side.
Well, you probably haven't been around in this arena long enough for us to divulge every single instance where the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used.
I
Right?
just
It's really
but with perspective being a thing, wouldn't you be able to see Everest from hundreds of miles away because it's 32,000 feet high, 34,000 feet high? Like
you can see it from hundreds of miles away, but are you talking about why can't I see, for example, New York from Ireland?
I mean, that would just be perspective. I mean, you just can't see that far. It's
Yeah, but
something with angle. I forgot what it's called.
Angular resolution.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes things, and this is obvious, right, get too small to see. Like when a bird flies away up into the sky, you can't see it anymore because it's too small to see.
Sure.
Right. So obviously, at a distance, things will become too small to see. Doesn't matter about the optics that you use. This is the reason why we have binoculars and telescopes and high zoom cameras, right? Because our eyes can only see so far. But using this technology, long distance observations are the main reason why us flat earthers are here. There are other reasons, but this is where we first started. Seeing how far we could see across the Earth, because there's a prediction when we're on a curved surface, that curve would interrupt our view. Ancient stories, right? Greeks couldn't see the bottoms of boats, so they asserted that the Earth was curved. With this observation, the black swan, we've rendered that physical obstruction debunked, basically. There is no Earth curvature to be observed.
All right. Do you have any is there a popular equation to prove that the Earth is flat? Not disproving that the Earth is a globe, but proving that the Earth is flat.
Well, yeah, that would be a horizontal line, right? The Earth
Okay.
over distances of waters is a horizontal line.
So, okay, can you hold up? Can you explain that again? I didn't follow that.
over distances of waters, the Earth is horizontal. It's basically equation for a horizontal line, right? Slope of 0. So if there
Sure.
was measured slope, that would be a slope of non-zero, right? Add a number, that would be slope. But ultimately, the waters of the Earth are observed and measured and practically used as horizontal.
But wouldn't that only be over certain certain distance, not from coast to coast?
Well, yeah, we can literally pick a number and, like I said, that there has been a
But I mean,
measurement of.
the Earth is
practically,
gigantic. Picking out
yeah,
a 15-mile square area, it's not going to do much.
15, 20, 50, 120, we can go up to 1,000. And in actual fact, with regards to celestial navigation, the point between the observer and the ground position of the star is a horizontal line of 4,800 miles in the case of angled declination to Polaris. That's a 4,800-mile horizontal line across the surface of water, my friend.
So from the east coast of the United States to Britain, it's all a flat, 100% flat. There's no deviation in any, I guess, elevation.
No.
Obviously it's water, but there's no. It's the same height the entire way around.
Yeah, it's level. Apart from waves and tides and things like that, there is no curvature between New York and Ireland or Great Britain. No
But
curvature.
are there common equations to prove that? You said like the slope, like sure, you could say the slope is 0, but are there, has there been experiments done to, prove that?
Yes. So again, this would be laser tests and signal propagation, radar, radio, Wi-Fi signals sent from tower to receiver over vast distances. One of the first radio signals was sent over 20,000 miles from London to Australia, for example. So signal propagation would demonstrate that the Earth is not curved. Laser line of sight targeting systems used by the military, the American Navy and the Royal Navy in Great Britain, up to a distance of around about 100 miles. I can give you that's a safe number as well, mate. So with regards to vessels at sea targeting land-based objects, we have a direct line of sight between the vessel at sea and the ground-based object at a distance of 100 miles for an infrared laser targeting system.
Okay. So going off of like internet waves and Wi-Fi's, stuff like that. I mean, I can't say whether that whole Australia to Britain or whatever is, accurate. I'm pretty sure that I've heard that before. But I mean, now we're using satellites to communicate or fiber wires under
90, I think it's 96% of all earthly communications is done down at ground level. There is technology up in the sky. No one's doubting there's technology up in the sky.
Mhm.
It's when people start invoking satellites in the vacuum of space. But satellites have been on balloons since the 1950s.
All right. It's hard for me to believe that the Earth is flat or the Earth is a globe because both sides haven't. I don't think any of the sides, globe or flat, have provided sufficient evidence. I mean, you can pull these equations out, but I mean, unless it seems to be these people who are just, whatever online or whatever. Any mathematician I haven't seen provide, do their own math. I always see it on the internet. I'm not saying it hasn't happened, but
yeah, I mean, someone's math. I mean, this is basically simple geometry, right? Shapes and maths associated with a sphere or a circle in this case.
I
We're
guess.
told
I
the
mean,
size of the Earth, right?
it's
And
just hard to follow both sides because it doesn't see. It's like um it seems like flat Earth is distrust in science, and then people who believe in the spherical Earth, it seems to be an over trust in science. There's no middle ground of doing your own equation or experiments without using random math you find on the internet. Like that's how I think about it. At least I might be wrong. I don't know.
I mean, it's not random math that you find on the internet, right? We're all
I
told
mean,
the size of the Earth.
I mean, every time I see people on the flat Earth talking about it, on the internet or in person, it's always people pulling out these random math equations I've never seen, and are from some weird website or something. I'm not
Of
saying
course
they're 100% wrong. I'm just saying it's like, is there any credentials of somebody doing these math equations? And if there is, I'll look
Well,
into
yeah,
it, but I just haven't seen it.
this will be what you learn at school.
I
It's
I
just math and
guess.
geometry. It's like the equation for the black swan, right? 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Yeah.
All that is somebody standing at altitude on a known sphere and a
Correct.
tangent line drawn from their rise to the sagittary of that curve. That's all that is.
But like back to my point, you know, you said that there's a slope of 0 for, from coast to coast, Britain to New York. But I just it doesn't make sense. I don't have a proper equation to measure that. Like
It's interesting that you say it doesn't make sense because we're just talking about water, right? And we understand the dynamics of water when contained. Like your coffee in the morning, it's level on the surface. When you go and have a bath, that water's level on the surface. You go
sure,
for a
but
swim in a
that's
swimming
also
pool.
you have to think that's also a coffee cup. We're talking about
This is
thousands of miles.
Yeah, this is what I mean. All right, from a coffee cup to a bath to a swimming pool to a lake to a sea. Right, that water is still horizontal. Right, it's just understanding the natural dynamics of water. When people turn around and say, "Oh, I don't understand how there's no curvature on water," well, really, it's very simple to understand. Water lies level when at rest.
Okay. I
mean,
mean,
that's
Well,
what
that's why he was
that's
showing
what
you the black swan horizon, which
Yeah,
is way
yeah,
further
yeah.
than the geometric limit of the globe if it were curving, right? Because that's still horizontal water at any scale.
But like back to my point, it's just like it seems that flat Earth is just a distrust in science that has been given in schools and stuff, and whether that science is accurate or not, it's just like
It's not science, and we're also testing the claims and finding them to be false.
I mean, couldn't you classify math as a science? You're making observation and proving
No.
it through.
No, math isn't science.
All right. Well,
And that's not us saying that. That's not me and Alpha and Heretic saying that. That's Richard Feynman who says that. That's Nobel-winning laureate. But that's Max Planck who says that, right?
Fair enough. I'm clearly not going to change your mind. You're clearly not going to change my mind. I just genuinely think that both sides are
Yeah, but that's not the
pulling
goal.
stuff out of their
That's
asses.
not no. That's what your perception is. It's not what it is, though, because we're presenting evidence to you that you're denying. Basically, you've become a denier of evidence. So you're a denier of evidence, which to us it seems detrimental for your further understanding.
But these equations that have been proved to be correct about different.
Yeah, what equations? Go ahead and tell me. Name one. What equation are you talking about?
I could pull a few up. I don't have any on my.
Just name one. Name one. Just name it.
Again,
you don't have to pull it up.
Okay, you don't have them, but the thing is that Jedi gave you one. He gave you one of these globe equations, and we showed you that it doesn't actually match reality.
Correct. And I said that equation you're proving it wrong. You proved that equation wrong.
No. You just said it's wrong based on what?
What? I didn't ever say you guys were wrong saying that equation.
You said the equation is wrong, right?
The equation in for pertaining to the black swan.
Yeah.
Like,
well, it doesn't matter what
did
he was
not
telling
say
you.
that.
What is wrong by what he's saying? I want to identify in your mind what do you think is going on wrong? Identify the wrong in it.
That it's just some equation that is pulled out of somebody's ass, whether it be for globe or against globe.
What equation? What equation?
Are you talking about the curvature of the Earth or
yeah, no, you tell me
perspective?
because there's I want to know what equation. Yeah, speak about the equation. Which equation?
Are you talking about like the nail? Like I'm not picking up what you're saying.
Okay, so let's okay, I know you're lost, but it's a bit difficult when you're being vague. You said the equation is incorrect. They're pulling it out of their ass. Which equation? Correct. Which equation?
I don't know what it's called, but the one used to prove the oil rig picture.
What? Yeah, I don't know which one you're talking about because if you're not being specific, then I think you're making shit up.
I don't know how much more specific I can get. You didn't give me a name for the equation. You just literally used the.
No. Then tell me. Give me some numbers within that equation. What number was being used? Give me a number, numerical value.
I believe it was 1.22 miles, and then an eighth of an inch or an 8 inches. I forgot.
8 inches per mile squared.
Sure.
But those are different formulas, though.
Yeah, they're not the
You're
same.
saying the globe collection is wrong.
So you're yeah. So basically, what you're saying right now is that information is incorrect, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Now I want you to state how that information is incorrect.
Aren't you guys basing it off of other incorrect information?
No. I want you, who made a claim that it's incorrect, to state how it's incorrect.
You guys are using the.
I want. Yeah. Go ahead. Hold on. Hold on, Atlas. Hold on, Atlas.
You guys are
go
using
ahead.
the curvature of the Earth, right? Who measured that? You guys don't trust the government. The
Okay,
government's
alright.
the one hosting these
Right.
experiments.
So you're saying the government's pulling this out of their ass? Is that what you're saying?
I am saying the government's not. I'm saying you guys do not trust the government, and
No, don't talk. Hang on a second. Don't talk about us for a second. Focus. What
Correct, yes.
equation? You said the one the government has given us, right? So what is wrong with that equation that the government gave?
Or I was more talking about the curvature of the Earth. You guys were basing that.
Me too.
You guys are basing. You guys are basing that equation off the curvature of the Earth, correct?
That is based on the parabola of the information from the curvature of the Earth from Pythagoras theorem. So if they're saying the Earth's curvature is due to the fact the radius is 3959, right? Are you following along?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're giving us the size of the Earth with geometry, right?
Okay.
Are you still with us? Okay. So what?
So who is giving?
What in that I just said right now, that the information that they gave us, because you can look it up too.
Yeah.
They give us the information. So what is wrong with that?
What is wrong with the curvature?
Yes.
Are you talking? I don't trust that information either. That's why I'm saying your
All right, so
equation's
you don't,
not.
But yeah, your trust in the information doesn't make it wrong. I'm asking what is wrong with that information.
You guys are using the curvature of the Earth, which has been measured by the government, which you guys claim is biased and trying to manipulate minds.
So you're saying it's wrong based on us looking at the government giving the information, but what we're doing is testing the claim. We're not saying that they're right or wrong. We're going to check to see if that claim is even verifiable. So we're going to verify or falsify the claim.
So what if the claim? What if the claim?
No. What if? It's not a what if. It's not a what if. It's how do you know? How do you know that's not correct? Because you're saying it's not correct. I'm getting specific with you.
I'm not saying that it's incorrect or correct. I'm saying.
So now it's not. So now you're not saying that it's incorrect or not correct. But before you were.
You
said
I literally have not said that. I have not said that is correct the entire time. I've said it's.
You said that it was incorrect, and I was like, "Well, what do you mean it's incorrect? What's not correct about it? Right? What's not correct about it?"
That it was, you guys are using information provided by.
No. You guys, nothing. How do you know? How do you know that it's incorrect?
Because it's. I'm more saying you guys are disproving yourselves.
You guys again.
You keep saying you guys. Stop saying that. I want
Let
to
him
know
finish. Let him finish.
No. Wait. We're
Just
not
tell
going to
him
let
not
him
to let him
finish. He's going
finish.
to answer the question.
Yeah.
How
Okay.
do you know? How do you know it's incorrect?
I don't. You guys don't.
There it is.
I just believe it's incorrect.
Thank you. You just believe it's incorrect. Thank you.
Correct. And you guys believe it's correct. It's the same.
No. 1 second. No. Stop.
You're not letting him
said,
finish.
No, he already did. He just made.
No,
he made
just
the
cutting me
concession.
off.
He made the concession
you
that
do.
he doesn't know. That's what it was. He made the connection to us, and it took us some time, but he finally got there. He doesn't know why he thinks it's incorrect.
So
he just says it.
So you guys are just, you guys have this distrust in the government and NASA, but you guys are going to use the equations or the curvature of the Earth to prove that the Earth is not curved.
No, that doesn't work either. So your bias in understanding of why you want it to be true doesn't dispute the fact that they're giving us information that for the claim that the Earth is a globe. And if there's something wrong with that, you have to make your case for it, because you didn't have a case for it, because you just said, I just believe that it's incorrect. You didn't state why.
What if they're incorrect, but the Earth is still curved and they just got the wrong info?
That's because we're
How do you know it's not the case?
We're going against the claim. They're claiming that it is this size.
Okay, so what if their claim is wrong?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. I'm telling you, it doesn't matter what if it's wrong or whatever. It's the thing is they made a claim. Now what we're gonna do, it's now in our hands to verify or falsify that claim.
Yes,
that claim that we're testing is the one that they're saying.
Yes.
That's it. It's either is or is not that claim.
So, but the Earth, maybe they got the equation wrong. The Earth could still be curved. I mean,
no, that's you. That's you saying that. Remember, we've already been over this. That's you saying that. Nobody's saying that that's incorrect or incorrect. We're gonna test to see if it's incorrect or correct. That's what we're doing. So nobody's making this assertion that you're making right now. You're just saying things. Nobody cares about that. It is either the claim that they're saying it is, or it's not, based on us verifying it. That's all.
okay, so
Yeah.
let's say that is inaccurate. Their claim is inaccurate. So that means
Well,
the
based
Earth
on
is
what?
flat.
Based on what?
Your equation that you guys are using. Let's say that is
no, it's not. Once again, it's not our equation.
That's the globe math, dude.
That's
the globe. It's the globe, and we're testing
globe.
that, right?
Okay, well then,
Done
whatever you.
in AutoCAD. If you
Then-
need to know how it was figured out.
So you guys, whatever you guys are saying, that equation. So if it's just not right, the Earth is flat, and there's zero chance of it being a, sphere.
Can't
Okay,
be
so
shown
if-
to be anywhere. So
yeah,
why
if-
would you think so?
Yeah, if we're testing the claim and
I'm
we're saying,
skeptical. I'm skeptical of
that's
your
fine.
point and the Earth is being
That's fine. That's fine. But to be skeptical, you're gonna have to first look into the information. What's being presented? So you're gonna test that presented information, like the way they're presenting it. You're not gonna say what's wrong or it's right. You're gonna test it, and it's either gonna be true or not true based on you testing it. That's
Okay.
all we're doing. So it's either true or false, right?
Sure.
So, right. So now we're getting to the point that they've gave us the size of the Earth. We're gonna test the claim, and if it doesn't measure the Earth size of the Earth or any curvature whatsoever, then we don't have curvature. That's what we're looking for: Earth curvature, the ground sloping away from your position, meaning that we're gonna get at least some kind of drop over the distance. Now, definitely, if we don't see the projected geometry of the Earth, we're gonna know that it's not curving like the way they say they are. But furthermore, can we predict that there's any curvature at all farther than that? And the answer is no. There is no predicted curvature measurement found to be with any distance. It's not. The Earth is not curving.
So just using the same equation, have you tried different equations, or have you just used the same equation calculator?
We're not throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks. We're looking at the claim that is being made by the Earth
Sure.
being a globe. Okay,
But-
stop saying sure. Focus. That's the only thing that's in contention. We're not looking at other variables, other claims.
So you guys are saying
Just
that. You guys are saying if that claim isn't right, that proves the Earth is flat. Is there just
Fucking
is
right,
there?
dude, because that's
So-
the whole point. That's the whole
so
point.
the-
They're giving you the size of the Earth, right? They're telling you it's this size. And if it's not that size and it's bigger or smaller, then it's
Okay.
not what they're claiming.
So
The
let's
radius-
say
the radius value is debunked. What are you trying to look for here? It's
so
either
let's-
is or is not the claim.
Okay, so let's say this is whole one big scheme by the government and stuff.
No one
Why
cares
would they?
about that. No one cares about that. No
Wait,
one cares
why?
about that.
No. Why would?
Why they lie?
No one cares about that.
I'm not talking to you, dude. I'm talking to him and having a
Well,
conversation.
yeah,
You
but
don't
why
need to
do we
butt
have to
in.
be on the hook for someone else's lie, though? Is the thing. Like, why is it on us to answer for the liar? What we've done is
No,
taken
it's-
the claim that they've made and we've tested it against reality and
yeah.
shown that it's false, right? So
So-
at that point, go ask them, is what I'd say.
So with our government's pretty much unlimited budget, they're gonna make an incorrect equation that people can easily figure out.
Well, they're
and then
taking your
spend-
money. They're taking your
this out.
money to hoodwink you into this thing that you can easily falsify for yourself. So I would start.
Yeah.
asking
Why
them.
would they make?
Yeah. All right. Check
why-
this out, man.
Why would they make it easily falsifiable if it
I'm gonna tell you because if somebody tells you information that's contrary to what your senses are saying, then they're gonna do something that's gonna actually negate that. So they'll feed you information about your epistemology, right? They'll say, well, you can't know anything to be true. Number one, that's gonna undermine everything that you know to be true, right? I'm pretty sure that's how you believe. You believe in this kind of worldview, right? You think that nothing you know can be absolutely certain. Am I
Correct.
incorrect?
Correct.
So all right. So
Well,
that's not step. So step number one. This is the self-sabotaging position. So on top of you not knowing anything, right? They're gonna give you a world epistemology of that. There's experts in that worldview that can know something that you don't know. So now they're not just taking away the ability for you to detect, but they're giving you information to tell you what it is, not based on your own perception, because once again, you're too stupid to know anything anyway.
Right.
So we're gonna tell you what the Earth is. and you're gonna believe it based on experts' opinions.
That's an important thing you just said, that they've broken your epistemology and your own sensory experience of the world. It's the old "how many fingers am I holding up?"
the
Right? You
problem is
can't
that I
determine for
don't,
yourself. You
I
need
don't.
you need them to interpret the information and your reality for you. You get it?
I haven't said the Earth is a globe. I'm
Yes,
saying
you
I'm
that
just letting you
basically
know. I'm
did.
giving
You
you some
came in
speculation
and
about
said,
why you realize you're like a whole
I
world.
said, why is it not a globe if this
you
happens? I did not say
said,
it
you
is a
said
globe.
you have a telescope and you see other round planets.
Yes.
And
And
why
yeah.
are we not? We go
Yes.
around the sun too. So why aren't we a ball? Right?
Yeah, I was being skeptical. I did
So
not say
yeah,
the
you
Earth is
came in as
100% a
a
globe.
glober pretending to play stupid. We already see. We go through this game every day.
That's just embarrassing around here every day. But with that being said, I've never said that Earth is 100% a globe. I said, why is it not a globe? Asking
Right,
you,
We've answered
disprove
that
what I'm
already.
saying.
We've answered that in spades already, sir.
Yeah,
I didn't say you didn't answer that. I'm talking about. I'm saying that.
Here's the thing. Now we're getting to the root of the matter. The root is your worldview, your perspective, and how you view life. You don't think that any knowledge can be garnered that you can know for sure, to be 100% sure. So everything right now, currently, with just saying that, is undermined from the knowledge that you can achieve to know to something that maybe you might have a kind of like an okay, reasonable understanding of. So nothing that comes into your worldview is ever going to be able to be known. So you're going to forever be in like this limbo state that you can never know something to be true. You're never ever ever going to be able to know if the Earth is or is not a globe. You'll stay in limbo for eternity based on your worldview. You'll never you can't come to a consensus of something.
Because there's no solid proof of either point. That
Yes,
you
there
guys
is.
give
Yes,
you
there
guys
is.
keep providing these claims.
Yes, there is. But because of your epistemology, you're going to undermine the whole premise. There's nothing like, in other words, we're wasting our breath on you because you think
You
that
are.
at
Yeah,
some-
I'm wasting
yeah.
my breath on you. It's just
because of your epistemology. That's why, not because of that you can't understand something. Because of your worldview, your perception on reality is we can never know nothing to be true. So what we're going to do, our efforts are going to be in vain because of that. It's like casting pearls before swine. You're never going to know nothing ever because your epistemology is already screwed from the start.
Our research on, let's say, you guys.
Nothing you say anymore is going to make your claim validity because of the fact that you say, because you said I can never know nothing to be true. So as much truth as we can give you, it's going to go in one ear and out the other because you're going to be like, well, how do we know that to be true? Because we can know nothing to be true. That's what you're going to keep saying over and over again. It's a fucking circle jerk. And we're not going to play that game. Either you're going to be able to stand for truth and say, I know this to be true, or not. But in your worldview, that doesn't exist. Truth doesn't exist. It's subjective. Your truth is your truth. My truth is my truth.
Here, but couldn't that apply to you guys as well? Because you guys are, you have general distrust in science. I mean, you guys
Stop saying that over. You
just keep cutting me off. You literally just keep cutting me off.
You keep saying the same horse shit over and over. It's not going to work 100th time more. You're not going to be able to keep. You guys, you deny science. No, we're not denying science. As a matter of fact, we understand what science is. You don't.
What is your what science do you understand?
Your whole
you say that you're still doing it right now. I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Because I'm trying to shut this down because it's coming to a logical conclusion for us that you're not going to be able to be someone we can reason with.
No, you're not, and you're not going to be somebody I can reason with. That's how all of these arguments always go.
No, it goes that way
because you're not being reasonable. That's
you're not being.
You guys aren't being reasonable. You guys aren't being reasonable either.
Why would you say that? Where have we been unreasonable? Just tell us where specifically.
I've been being skeptical. You guys are 110% certain. You guys are 100% right.
You can only be 100% certain, not 110.
You guys are, sure, 100% certain you are right, which is ridiculous. It's like having that confidence in yourself is, a good thing, but also makes you look like an idiot. You should always be skeptical about your work.
Hey, fine, but what are you skeptical of specifically about what we've told you?
Can you say that again? I did not hear the first part of that.
What is your skepticism about what's been said here to you?
Equations. Just the Earth is flat. I'm skeptical about, and you guys think that blindly trust the government and think it's a globe.
So check this out, heretic. He's saying that if you think something's 100% true, you're an idiot, right? Isn't that what you just flew out of your mouth right now?
I mean, something we don't have proof on. Yes.
No, No, even
Yeah,
if you had,
yes.
even if you had proof, saying that something's 100% true is would be an
No,
idiotic statement.
if you have proof, all of your guys' proof is based off skepticism. All of the proof of people that are on the globe is
Let me ask you.
based
Let me
off
ask you
of
a question.
trust.
Let me ask you a question because you're double speaking now. Can you know anything to be 100% true?
Yes, you can.
Okay, like what?
I mean, shit. I mean, there's a few things I don't pull stuff
Like
out of your
what?
head, but
Like what?
shit.
Mm-hmm.
Did you eat today?
Wait, let him answer because he's
I
thinking
mean,
now.
yeah, but that's not really I'm more thinking of a scientific lens than
Go ahead.
Did I do something today?
What can you test to be 100% true? Let's hear it.
Shit, I don't know. Okay.
You don't know.
So you're just agreeing with me. You're
I'm
literally
not agreeing with you. I'm pointing out the fact that you don't fucking know anything to be true. I'm pointing that
Yes.
shit out.
So what is one thing that is absolutely true?
I'm asking you that question.
Okay, and I didn't answer it. I'm asking you now.
That means that you don't know anything to be true, which is a statement that you said you did. Oh, something can be true. Just use science. And I said, okay, Smarty, what thing? Name one.
Again, I'm asking you. I am in distrust of stuff, but
you see, there you go.
Yeah, I do distrust something.
Round and round we go, huh?
Yeah, I do distrust something, but
we're getting off this carousel ride. We're done. Have a seat.
Can you answer it as well?
Have a seat.
So no, you're the same thing as me.
We're done. Have a seat, sir. Have a seat.
Literally the same thing as me, dude. We're just going around in circles, dude.
No, you are. We're not.
You are going around in circles too. You literally just said you don't trust anything I asked.
Hey, Unlucky, you're overgeneralizing the flat Earth proofs. And
he can't.
I know something for a fact. I'm washing the dishes right now. I got to get back to it.
Nice.
Well, that was just an exposition, but on his position, that's important because when we're in here, we have to know if the person we're speaking to can be reasoned with or not. If their whole worldview is undermined by their understanding to say that they can't know nothing to be true, then it's just wasted breath. We're not going to get anywhere. We can't reason with
If
that.
someone can't say that they're sitting in their chair talking to you, yeah, then they're mentally disabled.
That was a big from him, basically. There was no substance or specifics about what his contention was. It was just, well, you guys can't prove it either, and you distrust the government. He's just like misunderstanding the arguments that were given to him. It was just a lot of
It's important in this arena that we have a foundation for reason and logic. If it's all gone by the wayside and we can't know anything to be true, then our efforts are going to be in vain. That's just what it's the size of it. As hard as we're going to try to provide the evidence, it will always come back to, yeah, but we can never know that to be true. Always, always, always. And you're just going to keep going in circles until infinity. Nothing even if you have the most solid proof ever, you're not ever going to get them to understand that it's 100% sure that you know this information. So interesting. All right. Do we have anybody else in the call that wants? Hello? Somebody saying something? All right. Do I have anybody in the call that wants to chime in?
Mate. I was sorry. I was reading a meme and laughing.
Okay. We got Alex in the chat. Anybody else that wants to chime in? I had to mute you, Alex, because we were talking to the other guy. So if you want to provide evidence for the Earth being a globe, go ahead, Alex. Or anybody else, actually, I would say. Well,
you guys are denying science again in 3, 2.
It just happens that way. Huh?
You guys are denying science.
Knew it.
No, denying science. Yeah.
I'm a psychic.
Yeah.
Where's the mic?
I should just go into trauma-based mind control and pretend like I, live on a spinning wobbly monkey ball. I guess. Deny all my senses.
You guys hear that, right?
Yeah, it's like a buzz. I think it's when Alex opens up his microphone, or it sounds like it's coming from Alex. Maybe not. Everybody's saying it is. Dream is
Static noise. Yeah. Who's Joe Smith? Anyone spoken to him yet?
Joe Smith, welcome to the forum.
Sounds like a fake name. Can't trust him.
Maybe.
It's actually
I'm using
my
my real
brother's
name.
name.
Why can't everybody do that?
Yeah.
My brother's actually named Joe Smith, dude. It's funny.
No, if his name was Joseph Smith, then we'd have, you know.
Yeah, yeah,
it'd be a different
Joseph Smith, yeah.
conversation. All right, so
Yeah, his name's
Joe
Joseph
Smith, are
Smith.
you there? No. Well, we got left lane. If anybody wants to talk left lane. Welcome everybody. We're just going over today. We had a couple of conversations with people about the Earth not being a globe. We have a young lady who, or I don't know if she was young or not, but her name was like Red something or other, and you know, we're just trying to get people to understand like there is things that can be done today in 2023 to measure things. We understand different units of measurement, so we can measure stuff today. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that we could measure the Earth to be what they're claiming that it is. They weren't counting on the fact that people were going to get together and talk about these things. So you're not a robot. You don't have to just automatically believe everything that's being told. You can challenge, right? You can test things.
Yeah, Matthew Learns is like a pretty big globe proponent, and him and Flat Earth Dude got together and they did some measurements, and they came to the conclusion that the sun is like 3,200 miles away. How
I
crazy
wouldn't
is that?
necessarily call it a conclusion though, because you can't properly triangulate the sun's height because it's an
Of
apparent
course,
position.
yeah,
It's
because
not
of
the same position
magnification.
for.
Yeah,
Yeah, the lines of
yeah, you're
sight don't
right.
actually converge at one location, right? So you can't really tell exactly where it is.
Yeah, you're
but
correct.
Correct.
You
Yeah,
always
he's
get a
correct.
figure that's around that ballpark, though.
Yeah, yeah. They got 3,200 one time. They got 3,400 a different
Yep.
time.
Which is fine. I mean, nobody really cared. Like, we can't verify it, although it's just some information that we can talk about. But it's not going to be something that we're going to be like, oh, yeah, it's right there.
Well,
Like,
no, because you were saying that we could do measurements, and I'm saying that like people are getting together, bro, on both sides. Yeah.
Yeah, but like the point is to verify the claim, actually need to go to the distance, right? If you don't go the distance, then what point is there? I mean, you could just say it's exactly 3,400 miles away from the surface, and
No, I just meant that they're
you know.
attempting to try to do something at least, you know, instead of
Yeah, but
do
something
nothing.
at
You know?
least is what the globe has been doing this whole time. Something at least. So they're something at least going to the space, you know, something at least attempting to show you they live in a cosmic vacuum. Something at least that's never going to be, you know, verifying the point that they're making. It's not. What's good enough is that we could test it, we could falsify it. That's good enough. That's for us to say, yeah,
It's
we
not
know.
93 million miles away. That's for sure.
Well, yeah, how far is it then? You know, so if they're saying it's not 93 million miles away, that's putting up a a figure that they already we debunked that. So what is the true thing? What's true? Is it 3,400 miles away?
No,
Can
we can't make a claim because of
Yeah.
magnification, heat distortion.
Right. That's the point that I'm making. So there's no way that something that is out of the realm of obtainium that we're going to be able to stand on a claim and say, yeah, we know the distance. We can't do that. So it doesn't matter. You can say, well, we're going to do the best we can. Yeah, that's not going to help. Unless you verify the distance and say, I've been there and I came back. I know the distance. It's verified. Can't do that. So we're just going to have to stay in a state of not knowing. And saying our best guess is good is just like what the Globers are saying. Our best guess. It's all about our best guess. No, it's not. You either know or not know what the information you're presenting. That's it. It's cut and dry, really. People want to wax themselves intelligent and say, "Oh, we can just throw some math at it." No,
No, I'm not like that, bro. I know you can explain Shazam exists with math. That's not the point.
Yeah.
You were just saying that we could go out and do measurements, and I was just saying that we can work together to do stuff. They came up with the inconclusive experiment, but I'm just saying like there's other experiments we can do together. You know,
Like what?
like
Go to
measuring
space.
the fact that we can see too far, according to their own math.
Well,
We can see too far, and that's not true.
that's something that's been shown. But like, what I mean to say is,
With infrared,
in regards to the sun, in regards to any celestial object, like there's nothing you can. There's no point of saying like, well, we're gonna attempt to do this with the sun or attempt to do this with the moon. We're not attempting to do anything.
Right.
You can.
I never look at the sky to prove the ground, bro. I was just jumping in and saying that it's cool that a flat earther and a glober got together to do something. You know what I'm saying? I know it proves nothing, bro.
Okay. You got any evidence for us today, Alex?
No.
All right.
Just listening.
Sounds good. Does anybody in here have any evidence that the Earth is a globe? You can chime in.
I have tons of evidence.
No, you don't.
Oh, no.
Your epistemology was like the gentleman we just spoke to. You can never know nothing to be true, 100%. You're the same way.
Every epistemology has to have like one ground baseline.
And your baseline is that you can never know anything to be for sure. You're
one
never going to be
baseline
certain.
assumption.
One baseline assumption? Okay,
Every
so
epistemology needs one.
are you saying that you can know something to be 100% true, or are you saying you can't know anything to be 100% true? Which is it?
It doesn't matter the worldview.
It does.
Nobody can really
It
prove
does.
anything.
Yeah, that's what you want to project, and it's not going to happen. This isn't a circle jerk. You either know or not know the information you're presenting. That's it.
So you have like higher powers than me. You have,
Higher powers?
Mm.
What are you talking about? What are you talking
You
about,
somehow
dude?
know that, for example, the PC you use to talk to me is real.
Yeah. I do.
Okay.
It's sitting on my desk. What are you talking about? It's right here. I can tell you that it's got RGB lights. And it's got a GeForce RTX graphics card. Somebody's got some bad mic feedback.
Is this one of those guys that doesn't know that he's sitting in his own chair on Discord?
Yeah, he's one. He's one. He's
Oh
one. The
my
guy
gosh.
we were speaking to. Yeah,
What
and he
do
wants
you
to
mean?
say that
I
he.
just said I know that, but
This is coming.
baseline assumption.
This is coming from that guy that he knows that there's evidence that the Earth is a globe. Really?
Holy hell.
There's evidence for the Earth being a globe, but there is no evidence that you know that you're
Of
sitting down
anything.
eating a ham sandwich. Right.
That's funny,
You
bro.
think,
That's
you
funny.
think your senses give you objectively true knowledge?
No,
Which is kind of-
what? Yeah, that goes against everything you just said before. You said that
Yeah,
they
you-
can't
you
give you
think that.
objective.
You
Yeah, I
think
know
that.
that. Well, duh. How else am I going to tell you I'm sitting on my chair right now if I can't be objectively true about what I'm saying?
Well.
Holy
Well,
shit.
what? Well, what? No argument, right? Thank you, sir. But see, this is like, if somebody who thinks the Earth is a globe is speaking like this, they're already screwed. Like, there's no argument they can bring against people that are in this reality saying, I'm eating a ham
Articulate,
sandwich
yeah.
right now. Like right now, I know that I'm eating one because I'm putting the sandwich in my mouth. Like I'm eating the thing.
Yeah. You got to
And if
understand you're dealing with articulate, smart people, yeah.
Yeah, well,
I
then yeah, sure. You've kind of, it's weird, but everybody who comes in and thinks like you think you have an argument. It's like you've basically burned the whole house down. There's nothing you can know to be true ever. So it doesn't matter what you present, it'll be a circle jerk. Because when we present our evidence to you, you're like, well, that's okay, but you can never know nothing to be 100%. So
Yeah, but your evidence
anyway.
isn't really evidence.
Yeah, exactly.
All
But
right, don't chime in, Alex, because we're gonna go back around to you, and you're not gonna have evidence for the fourth time. Probably.
Black Swan. Let's go there then.
No, we don't want to go to your black. You don't know what what's a black swan, Alex?
With your I don't know, seeing too far thing. I mean, it's just refraction, is it
you want
not?
me to show the audience once again that you don't know what you're talking about, Alex?
Is it not just refraction?
I'm asking the question. Would you want me to demonstrate that for the audience? Do you like for me to show put you on display like that? Why? Why do you do that every day? I don't want to do that, Alex. Like you're a smart guy. Just look at some stuff up, research, do the tests. Like that's all you got to do. But if you're challenging me, you know what's going to happen, right?
With your black swan thing,
it's a black swan thing.
I don't know what it is.
Come on, bro.
Is it some
I
sort of
know
duck
you don't
you've
know
got?
what it is. You don't know what it is, Alex. Why are you bringing it up? I'm
Because
giving you
your
a chance
point
to
is
save
just
face.
wrong, and you know it's wrong, but you spread
it's
it as
wrong, is it? Okay.
misinformation.
All right, it's wrong. Let's figure this out. How is it wrong, Alex? Go ahead and let's
Because
talk
we
about
can
it.
see further because of refraction. That's why it's blurred.
What is refraction? What is refraction? What is refraction?
Bending of light.
No, give me the definition.
Well, I don't know the textbook definition,
Give me the
but it is
definition.
basically
Give
bending
me.
of
Oh
light.
wait a second. Wait, give me the definition, Alex.
When light from one
Yes.
index passes into another.
Okay. What is happening?
Yeah. The angle changes of light.
You don't know.
The fact or phenomenon of light radio waves being deflected.
You don't
and
know,
passing
Alex.
Why
Right?
I know what it is.
Yeah.
I don't need to.
Then what is
I don't
it?
know.
No, what is it?
Just spit out all the collective knowledge humanity has on refraction.
Is
right
it the
now.
collective
Bending
knowledge?
of
Is it the
light.
collective knowledge, T, or is it the very specific knowledge about what it is?
Why can't
T?
you do that? So dumb.
Is it the specific knowledge or the collective knowledge? Which one is it, T?
I was
What?
talking to Alex.
I'm talking to you.
I want Alex to tell me everything
All right.
humanity.
Well, you're not in this conversation if you're speaking to only Alex. All right. So, Alex, specifically, what is refraction? Go ahead.
I told you it's basically bending of light, where it goes from like one index to another, and
One index? No, sir. That's
refractive
not
index.
That's not the. No, that's not the definition.
Well, it's one
Sorry.
medium to another.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So, how many mediums do we have in air?
Well, it's just one, really.
Oh,
You can
it's
just,
one.
Well,
It's one medium.
you could argue. No, because temperature and pressure changes. The index, isn't it?
It's only one medium, huh?
Well, no, because I
Okay,
just said
refraction.
temperature and pressure changes it.
Right, but is it one? Is it one medium?
Yeah, I guess.
Ah,
Yeah.
thank you, sir. Try again, Alex.
Not
Well,
really, but
what?
it can be average, can it?
No, it can't. It's one medium.
Okay, sure.
Mhm,
It has its
okay.
it has its refractive index, but then
It has its refractive index. How do you know this, Alex? You don't. I don't like doing this, Alex, but you put yourself into
check
this
it.
position,
Check
man.
it. It's
Check
basic
what?
knowledge
What am
that
I
air
checking?
has
What am I
like
checking?
I can't remember the
checking?
values. So like
You
1.
can't remember the values, but
3,
you're
1
telling me.
point something. I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know. Just say you don't know, Alex.
I don't know the exact number.
Thank
No,
you.
I don't.
Thank you, Alex. That's better that you admit the truth and then you save face, bro. Because we don't want to go down this road once again, and you're showing everybody how much you don't know about the topic you're bringing up.
Well, I do know about the topic. I just
No,
don't know
you
every
don't,
single
sir.
value.
Do you want to
Okay,
keep
what's the
going?
refractive
No, mate.
index?
Do,
What's the
do you wanna-
refractive
do you wanna
index of
keep going?
glass then? What
Do
is
you
it?
want to? Do you want to keep going,
You're
Alex?
calling for.
Do you want to keep
What's,
going?
answer the question.
Do you want to keep going?
Yeah, what's the refractive index
Okay.
of glass?
So what is? No, we're not even past there. We're not even getting there. What is Snell's law? Once again.
It's like m1 sine theta cos n2 sine theta 2.
Okay. What is? How can that translate into what we see? What are we looking at when refraction occurs?
What do you mean?
What is happening with the object in refraction? What is being shown to us? What do
Light
we see
bending.
happening?
Light
Yeah, but
bending.
light bending. But what do we need for that to be happening?
Two mediums.
Two mediums.
Yeah, don't give him the answer, Flatman. I know it's
Two
tempting.
different.
Sorry.
I know
Sorry.
it's tempting. Please have a seat. I want him to think because he's claiming this. He knows what it is. Okay, we need two mediums. We're there now. We're starting to understand. Do we have an example of this, Alex?
Water and light coming down from the sun going into water.
Okay, and what object can we demonstrate this with? Just name an object. It doesn't really, or even
Glass.
talk about some. Okay, glass. What object are we using to go into a different medium? Can you give me a demonstration of something going into a different medium?
Okay, air and glass.
Mm-hmm. But what object are we using to demonstrate this effect? In
What
your
do you mean?
example. In
What do
your
you mean, object?
use an example to use an object to demonstrate the boundary between the two mediums, and when it passes through the medium, tell me what happens.
What do you mean? Air
Okay,
and glass.
So right, air and glass is perfect two mediums that we have there. But what's happening? How can we see refraction? Because we see something happening. What is
Light
it we
comes
see
in.
happening?
Well, you can use like a light. You can use like a thing on the light bulb, I don't know, that straightens out the light, so you can see it's like one kind of beam.
Yeah,
And
no.
then-
What I'm asking for is, in order for us to understand what refraction is, we're visually seeing something with a mathematical formula that you just started going on about. What are we seeing take place?
So you have an angle of incidence, which is what it's coming
Mm-hmm.
into, and you have the angle of refraction.
Okay.
of what it comes out, which is sine
for
theta 2.
now for further reference, my God, I couldn't say that. For further reference, I'm going to point to the text chat. I want you to see this image.
Yeah, I see it.
Is that refraction?
Is that refraction? It looks like refraction, yeah.
Okay. What's happening there? What do you see with the object in? What's the object, first of all? Let's identify that.
The object is glass and air.
Yeah,
Well, the
and
two
no,
mediums are.
the object that's inside of the glass and air and water.
What would you say? The object is inside.
Yes, the object that's in the glass. What is that object?
There is no object in it.
Yes, there is. Look at the image again.
I'm seeing no object in it.
Okay, what image are you looking at, Alex?
Oh, I'm looking at the one above. Never mind. Yeah, it's a pencil.
Okay, it's a pencil. So the pencil, can you see it as it passes? The observer is actually standing like at a side view from the glass, and what he sees is the pencil actually entering the glass. Now, when it enters the glass, and now he's looking through not just air but glass. What do you see happening? There's a transition that's taking place. What's changing?
What do you mean? What's changing?
And the object, us, the observer, we're viewing something change. When the pencil's in the medium of air, we see it one way, the way light is shining off the pencil. But when it passes through the medium of glass, now it's going through glass. What do we see? The in between where the pencil is in the air, and now you see it through the glass. What is changing?
Its position?
It's optical density. So its optical density is changing. So as it passes through the glass, it's changing optical density. And furthermore, it's going not only through glass but down into the water. Now what happens when it goes into the water?
What?
What happens to the pencil when it goes into the water? Can you see?
It's in water.
I know that. What is changing? I gave you the
Well,
answer
you can't.
earlier.
Optical density. There we
Correct. The optical density changes once again. So when you see the optical density change when a pencil goes into the water, look at what happens to the pencil. What is the difference between the pencil in the water and the one that's out of the water?
What do you mean?
What do you see different? What is different in our view of it? What looks like has changed? Just can you see what it looks like? What's different between the pencil that's outside of the water and the one that's in the water? What does it look like to you?
Well, the one in the water looks like it's snapped in half.
Right. Yeah,
And the one
that's
outside
good.
looks like it's not snapped in half.
Right, but the thing that we're identifying is look at the size. Are they the same size visually?
They should be, yeah.
They're not. Look again.
Are they the same size? No, one's a bit bigger in the glass.
Visually. I'm not talking about in reality. You can take the pencil out and know it's the same size, but visually represented to you as different size. The optical density has changed from the object traversing the medium of water. So when this happens, there's a shift, like the angle changed. So now we're seeing a very different pencil underneath the water. It looks bigger. It's magnified. So when refraction occurs, these objects that in medium relationship, when they traverse through the medium, the boundary of the medium will also change the optical density of the object traversing through it, which thus gives us the understanding that it's a law. It happens always. This is what occurs when something actually traverses a different medium. Or you're using like, let's say, the glass. If you saw the pencil in the air, right? If you hold it up with your hand and see the pencil in the air, you can see it at one specific optical density. But when let's say you put the glass in front of the pencil, it changes optical density because now you're looking at the pencil through a medium of glass. And then you add some water in the glass, and that changes it even more. Right? So we see a difference of optical densities through whatever medium we're using. So going back to the black swan, I wanted you to understand this. This is a very practical way to look at it. It's a law. It never changes. This happens always, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now let's apply it back to the black swan. So go ahead and see if you can apply this refraction that we just understood with Snell's law. You gave me the sine formula for it. So we're understanding that there's a mathematical formula for it, but it's depending on the medium, right? It's medium dependent.
Yeah.
Okay. So now that we understand this, how can you then make an argument that that is not, or that is what's happening in the case for the black swan?
Because pressure and temperature change the amount of refraction that happens in the atmosphere, right?
Yes, but the refraction.
So it's never always the same.
Yeah, the refractive index that we see is not due to the fact that refraction being what we understand here in this case. We understand that when we're talking about refraction in the very same way that we meant Snell's law is occurring, that we need what is very essential that we need for refraction to occur. You said it before.
Two different mediums?
Correct. Now, going back to air and looking across the horizon, looking straight across the plane, we're going to notice that we only have one medium, right? There's not two. There's only one. The constituent parts that make up the medium of air, right?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Okay, so we're not looking through two mediums. We're looking through one. There is no glass in between us. There is nothing. There's only the air. So the air density, however, I'm just going to put it to you this way, does change the refractive index value so that when you look through something, it does cause distortions, turbulence, inferior, superior mirages. Like these things do occur, but it is not refracting like the way Snell's law would indicate that you would need for two mediums to be passing, the object passing through the medium. So what we understand differently from refraction, but people saying that that would be an excuse, is that we're talking about how air is more dense, the same air, not different mediums, the same air, hotter and colder reacting to each other. So if we have the mixture of the different air, like some hot, some cold, because it's not uniform. I don't know if you know this, Alex. Air is not uniform throughout. It's mixed. It's a mixture of hot and cold, temperature variances, like all these things, right? Because of
Yes.
that, the air density is going to change optically what you see in the far distance. So you're going to have inferior, superior mirages occur. On a hot day, you're going to get things look really wavy. That's called heat haze, or otherwise known as an inferior mirage. And you're going to be able to detect what it is. You're not going to say, "Oh, that's Earth's curvature." You're just simply going to say, "No, that's the effect that happens on a really hot day." We have demonstrations of this. I have certain gifts that I can show you of what I'm talking about, just to kind of put it into an example so you can see. This stuff is already known by everyone and is understood as like the mirage effects. So I just want you to focus. Like I'm going to show you. Really, there's one example of a road in the far distance when it's really hot on a really hot day. Look at the way the side rails look as the camera lowers to the ground. It looks like it bends things, and it looks like you can't see past, like you can't see the road underneath the mirage, the inferior mirage that's taking place right now. And that is due to the fact that when this phenomena occurs, it's like changing the perspective of light. So it becomes like, and in this case, like invisible to your eye. You can't see the road underneath. That's due to the fact the inferior mirage is occurring, and it's not due to the curvature of the Earth, because of course the distance from this road is not such that we're going to be measuring the distance to where curvature would be a factor. Hopefully this is making some sense, Alex, because phenomena
Yeah.
that does occur in the air is the reason why things are happening that we don't see clearly in the far distance. And of course, the refractive index of each day changes because of the ambient air temperature outside.
Right, so seeing too far would never be proof of
Well, no,
something being
seeing
flat.
seeing too far means that the conditions were right to actually see far, but it would be evidence that the Earth is flat because of the fact that the geometric horizon, where they said it should be geometrically, like let's say you have a ball in your hand, right? And you tell me the ball is a, I don't know, specific size. I don't know what size you want to give it. But if I was to tell you, no, actually that ball is much bigger than you thought or much smaller than you thought, then you would tell me, no, because I measured it. It is a specific size. It's not the size that you say it is because it's measured. You could give it to somebody else. The other person can be like, no, it's the size that you said it is. Why is he denying it? So I can't deny geometry. Geometry is something that's established with the said radius, diameter, circumference of the Earth. It's already said to be a specific size. So we're either gonna measure the Earth to be the specific size that it says that it is, or it's not. But it's not up for like, well, refraction. No, then that means that you can't determine what size it is. You have to become someone who understands you can determine the size of the Earth because we have the value, or we cannot determine the size of the Earth. It's one or the other. You have to choose. Can we
Right.
determine the size of the Earth? If we can, then it has geometry that can be measured. And if that's the case, then it's going to be in a predicted value where it should be.
I'm on about the photo here. I'm just saying that that black swan thing is not necessarily proof that the Earth is
It
flat,
is.
though.
It is.
Because you,
The Earth's geometry, Alex, is said to be at 1.22 miles away at a 1 foot observer height. So
yes, but that doesn't take into
yeah.
effect refraction, though, does it?
No, it doesn't matter. Refraction doesn't play a role here.
Yes, it
Geometry,
does.
no, it doesn't. Geometry should state that the Earth is curving at a specific set size of dimensions. So the Earth is curving with a specific curvature drop rate. And if that is true, that the geometry of the Earth is said to be what it is, then the curvature or the horizon should be at 1.22 miles away from the observer's position. The observer on the beach, he's making an observation, and that distance to the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away. The fact that it's a lot farther puts the Earth's geometry at a bigger exponential range. So it's not 3959 anymore. It's something else bigger, way bigger. So it puts the size of the ball is said to be like what 10 or 20 times the size that it actually says that it is.
This guy said
So
refraction does not let you see around the corner,
that's
but
not
it
the
does.
point, though. Refraction is not the case, because if refraction was the case, then we'd be able to measure to the geometric horizon at the predicted value that the Earth is said to be. So what's in contention here is that they're telling you the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. That's what Globe Earth is saying. But we are looking at the claim. When we test it, it's not where it's supposed to be. It doesn't matter about refraction because
It
they
does,
didn't.
though.
No, because if that was the case, then they would tell you, okay, I know that you can know that the Earth is a globe because you can measure the curvature, right? They give you. I'm going to show you something. Just let me bring this up real quick. It's a link that you can look at. It's from Princeton.edu. That's how people can measure the curvature of the Earth. I put it in the text chat, and I want you to look at that, Alex. This is information from somebody that was given to me from another glober, saying that this is evidence that the Earth is curving, right? But what it's showing you here is that people are trying to do like a test or verify that the Earth is curving with this. And I'll just tell you real quick, this is what they're saying. Here's a quick experiment designed to show that the Earth is round and to calculate its circumference. It is easy to do if you're in the right location. Unfortunately, in order to do this experiment properly, you must have a clear view of the sunset or sunrise over the ocean. The idea behind the experiment is this. If the Earth is round, then objects will travel away from you along the surface of the Earth, will disappear from your view at a certain distance. At a certain distance. It didn't say refraction there, Alex. Okay, at a certain distance. More interesting is that they disappear from the bottom up. Think of a friend walking over a hill. If you watch her walk from one side of the hill, she walks over the hill. Her feet will disappear first, and then her legs, and her body, and then followed by her head. This is one way ancient sailors knew that the Earth must be rounded like a hill. They could see tall masts of ships long after the hulls and the boats receded too far away. To see this effect occurs, look at the diagram below, and it shows you as you click on that link. So what we're dealing with here is the fact that there's a predicted value where the horizon should be, just like a hill, Alex. Refraction is not used in this case. People are determining where this Earth curvature is. Is that
Wait, so
making
you
some
see
sense
where
to you?
you can't see the sun and where you can see the bottom of it.
I know, but it's due to the fact that the Earth is curving. So there's a predicted value where the horizon should be.
Do you know why you
Do
can see the sun in the sunset?
Okay. First of all, do you understand what I'm telling you, Alex? I don't want to waste my
Yes.
breath anymore. Okay, so what am I saying?
What I just said.
What did you say?
You go somewhere where you can see the bottom of the sun. You go somewhere where you can't see it at all, just the top. Right.
No. So the predicted value of where the Earth is, right? Like the curvature, where it is, that's the only thing that they're determining here in this. I'm gonna use it like they use it. They're determining in this experiment. Okay, it's not an experiment, but they're saying that it is. So with that experiment, they're determining the surface curvature, and they're telling you where it is. Okay, do you understand?
Right.
Okay, so they're determining where the curvature is. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They're not saying they don't know because of refraction. They're telling you, I know where the Earth's curvature is. It's like a hill. You get it?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're determining where that curvature is. They're not saying, well, we don't know. Well, who knows? No, there's because of refraction. They didn't say that. They're saying the determination of that is going to be the place where you see people or ships disappearing from the bottom up. Do you understand?
Okay.
Okay. Now that we've established that that's what they're saying, not what you're saying, Alex, they're making a claim. The claim is ships disappear from the bottom up due to the size of the Earth. Got it?
Okay.
Okay. Now that we've got all the things we need to get to, we're going to test the claim. That is the black swan. We're testing that very claim. Is the Earth the size that they say it is or not? And so if we see farther past where the curvature geometric horizon should be, the Earth curve, then it's not curving like they said it does. That's what the black
So
swan
you'd
is. Or we
still
can
be
go
with
over
the
that.
globers, just a differently sized globe?
Well, here's the thing though. If you're proposing a different geometry or a different size, then you're going to have to support it with evidence. And so far, what we're showing you is that it's not curving like the geometry. And furthermore, it's as far as the eye can see. So as much resolving power as your eye has, that's where the optical horizon should be every time. Or I'll say it this way: as far as like if you whatever optic you're using, it doesn't matter if it's your eyes. You can pull up a binoculars or whatever, and then you're always going to see a lot farther. But it will always be a maximum range of an optical distance. It's not going to be
What
a
about
forever
fiber
kind of thing.
optics?
Say
Why do
again?
fiber optic cables work? You
Fiber
can send
optic
lasers
cables.
down fiber optic cables, very
What
long
does that have to
distances.
do with us looking at ships go over the curve?
Oh, you're saying you can't see past a certain
What does that
distance?
what
But
does
we
that
have
have
evidence
what
of
does
lasers going,
what does
that far and further.
lasers are not included in this explanation. As far as
Oh,
like
lasers are
determining
different?
no. So let's go back to what I was just saying before, that some glober came in and gave me this information and said we can know the Earth's curvature because we can do a test, an experiment, right? So what we're doing is we're not oh my god, we're not doing fiber optics. That's not what they're saying. Let me go over it again with you, new guy who just came in here. Here's a quick experiment designed to show that the Earth is rounded and to calculate its circumference. It is easy to do if you're in the right location. Unfortunately, in order to do this experiment, you properly must have a clear view of the sunset or sunrise over the ocean. The idea behind the experiment is this: if the Earth is round, then objects you will travel away from you along the surface of the Earth will disappear from view at a certain distance. Certain distance. More interesting is that they disappear from the bottom up. Think of a friend walking over a hill. If you watch them walk from one side of the hill, as she walks over the hill, her feet will disappear first, and then her legs, and her body followed by her head. This is one way ancient sailors knew that the earth must be rounded like a hill. They could see the tall masts of ships long after the hulls and boats receded far away. This is why the effect occurs. Look at the diagram below. And of course, they got a diagram. This information came from Princeton EDU.
Yeah, but you must know that it's an estimate,
What?
though.
Did it say it was an estimate?
It is an estimate.
Where
The
did it say that?
experiments.
Where did no. You just inserted that right now. Where did it say in what I read that it was an estimate?
Sure, it doesn't say it, but it
Oh, it
is
doesn't
an
say
estimate.
it then. So
It
then how
is
can
an
you say that
estimate.
it is? No,
Because it doesn't.
I'm
Where
sorry.
does
I'm
it
sorry.
take into
Sorry.
account atmospheric
Sorry.
account?
It did not say it was an estimate. I did not read that it was an estimate. So you inserting that is your own conclusion and your addendum to what it says. We're not taking that. This came from Princeton. You did not give this example. They did. They did not use estimate.
But it is an
All right.
estimate.
It doesn't matter what you say. You're going against what they're saying, and that's all I'm saying to you. Your hand wave dismissed easily, because unless you're providing evidence, which they are, they're presenting something to do, and you're not. So they have the authority and the upper hand. You don't. So going back to this, the guy who was asking fiber optic cables, that doesn't explain nothing because it's not in the example. The example is looking at somebody walk over a hill. That's pretty clear, isn't it? for the gentleman that interrupted? Or did he leave? Ah, good. So, it's not what somebody's saying about fiber optic cables. It's only what's been used here as a demonstration to show Earth curvature. And in nowhere did I read estimate. It was clearly that it's a certain distance away. Right? Okay. So now that that's clear, it's something to be done about looking at how you can detect Earth curvature. But furthermore, I want you guys to look at that information that I presented and follow up to see if you can't get that very same test done and find the drop over the distance. And of course, you'd have to apply the radius, diameter, circumference to this. But of course, there's a formula down there to actually look at what's being said there. Already, the radius of Earth is already inserted in it's baked in the formula, so it's already begging the question. I would tell you that much. But there's that. But that's
Also,
that's
does
all
it
that's
not
presented.
does it
Go ahead,
not
Alex.
describe the Earth as a perfect sphere?
Did it say it's a perfect sphere?
Uses it in the math.
Did it say it's a perfect sphere?
Yeah, basically.
Where? Where did it say perfect sphere?
The circumference of the Earth
Yeah.
must
I'm
be a
not.
sphere.
Listen. The only thing that we're doing is using the information that they gave us. We're not adding or taking away from it. We're just reading exactly what it's saying and either following what they're saying, see if we can come up with the same results. Right?
But I'm just saying that it's an estimate. You can't take it literally.
That's what you want to make an addendum for. That's fine. You can say because of a Jolly Green Giant. It doesn't matter, dude. You are just you. You're not the one giving this information. It comes from a accredited university, so they're the ones saying this is how to do it. You're not, Alex. Sorry. That's just the way it is, man. You can say whatever you want, and it's gonna make you feel good, and you'll be able to sleep at night. That's not what they're saying. So you have to deal with that. Anything else?
No, but I just
Okay.
Realistically, this doesn't help your point more than it helps our prove the globe. It
Okay.
doesn't help prove it's flat,
Right,
nor does it help prove it's the globe.
if that helps you sleep at night, then go ahead and keep thinking that. Is that all you wanted to say?
Yeah.
Okay.
How is it
Anybody else?
possible that the astrophysics website for Princeton University is like this basic? Like this is like a 1990s HTML page.
Well, the problem that we're having here is that is there any evidence to refute that Princeton actually put this out?
I guess not. I mean, I
Okay,
looked
then.
at it.
Thank
It
you.
seems
Thank
like
you, Chad.
this is the
Yeah.
Princeton
Thank you, Chad.
University Department of Physics,
Thank you,
Astrophysics.
Chad. Thank you, Chad.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but I'm confused as to why it actually looks so bad. Like, why does it look like someone put this together 2
you might
decades
need to
ago?
take it up with their IT department, bro. Because I mean, far as we know, this is what we got.
And your conclusion is that if you attempt to replicate their directions, you get an alternative outcome?
No, my thing is, did you see the claim? I mean, I don't know if you've seen it or not. Did you read through the article?
Well, I was only here for 5 minutes, really, but I've been
Okay, well, just
listening.
read through it, and I mean, I don't want you to kind of jump the gun here, but see what you get from it. Because I don't want to explain it a third time because you weren't here. So
Yeah, you don't have to. I'm just asking you, what is the conclusion? The conclusion is more or less that you can't replicate their experiment.
no, the conclusion is that based on what they're saying, the presuppositional structure here is that because they're doing it this specific way, you're going to get the same result. Right?
Okay. So I guess you're saying that the circumference of the Earth is already baked into the equation?
It is. Look
So
at
you
the
never
very bottom.
derive it.
Look
I
at
get you.
yeah. Like I said, just read through it, man, because I know you're going to want to ask a whole bunch of questions. But I think to be more prepared to have this discussion, you'd have to kind of read through and see what you get from there. One of the links that's broken is the one right underneath number 10 where it says calculate the circumference. The NASA.gov Stargaze Show Horizon. It's probably a different link. That link specifically is broken on their page. You can't go to it, or at least not that one that's is directing you to.
I don't know, man. I mean, I
Well,
can entertain a degree of tinfoil hat theories, but the flat Earth is just one that is
all right.
beyond my scope.
Let's put it in perspective. Let's put it in perspective, Chad. I'm not gonna like tell you that lizard people exist or anything like that, but let's get into like the the perspective of like what this means or the implications. So, would you claim that you know a little bit about the Earth being a globe? Some head knowledge, maybe. I don't know. What's your if somebody was to on the street ask you how you know the Earth is a globe, what would you respond to them? What would be the first go-to?
I would say the first immediate thing would be satellite images, video recordings of SpaceX and all this other stuff. Now, a lot of people would like to discredit that, so I
It's
get
not
that.
about that. It's not about that. It's the only
But that would
thing
be
that
my
I'm
first thing. If I
okay. So
wanted
the
to
first
show
thing
to a kid the Earth is a
Yeah.
globe, that's what I
Okay.
would do.
So you're gonna show to a kid that the Earth is a globe by pictures and video and whatever sources that you
Yeah, I
can come
wouldn't
up with.
like try to prove to him like the two sticks or Aristophanes and all this stuff. I wouldn't do that. Like if he was like completely not believing that this was a globe and I had to demonstrate to him somehow, then that would be my approach.
It
But at
sounds
first,
kind
I
of
would
the way-
just
sounds kind of the way you would introduce Santa Claus to a little one as
maybe.
well.
I
Yeah,
get
that's
you. It's
fair.
not like
That's
I've
fair.
never seen the planet. I
That's
accept
fair.
that.
Yeah, that's fair. That's I mean, he said something like introducing Santa Claus. You would use something like show him what Christmas is or something. Just whatever. It's a tradition. But okay, now let's kind of it's somebody on the street. Now you're in this arena. This arena is a little bit different, right? Because we're based on evidence. We're having people understand. Hey, let's look at the knowledge base. Your fundamental roots where you get the information of, right? But you're saying a lot of true things right now, which is fine because I'm listening to what you're saying. So if now we're gonna take this into this arena, right? And if I was to ask you who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, Chad, as in the drop over the distance, or as it were, if you were on a ball, it would be sloping away from your position, right? So you'd want to figure out what be the drop rate over the distance. Who's ever measured that? Because I mean, we've had measurements for good 1,000 years at least. So what would you think would be the best method to measure this drop rate over the distance? Or I should say,
I would
has
say
it
that
not
I
you,
can
not you,
provide you.
not you, but has it been done by anyone in history? Like I would say, has anyone ever done this? Like that we can verify
As
the surface
a
curvature.
general rule of thumb that could be applied at any position on planet Earth, the answer is no. Could you create a drop over a distance at a localized elevation and topography? Yes, you can. Now, the topography and the elevation of planet Earth isn't uniform, and planet Earth isn't a perfect sphere, as the other guy was saying. It doesn't have a perfect circumference. So at no point on the Earth would you theoretically be able to make a all-encompassing rule. You get what I'm saying?
Well, you're smarter than your average bear, dude. The way you've been talking.
Yeah.
So I would say it this way: let's try to remove as many obstacles as we can if we're going to determine if the Earth is a level plane of existence or if it's a curvature like a planet. So let's go to somewhere where the land topography would not be as an issue as it was. I mean, of course, if we were doing it over water, there's certain key factors we got to look out for. But for the most part, what we're doing is we want the surface to be as level as possible, right? So
Yeah, but there's no
gonna
condition where you can generate that. I mean, to tell you is that the
yeah,
tides,
but
the
yeah, I know what you
gravitational
mean.
influence.
I know what you mean. Like that's because it sounded like you would be preemptive to understand this already. So that's why I already knew that. I was already at the end of that. I know that that's where you're gonna go. So the point is, we're gonna have to measure at least to a degree where we can be comfortable. Either we're gonna be able to verify the information to be true or not. So it's a true or false statement, right? Is the Earth curving like they tell us with the radius, diameter, circumference, or is it not measuring that? So what we have here is we have metrics. We have the standard by which all the observations are going to conform to or not. So our testing of the claim has to come with like what we're testing. Like we can't just say we're going to just seek for curvature and that's it. No. We're going to test to see what the claim is. The claim that's on the table. It's like maybe you don't advocate for this position, but did he just deafen? I think he just deafened. Maybe I have to do something. Alrighty then. Mic check, is this thing on? You guys here? Hello.
Hello.
What's up, Drink? I think he just deafened in
Not
the middle
much.
of that.
Yeah, He must have had to do something. Didn't seem like a jerk.
Oh, we'll get him when he comes back. He has Andrew Jackson in his avatar. Do we have anybody else in here that claims the Earth is a globe? I see the usual suspects, so I don't, except for Left Lane, and that's about it. Alex is in here, but we've already spoken to him. Does anybody in here have the evidence that the Earth is a globe? If not, what's up, Jedi? What's up, Dr. Breathe? Shout out to you. Keeping it real in the chat. We got Plum Bob in the house. Professor TOS UK. Thanks for getting clips of our conversations, TOS.
Sorry,
Pretty
mate.
awesome.
Mate, I was away making myself coffee. How you doing, buddy? You good?
Yeah, pretty good, man. We're just Chad actually dipped out of the conversation midway through it. He didn't say, "Hey, I gotta go." Like he just left. I stopped
Maybe
talking. I
have
was
a
like,
call
"Oh,
or
he
something.
definitely."
Hopefully, it's nothing nefarious. Hopefully, he's just on a call or something. He said he was deafened,
Yeah.
right? So maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, people when they're on this, they get a call. That's fine.
But I was listening. I've been listening the whole time. The guy earlier who kept jumping in saying that it was, I think he said it was like an average or an estimate or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's basically making it unfalsifiable then. Brilliant.
For sure. That's Alex. He's right above me. He tries every now and again. Bless his heart. I mean, he comes in here. He does what he can. This is like his 4th attempt at providing evidence for the Earth as a globe. But every time that he preemptively comes in here with his arguments, he has not looked into what he's talking about. So I could easily show the audience that he doesn't know what he's saying every time. And it's I don't want to take him down the road, but he doesn't know what he's talking about. So it's easy for me to just point out that he doesn't know. And he thinks just by saying anti-flat Earth talking points that he's gonna win. That's not how this works.
No, not at all. Not at all. I like the way that I think it's the second or third time just today you've brought up that Princeton article that was given to us by Talon a few days ago. I told you to keep hold of that, mate. I told you. It's very
dude,
useful.
it's a gem, bro. It's a gem.
Yeah.
Now, Chad Status was he came in here. He looked into the actual article and linked it back to Princeton. He's like, yeah, this came from Princeton. It was just like in the 1990s. I'm like, yeah, but so what? It came from Princeton. Like you gotta validate the source, man. It came from them.
Yeah.
So he did validate it's coming from them. So and I thought that was kind of cool. But I was like, so what do you mean? Are you not liking what it says, or what's up? He's like, no, it's from them. So
I told you that would be useful. Thank you, Talon, for that. That was another time, I think 3 times in a row, he came in and shot himself in the face with his own fucking evidence. Cheers,
but that's
buddy.
just like Talon did that. Rob Noxious did that. I mean, we're getting some good stuff. I didn't even have to do the sun over the horizon test because, Rob Noxious. I'm gonna post the image, and along with the video, so you guys can see. Like we get these gems from like people that come in here and try to provide evidence that the Earth is not a globe. So I'm gonna put that in the text chat for you guys, and at your leisure, just go ahead and go through. I put the video and the little image there that I had the comparison. So, yep, there it is. I just uploaded. One's the image and the other's the video. And he was saying that he was demonstrating that the Earth going across the plane doesn't go down in our vision, and he just demonstrated that it actually does. So appreciate you, Rob.
Yeah, thanks, Rob, for that. Really appreciate it.
And he's even in the video going, look, I'm proving that it doesn't go down when it actually is in the, in the video.
I think he's blind, mate. I think he's just blind. Or stupid, or both.
Wait, Alpha, I did actually just watch a video. It's not. I just want you to disprove it, please. Because I don't. But it's just a video that I believe maybe shows the curvature of the Earth. But if you could tell me how it doesn't, that'd be actually good. Because I'm not very instituted on this.
Look at.
I know. Yeah, sorry.
Not you. Not you. No, go ahead and present it. I'm actually gonna post something else. That guy, Chad Status. This is what he
Yeah.
shot me in a DM. I'm gonna post it in the text chat for all of you guys.
Awesome.
Check this out. This is what he just shot me right now. Did you see what he put?
Yeah, I'm reading it now, man.
That's the best they got, man.
Oh god. I like that Black Swan too. I mean, we haven't talked about that one too much, Jedi.
No, that's a good one, man. I think it's because we don't know the math inside out. Obviously, the observer's height has changed to like 3.5 foot or something like that. So, but yeah, this is a really, really good one. You've got 6 distance markers, one at 8 and the last one at 11.3, and the horizon as well beyond that. And you can see the bottom of them. I think it's nice. It's really clear.
Excellent. Yeah, he is triggered. Dr. Breeze. If only he knew the toppings arguments. Jeez, don't feed the trolls, man. They're gonna come in here thinking that's an argument. What about the toppings of the pizza? I'm like, oh god.
Yeah, right. Pineapple, probably.
Yeah, he did do a good job of holding back Dream, but you know, trollers got to troll. You know.
That's crazy.
We'll catch him when he comes back.
Alpha, but can you help me out on
Oh
this video,
shit!
please?
Sorry.
I know, it's okay. Can you just like watch like maybe 2 minutes of it? Yeah.
You know what? I think
Or
Earth,
Jedi,
the
or
flat Earth
and
puzzle. I
anyone.
think I was gonna say Jedi can probably. That's what the example of what he's actually trying to show you in the Black Swan
Yeah.
that he has. So I think it's
Yeah.
really close to what he just posted. But let me look.
Yeah,
Let me look.
I've seen it.
Can you
Yeah,
help
I've
me out,
seen the
please?
video. That's why I posted that one. All we're going to be proving is on different days, then the atmosphere will encumber our ability to see things. So it's not a huge issue. It's the same with the Black Swan with regards to ORIG. Same observations of the same ORIGs on different days, and the horizon is in front of the ORIGs. Again, compounding our position at the horizon moves depending on the atmospheric conditions and the technology that is used.
Oh.
That's all it does. Remember, the claim is physical geometric obstruction at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's a physical geometric horizon for boats and buildings to hide behind, so we can't see them anymore. When we demonstrate that the horizon moves around, then there's no physical geometric horizon. As soon as anybody starts claiming refraction, then they've got a problem with any usage of direct measurement from the geometric horizon. And we can talk about the Princeton article that Alpha Veritas posted like 10 or 15 minutes ago, which is claiming physical geometric horizon for the sun to hide behind.
Yeah, they're showing optical phenomena, Zaki. But still, like, I don't even know. Did that guy actually show what the drop rate over the distance was from that place where he's making an observation to where he sees that phenomenon taking place? Because I kind of skimmed through it. Honestly, I didn't look all the way through it because I've seen videos like this before, but he didn't provide evidence to the distance to that observation. So there's no data.
Does he even say what his altitude is?
No, he didn't.
No, yeah, I don't think so.
Well, there's a lot of information that's missing. So yeah, you can't even. It's just hand wave dismiss. To be honest, there's things that are happening optically, but you can't even entertain it if they're not giving the data set on what's going on. So there's that. I don't know if you're listening, Zaki, but yeah, he needs to come with it. People that do this, they need to provide a lot of data that comes along with it. It's not just pointing a camera and saying, "Oh, Earth glob." You can't do that.
I don't know. Jedi and me seem to be making pretty good cases for the glob.
The glob. Oh man.
I think the fact that the Eiffel Tower in Paris in summertime, because the iron expands, is about 3 meters taller than it would be during the wintertime. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. I think that's a brilliant argument. I think your one the other day where Victorians were told to say prunes just before they had the photograph taken. Therefore, the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum of space. I thought that was a brilliant argument, mate. I've got to come back to that.
Oh shit.
Me
like
and Batsy are just taking the piss out. People just say completely irrelevant shit and then claim the Earth is a ball after it.
I've been on fire lately, bro. Like these guys that come in here just showing every day that doesn't matter what I allow them to. That used to, well, because we could frame it in a way. Is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe, and just disprove it on that point? I'm like, bring anything. You could throw the kitchen sink at this thing. It's not gonna work. Like you have to at least know something. And then, of course, you find out their epistemology is completely flawed when they think that nothing can be understood to be real. It's like, well, then why are we talking? Because at the end of our conversation, even if I give you every evidence that I can possibly muster up, you're going to say, well, we can't know anything to be true, really.
Yeah. As soon as you take the Earth being a ball away from people, then fuck, how can we know anything? I might be a brain in a jar.
That's when the it
You know
devolves
that you
and
can't know anything.
that's so fucking annoying, dude. I hate that. Then that's their only. See, the thing is with these guys, because they're gonna say a whole bunch of things. They're gonna do an elephant hurling fallacy, like, well, it's in the PDF. They're gonna send you like 10,000 pages. They don't specify where. You know, they just don't know any of the information. Nobody does. They're so ill-equipped to have this discussion, and they come in here like, well, I didn't know I was going to be talking about like the specifics. I'm like, dude, you entered an arena where you're wanting to have a conversation about if the Earth is a globe or not. Why wouldn't you bring some evidence? You know what I'm saying? It's like showing up to a party where they were expecting you to bring like, something, and you just like, well, I didn't bring anything. Out. I don't know.
Well,
It's just weird.
That lady from last night, she, after you muted her, she sent me a direct message, flaunting her accolades and even going as far as to sending a picture of herself, like at the podium for graduation.
Really? That just makes things worse because she didn't know anything. This makes it worse. So you're saying you're somebody who's in academia, just you fell through the floor and you couldn't give us, well, because I even told her, I asked her the question, do you know if the Earth is curving at the set rate by anyone who's measured it? I had the same question. Is this a script? Pretty much. Nobody's answered the questions. So yeah. But she's like, well, that's not my field of expertise. Okay, fine. You don't know it because you don't study physics, according to you. So your statistical analysis couldn't determine whether or not the Earth is a globe. I mean, what do we need more? And then the guy said, attack helicopter. I was like, well, yeah, I know this because your mother. And then she was like, yeah, you deserved it. I'm like, what the fuck? I was like, you weren't even in the argument and you think I deserve it. What kind of mindset do you have that you're backing somebody like that up? I mean, just saying. Because your confirmation bias on the Earth being a globe is so strong that anybody speaks against your precious globe, you get in your feelings about it. Come on now. Yes, Alex? Bless his heart. He's trying, bros. You gotta give him that.
I know you never want to give one, but do you have one?
Who are you talking to, bro? And what did you just say?
I know that you never like to give a working model because you state that the burden of proof is on the globe, is so on and so forth. But do you have
damn
one?
Right.
Oh, I
why
just
do we
want to
need?
know.
Why do we need a working model if the Earth isn't a model?
Okay. No. Of
Yeah,
how,
that's right.
I mean, do you have one? I just want to know.
We
like,
don't need one. Fuck.
Okay. You don't want to know that.
Don't want to know what? Don't want to know. What don't I want to know?
Working model do. It's the perspective
A working
of.
model. I'm asking you for what is the purpose of the working model for?
I don't know. It's just interesting.
I don't know is the right answer. Thank you.
No, it'd just be interesting.
Well, I have a question.
I'm not going to do something for the fact of it being interesting. It's not the point of it, right? You're not going to go, well, let's do a model because it would be interesting. That's pretty stupid.
I think people like models because they can see the full perspective of what's going on. It helps them to see because it.
Perspective. Okay, with the model of the Earth being a globe, what full perspective can they see?
Well, it's if you have a model, it's like.
In order to create a model, you need to measure the thing you're modeling first.
whatever you want to call it. It's like standing and looking at it from a bird's eye view. So it's
bird's eye view. Okay. What have they ever done that to model the Earth?
I mean, we do it now from the from the global perspective, and that seems
the globe perspective. What is that perspective what is this globe perspective you speak of? What is that?
You know, I'm not saying it's true. I'm not in support.
I know it's not true, but you're saying I don't know if it's true. I know it's not true.
Support either. Like I'm just curious. I'm just a curious person.
Why are you curious of things that are not known? See, the thing is, you're saying that there is something that doesn't exist, and I'm asking you for what purpose do you need it for? I don't know. It would be interesting. You think that's a reason enough to actually construct some type of information because it would be interesting? It doesn't function in practical information. We don't need it for anything. There's no use case that we're going to be able to demonstrate why we need it. It's just interesting.
Human endeavors.
Human what?
It's not.
Okay, what endeavors? What human endeavors do we need it for?
No, I'm not saying that we do. I'm just saying that a lot of human endeavors are like that. You know, they're not really that practical. A lot of academia and
oh my god, dude.
Mathematics in the field of mathematics, they don't really have like a true application, but people are just like, well, it might tell us something about who we are, you know.
So you're saying because it gives you the warm and fuzzies, we should do it, right? For the warm and fuzzies. Let's get the warm and fuzzies because we got a teddy bear to hug at night. I can make a globe model, and I just feel like if I have a globe model sitting on my desk and I stare at it, I'll be like, damn, that's awesome.
You do times for the warm and fuzzies. We all do.
No, maybe this is dude. What the fucking hell, bro? Like,
of course you do.
This is the worst argument for globe I've ever heard. By the way,
do you like to eat certain food? Does that make you feel good?
What does that got to do with all the tea in China? What the fuck, bro?
Well, I'm saying like sometimes you eat for pleasure, right? But it's not necessarily nutritious unless you're.
And how does this relate to the Earth being a globe?
Because I'm saying I just want to know like why you icking my what's it called? Yucking my ick, or you know what people say.
Oh my god, brother, sit down. Let somebody else come in with the fucking evidence.
Maybe
let me have a go at this. Let me have a go at this. What would we need to do?
Shtick? Or is it like, are you guys trolling?
Feed me a model.
What would we need to do to give a model? What would we have to have? What would we need to have?
I just like to. Like you said, maybe you don't have a cosmology of how the whole thing looks from the perspective of, I don't know, God.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever heard us make a claim?
I don't know what that means.
Oh, no, keep talking. Have you ever heard us make a claim to the size of the Earth, for example, or the shape of it?
No, I haven't. But I just want to know. Like,
isn't that the name Flat Earth?
So hold tight, my friend. Hold tight, my friend.
If you say something flawed, then you might be attacked. Is that why you don't state?
No. I've already given you the fucking answer. Why are you talking through me? So to give a model, we would need to know an awful lot of things about the Earth, wouldn't we? Its size, its shape, the relationship between where we are and the moon, sun and stars, what the sun, moon and stars actually were, the depth of the Earth, the compositions of underneath the floor and what that was. We would have to know an awful lot of things about the Earth to even give you a model, right? No one here is even making a claim to the size or shape of the Earth. We're just describing the surface and its level.
Okay, so you're saying that we just can't know those things, basically, so there's no point, like, because we will get it wrong no matter what we do, unless we're just really lucky in establishing a cosmos model.
Yeah, we couldn't give you a bird's eye, God's eye view of the Earth, being as we don't know the entirety of the Earth itself. How could we?
That's fair. That's fair enough. That's quite honest.
What do you mean? What do you mean we don't know the entirety of the Earth?
We don't know, flat earthers, the entirety of the Earth.
But if you measure something's radius, you can figure out its diameter.
Ooh.
Radius. That would invoke a sphere.
Right.
Are you talking about from a central point out to the extremity? Again, what extremities of the Earth has anybody here brought forward to you?
Okay, so question: what is the flat Earth position then? That the Earth is literally flat, or what is like? What are you guys defending? What contention are you defending?
The Earth is level upon the surface. It is a horizontal topographical stationary plane.
Okay, question then. How do you explain the fact that you can only measure certain, or you can only observe certain stars from the North Pole or the South Pole? But if the Earth was flat, you could theoretically measure or visualize those stars from any point, right?
No.
So
So, for example,
what is your response to
I'm
that?
going to say no, and there's going to be addition. Do you have to talk for everything I say? So I can give you an explanation, or do you just want to go on to the next point? What do you
Oh,
want?
I was asking for your explanation.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to give you. So, for example, you are underneath the North Star. You look directly up, there it is, then you can keep moving south. You'll notice that at the horizon, when you're looking south, new stars start coming up into your view. And then as you keep going south, you turn around to look behind you, and Polaris is appearing to descend towards the horizon. So much so that you get far enough away from it that it's gone beyond the horizon. But as you look south, you've noticed that more stars have started to come up from the horizon. So when you look up, you see different constellations south of the equator. Have you ever walked down the street at night?
Sure.
No.
Awesome. So you'll understand that that road in front of you, let's say it's straight, has got street lights above it, but you can't see all the way to the end of the road. And as you keep walking, you see more and more of the road, and more street lights come up from the horizon. You turn around, and those street lights are descending downwards towards the horizon because they're above your eye view. So it's just the same type of thing. It's called perspective.
Okay. What about the fact that you can, let's say you start from two different points on the Earth, okay, and you navigated to the North Pole, you would get there in a straight line. Both people would, if they just continued on a straight line towards the North Pole.
Hey, what's that got to do with price of onion pie?
Well, it proves that the Earth's spherical, doesn't it?
No, you just walked towards the North Pole. What the fuck?
Well, no, because you started in two different points and you went in a straight line.
You
If the Earth was
you have
flat
started in
and you went in a straight line, you would end up in two different random places.
What are you talking about, mate? Are you talking about going east or west around north, or going towards north? What are you talking about?
Going north towards the North Pole from two different points on the Earth. If you go in a
Okay.
straight line, you reach the same point.
Okay, that's awesome. Again? You're just walking towards a central point. It's like
Do
you
you
being on
understand?
one
Okay,
side.
can I give you an example?
Listen. Yeah, I'm going to give you an example. So imagine I'm on one side of a town or city, and you're on the other side of a town or city, and in the middle is a cathedral. We walk straight towards the cathedral. Is the city a curved surface? Or have I just walked and you've just walked to a point?
Well, I'm talking about a specific point in the North Pole. Let's just say what we both agree upon is the North Pole, right?
Okay.
Or let's just say a spot in the north. It's far away from here, very far. And let's say
Okay.
you're in the United States and I'm in, let's say, Europe, okay? And we walk in a straight line towards the North Pole. We
Okay.
both can get there by walking in a straight line. Does that not prove that the Earth's spherical?
No, it just means you've walked to the middle point. And I'll be honest with you, mate, you can do this on a globe Earth or a flat Earth if you're just using north as a reference point. It's
Yeah,
not
you're
proof
missing
either
the
way.
point that north is the magnetic place that all compasses point to. So if you're both pointing north from a different place, you're going to end up at the same place, aren't you, mate?
Sorry, what's the question?
I didn't ask you a question. I did at the end, but if the north is magnetic and compasses all read off the North Pole, they all point north. If you're on a different place in the Earth and you point north and you say, I'll meet you at the North Pole, are you both going to get there by using compass
But
readings?
that would be to my point because the Earth's a sphere.
Why? Are you saying that you
Because
can't?
if you tried that experiment on a flat Earth, you would not end up in the same place.
So you're saying there's no North Pole?
Just if you.
Is
So
that
this is
what
what
you're
I was gonna
saying?
say. Let's make an. Let's
No,
use a
let's
real
not move on.
example.
Don't move on from it.
Well, I was gonna say I was gonna
I
answer your
don't think you
question.
understand.
I was gonna answer your question by showing you an example. So if you take your finger, put it on a globe, right, and you
Yeah.
move your finger towards what we both agree upon is the North Pole.
Yep.
Okay, that's a straight line, right? You can do the
No,
same
that's a
thing from the.
curve. You
Not
can't
a
get a
straight
straight
line.
line
It's
on a
a
ball.
curved line.
Okay,
Yeah.
fine. We'll call it a curved line. Fine.
All right. Now let's go on a flat surface and put the North Pole in the middle, like it is on the globe. Yeah, it's the middle of the top on a globe. So let's put the north in the middle on a flat surface and walk towards the north from each direction. You're going to end up at the north, aren't you?
Yeah, you'd end up in different locations because of the fact that you're going in a straight line.
What? You can only go north. We're going north.
It's north, dummy. How can you be just going anyway when you said you're going north?
And if you're going in a straight line, that means no curve. So welcome to flat Earth.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I don't.
okay,
I
so
don't
then
think you're
here's.
understanding that.
It's okay. We
This is the
can move on
way
from this one.
This is,
It's okay.
No. I think you need to get it though. Do you
So
understand it? Though?
here's one more
Do
question.
you understand it? Do you
Here's one more
understand it?
question.
He wants
So
to
Do you
just ask
understand it?
questions. No, you need to know if you understand it or not.
Sure. Okay,
Do you
so
understand it?
I
Do you
understand it.
understand
Okay,
it?
so here's
Can you
another
explain
question
it
then.
back to me then?
Here's another question then.
Can you
If
explain
the
it
Earth
back to me?
if the Earth is flat, how
Can you
come
explain it
the
back to me?
sun does not illuminate the entire?
Can you explain it back to me before we move on to another subject? Because I think if you're just going to move on to another subject and you're just saying, yeah, I understand, I don't think you understand.
We can agree to
This is the
disagree.
way.
We can agree to
No,
disagree.
we can't disagree because it happens exactly the same on a ball as it does on the surface on a flat surface. So if you don't understand how it can happen on a flat
I
surface, then
think
you don't actually
yeah.
understand how it happens on a ball either.
Okay, that's fine. I guess I don't understand. Okay, so here's another question then. How does the sun not
Fucking
illuminate
hell.
the entire Earth at the same time? If the Earth were
Oh,
flat, it
God.
should do that, right?
Because it's not a
Why?
million times bigger than the fucking Earth, and it's not 93 million miles away. How come your kitchen light doesn't light up your entire house if you didn't have walls?
Wait. The sun does
Only
not.
goes
The sun is
over here,
what
so-
now? The sun is not bigger than the Earth. Is that what you said?
That's
Yeah,
not what
that's
he said.
exactly what I said.
Oh, it was.
Well, you understand the light in proportion to a area won't necessarily light up the entire area if the light isn't sufficient to light the entire area.
It is sufficient to light the entire area because
How'd you know that?
if you just go outside and look out your window during the daytime, everything's lit up, right?
Well, no.
It would have to
Not
be
where
closer,
you
would
are.
it not? It would
Where
have to be
you are,
closer.
but not elsewhere, where the sun is not. Obviously, it doesn't light up the entire
Okay,
surface.
so you're saying that the sun doesn't have enough light to light up the entire Earth at the same time. That's what you're saying.
Well, light
Well,
doesn't
it
travel
doesn't on a
forever.
ball
It's
either.
traveling through a medium, so it attenuates. So yeah, it
Light
doesn't
does
light up the
travel.
entire thing.
It
Pretty simple.
doesn't light up the entire thing, but it can light up your local area.
It can light up a portion of where it's over, yeah.
Okay, so how do you explain that it only lights up part of the Earth? Because I still don't understand how you're explaining
But
that.
it's still the same. It lights up around about 50%. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
That's the
you
same on a
understand the
ball anyway.
concept of
It
a
lights
light,
up 50%, almost as if
depending on its
the Earth
strength,
was
If
isn't
the
going to
sun
light up.
is a
was round.
ball, then light comes out in all different directions
What are
equally.
you jumping in, fuckface? We're talking to someone else.
Yeah, but you all join in when it's on the flat Earth point, but no one else can join in when it's on the globe
Because you're
point.
bringing, because you're not adding anything to the conversation. Yeah.
So if the Earth was round, that would also explain why it only lights up 50%, huh? Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
Well, that's why we don't use the sun as an argument as to knowing what the Earth is, because
It's
that would
pretty
be retarded.
It's pretty convenient that you're not using the sun, huh?
No, it's not.
Why? The only
What do you mean?
reason that
Can I ask you a question?
The only reason that you think that this makes sense is because you've been shown a cartoon and
Can I ask
said,
you a
"Oh, we
question?
No, I
live on
get
a
it. I get
ball."
it. This is a shtick, and we're having fun. I'm
What-
just having fun too.
It's
But
illogical.
what
It's illogical to
about
look at the sun and
lunar
tell, and
eclipses aren't
presume.
real, guys?
What about
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
It's illogical to look at the sun and think that tells you what's underneath your feet, right?
It's illogical to look at the sun and tell you what's under your feet.
And think that tells
No,
you
I
what's
think
under your feet.
I think you can do intuition pumping for certain things.
Okay, tell me how looking at the sun tells you what's under your feet.
Well, for example, when I asked you the question, why does it only light up half the Earth? You guys had no response or no answer to that.
No, it told
Actually,
you a
we
light.
did give you
A
a fucking
light in
response.
proportion to the area that's lighting won't necessarily light up the
Yeah,
whole thing,
but
depending
you
on the strength
also
of the light.
you also conceded that if the Earth was round, that would also explain why it only lights up
Sun
50%
moves.
of the
That
Earth.
sun moves.
So that's
Get it?
irrelevant. It's irrelevant because we're not trying to use the sun to prove it. Because if you're saying it could work on
Or you
either
are,
one,
it doesn't
why
matter
would you be
whether
arguing it?
it doesn't matter whether you're using the sun or not. I think the counter argument is that it could be used, and you guys don't have a
Right,
defense.
well, it doesn't matter because whatever you assume about the sun and your assumption that it means that there's a curved surface under your feet, you would then have to go and verify that curvature.
Well, I
which
mean,
you can't.
there's obviously images of the Earth from space.
No, we can't
Obviously.
use that. We can't use that.
So I'm gonna
No,
not use.
no.
I'm not gonna
How do
use
you
that
verify
evidence.
them?
I'm not gonna
How do
use
you
that
verify
evidence.
those are real?
I'm using intuition pumps because clearly that only works in this context.
Would you accept that if we said, okay, well, we've got images of Bigfoot and we've used our intuition and we know Bigfoot's real?
If you could
Then
somehow
the guy who
prove,
made
if
the
you could,
picture of Bigfoot said that it was photoshopped.
if you could
Okay,
somehow
so
prove
do you
that,
not then have to prove that your side that it's a globe?
I mean, I think that there's already statistical evidence. I mean, for example, if you
Statistical
take
evidence.
if you take the satellites that they currently have in orbit around the Earth, okay,
Oof.
they use lasers to measure the ocean floor, right? That's why if you go on Google Maps,
Oh, did you just hear what you said?
that's why if you
Hey,
if
the
that's
ocean
hold on, let me
floor,
finish.
if
Hold on, let me
anything is
finish.
curved,
Hold
it's
on, let
going to
me
be
finish.
the ocean floor, and they're using lasers to measure that.
So if you
Talking
go
about
on
the abyssal plains,
if you go on
about the
Google Maps right
plains at the
now,
bottom of the ocean,
if
you're
you go on
fucking insane.
if you go on Google Maps right now and go look at the pictures of the ocean, you can actually see where they've done some determination on the depth of the ocean floor based off the bulges that the ocean waves create when they measure it using a laser. Okay,
What does that have to do with us being a ball?
it's not a true measurement because obviously no
We're not
light.
measuring curvature.
Hold on. It's not a true measurement because obviously light can't penetrate the ocean at a certain depth, right? They're
So
just
what's a true
measuring
measurement of the curvature then?
they're just measuring the bulge that the oceans make when it goes over like let's say a mountain or not, right?
Right, so they're not measuring curvature then.
The bulge.
No,
So now
I'm
the
not arguing
ocean.
curvature. I'm just saying
You
that
are.
no,
You
I'm
are.
just
By
no, I'm just
arguing any position for the globe, you are arguing for
well
curvature.
that part is not. That part is
Like,
just I was
listen.
just giving you an
Well, our
explanation.
position is there is no curvature, so there can't be a ball.
He just said if there's a mountain in the bottom of the ocean, there's going to be a hill of water on top.
No, he didn't. Did he?
No, the water
Sure
bulges.
did.
The water bulges ever so slightly based upon how much the topography underneath the water changes. So if there's a mountain
Bro.
underneath the water and you
There's
use a
gonna be a
laser to
mountain of
measure it,
water.
that's why if you go to Google Maps right now, you can literally see this. This isn't like something I'm making up. This is
So you
this is
think there's
just
gonna be like
this is just
mountains
I
of
mean,
water
you can Google it.
matching a mountain underneath?
Not a mountain
Bro.
of water. It's a slight variation in the height of the ocean, and you can measure that with lasers from space.
That's a
Can
cool
I ask
story,
you?
bro.
Can I
Well,
ask you
this
something?
is not my like. This is just something you can Google.
It's
You
just
guys,
something
can
you've
I ask you
heard
something?
and have no
If you
idea
take
about.
a
Yeah, okay.
if you take a laptop,
No, we
computer,
literally measure it. What's that?
your computer laptop, okay, and you go to Santa Barbara Beach, and then you Google the distance and everything, no, and you put also telescope. From that location, you watch 10 hours the sun, you watch Google 10 hours, and then you watch 10 hours of oil rigs. Now, the sun will tell you that Earth is spherical. The Google will tell you that Earth is spherical. But that surface will tell you that Earth is not spherical.
All right, thank you. Okay, so let's say we get in a plane, okay, and we go up to 50,000 feet and we look down. Okay.
That means not going to the beach.
What do you guys?
Everything but not going to the beach. Everything else. Is that true?
Yeah, there's no curve, bro. Doesn't matter if you're in a plane. Doesn't matter if you're thinking about satellites. Doesn't matter if you're talking about the sun. There's no curvature.
So okay,
Can you
question.
address that?
Yeah, I'm addressing it. So let's say you get in a
Could you
plane and you
address
go.
it directly?
Well, he didn't make that didn't make any sense what he just said.
No, it doesn't. Focus on what I'm saying. There's no curvature. Could you address that?
I already. Yeah. Okay. Well, what do you think? There's no curvature.
Well, what evidence is there of curvature? Who's measured it?
What evidence do you have to say there isn't curvature?
It's never been detected.
Detected? What do you mean detected?
Never seen. Never measured.
Well, it has been seen, right?
When did you
But
see
then
it?
when we
Oh,
ask
it
you,
hasn't
you
been
just
seen.
reverse
No, I'm
recording.
asking you. Hold on. So you're saying it hasn't been seen, right? Okay. So what do you say to the first-hand accounts from astronauts? Let's say.
So that's a cool story. Let's verify.
Let's verify it. Okay. How would you? What evidence would you accept?
Direct measurement, observation.
Well, there's been
prediction,
observation.
conforming with
We're
the globe
past
model.
observation. Give me
No,
something
no.
else. Give me
Observation
something
would
else
do
that
it. We should
you.
be able to observe
Yeah,
the
we're past
geometric
that.
horizon, should we not?
We're past observation. I'm
What do you mean
saying,
we're
give me.
past it? What does that mean?
You're saying has it been observed? Yes. Okay. Next.
No, no, no. It's never been observed. When did you observe it?
I haven't personally, but astronauts' first-hand accounts say that the Earth is a globe,
Nah,
right?
cool. Well, that's a cool story. You can't
No,
verify that. That's
okay,
just a
well,
claim. So you're basing your
that's why
entire
I'm asking you.
worldview.
That's why I'm asking you. So okay, fine. You're gonna discount first-hand accounts that the Earth is
That you
round, right?
can't verify. Yeah.
That I personally haven't witnessed. Okay, fine, but neither have you. So let's go back to
Yeah.
it.
So
So
that
you're
that
saying,
doesn't go in
hold
your
on, wait.
favor. That goes in mine.
No. The reason why I'm asking you is because okay, you're saying observation. I'm saying it's been observed. Okay, what's the next question?
No, it hasn't been observed and it hasn't been measured. That's your problem.
All right. Well, how do you go past the fact that it has been observed by other people? Then do you just
Well, show
discount
us a
that? You
verifiable
just discount that?
observation or measurement.
Okay, so measurement. What would you need to measure?
Drop over distance due to the curve, yeah? The surface is curving down and away from you. Is it not?
Okay, so
who's measured that?
So you're saying that the distance, the fall off distance, if the Earth was curved, there would be a
There'd
distance
be a
that
curve.
there
Yeah.
would be a distance at which so like say for example when a ship goes over the horizon, you're
Yeah,
watching
that would have to conform to the claimed size of the ball.
Why does it
Yeah.
matter? What does it matter about the size, right? It doesn't matter. We don't
Well,
don't
because
have
if
to
it
know
doesn't
the
matter, why are they
size.
telling
Hold on.
us
We
it's
don't
very specifically sized?
hold on. We don't have to know the size, but we can understand that it's a curve. Do we agree or disagree?
You would have to measure curvature to know that there's curvature.
And you do need to know the size because you've been talking about 50%. 50% of what? Who measures that? How big is it?
Yeah. Are you saying you don't believe that they know a size of the ball?
No, that was someone on your side that said that the sun only illuminates 50% of the Earth.
No, I'm asking you, do you think they have a size of the ball and they know what size it is?
Okay, hold on. I'll say I don't know the exact size, but I think that's
No,
irrelevant,
but do
right?
they
Because
give you a size?
I don't. Yeah, sure. If you go and look up a
Right.
number, you can find a number. Sure.
Okay, so that's testable. No.
Sure, that's testable. Sure.
Right. So who's measured that and verified it to be true?
I personally don't know that information, but I'm sure it's online somewhere. We can go look it
Well,
up.
it's not. That's the whole point. No one has.
Okay, fine, but it doesn't really matter that
It's
we
not
don't.
fine.
Hold on, wait. It doesn't. Hold on. Let me explain. It doesn't really matter that we don't know the size of the Earth, right? To know that it's
No, but they do claim to know the size of it. That's
It
not
doesn't. But what
true.
does that
What you're saying.
matter? Okay, fine. Let's say it's 1,000 miles big, right? Or 500. Who cares, right? Like, what does it matter? It's curved.
No, it does matter because that's the size that they claim it is. That's what can be tested. And no, it does not curve. That's the whole point.
I see. So your point is that
There's no
the
curve.
testability of the number that they give you is incorrect, or let's say wrong, or maybe
It
it's
doesn't
not
comport with
accurate.
reality. Yeah, the
Okay.
size of the ball that they tell us it is, we
Gotcha.
go and test that with observation, and reality says no, no curve.
Okay, so the number is wrong that they gave you, but you're
Yeah.
still conceding that it could still be round, right? It's just the incorrect
No,
number.
well, no, because there's no evidence for that.
Well, okay, so that's what I'm asking. Then ultimately, is what's
So
the evidence that would convince you? Because it seems
something
like
can't be something because there's no
Verifiable
evidence
direct
for it.
measurement,
Nice one.
repeatability, but there's no evidence for it. That's the whole problem.
Something you just said something can't be something because there's no evidence for it. That is the dumbest
so.
thing I've ever heard.
So if
Hold on.
something,
Yeah. So, I mean, if you want to make the claim that that's what it is, then you have to provide measurement for it or evidence for it. And if not, it can be dismissed. Very simple.
And also, both sides of this argument will agree that we experience the Earth as flat and stationary.
Yeah, I mean, so come on. Like, what's your argument that there's no evidence for your position?
Yeah, you saying you don't
At
agree
the
with the
end of the
size that
day,
they
there's
claim
no
doesn't help
100%
you.
evidence that is going to convince you, but there is a high probability that it is a globe and a very low
Well, no,
probability
there's
that it
zero
isn't.
because it's been tested and it doesn't match reality. Reality says no. TV, maybe,
Your
but we're
tests
talking
are
about
all
reality, not
like
TV.
very dodgy and.
Yes, I know they upset you because there's no curve,
I
but
think
you're presenting
no,
no
I think he's
measurements
right.
of
I think
curvature.
the
So
probability that it is curved is much higher than flat, right? I think we can all agree
it's
on
not
that,
about
right?
probability. It's about, is it measurable?
Sure, because probability is an uncomfortable conversation, but let's just put a
Why
probability
are
on
you
it.
trying to go to probability instead of direct measurement when
let's-
you're claiming
Is
it's
or
a physical
I'm not-
reality?
I'm saying that the intuition pumping that you can do with all of the evidence that's around you points to the fact that the Earth is a sphere.
You're a
No,
fucking
because then it would
idiot,
have
and
curvature.
Can we at
in
That's
your
least
your
can we
brain,
problem.
can
bro.
we
Why
at
don't you
least
go
can we at
outside and
least
measure
agree
shit?
can we at least
No.
agree to that?
No. What you see around you is a flat horizon and a motionless surface. That does not say spinning ball. Quite the opposite.
But we do
Says what we
see
see.
shadows of the Earth on the moon, which
Oh,
do
really? Cool story,
kind
bro.
of
No, we're talking about
give
the Earth,
evidence
not the
that it's
moon.
a sphere. No, I'm
No, we're
saying the
talking about the
Earth's
moon.
shadow
We're talking
on
about
the
the Earth.
moon, which means it's probably a sphere.
Well, that's a cool story, a cool assumption, a cool begging the question. We're not doing logical fallacy.
doing
Well,
We're just putting
I
a
want to
claim
I
on
want
the
to I want
table.
to hear a flat earther's reason for why there are shadows on the moon that look like a sphere.
Jesus Christ.
What is the
Of
defense?
course
I
you
don't
do.
think there
You
is
don't
one,
want to.
right?
You don't want to know if there's curvature of the surface, but you want to
Where does
know what that shadow on the moon is.
Yeah, tell
where
us.
does where does the shadow look like a sphere?
What is the defense for the lunar eclipses
There's no
on
defense. There's no
flat Earth
requirement
side?
to defend a baseless claim from your side. We don't need to
Base? No, I'm
explain.
saying no, it's not baseless. Look up. Just look at
Yes,
the
it is
sky.
based.
No,
You
just look at the
saying,
sky.
you looking up at the moon and saying, that's the shadow of a ball Earth on the moon. That's a baseless claim. So you don't know it's
Well,
a
I mean, you
shadow.
can see it.
You
Well, I
don't
mean,
know
you
it's a
can
ball Earth.
literally you can see it with your eye. Like if you open your eyes, you can actually see the lunar eclipses happen.
Yeah, what about a selenilian eclipse where you can see both the sun and moon above the horizon?
So are
at
we
the same
gonna
time?
dodge? Is that what's gonna happen
Oh,
here? Are
you're
we
gonna
dodging?
dodge a
Are we
selenilian
dodging,
Okay,
Leo?
eclipse?
can you
Listen,
fucking
you've
way
already
too long.
dodged. You're in the
I'm not
process of
dodging.
dodging the
I'm
fact that
not.
there's no curve.
I'm not dodging.
Alright,
Yeah, because remember, your story
I've
about
put
that
forth
being a
several.
shadow of a ball Earth would require curvature of the surface, yeah?
Sure.
So why is there no curvature of the surface?
Why is there
There
no
is.
curvature?
So
I
big that you
mean,
can't
Oh,
measure it, but you
is
can
there?
how have
make
you
Okay, who measured that?
how have you proven that there isn't
Okay,
curvature?
he said there is curvature of the surface. Who measured that?
Well, we haven't measured it completely, but
Oh,
it's not
so you just say it.
exactly very easy, is it?
So how do you know it's
It's so
curved if you've
big.
never measured it, if no one's ever measured it?
Well, I
You
don't
just see it
know,
to
but
be flat.
it's highly likely that it is.
No. So this is just your feelings based on what you've been
This is
told.
them dodging the shadows on the moon.
No, you're dodging the curve, bro.
You're
The
dodging
lack
the
of
fucking
curve. You've
just
already
the
agreed.
Earth.
Your assumption about the moon requires curvature of
I
the
haven't heard it.
surface.
I haven't heard a defense for it though.
We don't need a defense because listen to this. Listen to
Well,
this.
you
All
kind of
of
have
your
to. If
claims,
the Earth
all of
is
your
flat,
claims
if the Earth is
require,
flat,
all of your claims require
okay,
curvature of the surface. Yeah.
okay, but
Which you
Let's
don't
ignore
have.
all of the other.
So if there's no curvature of the surface, then that shadow, as you call it, on the moon, cannot be the shadow of a curved surfaced Earth. Right? Do you understand?
okay, hold on. We don't need to know, let's say, that the size of the Earth is X size to know that
No. But
there's a
you need to have
curved shadow on
Why
the
curve.
do we
moon.
need? Why
Yes,
do
you
we
do.
need
You
a
do need all
measurement?
that. You do need all
No,
that.
We
The whole
don't need to
model,
know the
the
exact
whole
size of
model,
the
the
Earth
whole
to
model
know
is
that.
based
You know
on
what I
the
mean?
exact size that they claim. Yes, you do need that.
So,
But
so
even if
you're
you
telling
didn't,
me you
even if you
can't.
didn't,
You're
you
saying
would
you
need
can't see a
curvature.
circle. No. Let's listen. You can't see a circle.
Listen.
Idiots.
Even if you don't think you need the exact size, which you do, because that's what the entire model is based on, including the sizes and distances of the sun, moon, stars, and everything else. Even if you don't think you need that, you still need curve, which you don't have. So you're begging the question using an assumption that you don't have.
You don't need that. For example, we didn't have
You
calculus, but
do
we knew
need
that the planets
curve for a globe.
rotated around the sun far before
You
we had calculus
understand?
or
You
the
understand that
modern
you
theory
need,
for all
bro.
of
You understand that you need curve to have a globe.
yeah, so like I said, you don't need to know the exact size of the Earth to understand that
Bro,
the
you
Earth's
need
curved.
curve for a globe.
That's
I'm gonna.
I
So,
think
you know,
I think
even
we
if
can agree to
let's
disagree
say,
there. That's fine, but I think that
dude,
the
just 1
probability that
second,
it's
man.
curved is much higher than flat.
Just
So
1 second,
I can
man.
agree to disagree. That
Let's
you
give
can stop
you.
talking
You're
then.
in for about
Let's
probability,
give
not
you
about
the
the actual fucking
let's give you the
surface.
shadow. Let's give you yeah. Let's go. Okay, if that shadow is the curved Earth, yeah, then how do you explain a Selenelian eclipse when the sun and the moon are both in the sky at the same time, and the thing that's supposed to be creating the shadow, the curvature of the Earth, is not blocking the sun's light from the moon to the moon? Can you explain that?
so you're asking basically we're talking about a full eclipse when the moon is completely
No,
dark.
Selenelian eclipse.
Wonder why
Both.
you've never heard of the Selenelian eclipse before.
So a Selenelian eclipse is called the impossible eclipse. So your claim is that the Earth is getting in between, on a normal eclipse, the Earth is getting in between the sun and the moon, correct?
Yeah.
That's what you're saying. Yeah. So, on a Selenelian eclipse, the sun and the moon are in the sky at the same time. Now, the Earth that you're standing on is supposed to be blocking the light from the sun going to the moon. Now, how does that work?
I mean, I've seen the moon and the sun in the sky at the same time. It's just a reflection of the light.
On an
That's all it is.
eclipse? On
it's
an
not actually the
eclipse.
sun and moon in the sky.
We're talking about a different thing. Okay, can you is there an
A
image you can show me?
Selenelian eclipse.
Yeah.
Selenelian. I've said it 4 times now.
Yeah, show me like a drawing or something because I'm not.
He's not even looking in the text chat.
Are you
I'll
looking
go
in
check.
the text chat?
I'll go check the text chat. One sec. I've not heard the term Selenelian.
Selenelian.
I wonder why
Yeah, you
you've
can
never
do
heard of that.
SELEN.
Okay, so a Selenelian or horizontal lunar eclipse occurs when both the sun and the eclipsed moon are visible at the same time.
Right.
Yeah.
So
The
in
explanation
your
for this.
story,
Here's
you've got this.
here's the explanation for this. The atmosphere refracts light, making the sun and moon appear higher in the sky than they really are.
Okay, so why is the
Wow.
light coming from underneath the moon when the sun is above the horizon?
Did you understand what you just read there?
My Discord just crashed.
So you get it?
My Discord crashed. To answer your question, it probably has to do with the refraction of the light.
So you're saying the sun and the moon are above the horizon, yet the light being shone on the moon comes from underneath the Earth.
Right, because there's atmospheric particles that, light can bounce off.
Why is the top of the moon not lit if they are both above the horizon?
I mean, it just refraction of light, right? Like, for example,
So
if you took a flashlight,
it refracts
example-
underneath the Earth and around, and then
but
comes
you
up to the bottom
understand,
of the moon.
you understand, unless we're talking about a laser beam, light can go in many different directions, right?
Can it go can it do a U-turn?
Sure, yeah. If it's around a black hole, absolutely. Yeah,
Black hole. Yeah,
a
you bring
black
up
hole,
black
a black
holes.
hole can bend
Fucking
light.
hell.
So we're
Have
talking
you ever
gravity.
have you seen a
We're
black hole
talking.
bend light?
So wait, hold on. Do you disagree that
Have you
gravity can bend
experiment with
light?
black
Do you
holes all the
disagree?
time.
Do you disagree that gravity can bend light? I just want to know.
If you keep if you
Yeah, we
keep talking,
disagree.
yes, I do disagree that.
Have it
Can you
first,
show
this
me?
guy.
Can you show me? Can you show me evidence of that?
You're gonna have to just open a science textbook. I mean, that's just understood, right? I mean, gravity and
No,
light
it's not understood. Where's it understood?
gravity and light light can be affected by gravity. Period. Right? I mean, that should be something we understand, right?
Show me. If we
It's
understand
something
it,
you
then you should be
blindly
able to.
accept, right?
No,
With no
you
proof.
can actually see this.
You just said.
You can
You just
actually
said
see
we.
this.
You said we
You can actually see
understand this,
this.
and I
You don't
said,
need to. You
okay.
don't even need a
Can you
telescope.
show me then? So if you understand it, you should be able to show me.
You don't even need a telescope to see that light affects or gravity affects light. I mean,
How?
that's
Where?
an observation that you can make with
Okay,
your eye.
explain that to me then.
What the
Explain that
fuck?
to me. Explain light bending through a telescope. Go ahead. Explain what you're seeing to me.
So, for example, let me try to think of an example that would be provable without a telescope.
Yeah,
You
go
said
ahead and
that this
try,
is.
man. You're not
Yeah,
gonna
you
be able
said this
to
is common knowledge. Yeah.
Everybody knows it.
Well, no, I'm trying to help him because he doesn't know of a testable
you're trying to help
example
us.
that
Know
he
Shut up,
can
Oh, you're
dumbass.
anything
trying to
about
help
what you're
me.
talking about?
Not helping anybody in here. To help yourself.
You painted yourself into a corner. Good luck trying to get out.
No, I'm not. This is not something that is controversial.
Cool. Have you
Yes,
found it
it
yet?
fucking is. Prove evidence that gravity's bending light. Go for it.
How? So you're saying that gravity does not bend light? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
go ahead and
You said.
provide the evidence that gravity
Yeah.
bends light.
No, that's why I'm making sure. I'm making sure I understand the question, though.
You said
It
gravity
was
bends
your
light. So
claim.
prove it.
It's your
Yeah,
fucking
exactly.
claim.
Uh-oh.
It's gonna be tough for you.
I mean, the only example I have is the one
Just
where
find it, man.
if you go and look at a black hole, okay,
Have you ever seen a black
Nice,
hole?
dude.
and if
Fuck
you
yeah.
Oh,
and if
fuck.
you look at the light,
Oh
okay,
no, stop it, stop.
it
Oh,
can
no,
actually bend
fuck
around the
that.
black hole to the point
Dude,
where
no
you
one's
can
gonna talk
actually
about a black hole,
see
dude.
you can
No one's
actually
gonna talk
see
about it.
yourself leaving
Okay, fucking.
at
Oh
the
my
point
god,
that
keep
you
it on.
left.
Shut
You're
up.
gonna shut up. No one wants to talk about a dumbass black hole. Give us an example of how
No, but
gravity's bending light.
that's
Give us
the
an
example, right?
example of how gravity's
That
bending light.
is the example, right?
No, it's
Don't
not.
believe in
So
black
you
holes,
can't
bro.
prove anything?
If you
Just
guys
sitting in your imagination?
the thing is if we can't agree on certain axiomatic facts, then we're not going to
What?
get anywhere, right?
What, that you fucking believe black holes exist? That's idiotic.
You don't believe black holes exist.
What do you see?
Where's the evidence? Evidence for it
I
existing?
mean, there's one at the center of our galaxy, right?
A center of our galaxy? How the fuck do you know we're in a galaxy?
Okay. All right.
Okay, what?
See, this is the shtick, right? You
The
guys
shtick
just
is you don't
troll.
have evidence.
You guys troll in here, right? Is that what it is?
Troll? We're not fucking trolling you. You don't have no evidence.
You guys like to
Where's
come
the
in here and
evidence?
troll
Wait,
people? Is that what it
wait.
is?
Where's the evidence
Here
that we're in
Bro,
the
you as an
galaxy?
old man blindly
Dude,
trust
you
people
guys
who
any
give you
evidence that we're in a
facts? How'd
galaxy
that
or
be a
that light's
man?
bending by gravity? Where is the evidence of that?
I just said there's evidence for that in the evidence of black holes.
Okay.
In your science fiction books.
Such a genius, bro. It's probably hard figuring out truth when you're being raped, face fucked by the government all day. All good though. Figure it out.
What do you mean face fucked? You mean taxes?
Raped
Watch
by the
TV?
government in your face.
You mean taxes?
Like you can't fucking think for yourself.
Well, we can't even have this conversation if you can't just believe these facts. We
Black
can't even have this
hole.
conversation.
Galaxy.
You're an idiot.
I like how you guys troll in here. It's fun though. It was a good conversation. See you guys.
Let's
Now,
go.
Okay, have fun. Bye.
dude. What's the evidence for a black hole? What the
He's
fuck,
gone.
bro?
He's gone.
That was the best Warringham comedy I've ever had.
Real people.
So you guys don't agree that gravity bends light? Oh my god!
You don't think black holes exist?
You know what the funny thing was? He was struggling to define how gravity bends light, and the first thing he brought up was black holes. He couldn't find another example in reality except for black holes.
He Googled how can you see gravity bending light or something, and it said black holes, and that he took it from there because it didn't make any sense anyway.
If you guys aren't going to trust this random Google search, then we can't have this conversation. Because I know what I'm talking about. You got to Google everything, even have a conversation.
It's like shooting hippos in a fishbowl.
Shooting hippos in a fishbowl.
Instant Google experts everywhere.
Well, apparently instant Google's telling me it's pseudoscience. Pseudo-gravity.
That's
Is this a free
trademark.
for all? Can I ask a question? Can I challenge a flat earther?
Oh, I
Am I
like it.
allowed to do
Well,
that?
you can challenge me if you want. It won't be much of a challenge, but go for it.
All right, so are you a flat earther? You a flat earther
I think
then?
we established that already. Go.
All right, cool. So this is my question to you. If the Earth is flat, why is it that all the observable celestial beings in our solar system appear to be spheres, appear to be round? Why is it illogical to say the same thing for the Earth?
Because you're not living on one of those things up there, are you? That was easy.
That's not really an argument.
Yes, it is.
That's the answer.
Why aren't we like the things that we see in the sky? Because are you like one of the things you see in the sky?
Is
Then I could just ask you, are you a unicorn? Like, no, you're not a unicorn. Like, what?
No, well, that's the thing. That's the analogy you're using. Because of all the things in the sky, your question was because of all the things in the sky, why aren't we like the things in the sky? I'm telling you, have you seen the Earth look like the things in the sky? What was your answer?
I understand.
What's your answer? What's your answer?
So you're a rebuttal?
Are we like the things in the sky? What is your answer?
Already.
Yes.
We are. Okay, demonstrate the likeness between the things you see in the sky to like what we are. Demonstrate that, please.
Gravitational pull.
Okay, stop there. Stop. I need you to demonstrate gravity.
What?
I need you to demonstrate
All right,
gravity.
jump up and down for me. Jump up and down
Demonstrate
for me.
gravitational pull.
All right, when you jump, right, you don't float off into the sky.
What if I let go of a helium balloon?
Listen, that's the effect. That's the effect. Now demonstrate the
helium
cause.
balloon. Helium is like. What's the
All
word,
right,
bro?
dude. Listen and focus. You're debating me right now. You jump up and down. That's your example. That's the effect, sir. That's the effect, right? What is the cause?
Gravity.
It's circular reasoning, dude.
Gravitational pull of the Earth.
You've already told me that if you jump up, you fall back down. Okay, that's fine. Now, how do you know what's causing
you're observing
that?
gravity.
What is causing that?
What do you think is causing that? Because I think it's gravity.
Why the fuck are you asking me? You're debating this. Why the fuck are you asking me?
I just told you it's gravity. I just told you it's gravity.
Stand on all 10 of your toes and tell me what's causing that.
I have 9. I have 9 toes, actually.
You have what?
Yeah, I was pretty insensitive of you.
I don't give a shit. Stand on all
anyway,
9 toes and tell me why you think that's what's causing gravity.
9 toes.
I don't have to have 9 toes.
All right, dude.
You just violated.
Are you ready for a debate, or are you just gonna cower out?
Yeah, you just muted me. Why?
I'm still debating you. Now give me the cause of what's causing the effect of somebody jumping up and down. What's causing that?
The cause of you coming back to the ground is gravity. The
That's
effects of
circular
gravity
fucking reasoning.
differ.
What is the effect caused
Tell me
by?
How's it circular?
Because you're saying gravity is the reason we jump up and down. That's the effect. That's the effect. What's causing the effect?
I never said gravity is the reason you jump up and down. What? I said gravity can be observed from you jumping up and you coming back to Earth. That is gravity right there.
That is the effect, idiot. Now, what's the fucking cause?
Bro, are you deaf? What do you?
Why are you laughing? Give me the cause.
Because I don't know why. How are you confused? Why are you confused?
I'm not confused.
I've told you the same thing.
I'm not confused, dumbass. You are. What is the cause of the effect?
Am I wrong? Are you telling me that
You're
I'm wrong?
fucking wrong right now because you're using it as circular reasoning.
Explain. So what is it?
Let me explain for you because you don't understand what's happening here. Little g is the gravitational effect. That is the law of gravity. Big G is the theory of gravity. That's the causation of the effect. Now, you're saying big G and little g are married. Now, I want you to tell me what's the cause, big G, what is the gravitational theory that you're using to support the effect? Do you understand now?
You're asking me to show you gravity. You're asking me
The
to show
cause
you.
of the effect.
What would you expect the answer to be?
The
What is
fucking
your
answer
answer?
the globe Earth gives you. Duh. Or you were not ready for this conversation? You
Calm
said
down.
debate
Why are
me.
you, bro? Why are you so heated? Can you calm down? Why are you
I'm
shouting, bro?
heated
Calm
because
down.
you idiots think you can come in here half cocked and say
And now you're
gravity.
calling me an idiot. Now you're calling
You
me an
don't
idiot.
fucking know what you're
Now you're
talking
calling
about.
me an
Like
idiot.
I'm demonstrating right now.
You're an idiot.
Calm down, bro. Calm down.
All right.
Calm
So
down,
back
bro.
to the question: what is the cause
Of what?
of the effect?
Apples falling.
What is the cause of the effect?
Say you don't know.
Dude, you said something
Gravitational
You
pull of
were
the
ready.
earth.
You were ready for this debate, weren't you? Or were you not?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
yes, I
then
was
give me the
ready.
cause of the effect, please.
The cause of the effect is
Yes.
the gravitational pull of the earth.
this. Define gravity.
Okay, so gravity is the force. It's pretty much an observable force.
Incorrect.
I want to get the Google definition because I don't know if I'll by heart.
Oh,
Let me get the
so you
Google
don't
definition.
know. So you don't know. So you're gonna look it up because
No,
you don't.
well, I know what gravity is. We all know what
Back to
gravity
What is
is.
it? Then
Like,
tell
I'm
me
gonna
what it
give you.
is.
You asked for
Then
a
what is it?
definition. All right, give me a
Then what
second.
is it?
Let me pull it up. Give me a second.
Let
Give me
me
a second.
pull it up. That means you don't know, sir. You're ill-equipped to have this conversation.
What are you
Pulling
talking
it
about?
up
You're
means
asking
that
me.
you
You're
do
asking me the
not know what it is.
scientific.
Pulling it up means
Well,
you
bro,
do
I
not
mean,
think
hey.
about it. If your proof for the globe is a word that you don't actually know the meaning of, it's not very good.
Okay. Okay.
Exactly.
Pretty simple. If you
Okay.
don't know a question, you just say,
Okay.
I don't know.
Just say you don't know.
Okay. Well, I do know what gravity is.
No, you
I'm sure
don't.
you do
No,
know what
you
gravity
don't.
is as
Say
well.
you
You know
don't
what
know.
gravity is well.
Say you don't
You
know.
know what gravity. Do you
Say
know
you
what
don't.
gravity is?
Well, what
No.
model of
Say you don't
gravity
know.
are you claiming?
I need your concession, sir, that you do not know. Say you don't know, please.
No, it's
What
Neil
gravity
deGrasse
is?
Tyson.
Sir, say you don't know.
Gravity in physics,
Please
okay, is a fundamental interaction which causes mutual attraction between all things that have all things that have mass. Wow, there you go.
Okay, so demonstrate that for me in a scientific experiment that we can identify that that's what's happening.
Okay. You could call it whatever word you want. You could
I
call
don't
it
give.
fucking
Now you're gonna have to stand
baloney.
for what did you just read right now? What gravitation is that?
It's literally just Wikipedia, bro. Just
I don't.
Google
Oh
gravity,
my
bro.
god. Anybody else can take this.
What? You're done.
Oh no, I agree with him.
What do
Yeah.
you mean? I just gave you the
Look,
definition
look.
of gravity and you're crying,
I have
bro.
questions for the
Wikipedia,
people
bro.
in here.
No, I agree. I agree.
Who's the
Oh,
Wikipedia version of
Wikipedia.
gravity?
Oh, Wikipedia is so
A mutual,
unreliable for a
That
definition
a
of
was
a
the
mutual
word, bro.
Wikipedia
attraction.
What?
version,
Shut up,
yeah.
shut up, shut up. A mutual attraction
I
would be
have
a force, so you're an Einstein denier now.
I have questions for the people in here. I'm just gonna go ahead since nobody else is talking. The when you travel from like one part of the world to the other and the stars change, specifically from like the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere, how do you explain that?
The stars are moving.
Sure, the stars are moving, but
Yeah. That's
okay,
all.
the stars, but
That's
you
all.
can't. That's okay. So here, I'll be more
Oh,
specific
spit
about my
it out,
question
buddy.
then. I'll be more
No,
specific about
calm
my
down. I'm gonna mute
question.
you.
More specific. It's still the answer's still going to be the same.
Okay. There are certain stars you can see in some parts of the world, but not other parts of the world, no matter the time, no matter where the stars are moving. So, how do you explain that?
No matter where the stars are moving, why are you pigeonholing the argument to what make it sound like what you want? The stars
I'm
are
not
moving.
making it sound like. I mean, they are
You're
moving, yeah.
pigeonholing the
Okay,
argument.
the
So here's
stars
the
are
thing.
moving.
Wherever,
You
wherever
answered
you,
it, bro.
wherever you go,
Why can't?
wherever you, yeah. So
More
wherever you
specifically,
go,
why can't I see
all
Polaris in
right, dude. If you
Australia?
shut up, I'll tell you. You need to stop talking. So wherever
Okay.
wherever you go on Earth, you're going to be seeing a different set of stars depending on your relation to the area where you're at. So you're closer to the south.
Yeah.
When you're closer to the south in the southern hemisphere, you're going to be seeing things differently in the sky. Because the southern hemisphere has to deal with the celestial sphere, has nothing to do with the terrestrial sphere. So you'll see things in the sky represented to the location you're at due to the fact that you're looking at the perspective of the celestial sphere. So the visual representation of the stars are going to be due to the fact of your location. Everywhere you go on Earth, it's going to change the visual representation of the stars that you see in the sky.
Not
And
everywhere.
that's it.
North and south specifically.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it
Wherever you
does.
go,
It does matter.
wherever you go, the constellations will be different, and you'll see a different set of stars in the night sky due to the fact that your geographical location on the Earth will be different. And that's
That's
how
not
we.
true. It only applies to north and south.
No, it does not, dude. It does. It fucking does not apply to north and south. It applies to every position on the Earth. You're gonna see a different set of stars no matter where you are. That's just the way it is, man.
Specifically with north and south, you're not going to see certain stars,
Oh
and you
my
are going to
God.
see certain
Yes, you
stars.
will,
It just
dude.
depends. Say
The
like
will be
I'm
different
in,
wherever you
say
go.
like I'm in France versus
Yeah.
uh versus like
Australia.
no, not Australia. France versus Utah, for example, like
That's
Utah
fine.
in the United States.
Yeah, that's fine. You're
I'll,
gonna see a
I'll
different.
still be able to see those stars that I saw in France just at a different time of
No,
day.
no,
Yes,
no. That's some
that's
bullshit,
correct.
right? No, it's incorrect. You're incorrect right
But
there.
what do you mean?
Your
What do you mean
assertion,
about the?
your assertion that you're making right now is incorrect. You're
It's
gonna see
not.
a different
It's
set of.
not incorrect because I've experienced it
I
personally.
don't care.
Anyway, I
Geographically,
have
no.
another question for you.
Way doesn't count. You need to realize that everywhere you go, the set of stars that you see in the night sky is going to be dependent on your geographical location. Otherwise, celestial
And time. Yeah.
navigation would not work. Okay, celestial navigation is dependent on the stars that they see, and depends on where they are in the sea. They're going to be using the different stars in the constellations. That's how celestial navigation works, right?
Yeah,
You have
you have
almanac,
to account for
have
time
an
as well, time of
almanac,
day.
dude. You have an almanac that's going to tell you where the stars are in the predicted area where they're going to be in the different
Yeah.
year. So you know that in that specific time of the year, you're going to be looking at the almanac and then corresponding that to the sky, and you'll know exactly where you are. But that's what I'm saying. Every geographical location you are is going to show a different set of night stars. That's just the way it is.
Depending on the time of day, yes.
That's how you pinpoint the location of where you are, especially with the stars
You're
in the
right.
sky. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You're just not accounting for the time of day here. So when it
A
comes to
time
the northern hemisphere and the southern
them during
hemisphere,
the night.
the southern hemisphere sees a specific set of stars, and the northern hemisphere sees a specific set of stars.
Yeah.
And those do not change except for the time of day.
They
So like
change throughout the
early
year.
in the evening, I see certain stars in the southern hemisphere. Late
You're
in the
wrong.
evening, I see certain
You're wrong.
stars.
You're wrong
As
because every
well as seasons too. You're right. As far as seasons go.
listen, dude.
But
Every
what my question is why
time
can't I
of the
see the
matter what
North
season
Star?
you're in. Doesn't matter what season you're in. You're
Okay.
gonna see a different set of stars at night. Now, the North Star and the southern celestial pole, which you would call it, what you're referencing right there is you're talking about the stars that do not set, the ones that you can always see on the horizon, or at least above the horizon, depending on where you are. That's what you're talking about. You're not talking about the stars that you see as constellations. Those constellations will always be in different locations depending on your night sky. So you'll
But the
always
northern
see a set
constellations
of
will never
stars.
go south, right?
You'll always see a different set of stars, and no matter what geographical location you are, you will always see a different set of stars at night. Always.
Okay.
There will never
What
be the same set
the
of stars
north
above your head every night.
Okay, sure. Whatever.
Yeah.
I just want to know how you explain that the northern set of stars do not ever move to the southern hemisphere. That's
You talk about like what, Polaris?
Yeah, for example.
Yeah,
Or
because
like
they're fixed in the night sky. So depending on your geographical location, and those are the ones that I said, the stars that never set. They never go and disappear in your horizon. So those stars that never set will always be in a specific hemisphere. So you couldn't see like the Polaris if you're,
Yeah.
let's say, in a specific part in Australia. You won't be able to see it.
How
However,
do you explain that? How do you explain how that works?
it's the distance between you and the star. So wherever the star is to where you are at, the location you are, will depend on the degrees that you're going to see the star, depend on the horizon. So like a protractor, right? The bottom of the protractor is the level plane of the Earth. The degrees that you would see it from the protractor is how you're going to see it on the horizon. And depending on your location, the degrees will differ. So the
Why
further you
can't
get
I
away
see it
from
in
the,
certain places?
I'm telling you, because the way you see it on the protractor, right? Like once it passes the degree where it levels out to the horizon, beyond that, it's like perspective. So the further away you get from something, the perspective, the way it works is that you can't. Everything converges to the eye line. So if you see something in the far distance, things converge to your eye line. So the star overhead would be converging to your eye line at the further you get away from it.
But I should still be able to see it with like a telescope or binoculars,
No,
right?
no, incorrect.
Why not?
Because your eye has a certain resolution limit, and so does optics as well. You can't see forever on a flat Earth. That's a logical error.
So if we're thinking about the Earth as it's flat, right? And I'm in, say, let's keep Utah for example, and Australia. Say
Yeah.
I'm in Utah and Australia sees these stars over here, but we're flat, and I have a really powerful telescope at the top of a mountain. There's no way I'm going to be able to see a star that's in direct sight of me, even just because it's too far away to see. Is that what you're telling me?
No, no. What you're saying is like the degree of distance that you are from the star. So the closer you are to the star,
Degree of distance. Can you
yeah.
explain that for me?
So on the Earth, depending on what hemisphere you're in, let's say like in regards to Polaris, depending on how
Yeah.
far away you are from it, it's gonna actually visually be represented in your night sky because the way everybody sees right now is a dome of perspective. The perspective of like you see is all in relation to like a degree of distance on the sky. So like on the horizon, you're gonna see it at a specific degree versus like when you're, let's say for Polaris, if you're closer to the northern side, right, northern hemisphere, you'd be able to see it a lot higher in the sky, and it all has to deal with your proximity.
So are you saying the stars are too close to the Earth for me to see because I'm
No,
too far away?
no, it's the opposite. It's because you're getting away from the stars and see it. So the closer
I
you
mean,
are,
that's what I asked you earlier. I asked you if it was because it was too far away for me to see. Because there are some things. What you're telling me, what I'm understanding is you're telling me that there are some things that are too far away for me to see, no matter the optics on my telescope.
yes, that's correct. That's correct.
Okay, how can you demonstrate that?
Everything has a resolution limit. So your eyes
Okay.
have a resolving power that they can only see a specific distance away from, right? Would you agree with that?
No.
Yes, your eyes can't see forever. You don't understand that, right?
I mean, I can see whatever light reflects into my eyes. Yeah.
Right, but you can't resolve. Like, let me just give you an example. If a fly landed on your hand and it flew away from your hand, how far do you think you'll be able to see that fly?
Until the light reflects in a way that I can't see it.
Right, so it becomes invisible to your eye, even though it's still flying away from you, right?
Yeah, but that's if we're
So,
not using
so what happens?
telescopes,
No,
right?
not
But
the
I could still
same.
see it with
The
a
principle,
binoculars, right?
the principle is the same. The principle is the same. So when
Yeah.
something
So I would
angular
just get a bigger telescope.
dude, I'm trying to tell you something.
Okay, go ahead.
Angular resolution means that the resolution limit of the optics that you're using will differentiate depending on the angle that you have to the ground. So let's say you're elevated above, you're standing on a house. Let's say you can see a lot farther because your angle of view increases. As you decrease the angle of view, you can see less. That should be
Where's
obvious
the
to everyone.
stuff in the way when I'm lower to the
That
ground?
that should that's don't if let's just say for an
There's
ideal
just like
example,
dirt and houses in the way.
an ideal example is that there's
Okay.
nothing in the way, right?
Yeah, so like the
We're
salt
seeing as
flats.
far as
I
we
can see plenty of things in the salt flats in Utah.
right. So
Pretty far away, yeah.
what we're saying though is the lower you get to the ground, the less you'll be able to see in the far distance. This is the angle that you have closer to the ground, the less you'll be able to see. And not only that, things from the
But the
bottom up will,
stars are way high, so the
dude,
angle doesn't really matter, right?
fucking can I get
Sorry.
out what I'm gonna say, or are you just gonna
Yeah,
interrupt
go
me?
ahead. Sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt you. I'm trying to have a
Well,
productive conversation.
you are interrupting me, bro. So with angular resolution, the bottom of things will be cut off because of the angle that you have to the ground. The closer you are to the ground, the less you're going to see in the far distance.
On
This
the
is
ground.
this applies the same thing for if you're seeing something above you, like this. Let's say you have a plane, right? That's flying above your head, right? So if the plane's cruising at an altitude of either 30 or 40,000 feet, depending on what it is, at the far distance, that plane looks like it's going to converge to the eye line, but it's not really converging, right? It's just in your eyesight, it looks like it's converging. So it's taking that sharp view down into the horizon, but it's not actually going down. In your visual perspective, that's what it's represented as. So everything converges to your eye line. That's what I'm saying. You don't
I
understand
just
that,
need you to show me how that works, because from my
right? All
perspective,
right.
I see it
So
as like
I'll give you an example, just something simple so you can wrap your mind around. And this visually is represented in your vision. When you're standing down a long hallway, right? The walls and the ceiling and the floor converge optically in your vision to a at the far distance to a point. So you're gonna
yeah.
see the walls converge to a point. The ceiling and the ground are gonna look like they meet at a point in the far distance. Now that's not what's really happening. You can test that by walking down the hallway. But visually, it will be represented in your perspective as it's all converging. And we understand this in like art and all that. People use like how that looks and represents. So your vision is act like when you see across like the when you see across the earth, you don't know this, but in actuality, you're always seeing in a perspective, everything converging to your eye line. You just don't recognize that. I mean, you don't think about it, I should say.
If I'm standing in a long hallway, I can still use a telescope to see the end of the hallway.
I know that, dude.
This is
But
what's
what I'm
not
telling
making
you,
any sense to me here.
is that perspective, and the way it works is that everything looks like it's converging. So using just your
How
eyeball,
far?
using
Okay,
just your eyeballs, no telescope, you're gonna see everything converging to a limit. Like there's a limit, but when you pick up a telescope or binoculars, you're gonna see a lot farther down the hallway. I understand that, but you'll still see in the optics that you use everything converging still, but it will still have its optical limit. Whereas
yeah, so I can just get a really big telescope and see all the stars everywhere on the Earth. That's what you're telling me. Sorry, did your mic go away?
What are you guys debating about?
No, I mean, I'm not really trying to debate. I'm just trying to understand his perspective of how you don't see stars from another hemisphere.
They're too far
The
away
Earth
when
is
you
flat.
can get too far away from them.
Okay, how far away are the stars above me then?
I don't know. I haven't been there.
Well, how do you know they're too far away then? How can you show me, prove it to me? I need to understand how this works. If
The stars move, don't they?
I mean, I believe the Earth moves and the stars stay the same, but
Oh, earlier you said the stars move. Now you're saying the Earth moves.
I mean, they move according to
Changing the
our
goalposts
perspective.
now, aren't you?
What?
Just changing it around, huh?
No, I'm not changing it around. I mean, that's what I believe, but I'm just trying to understand what Alpha here believes, I guess.
So what do you guys believe in? Do you guys believe in that the stars are always in one position, or?
I do, yeah. I mean, roughly.
That's
Everything's
fair.
moving all the
That's
time.
fair. Yeah.
Just quickly to the guy who was talking there, it sounds like you could do with reading into perspective and optics a bit. So someone can send him the server link. We have channels in our server that are alphabetized under the additional information section, and under P you'll see, actually it might be under O for optics. You'll see loads of papers and demonstrations because it can help to have like a visual representation of what we're describing here when we're talking about perspective. So there's loads of resources there, gigs of stuff. So I recommend that when you have some free time, you look into those.
Okay. How far away do we believe the stars are, though, if they're not moving and
How to verify
the
that?
flat Earth is moving? What's that?
Their distance, their makeup, undeterminable.
Interesting.
Yeah, our argument isn't based on the phenomena in the sky. Our argument is based on the lack of curvature of the surface.
Well, looking into the sky is kind of how we came to the conclusion that the Earth is a sphere.
Right. So that might be So that illogical.
I don't think it's
position
illogical
might
to
be
look
how
into
we
the
got.
sky and study the
Yeah,
things.
yeah, yeah. It's illogical in the same way that you wouldn't measure your bedroom floor by looking at the light in the ceiling.
How
It's
do we
illogical.
navigate the Earth then with the stars? That's not illogical. It works.
Yeah, that's worked for thousands of years, long before they assumed a globe. They assumed it's flat and motionless.
That's the comparison you just made, though. You said we can't
No,
measure
no,
your
no.
bedroom floor by
But they're
looking.
not measuring the surface with that. They're getting their position roughly. They're not measuring
They are
curvature of a
measuring the
surface.
surface, really. Actually,
They're not measuring the overall size of the place, and they're not measuring curvature of the surface by navigating with stars, are they? The same way you wouldn't measure curvature of your floor by looking at your ceiling light. No, they're not measuring curvature. I don't know why you would say that.
With a sextant, yeah, you are kind of.
No, you're not. Kind of.
To
At all.
navigate your way in a square.
You're not measuring any drop over a distance with a sextant.
A square?
Except for the sun, yeah.
You know, you're not measuring any drop over a distance of the surface
drop of
by
the distance
looking at
of the sun, right?
No. We're talking about the drop of the surface due to curvature, right?
Okay.
So that's what's in contention here, because
Yeah.
all of the assumptions of, well, the stars are doing this, the sun's doing this, the satellites, blah, blah, blah. If any of that is true, then the surface has to be curved. If the surface is not curved, then none of those stories are true, and it's working in a different way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So our position is
a good
no
place to start.
one's ever measured curvature.
Okay.
So if there's no curvature of the surface, we can't have a ball.
Yeah, basically what you've told us is that curvature is just an inference from looking in the wrong fucking direction.
No, I haven't really told you much of
Yeah,
anything.
yeah.
It's all right. Listen,
Curvature would be on the ground. You're looking in the sky and trying to infer it from looking the wrong way. Better luck
Yeah,
next time.
because there's obviously these objects up in the sky very far away from us, right?
What you need to take away, though, is what you need to, and we're not claiming a size or distance or what medium those are in. We're just looking at the surface, because
Yeah,
the
so why
story
can't
that
I
we're
see
told,
all the objects in the sky all the time?
well,
That's
again, this is why you need to look into the perspective and how optics work and how light works in a medium. It doesn't travel forever.
I mean,
So,
sure.
I mean, if you're under a different part of the sky, you're going to see a different part of the sky. It's pretty simple.
So do you
But,
think that like the medium of our atmosphere makes it so the light doesn't travel far enough to
well,
see
well,
it
light,
the same way we see underwater?
light attenuates in air. Yeah, like water, but less extreme, right? So in water, you go underneath and you can see
How extreme,
maybe like
though?
15 feet in front of you. Well, you can look into this. You can look
Yeah.
into the extinction point of light in air. This is what I'm saying, right? If someone sent him the server link, because we've got papers, we've got gigs of stuff on this.
Okay.
Someone send him the server link, join the server, and look under the additional information channels at the bottom. There's a channel called Optics and Perspective, or Perspective and Optics, something like that. And there's loads of papers in there that talk about all these kind of things. So it's numerous factors that tie into why we see the way we do.
Okay.
Partly because of the medium that we're looking through, that the light's traveling through, our optics themselves and those limits. That you need to understand these things to understand why we see the way we do. But our point is, and the point that you need to take away from this, is no matter what point you might hear for the globe, ask yourself, does this point assume curvature of the surface? If yes, then I have to go and verify that there is indeed curvature of the surface, because if that's not there, then this assumption is fallacious on its face. Okay?
Yeah.
Someone else can pick up.
It's true. That's accurate. Would you say this is a good analogy to kind of what the conclusion is in this room? The same way at the bottom of the ocean, I can't see the light from the surface. In New York, I can't see the stars in Australia. Is that kind of roughly?
Well, you can think about it like the medium of water is thicker than air, but air acts in a similar way, but just much thinner, right? So over a distance, that builds up. And when you're looking across, you're looking over
And
the
you're thinking
densest part of that.
the distance between like New York, me, and Australia stars is too far for me to see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But not just because of the atmospheric occlusion, right? I mean, you're talking about the angular size of what it is you're looking at over that distance. I mean, the same way that when you have your hand in front of your face and you move it away, it gets much smaller. I mean, think about that over thousands of miles. You're not going to see, it's like when you ask, oh, why can't I see the Eiffel Tower from here? It's like, think about the angular size that would be over that distance. It's just too small to resolve for any optic. I mean, you can say, oh, but what if I have the most powerful telescope in the world? It's like, well, there isn't one that's doing that. If you can find one that is, feel free to show us. But all that would show us is welcome to flat Earth if you can see it. So it's not going to pan out either way.
Okay.
Got 99 reasons, but a curve ain't one.
As far as this whole argument goes, is there something that would change your mind?
Yeah, direct measurement of curvature, verifiable evidence that the Earth
how
is a
would you do
globe.
that? Like personally, how would you do that?
Well, you could do long distance observations and see if what you're observing conforms to the globe model.
I always find that kind of interesting, though, when a glober has to ask a flat earther how he would go about verifying his claim. But go on.
Yeah. I mean, that's it. How would you do it? That's the big question.
I mean, the easiest way is probably just to get in a little spaceship and fly up really high, right?
Yeah,
Well, let me know when you do that.
Yeah, once again, going away from the surface that you want to measure curving.
I mean,
Always the
yeah.
answer.
So like, if you're really close up to like a baseball and you're looking at it and it looks flat, and you move it away from your face, you can see it's round, right? I mean, if for example, you could move very far away from the Earth in that sense and look
So
at
your
it.
argument for curvature is it looks flat?
No, I'm
And you're
just
just
saying like
expecting that if you go far enough
you asked
away
me
from
how
it,
I would
you're just
verify it
expecting that if you
personally.
go far away from it, like you haven't, that suddenly it'll reveal itself to be curved and not flat?
I mean, it would reveal itself to be whatever it is, right?
Okay, that's
You
flat
just
then.
asked me how I would verify it. That's probably the easiest way.
Well, let me know when you get around to it.
Okay, I will.
Thank you.
But yeah, thanks for answering my questions.
No problemo.
Heretic, I enjoy your Spanish.
W.
It'd be no problema, actually, in Spanish, but might as well go Terminator style.
Yeah.
Hola.
Gringo Spanish.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Howdy.
Has anybody here provided proof of physical measurements for curvature yet? I'm guessing that's a no.
Some Arab guy, I think.
What's up, Sasha?
No, nothing. I'm saying some Arab guy was the last one who did who gave those numbers.
Probably drunk at the time because he was using the horizon.
Yeah, and
Gracias.
height of the mountain also.
Muchas gracias.
Because I did.
You know what? If you were on a baseball, you would check for the surface measurement by not going away from the baseball. All you have to do is measure the drop over distance of the baseball, just like we do here on Earth. What a ridiculous notion that you have
Sonny,
to be away from the thing you're measuring.
you're ridiculous, Sonny. You cannot be on the baseball.
Well, that's what this guy was saying. It's the Glober's claim, so don't look at me about the Glober's claims.
So is that how that how the Greeks did it? They got away from the surface. They went to space. It's been done for thousands of years, right? And this is how they tell us it has to be done. So I guess the Greeks must have gone to space. Ancient aliens.
Yeah,
The old
right.
ancient aliens globe proof. See,
Ancient aliens, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everything with ancient aliens. This is all it is. You know, it can't be aliens, but you know what else could it be? It has to be aliens.
Yep. What a ridiculous notion. So you have to look away from the thing you're actually measuring. Like, that's retarded. So that would be like going up to somebody and you're having a conversation about, I don't know, like French toast or something. So you're having a conversation about French toast. But no, we're going to talk about the syrup factory. Instead of talking about the French toast itself, we're going to talk about the installation that actually makes the syrup. That's how much sense that makes.
Sonny, do you want one good claim? If I'm in the car and driving the car, and if the sun is in the sky, the sign will follow me wherever I go.
Yep. Or instead of measuring the distance traveled over a certain amount of time, like with a speedometer, you'll measure the signpost on the side of the road. Anything but being in the car itself. On the surface. Like,
Speaking about roads, people can look into the. It's called Highway 10 in Saudi Arabia. They will find out some strange things about that highway.
Really?
Yeah. Something like 100 something miles straight. Changing elevation, I don't know. Not a lot. Yeah.
Like as flat as Kansas.
Yeah, something like that. And even, you have a video, the car or truck is driving all that time, You can watch it.
It's kind of a realization that washes over your mind. I was sitting on the balcony looking out over a bay in Spain with boats and yachts on it, and lots and lots of water. And then I tried to imagine that all of that was moving on a spinning, but nah, bro. Just fucking nah. Like if you can wrap your brain around that, you're insane in the membrane.
Here's something funny. If Newton thought that his innate gravity was so absurd, think about what he would have said about Einstein's gravity.
bending literal nothing to make things move?
Here's the thing. I heard a guy today talking about how astrophysics and everything works, and back in the day, and now they all believe it. And when Einstein came up with it, they laughed him out of. They thought he was all. They laughed him. No shit, they fucking laughed. I mean, if most scientists of the day thought it was the most preposterous, stupidest thing they ever heard in their fucking life, and they probably believed that to the day they died. But somehow it caught on. God knows how, but no shit, they laughed him out of the room.
Well, if you teach people young enough, when they're young, that the Earth is a ball, then they'll probably end up buying the Einstein's gravity later on because they have no critical thinking skills and realize that something is happening that is preposterous.
No shit, they laughed him out of the room. No shit, bro.
You guys still debating against flat earthers?
Could you say that again, but in Chinese?
I think it's a deep dish pizza, bro.
You know, these
Is
people
it
who claim the Earth is not a globe, they still haven't told me why the sun follows me.
The sun follows you?
Yeah, they're unable to like properly debate why the sun follows me. I have like multiple sources, multiple people, right? They literally can't tell me why the sun follows me when I move.
Because
Actually,
it's
made
the
one of them concede.
it's the
Actually,
apparent
made one of them concede.
it's an
maybe you're
apparent.
cursed? Maybe you're cursed.
Oh, good grief! Never mind.
But yeah, basically, I was just showing you how preposterous the whole idea of believing, seeing that the Earth is flat, and then saying that the globe people have to prove it instead of you.
As
Instead of
opposed to
me.
how preposterous we live on a spinning water ball is. I mean,
it's equally
right.
preposterous that this, if I say the sun is following me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Yeah, exactly.
specifically, yeah.
Shall we go on like today, like in ridiculous point, and go on?
I mean, Sasha, you literally can't debunk. You can't even debunk. If I
I
say
don't.
that when I
I cannot
say,
debunk anything. I cannot debunk anything.
okay, exactly, you cannot debunk me.
I
So
can.
if I say,
Do you know what is the problem? I am not debunking anything. I will tell you something. One thing. I know what is fear. Do you know what is fear?
I know what a sphere is, yeah.
Okay, great. Then when I go to in reality, in real life, I cannot see that sphere because of water. Now I'm asking people what water doing in reality. And people are telling me this water is curving in reality. And I said, okay, should I trust you? Of course, I'm clever guy. Okay, good. Then I heard him, and then I go in reality to check. And then I ask water, are you curving? Water doesn't answer because it's not human, and water is behaving. And I observing that water is answering to me, and the answer is I am not curving. She's not telling me like with the words, but with the behaving. And that's all what I have to say. In all that time, the sun is shining.
Yeah, and it's following you. Also, I'm a
I'm
time traveler
telling you,
because I'm able.
all the time, when I spoke with the people, and when I was watching the water, how it's behaving, sun was shining, and Bob Marley was singing. You know that sun is shining wherever I
Sasha,
go.
Sasha, you're
You know
right.
that
Look,
song, sun is shining wherever I go.
The weather is sweet. Makes
hey,
you
yo,
want to
Sasha.
move your dancing feet.
Yeah.
Okay,
That
I would
you need
like
to.
you
You
to
need to.
call me.
Can you listen that song? It will tell you everything. Only that song.
Okay,
Then
Okay.
I will. I have another example. If you have 10 seconds for me, because I need to find first.
I'm just saying. Would you
No,
believe?
I will tell you what I believe. If you give me 10
Okay.
seconds,
1,
because I need to find
2,
something. Oh, come
3,
on, man. Die.
4. I mean, you said 10 seconds, right? 5.
Okay, give me 30.
6.
Okay.
To the rescue, here I am. Want you to know who I am.
Okay, I will post you one concert. I I I I would like that you watch that all concerts with open eyes and listen to the music. And when concert is finished, you will know what Sasha is believing. It's long.
Okay, see,
It's 1 hour, but you don't need to watch now. But that's you and me. After that concert, you will maybe know why I believe what I believe, or maybe not. That's on you. But that's my answer. I have no more answers. Okay, there it is. And now you can speak with other people.
Hey, Sasha, can I ask you? Okay, right? I can time travel to the future, right? About 6 hours to the future. Did you know
No,
that?
man. No, man. Let's speak about reality. Sasha knows
What
math,
do you mean? I mean, it is reality,
Sasha,
right?
if you want to speak like a real person, intellectually honest, like if I give you two
I
apples,
am honest.
you will say Sasha gave me two apples. Is that correct?
I mean, Sasha, when you go
If
to
I
sleep
give
and you
you, if
sleep and
I
you
give
close your
you,
eyes,
if I give you two apples, for example, now if I can approach you, can you say Sasha gave me two apples? And that's correct. That's true.
yeah, that's correct. If you gave me 2
Okay,
apples, I
good.
would believe you.
Okay, good. If we say that something is 4,000 miles squared, something like lake, and people saying this is 4 miles square, and it's called in Bolivia, and it's called Salt Lake. Can we call that and say, okay, this is true because this is in Bolivia, and because concept I posted is there.
You said if someone said if
Yeah.
the
The man
lake
is
is
playing. I told you if you want to watch concert, but it's there. And he's playing on some. He has some kind of stage, a little stage, and he's playing some kind of music.
if you came to me and told me that the Earth is
I'm telling you now, in this moment, the guy is playing concert, not now, but it was recorded in Bolivia.
the concert where
I
with
posted
DJ
that.
live.
Yeah, I posted it. I told you that you can watch, but it's long, it's 1 hour.
So what
And
does
that
this have to
now,
do?
I will use good word for that. Sorry, but that shit where he is playing, it's called Flat Lake, and that Flat Lake it's 4,000 miles squared. Do you know how much is that? 4,000 miles squared.
Where did you get that from? The 4,000 miles squared.
Do you want that I be sarcastic or honest? If I'm sarcastic, I will tell you I read in Bible.
Well,
Honestly,
where did you get it from?
Google told me.
Google told you that the mile is the
Yeah,
river
the
is.
same things like Google telling me what is the radius. The same thing like Google tells me how much is distance from London to New York. The same thing.
Can I ask you something, right? Okay,
Okay.
I understand where you say how are you supposed to verify what other people are saying,
That
but
means
how are
that
you
you and
supposed
me
to
now,
verify what Google is saying?
this is the problem. That means that you and me now, because we don't know that, we don't believe that, we need to go there and to measure from one fucking point to another. Is that true? And then we will say, okay, now I believe that it's a lake exists. Even you have thousands of videos and saying thousands of documentaries that saying that lake there is 4,000 miles square.
Have you verified it yourself?
No, I'm saying there is nobody who is saying that that is 3,000 or 7,000 or 800, but it's 4,000.
Nobody
Okay, but
even
I'm
put in doubt that lake. And I was wondering why people doesn't put in this in question, because maybe that is not true, you know.
okay, but look, you're
But look,
saying that
why nobody did some research to find out if is that the truth.
what you're saying why people didn't do research to see if it's
Yeah,
true.
yeah. How we know how we know that I will fly I need to go to London? How I know that it's 100 miles, man? Maybe I need more petrol. Maybe it's 1,000 miles from Coventry.
Or have you what gone out and see yourself?
Yes, I did.
Are you sure about that? What did you
Yeah,
do about? How
yeah.
did you do it?
I took the car, you know, and I drive and it was 100 miles.
You took the car and it was 100 miles to what,
Something,
to
yeah.
London?
Four
Yeah.
big guys, and they grab on my thighs, blow up my guts like the 4th of July. If they keep fucking my butt, then I might just cry. Pooping feet and spraying on my eyes. You lick my dick and the cum start.
Oh, geometry always hurts. I
Goodbye,
don't know why.
Victor Soy. Have a good day.
Always the funny people coming in. Always.
Okay, to finish the story about that place
Sasha,
for
but
you.
Sasha though,
This
but Sasha,
Sasha, it's okay. You don't need to trust
the whole
that.
point, the whole thing,
The
the
whole
whole
point is
thing.
this. I want to finish my point. 4,000 miles square. You know, it's 60 miles per 60. That is even a little bit less, but doesn't matter. That means 60 miles per 60 miles. Its elevation change only 1 meter. Now, if you want whatever you want, you can study nuclear science. If you didn't get this, I don't care. You know. And that's why Sasha believes, because that kind of flatness cannot work on the spherical surface. If or you can do now how to say, you can now break the atom and try to resolve that phenomena. But for
Break the
Sasha,
atom.
yeah, because for Sasha this is geometry and it cannot change on the sphere with that given size 1 meter elevation. You should to change, I don't know how much, but for sure something like 100, 200 meters. But it's only 1 meter in that flat surface. I'm sorry because I said flat also. Oh, it's so dangerous. But that's the point. If you cannot live with that, I cannot convince you about anything else. That's the point. I don't have more logic than that. I cannot change my brain and say, Sasha, oh, but you didn't invoke the refraction, the moon, the stars, the satellite. No, man. You need to
No, I
see with
completely
your
understand
brain.
what you gotta say, but I'm just saying right now with you,
I'm
right?
telling you now, this is my
Your
logic.
whole point was
This is
how can
my
you believe
logic.
someone else?
This is my
Okay,
logic, man.
you're
If you are telling me that my logic is wrong, that's all right. Go and live your life with your logic.
I'm not saying, I'm just saying, look, I'm just saying that you're saying that you can't believe whatever you're told, but you're going on Google and you're saying this, that,
No,
and
man.
this.
I go to Croatia, on fucking Croatia, on the one shore, and I see the island on another shore, you know, and I check that. Then I find out that I have that black swan photography. I have from 2010, from 2009, from 2008, because I was photographing the shores, not thinking about the piers, you know. But I have like at least 20 black swans in my photo albums from holidays.
Hey,
Do you
what's it called?
understand me?
And yeah, I mean, using your logic, hey, the Euphrates River is drying up. The Bible said it. Hey, it must be true.
I don't care about Bible, man. I'm speaking about geometry.
Hey, look,
Go.
this is observable,
Can I
right?
ask
It's
one
observable.
question? Can I ask one question?
Observing the objective reality.
Did you ever check the distance on the sea level?
Did I? Nope.
Either.
Nope.
No. Okay, that's enough for me. I have nothing to speak with you. Bye.
I mean, why not? Why not?
Bye.
I mean, at the end of the day,
What a guy.
your logic literally used against you. You get mad if I use your own logic.
Oh, I forgot it to say. If you want to believe in globe, do never ever in your life check that ever.
I
Because
mean, other people have checked it. I didn't.
I'm telling you, do not do that. If you want to believe in globe, do not do that ever. That's my advice.
So you want me to not believe in the globe and then go and experiment myself?
No, I want that you believe in globe and to never go to check reality. Because like that, nobody will take your beliefs ever.
You don't want me to go check reality?
No.
Or you want me to check
If
reality?
you want to believe in globe, do not do that, please.
I mean, if I wanted to, how would I know lightning is safe or dangerous? Do I have to get electrified for me to find out? I mean, I see thunder, right? Thunder, lightning. That might be a good thing. I might believe Greek mythology. That might be Zeus.
What kind of question is that? Like,
I mean, that's your own logic. You're using objective reality and all of this, right? You're saying, oh, you can't believe what other people are saying. Okay, that's fine. I don't have to believe what a medical person is saying. They say if they say I'm sick, I'm a sick person. I'm gonna say, listen, I'm gonna go test it myself. I'm a
hang on,
learn all of this by myself and do everything by myself, right? I'm not gonna
hang on.
believe what you're saying.
You know
I'm
if
gonna
lightning
go.
is. How do you know if lightning is bad for you or not? Well, how do you know if you walk into a fucking cage full of hungry lions that haven't eaten in a week whether it's safe or not?
Exactly. Like how do you know the sun isn't following me when I have two other videos of the sun following other people? I feel like I need to put up a restraining order against the sun, to be honest, because
Wait a minute.
and also you cannot tell me that I don't
Right
time
now.
travel. I do time travel 6 hours into the
It sound like
future.
that you're watching them is what I heard. What?
Hang on. How do you time travel?
That's what everyone you piled
Okay,
up
so
yesterday.
this is how I time
Or
travel, right?
whatever.
So basically, the definition of time travel is a singular point in time to another point in time, and when I sleep, it literally only takes a minute, literally a minute, or 20, literally maximum 20 minutes for me to go from uh 12 noon all the way to 6 p.m.
And how do you know that?
Because
What the hell?
I've tested it before.
Literally
I've
negative
experimented.
How did you
I've
test
slept.
that?
I've slept. Right. Look, I've slept. Closed my eyes. Waited about 20 minutes, and then I've woken up. I've checked the time.
How did
12:30.
you know it was 20 minutes when your eyes were closed?
Because I used the timer.
How do you know somebody wasn't fucking with the timer?
Because I locked the door.
How do you know somebody didn't break in your house, fuck with the timer, and then just leave?
Because when I woke up, the door wasn't broken open. What the hell?
What if you forgot?
Yeah, what if you forgot to lock it?
Yeah, what if it was a ghost?
How would I forget? How would I forget to lock it if I closed the door?
Because you think
I
you're a
closed the
fucking
door
time
before.
traveler, you're brain dead.
How? I mean, are you gonna disprove the fact? I mean, you can do it yourself. You can if you literally
I'm not the
go
one
to
making
sleep.
the positive claim.
You
You're
can do
making
it.
the positive claim. You have the duty of proof.
Nope. You have the burden of proof. I'm just saying. I'm just telling you what is objective reality. You don't have to prove objective reality.
What if it was a ghost to fuck with the timer?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Prove ghosts exist. Prove ghosts exist. That's not an objective reality. I'm sorry to say. You don't see ghosts. I'm sorry to say.
Well, you haven't proven fucking time travel either, bro.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. If
how?
you go to sleep right
How?
now, you will wake up 6 hours or 8 hours into the past
Is the Earth flat?
into the future.
I have a question. Is the Earth flat?
Fascinating.
Am
Time
I
keeps
wrong?
on
Am I wrong?
slipping.
Am I
Yeah.
wrong?
Yeah.
If you go to
Yeah,
if so
Anybody
you're
know
saying
of? Well,
if you go to sleep, if you're saying right now if you go to sleep, you will
Fuck your
not wake up
sleep.
6
Is
or 8
the Earth
hours
flat?
into the future.
Do you think that's time traveling, or do you think you've been asleep for 6 to 8 hours and woke up later?
Yes,
It's not time
Is
that is
traveling.
time flat?
Serious,
Okay,
hold tight.
what's
My
the
friend,
definition of time travel?
my friend,
What's the definition of time travel?
can you go backwards in time? Can you go to sleep at 12 o'clock midnight and wake up at 8 p.m. in the evening? The
You
evening
guys
before.
I never said that. I never said you can go back in
That's
time. I
time
said
travel.
okay, no, time
Okay,
travel is
either you
also
need
forward.
mental. I think you
It's
might
always
need mental
forward.
assistance, my friend. Maybe we should end this conversation
See,
before you tweet.
you're putting stuff in my mouth when I never said you could go backward. I said you could go into the
That
future.
would be time travel, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, time travel is into the
Yeah, it
future.
would. And you said that you could time travel
Time
at the
travel,
moment, or you hold on.
exactly. I
Shush.
can.
My friend, nobody's probably held you to this bollocks that you're talking. Do you want me to point out that you've just been asleep for 8 hours and woke up 8 hours later? That's not time traveling, you fucking idiot.
It is though. How are you
No,
gonna
it
prove me
isn't.
it's not?
It's not time traveling.
Okay, then what is it
Stop
then?
talking bollocks.
No, what is it then? You tell
Stop
me.
You're
talking
What
bollocks.
is
sleeping.
it?
That's what it
I've
is.
told you what it is 2 times now. It's you've been
Well,
asleep
see,
for 8 hours.
you keep on saying, "Oh, you're sleeping," but okay, then
Yeah,
prove it's just prove to me sleeping
proof.
is not time
Not
traveling
time
forward in
traveling, you
time.
fucking idiot. Can you stop clogging up the airways? People are trying to have a decent conversation. You've been rattling on for the last 10 minutes about how you think time traveling is sleeping. You idiot.
You haven't proved it wrong. You haven't proved me wrong. So you're just getting mad. It's ad hominem right now.
Why would I want
Hang
to
on.
prove there's
A
enough
person in
It's
coma.
ad hominem.
Person in
Ad
coma.
hominem right now.
Can you
A
like
person
I'm just
in
gonna mute
coma.
you, you're
Is
an
he
idiot.
time traveling? A person in coma. Is he time traveling or is he sick?
This
I
person's
don't know.
sick.
He
I
is
think
probably
you might
he is
need
probably no he probably is time traveling because
Put
he
him on
I
mute
can't I
because we actually
there you
have
go.
someone that wants to talk about flat Earth. They had a question. I think I
I've
heard
heard
someone
enough
have a
of this
question.
guy talking about how the sun's hunting him down today. Now he's talking about time travel. I don't think we should entertain this person. I might consider that we don't have him back for 24 hours. Seriously,
Agreed.
he's done nothing but talk absolute nonsense.
I'm sorry.
Right,
Agreed.
who wants to
Now,
talk about the flat Earth?
yeah, there was someone that had a question. I think they asked, "Is the Earth flat?"
Yes.
To the
There you go.
I just want to say.
Yeah. Next
Can I
question.
just add one thing to time travel?
Please don't.
You're not time traveling. You're just waking up in the present.
Yeah.
There's only
we know.
present. The future and the past is in your mind.
Yeah, I've muted him, mate. You're not going to get a response from him. Like I said, he's been talking drivel for the last 8 hours, so I'm not entertaining it anymore. If anybody else wants to come up with some salient conversation, then the floor is open. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server on the Politics channel. Everybody here, the Flat Earthers, would make this statement. The Earth is observed, measured and practically used as a flat stationary topographical plane. It's observed and measured and used as such. If it's observed, measured and used as such, then it can't be a spinning ball, for example. Does anybody have a counter to my statement?
Yeah, you're moron.
In future, guys, don't entertain people who are talking about time traveling whilst they're sleeping. It's just pointless.
Great Scott.
Playing Xbox.
That's the quiet ahead.
You're doing what on an Xbox? That should be illegal.
I said
Oh, playing a Xbox. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
Sex rebels become mainstream, and people that have a fetish for vintage, like Xbox is.
What? Buck Rogers in the 21st century, yeah? Biddy, biddy, biddy.
Does the earth exist at all? Is it a project of spirit?
Is there anything more glorious than Aaron Gray?
Do you like
How's it going, everybody?
going? It's how